Title: The Heart-Reading Family's Beloved Sweetheart Novel. Jiang Zhiyu found herself transmigrated into a story, embodying a pitiful minor character overlooked by her father and mother, who was ensnared by the protagonist and ultimately met her demise at the hands of a prince. The adopted daughter, the heroine, was cherished by her entire family, yet conspired with the male lead to frame her adoptive father, the chancellor, for treason, leading to their family's execution. The male lead ascended the throne and bestowed the title of empress upon the heroine, enveloped in a grand bridal procession that left the world envious. Regrettably, Jiang Zhiyu's family became mere stepping stones in their ascent. Observing her infatuated sister, Jiang Zhiyu sighed. The ideal partner you envision not only harbors affections for another, but also conspires to take your life. Her love-struck sister gasped in shock. Looking at her brother, who is crippled and poisoned, Jiang Zhiyu flexed her wrists. A young general meeting such a fate, a tragic yet powerful truth, but fortunately, I possess the means to heal. Second brother, betrayed by a trusted confidant and captured by the enemy, you have endured great humiliation. Third brother, relegated to a mere backup in the eyes of your white moonlight, you have lost your standing, and your few friends have met dire ends. With a sarcastic tone, the family began to rewrite their fates. The sister confronted the scoundrel, while the brothers became powerful ministers. Jiang Zhiyu pondered, why does this trajectory feel so wrong? Chapter 1. A life more bitter than bitter gourd. Bad news. Jiang Zhiyu had died. Good news. She had come back to life. She stood bewildered, blinking as she surveyed her surroundings. Before her stood a young man clad in ancient attire, exuding an air of nobility, his face marred by fury. Sulian, look at your dear sister. This is a royal gift. Does she wish to gamble with her life? Jiang Zhiyu gasped. The scene was strikingly familiar. Jiang Sulian. Wasn't she a character from the novel she had read? In the book, the chancellor and his wife had 3 sons and 2 daughters, one being Jiang Sulian and the other Jiang Zhiyu. How had she transmigrated into this pitiful cannon fodder role? The scene before her was precisely the moment Jiang Zhiyu was destined to perish. Shortly, she would be executed for damaging the royal gift, while her sister Jiang Sulian would succumb to the poisonous jade pendant he had gifted her. Devastated by the loss of both daughters, the chancellor channeled all his affection towards his adopted daughter, the original heroine, Song Shiwei. However, Song Shiwei was a treacherous ingrate, believing the chancellor was responsible for her father's death, ultimately orchestrating his downfall and the execution of his entire family. Even when the truth was revealed, Song Shiwei remained unrepentant, merely sighing, "It is fate." Jiang Zhiyu thought, what nonsense fate? It is clearly a matter of personal error. She has only herself to blame, while Jiang Sulian, in her desperate attempts to plead for mercy, was rendered speechless by the accusations. Listen to his nonsense. The royal gift is merely a scrap of inferior material. Jiang Sulian widened her eyes in disbelief, glancing at her sister beside her. The small face, with its bright and clear eyes, resembled that of a fawn, with delicate features that appeared exceedingly obedient. Yet, most perplexingly, she had not uttered a word. Why could she hear her sister's voice? Could it be? While she remained astonished, Xiao Siyuan grew impatient. Sulian, I cannot help it. This pendant is damaged, and I cannot present it to the emperor. With a pale hand, he presented a jade pendant, and Jiang Zhiyu smiled faintly, her dimples appearing. It is not damaged, Xiao Siyuan. Impossible. I distinctly saw cracks on this pendant. After a moment of frowning, he relaxed. The pendant was coated with poison. Prolonged contact would lead to inevitable demise. Xiao Siyuan regarded her with the same indifference as one would a corpse. Whether she was executed or not was of little consequence to him. It merely served to endear him to Jiang Sulian. His tone dripped with malice as he spoke. Jiang Sulian, oblivious to his true intentions, gazed at Jiang Zhiyu with a flicker of hope in her eyes. My dear sister, the poison on this pendant is lethal. The very person you admire wishes for your demise. Jiang Sulian felt as though lightning had struck her. What? What did she say? Jiang Zhiyu also felt a pang of bitterness. Her life was truly unfortunate. Having barely escaped the apocalypse, she was now trapped in the role of a minor character, with her own family facing potential annihilation. Her heart ached more than bitter gourd. As she extended the pendant, she noticed Jiang Sulian recoiling in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Jiang Zhiyu was perplexed. Hadn't she been eager to receive it? Why was she reacting this way? Double standards. Fearing Xiao Ziyuan might grow suspicious, Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward and slapped the pendant into her palm. Tears welled in Jiang Zulian's eyes. Knowing the pendant was poisonous, her sister had given it to her without hesitation? But if the pendant was indeed toxic, why would she dare to take it? Jiang Zhiyu was equally puzzled as to why her sister was crying. Feeling unwell? Impossible, I have already absorbed all the poison. Could it be she thinks only Xiao Ziyuan can give this pendant? That my offering would be a desecration of their love. Jiang Zulian was speechless. It was true she admired the third prince, but surely not to that extent. Yet her sister seemed to know so much, while she was left harboring suspicions about her intentions. Jiang Zulian felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Seeing the pendant in Jiang Zulian's hand, Xiao Ziyuan felt a surge of delight, masking it with a tender expression. This jade nourishes the body, wearing it will surely restore your health. How refreshing! With this rebirth, my body will undoubtedly thrive. Jiang Zulian. She almost wanted to laugh. With a slight bow, she responded, her smile tinged with aloofness. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Xiao Ziyuan remained oblivious, continuing, once the autumn hunt concludes, I shall seek my father's approval for our marriage. I wish to formally wed you, with a bridal procession that will make you the envy of all. Jiang Zhiyu stood nearby, her scalp tingling. Look at this pie, it's enormous and round. Whoever believes it is a fool, Jiang Zulian. Her previous shock had been completely disrupted by her sister's lively thoughts, making her feel an urge to laugh. Gazing at the seemingly infatuated young man before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection. She had known Xiao Ziyuan since childhood, their bond was well known, merely awaiting a marriage decree. Yet every time she brought it up, he would evade the topic with various excuses. Now, hearing his intentions, it was as if he had already deemed her unworthy of surviving the night. How ironic! As their eyes met, none noticed Jiang Zhiyu's fingers twitching ever so slightly. Chapter 2. She has arrived. Xiao Ziyuan sensed something was amiss, yet seeing her gentle smile, he merely responded softly, all right. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. This jade pendant. Jiang Zulian's eyes brightened, her heart racing. Remember to keep this pendant on you at all times, and do not reveal it to others. The light in Jiang Zulian's eyes began to fade. What was she still hoping for? She slightly leaned forward, entrusting the emotions and years of waiting into this gift. Your Highness, take care. After he departed, Jiang Zhiyu gazed at Jiang Zulian, whose face was ghastly pale, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. His affection for you is akin to the foam atop a beer. Seemingly grand, yet filled with nothing but air upon a sip. Do you understand? Jiang Zulian did not comprehend, shaking her head in confusion. What is beer? Jiang Zhiyu, still acclimating to this new world. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you grasp the essence's feelings for you are nothing more than a fleeting performance. Such brutal candor. Jiang Zulian clutched her heart, unaware that this sensation could be aptly described as heart-wrenching. Jiang Zhiyu added, moreover, finding a two-legged frog is a challenge, but three-legged men are plentiful, aren't they? Three-legged men. Jiang Zulian initially failed to grasp the implication, but upon reflection, her mind erupted with realization, reddening her face like a ripe tomato. Sister, why has your speech become so audacious? Within the tent, Jiang Zulian sat dazed on the bed, staring at the jade pendant with disgust. She now had no desire to behold anything related to Xiao Ziyuan. Yet, she could not discard this pendant. Jiang Zhiyu, seated nearby, munched on an apple, oblivious to her inner turmoil. Take it, it's yours after all. You've invested so many years of youth for just this small jade pendant, how insufficient. Besides, I've secretly slipped something to that scoundrel, just wait and see the ensuing drama. Jiang Zulian's curiosity piqued. She had slipped something? What could it be? Sensing her gaze, Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow inquisitively. What are you staring at me for? Jiang Zulian didn't conceal her thoughts. Your temperament seems to have improved significantly. Recalling the original character's every action, Jiang Zhiyu licked her lips and replied sheepishly, people can change, after all. Jiang Zulian nodded in agreement, complimenting her. This is much better now. Jiang Zhiyu. So straightforward? Beautiful sister, how lovely. If only you weren't so infatuated with love, it would be even better. A clear-headed beauty, who wouldn't adore that? Jiang Zhiyu felt her spirits lifted by the praise, but, recalling her previous mischief, her expression darkened. She straightened her back, gazing at Jiang Zhiyu with seriousness. Since you recognize your mistakes, you must be mindful of your words and actions in the future. You are already 12, you must act with discretion, for you do not merely represent yourself, but the entire Jiang residence. Jiang Zhiyu nodded dismissively while internally critiquing her. If it weren't for your frail constitution, I would have given you a few slaps. How can you be so easily swayed by others' provocations? Is that trinket around your neck merely for decoration? What does that mean? Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brows, wishing to grasp her sister and demand clarity. Just as she was about to speak, a spirited voice rang out. Zhiyu, elder sister. Zhiyu, younger sister. A girl dressed in red leaped off her horse, exuding a youthful vigor, standing before them like a small sun. Sherwei, did you have fun? Jiang Zhiyu's demeanor softened, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Song Sherwei was the adopted daughter of her father, growing up alongside them, and in her heart, Jiang Zhiyu regarded her as a true sister. Being frail and sickly, Jiang Zhiyu felt an innate attraction towards the spirited Song Sherwei. Jiang Zhiyu observed Song Sherwei, her heart rhythmically singing within. She has arrived, bringing with her a sigh. Jiang Zhiyu, how strange, why did she feel compelled to hum along? Moreover, what did you mean by that? What sigh? She strained her ears to listen, yet Jiang Zhiyu fell silent. Are you very happy? Has your health improved? Song Sherwei gazed at her, embodying the concern of a caring sister.
The whole.
Witness true acting.
No wonder people fall for it.
This caring gaze could earn you an award. Jiang Zhiyu, unilaterally granting Jiang Zhiyu a card of understanding, Jiang Zhiyu nodded. Thanks to my sister's blessings, I'm recovering well. Song Sherwei's smile faltered. Jiang Zhiyu paused, her expression turning skeptical as her gaze flitted between them. Before Jiang Zhiyu could speak, Jiang Zhiyu coldly interjected. Mind your words, such matters are not to be trifled with. Song Sherwei appeared astonished. In the past, Jiang Zhiyu had never reacted so strongly when she made similar comments. While she ought to refrain from provoking Jiang Zhiyu for the sake of her own plans, Song Sherwei felt compelled to continue. Why such a strong reaction, sister? This matter is already widely known, and their mutual affection is evident. Is it not? Silence. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze sharpened, her eyes brimming with impatience.
Wow.
Incredible, sister. You truly mean business. My efforts in preparing medicine for you were not in vain. Let's share a hug. Jiang Zhiyu. Medicine? Where? Jiang Zhiyu edged a few steps closer to Jiang Zhiyu. Having never faced Jiang Zhiyu's reprimand before, Song Sherwei lowered her head, appearing quite wronged, but her flowing hair concealed the malice in her eyes. Why? Why has Jiang Zhiyu's attitude towards her shifted so dramatically? What had Jiang Zhiyu revealed to her? A cheer erupted from the center of the hunting grounds, and as they approached the periphery, a strong smell of blood assailed their senses. Both Song Sherwei and Jiang Zhiyu instinctively covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. Jiang Zhiyu, however, was unfazed.
Was this it?
Due to Jiang Zhiyu's prior incident, the moment they appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Moreover, the third minister had always maintained a close relationship with her. From within the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "Third minister, are you planning to hunt a red fox for Miss Jiang?" Chapter 3. Dare to insult me and face the consequences. Jiang Zhiyu turned towards a voice, which belonged to the second son of the Marquis, Lu Daizong. The Marquis of Anil and his wife lived in perfect harmony, having not taken any concubines. Only these two legitimate sons resided within the estate. Extravagant and hedonistic, they were tailor-made for such a lifestyle. At that moment, Lu Daizong's expression resembled that of a glutton in a melon patch, his eyes gleaming with greed. The third minister was dubbed thus due to Lu Daizong, who found his name unappealing and bestowed upon him a nickname, which others subsequently adopted. The third minister, not one for words, felt his face flush as he stood before the crowd, anxious yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. The second son is jesting. The third minister was merely joking earlier. Look, he doesn't even have a red fox in hand. Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the third minister, conveying a silent, "I've got this." The third minister's rapid breaths calmed slightly as he regarded Jiang Zhiyu with a hint of guilt. And now, she was burdened with defending him. Lu Daizong raised his chin, his gaze surveying Jiang Zhiyu from head to toe, filled with disdain. This young master is conversing with the third minister, miss. You ought to be mindful of your status. Are you already protecting your future husband before the marriage has even taken place? His laughter resonated, and the crowd erupted in laughter alongside him. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath. If this were the apocalypse, she would sew his lips shut for such insolence, but now she could not resort to violence in public. If she were to strike, it must be in a more discreet location. As she searched for a suitable place, she whispered, "You bear a resemblance to Shakespeare, did you know?"
What?
Lu Daizong questioned, puzzled. What on earth was Shakespeare? Oh, my mistake, you resemble him, only halfway or more like shabby. Jiang Zhiyu beamed brightly. Her smile was both adorable and sweet, momentarily stunning Lu Daizong, who took a couple of seconds to realize she was insulting him. You, Lu Daizong raised his hand, but a voice interrupted him. Drinking horse urine makes you proud and arrogant, dare to insult me, and your fate is uncertain. The location has been chosen soon. I shall sever that finger of yours. After all, you will eventually become a human puppet. What difference does it make if there is one less finger? Who is speaking? The hand, filled with dread, gazed upon Jiang Zhiyu. A monster, a demon. Everyone heard Jiang Zhiyu's derogatory remark and watched her with malicious glee. Who in the world does not know that these two young masters of the Ho residence are the treasured sons of the Anil Marquis? No one dares to provoke them. Jiang Zhiyu actually dared to insult one of them. One wonders how El Daizong will deal with her. As they pondered this, they witnessed El Daizong's eyes widen, his expression contorted with fear as he fled in a panic. His expression resembled that of a person pursued by a vengeful spirit. The others exchanged glances, their astonishment evident, curiosity and confusion reflected in their eyes as they scrutinized Jiang Zhiyu with newfound interest. Only Jiang Sulan's complexion turned ashen. She spoke with clarity, yet her eyes were filled with annoyance. She did not expect El Daizong to eliminate Jiang Zhiyu, but at least she hoped he would teach her a lesson, making her unable to hold her head high in front of others. To flee in such a disheveled manner, how utterly useless. Song Sherwei's words fell on deaf ears as Jiang Sulan did not absorb a single syllable. Her hands felt icy, her entire being trembling slightly. The second young master of the Ho residence, would he really become a human puppet? However, the Xiang residence and the Ho residence stand united, both supporting the crown prince. Could it be that the crown prince might one day fall from grace? What would become of the Xiang residence then? Jiang Sulan's lips turned purple, and she dared not continue her thoughts. With no spectacle to witness, the onlookers quickly dispersed. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the attendant of the third minister hurried over, carrying a red fox in a cage. The red fox lay languidly within its confines, its fur of vibrant crimson. Its ears twitched, white paws resting on its nose, while its eyes remained tightly shut. How utterly adorable! Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. In this apocalyptic world, where could one still find such charming creatures? All around her, the mutated animals towered as high as buildings, utterly devoid of any semblance of cuteness. Jiang Zhiyu poked her finger into the cage to tease the fox, relishing the soft, furry sensation that made her squint with pleasure. Young master, this red fox may have a hidden ailment. It lay like this when we captured it. Feng Nian hesitated. Are you truly certain you want to gift it to Miss Su? It is not ill, it is merely lazy. Jiang Zhiyu interjected, and the red fox lifted its eyelid to glance at her before closing it again. This little creature seems quite perceptive. Encouraged by its response, Jiang Zhiyu continued to amuse herself. Feng Nian hesitated, casting a glance at his master. Was it wise to let Jiang Zhiyu play with the fox intended for Miss Su? However, his master did not even spare him a glance, his attention solely on Jiang Zhiyu. Feng Nian even detected a hint of affection in his gaze. A shiver ran through Feng Nian. What was he thinking? His master harbored feelings only for Miss Su. Jiang Zhiyu was merely a friend. Despite his thoughts, Feng Nian increasingly sensed something amiss. Upon reaching the crowd, El Daizong finally relaxed his taut nerves, his heart pounding like a drum as he hurriedly recounted the events to his elder brother. El Yaozu looked on in disbelief. Had it not been his brother, he would have kicked him away for causing such a ruckus. Silence. His Majesty abhors such sorcery. If anyone hears you, prepare to lose your head. El Daizong wore a look of grievance, lowering his voice obediently. But brother, I truly heard her. She even said she would cut off my finger, claiming it made no difference since I would eventually become a human puppet, yet her mouth did not move. Yaozu took a deep breath. Enough. Come with me. Grasping Daizong by the collar, he dragged him into the woods before speaking. Did she say you would become a human puppet? Daizong nodded vigorously, his expression one of pitiful dread. Brother, if what she says is true, and I am to become a human puppet, what shall I do? With father and me here, what is there to fear? Who would dare harm you? Yaozu patted his brother's head. Here's the plan. I will send someone to bring her to us. Firstly, it will allow you to vent your frustrations, and secondly, we can pry from her what kind of sorcery she has employed. Daizong eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, hurry. Anyone who dares offend me shall pay dearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another slap from Yaozu. Chapter 4. How I wish to strike him. It is not that he is particularly handsome, but rather the conspicuous manner in which he clutches his backside as he walks, effortlessly drawing the attention of all. Jiang Zhiyu arrived late, standing beside Jiang Zhiyu, and upon witnessing her father's injury, nearly lost her composure. Jiang Zhiyu quickly supported her, assuring, not to worry, he is far from death. Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, realizing the ambiguity of his words. Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly clarified, No, I meant to say that our father is destined for longevity. He has merely sustained a minor injury. Nothing serious. Goodness, I almost let it slip, but the original father must wait until the emperor passes before he meets his end. There is still time. Relieved to hear her father was all right, Jiang Zhiyu abandoned the idea of discussing matters with Jiang Zhiyu. Regardless, it was now evident that her sister possessed foreknowledge of future events. However she acquired this knowledge, its exposure posed a considerable risk. The late emperor's obsession with immortality led to his demise, and the current emperor harbored a deep aversion to such matters. Should word get out, the Jiang residence would truly be at its end. It would be prudent to maintain the status quo. After all, she could still listen and subtly guide their father. The future, after all, is not immutable. With this thought, Jiang Zhiyu's gaze towards Jiang Zhiyu softened considerably. Jiang Zhiyu, observing her, could not help but reflect on the fate of Jiang Zhiyu as described in the book, feeling a pang of sympathy. How tragic, to have pined for 17 years. Only to realize that Xiao Xiyuan had never harbored feelings for her, viewing her merely as a trophy, and without hesitation, ending her life at the behest of his true love, using a jade pendant. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Xiyuan beside the emperor, who smiled charmingly, seemingly sensing her stare and nodding slightly in her direction. A wave of intense revulsion surged within Jiang Zhiyu. Noticing her dazed expression, Jiang Zhiyu couldn't help but speak up. You aren't still thinking about him, are you? For heaven's sake, he seeks your life. If you dare express a desire for him, I will smash your head. The poison on that jade pendant would be for naught, and the antidote, useless. Was this meant to serve as a constant reminder for her not to repeat past mistakes? Not a chance. Given your disdain for me, you would discard anything I gift you, but you know he would never let go of anything related to you. Jiang Zhiyu was momentarily stunned. Yet, she had to concede that Jiang Zhiyu was correct. Had she not heard her heart's whispers, she would not have accepted anything from her. But why had it come to this? They were sisters after all. Why did she feel such animosity towards Jiang Zhiyu? Jiang Zhiyu pondered deeply. Seeing her silent, Jiang Zhiyu turned her attention to the center, where a pile of hunted game was displayed. Rabbits, deer, tigers, bears, all heaped together. And the princes and young masters brimming with enthusiasm, awaiting the emperor's praise. Jiang Zhiyu had little interest in others, her gaze fixated on a figure seated in a wheelchair. Clad in azure garments, his brow furrowed, and his lips curled in a subtle smile, he moved with an elegance that seemed to embody the essence of a gentleman. He perfectly encapsulated the phrase as pure as jade in Jiang Zhiyu's heart. Yet, what left her entranced was not merely his appearance, but the fact that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombie emperor she had encountered. Just a hint of blood on his face, and upon taking a few steps, Jiang Zhiyu felt a shiver run through her. She had gazed for too long, and Jiang Zhiyu, following her line of sight, remarked wistfully, "That is he Yanting, the legitimate son of the general's residence. He achieved great military feats in his youth, earning the admiration of noble women, but later encountered some unfortunate incidents." Jiang Zhiyu sighed lightly. "Do not linger on him. He is already betrothed." No sooner had she spoken than a loud, petulant voice rang out, "Father, I wish to break off the engagement." The fifth princess, Xiao Qinggu, knelt defiantly, raising her head. The raucous crowd fell silent. The emperor, holding a wine cup, remained calm. "Father, I am first in the examinations. Did you not promise to grant a request to the top scorer?" Xiao Qinggu inched forward on her knees, and with a loud crash, a wine goblet shattered beside her leg, startling her into a tremor. "Are you threatening me?" The emperor's anger erupted, and no one dared to stand. A wave of kneeling figures filled the space. all imploring, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." Jiang Zhiyu took the opportunity to crouch down. "After all, from this distance, the emperor cannot discern me." Startled by her rebellious thoughts, Jiang Zulan did not dare to move, fearing exposure. Each individual appeared bound by an invisible cord, silenced. After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhiyu heard the wheelchair rolling and the man's gentle voice. "Your Majesty, since the fifth princess is unwilling, it would be best to dissolve this engagement." Jiang Zhiyu looked up to see He Yanting bowing slightly. From her angle, she could not see his expression, but she could easily imagine it. This is utterly delightful. The zombie emperor bows in submission. What a satisfying turn of events. With both parties in agreement, the emperor had little to say, merely waving his hand lightly. "Granted." Xiao Qingwu's face immediately brightened with joy. She stood up, declaring, "It is not that I disdain you. It is just," before she could finish, He Yanting interjected, "There is no need for explanation, princess. I understand." With that, Xiao Qingwu ceased her explanations and skipped away. The crowd erupted into laughter and merriment, while Jiang Ziyu's legs grew numb from her crouching position, and she tugged at Jiang Sulan's sleeve to rise. As she stood, not yet lifting her head, she found the wheelchair had come to a halt before her. "Young master," Jiang Sulan greeted, positioning herself to shield her dazed sister. Although she was unaware of what her sister referred to as the zombie emperor, seeing Jiang Zhiyu's evident fear of him, she felt it her duty to protect her sibling. Jiang Zhiyu was not frightened, but her thoughts had yet to detach from that world. Upon seeing this face, how I wished to strike him," Jiang Sulan exclaimed. Now that she had mentioned him, Jiang Zhiyu had no choice but to step out from behind Jiang Sulan, mimicking her sister's greeting in a rather perfunctory manner. Jiang Sulan face-bombed, unable to bear to look. He Yanting's smile widened. "Miss San, you possess a delightful temperament. I had heard rumors of your demise. Yet it appears they were merely unfounded." Chapter 5. The saintly father and the ungrateful wolf. Jiang Zhiyu had yet to speak when Jiang Sulan's expression shifted. "Young master I urge you to choose your words with care. Such slander could tarnish a young lady's reputation." Jiang Zhiyu was uncertain whether He Yanting had perceived the warning in Jiang Sulan's tone, but she had certainly discerned it. "Ah, this is the feeling of having an elder sister. How splendid." Jiang Sulan paused, realizing her sister seemed to be reproaching her. Had she not stood up for her in the past? He Yanting chuckled lightly. "Miss Jiang, there is no need for such concern. I merely envy the carefree disposition of Miss San." Jiang Zhiyu rolled her eyes dramatically. "He has come to mock me, thinking I wouldn't catch on? Would you accept this reputation if it were handed to you?" He Yanting appeared taken aback, his gaze scanning her from head to toe, filled with suspicion. "Did she just speak, young master Jiang Sulan furrowed her brow. "Surely, he can hear me? What nonsense. He is merely feigning a leg ailment. Having sealed the acupoints with needles, should he provoke me, I will expose him." Her words were undeniably provocative, and onlookers could not help but gasp in shock. Especially regarding his leg, which could be considered He Yanting's taboo. The last person to mention it likely met a grim fate. However, much to their astonishment, He Yanting maintained a smile, and his expression appeared unusually pleased. He Yanting's smile deepened, and now he could see clearly. Having spoken, he turned to leave, leaving a group of stunned individuals as if struck by lightning, staring at one another in disbelief. The words were laced with ambiguity, drawing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Zhiyu. Had it not been for Jiang Sulan's ability to hear her thoughts, she too might have harbored doubts at this moment. Yet, upon hearing them, Jiang Sulan was left with no uncertainty. Jiang Ziyu's inner monologue was rife with insults, culminating in a singular thought. "You vile creature, dare to spread rumors about me? I shall have your head." Jiang Sulan sighed softly. It was common knowledge that Jiang Zhaorong favored this daughter above his own flesh and blood. Jiang Sulan gazed ahead, her heart untroubled. From a young age, their father had instilled in them a sense of duty towards Song Sherwei, who had lost her parents, urging them to extend her kindness. Regardless of what treasures their father acquired, the first portion was always reserved for Song Sherwei. Though she had experienced jealousy in her childhood, it was always they who faced punishment. What a perfect match for a saintly father and a cold-hearted daughter, Jiang Zhiyu reflected, unable to comprehend the mindset that prioritized outsiders over one's own kin. In the narrative, Song Sherwei's father was a trusted confidant of Jiang Zhaorong, who perished in a great battle while attempting to relay information to him. Jiang Zhaorong felt a profound sense of guilt, compounded by the loss of his confidant's wife during childbirth, which led him to adopt Song Sherwei as his goddaughter. Astonishingly, his children voiced no complaints, showing her deference instead, and even growing to disdain the original protagonist. This must be the halo of the heroine and the fate of the cannon fodder, Jiang Zhiyu mused, feeling utterly lost about what lay ahead. However, those concerns were for another time. Presently, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Feigning ignorance of Jiang Zhiyu's stealthy departure, Jiang Sulan discreetly shielded her from the scrutinizing eyes of others. Once Jiang Zhiyu was gone, Jiang Sulan turned her gaze to the retreating figure, lost in contemplation. What exactly do the heroine's halo and the fate of cannon fodder entail?
Elle descend.
Whistling merrily after relieving himself, surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a frail arm emerged from the bushes, pulling him down. Darkness enveloped him, and something was thrust into his mouth, followed by excruciating pain in his hand. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he heard a girl murmuring, "Just this finger, I shan't take more. You want to die, Jiang Zhiyu." With the hunt concluded, carriages from various estates awaited outside the hunting grounds to welcome their masters. Jiang Zhiyu exuberantly approached, clutching 2 plump rabbits. Jiang Sulan gestured for the servants to open the cage, and Jiang Zhiyu clung to it tightly, assuming she intended to keep them. Jiang Sulan was about to impart some knowledge on their care when she heard her inner voice exclaim, "Roast rabbits! Roast rabbits! They smell divine!" Jiang Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for in the post-apocalyptic world, good food had become a rarity, with daily meals consisting solely of vegetables. And meat was a distant dream. At that moment, Jiang Zhaorong arrived alongside Song Shiwei. Due to Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, Jiang Sulan now felt a certain awkwardness between the two of them. Jiang Zhaorong's gaze swept over them, landing on the jade pendant adorning Jiang Sulan, and he quietly inquired, "A gift from the fifth prince?" Jiang Sulan instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiyu before nodding. Jiang Zhaorong placed a hand on her shoulder, then turned his piercing gaze to Jiang Zhiyu. "Do you understand your mistake? While your personal affairs may be manageable, should you implicate your sisters, how will you dare stand before them?" His words were both comforting and chilling, leaving Jiang Zhiyu momentarily at a loss for how to respond. If she criticized him, she would be rebuking his care. If she praised him, his actions would invite disdain. Jiang Zhiyu could only offer a vague nod. Where could the second young master possibly be? Chapter 6. Eyes on the top of the head upon hearing the servant's report. The smile on the face of the Marquis of Anil instantly froze, his brows furrowed deeply, and his complexion turned ashen as he glared furiously. "Go find him. If you cannot locate him, I shall have all of your heads." The fact that the Marquis cherished his 2 sons like precious jewels was well known, and out of consideration for his distress, the Emperor refrained from anger, merely ordering the guards to cordon off the hunting grounds, permitting no one else to pass. Seeing the Emperor's demeanor, the Marquis knelt, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, in my haste, I beseech you to punish me." "What nonsense is this? As a parent, it is natural to be anxious when a child goes missing. There is no fault in that." "Rise quickly," the Emperor replied. Upon hearing this, the Marquis stood. The other ministers and their families awaited at the entrance, their hearts racing upon learning of El Daizong's disappearance. If this incident implicated any family, it would surely become an affront to the Marquis of Anil. El Daizong, notorious for his debauchery and bullying of other young masters, evoked a mixture of concern and a hint of satisfaction among the crowd, though they ought to extend their sympathies. Jiang Zhaorong had just departed when Jiang Sulan heard Jiang Zhiyu chuckling inwardly. "Just a finger chopped off, you want to die. It's merely a bit difficult to locate," she mused. Jiang Sulan was taken aback, her heart racing as she stared at her endearingly clumsy sister clutching the rabbits. Surely, she must have misheard. How could a frail girl possibly sever El Daizong's finger under the watchful eyes of the guards? Though reason told her it was impossible, Jiang Sulan understood deep down that this was likely true. Panic set in. What if someone had witnessed Jiang Zhiyu's actions? If this were to be exposed, how could the Jiang family maintain their reputation? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, even praying in her heart that El Daizong would simply perish in a corner. Oblivious to her concerns, Jiang Zhiyu continued her tirade. "They're just lying there covered with some grass, and they couldn't find him? Have they eyes on the tops of their heads?" As night fell and impatience grew among the gathering, the distant shouts of the servants rang out. "We found him! We found him!" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as quickly as they relaxed, their breath hitched as they beheld the figure being supported by the guards. El Daizong's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, his clothing soaked in blood, and most alarmingly, he had only 4 fingers on his right hand. The Marquis's vision blurred with rage, nearly causing him to collapse. He pushed past the guards, cradling his brother and his severed finger, his eyes ablaze with fury. Azong, tell your brother, who did this?" El Daizong, barely clinging to consciousness, strained to respond to his brother's desperate calls. "Jiang what?" El Yaozu, having not heard clearly, leaned in closer. The crowd held their breath, and with blood frothing in his mouth, El Daizong shut his eyes tightly and spat out, Jiang Zhiyu. "Jiang Zhiyu?" El Yaozu echoed, incredulity etched across his features as his hawk-like gaze fixated on Jiang Zhiyu. The assembly erupted in uproar, and Jiang Sulan felt as though a heavy blow had struck her head, barely managing to steady herself with the help of a maid. All eyes converged on the girl clutching the cage. After a single glance, nearly everyone internally dismissed the possibility of her being the culprit. Jiang Zhiyu's expressive eyes were filled with confusion, and faced with a multitude of gazes, she appeared frightened, her body trembling slightly. Onlookers mistook her trembling for fear. But Jiang Sulan knew the truth. She was stifling laughter. "Ha, this is hilarious. Look at that swollen face. How many people must have stepped on him? So fat and soft. Didn't he feel anything? And they searched for so long? Jiang Zhiyu immediately knelt, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, please observe. My daughter is merely 12 years old, confined to her quarters. How could she possibly harm the second young master, let alone injure him? The emperor regarded him with a calm expression, offering no response. The Duke of Anil could hardly believe that such a fragile young woman could harm his son, who had trained in martial arts for many years. Yet, the name that escaped his son's lips, Jiang Zhiyu, compelled him to summon her forward. The Duke gestured, and Jiang Zhiyu handed her rabbit cage to Jiang Sulan before obediently stepping forward. Standing in the center, she fixed her gaze steadily on the Duke, her expression unflinching. Upon seeing her, Lu Daizong, disregarding his own injuries, struggled to reach for her. The Duke was well aware of his son's character. If he was adamantly accusing Jiang Zhiyu, there must be a reason behind it. With a gentle smile, the dimples at the corners of her mouth accentuated her innocence. I do not understand why the second young master would point a finger at me. My health is frail. How could I possibly subdue the second young master? Lu Daizong's face contorted with rage as he struggled to articulate his words. Nonsense. I heard it clearly. At that moment, the attending physician rushed to attend to Lu Daizong's wounds, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing his injured fingers. How is my brother? Rest assured, my lord. The second young master is not in mortal danger. The severed finger has been treated with herbs to prevent excessive bleeding. However, the physician hesitated, casting a troubled glance at the Duke. But I fear this finger may never regrow. Jiang Sulan's eyes widened in disbelief, and Jiang Zhiyu was momentarily stunned. Had he just imagined that? The Duke gritted his teeth, his lips trembling with suppressed fury. Lu Daizong, after receiving basic treatment, found it easier to speak. He recounted the events leading to his attack, glaring at Jiang Zhiyu as he declared, I am certain I heard her voice before I lost consciousness. The crowd's eyes, filled with skepticism and curiosity, turned towards Jiang Zhiyu, who remained composed. Let us not discuss how I might have subdued the second young master. Would the assailant truly reveal their identities so brazenly? Lu Daizong faltered at her words. Chapter 7. Get away. What vile creature are you? Her argument held merit, prompting a moment of contemplation among those present, even causing Lu Daizong to waver. Just then, a maid stepped forward, nervously stating, I believe I saw Miss Jiang sneaking out. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Guards restrained the maid as she trembled, yet spoke clearly. During the meal, I saw Miss Jiang slip away in that direction. She pointed towards the dense woods to the southeast. Lu Daizong nodded eagerly. Yes, that direction. At his words, the Duke glanced at the Emperor, who waved his hand, prompting several guards to head towards the indicated area. Jiang Zhiyu narrowed her eyes, sensing that the trap was set. The maid, named Lan Yan, was a confidant of the sixth prince, Xiao Yanli. No one suspected that the seemingly foolish Xiao Yanli was merely feigning ignorance while possessing formidable martial skills. The original protagonist had inadvertently discovered his conspiracy with Song Shiwei and, after being drugged by Lan Yan, had been thrown into the servants' quarters. Jiang Sulan and a group of noble women had fortuitously saved her before it was too late. Yet, the original protagonist's reputation was tarnished, and with Song Shiwei's malicious gossip, she became the laughingstock of the noble circle, ultimately leading her to despair and a tragic end. Jiang Zhiyu chose to act in the hunting grounds, knowing that Xiao Yanli would seize any opportunity to frame her. By now, the evidence must surely have been fabricated. She mused lightly, while Jiang Sulan and Jiang Zhiyu felt faint at the thought of the dire consequences should the truth emerge. Miss Jiang, what business do you have in the woods? Lu Yaozu scrutinized her, recalling his earlier conversation with his brother, his breath heavy with anticipation. Contrary to his expectations, Jiang Zhiyu simply pointed at the rabbit cage in Jiang Sulan's hands. I went to catch wild rabbits. She yawned, seemingly unfazed by the serious atmosphere around her. Lu Yaozu felt a surge of irritation. Why did he feel like a mere jester before her? Before they could press further, Jiang Zhiyu launched into a detailed account of her departure, her encounter with the rabbit, and her method of capture. The atmosphere grew tense. Speak freely, maid, Jiang Zhiyu said lightly. What is there to fear? I am but a weak woman and pose no threat to you. Her soft laughter carried a hint of menace. By the way, you seem somewhat familiar. Before she could finish, Lan Yan interjected, I am merely a servant of the Imperial Ritual Department, named Lan Yan. Her response seemed peculiar, and the onlookers regarded her as a potential source of revenge, dismissing her words. Lu Daizong, clutching his hand, cast a shadowy gaze at Jiang Zhiyu, inching closer to discern if he had misheard. Get away. What filth. Are you not aware of your own hideousness? So young, yet you resort to frightening others with your face. Had the situation not been so grave, Jiang Sulan and Jiang Zhiyu would have laughed, their heads bowed. Appearing more contrite than Jiang Zhiyu standing in the center. After what felt like an eternity, a guard approached the emperor bearing a torn piece of fabric resembling a ribbon. Your Majesty, we found this tattered clothing in the grass. It appears to be of a feminine style. The emperor cast a quick glance and waved his hand. Present it to the Duke of Anil. The Duke examined the fabric, comparing it to Jiang Zhiyu. I do not believe this serves as evidence. Jiang Zhiyu boldly stepped forward, standing before the Duke. The Duke, a man of valor who had seen battle, despised whimpering individuals. Witnessing Jiang Zhiyu approach him fearlessly, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes.
What do you mean by this?
Simply that my attire is not particularly luxurious. Even outside the palace, one could easily replicate it, Jiang Zhiyu replied, then knelt before the emperor. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth. Someone is plotting to frame me. Pray, enlighten us. First, my strength is insufficient to subdue the second young master. Furthermore, the woods are vast. How could I possibly know his whereabouts? The crowd nodded in agreement. Regarding this thread, I trust the Duke has noticed that my clothing is intact, save for some dirt from rabbit hunting, while this thread remains pristine. If my attire is undamaged, where did this thread come from? Jiang Zhiyu raised her gaze, slowly continuing. Lastly, I find the timing of this maid's appearance to be highly coincidental. The kneeling Lan Yan trembled, hastily declaring, Your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth. I have not made any other claims. I merely pointed out that there must be others who have seen me leave, yet you alone have dared to speak up. And what of it? I merely relayed what I witnessed. Jiang Zhiyu shrugged. Well, there's no issue with that. A mere palace maid who does not seek to protect herself or fear retaliation raises significant suspicion.
Lanzan Fodder.
Her eyes widening as she noticed the crowd nodding in agreement with Jiang Zhiyu's assertions. After Jiang Zhiyu's previous remarks, the level of doubt surrounding her had reached its lowest point, and all eyes turned towards Lan Yan. While they were unaware, the Marquis of Anil stealthily approached them from behind. He raised his fist, the wind howling around it, showing no mercy. His cold gaze betrayed a ruthless intent to kill. One strike from him would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Chapter 8. A group of pastries. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Jiang Zhiyu knelt upright, seemingly oblivious to the danger looming behind her. Jiang Zharong's eyes widened in horror, the word child escaping his lips, only to be abruptly halted as if struck by an unseen force. Jiang Zhiyu appeared startled, retreating in panic, her disheveled hair perfectly concealing her upturned lips. It was done. Lan Yan had been exposed. Even if she survived the Marquis's blow, she would undoubtedly be gravely injured and taken to the imperial dungeon. After all, impersonating a palace maid was no trivial offense. Once imprisoned, even Xiao Yanli would struggle to rescue her unscathed. Leaning against a pillar, she watched with keen interest as the Marquis and Lan Yan clashed, lamenting the absence of sunflower seeds. What a vivid display of combat! Far more compelling than entertainment from the inner circles. The Marquis's fists were as unyielding as steel, propelled by fierce gusts of wind, striking downwards with deadly precision at Lan Yan's vitals. Though Lan Yan could not match his strength, her agility allowed her to evade his attacks. Positioned too close to the emperor, the guards had readied their bows, yet none dared to shoot, merely observing as the two figures engaged in a brutal confrontation. Each strike capable of tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The Marquis's eyes burned with rage, having mistaken Lan Yan for the true culprit. Each punch carried a heavy intent to kill. Lan Yan panted, blocking his strikes while calculating her escape route. A mere defense would not suffice. And if she failed to find an opportunity soon, her demise was imminent. Her eyes darted over the Marquis's shoulder to glimpse El Daizong, safeguarded by the guards. She withdrew her hand, and as the Marquis's fist swung towards her, rather than blocking, she intentionally moved toward him. The Marquis, sensing the shift, instinctively pulled back. But in that fleeting moment, Lan Yan charged into the guard's protective circle, pressing her dagger to El Daizong's throat. Damn it, Lan Yan spat blood. You strike hard. But I wonder if your son possesses such skill. The Marquis inhaled deeply. What do you want? Let me go, Lan Yan demanded, her dagger drawing a shallow line across El Daizong's neck, blood seeping forth. I want to give you time to think. I will take him now. And for every second you hesitate, his blood will flow. Jiang Zhiyu observed the emperor, holding no hope that this father, fixated on his son, would act decisively. A sudden chill swept over the emperor as his gaze fell upon Jiang Zhiyu, his expression peculiar. Unlike the common folk's superstitions about the supernatural, he, as the heir nurtured by the late emperor, held a firm belief in such matters. Yet, he differed from his predecessor. He retained the ability to discern genuine talent from charlatans. Over the years of his reign, he had encountered many pretenders, gradually losing faith. However, what he was now hearing intrigued him. Jiang Zhiyu remained oblivious to the emperor's thoughts, merely locking eyes with him in a shared moment of bewilderment. Even with the assassin holding his son hostage, the emperor knew that the Marquis would not dare to demand his release directly, kneeling in supplication instead. The emperor understood the significance of his son to the Marquis, yet releasing the assassin was out of the question. He feared the scenario Jiang Zhiyu envisioned. The palace guards were not to be trifled with. Allowing the assassin to escape would complicate matters significantly. He did not believe for a second that no one had orchestrated the situation, as it was audacious for an assassin to infiltrate the palace. The emperor's scrutinizing gaze traversed each individual, ultimately resting on Jiang Zhiyu. Why couldn't he hear their thoughts? It would save him from further conjecture. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyu found herself caught in his gaze. Why do you keep staring at me? There are so many people waiting for your decision. As Lan Yan's dagger inched closer, El Daizong's blood flowed more freely, yet the emperor remained silent, causing the marquis to feel a surge of anger. He had devoted himself to the Tianqi dynasty, and now he could not even protect his own son? The emperor coughed lightly and personally assisted the marquis to his feet. What are you saying, my dear minister? Daizong has grown under my watch. How could I abandon him? He waved his hand, and the guards, who had drawn their bows, immediately relaxed, clearing a path. Lan Yan exhaled in relief but remained tense, stepping backward cautiously. A bunch of pastries, utterly useless. Jiang Zhiyu fumed internally. Seizing the opportunity, while unnoticed, she quietly rose and slipped beside the guards, tapping one on the shoulder to borrow his bow. The guard, startled, turned to see the emperor nodding at him from his elevated position, and instantly fell silent. Jiang Zhiyu drew the bow, aiming at Lan Yan's shoulder. She had often used a bow while battling zombies, albeit a modified version with greater lethality. Holding her breath, she focused intently, adjusting her aim as the arrow sliced through the air, striking Lan Yan's shoulder, piercing through the grip on her dagger. Lan Yan gasped in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. The dagger fell, and freed from restraint, El Daizong seized the weapon and plunged it into Lan Yan's frail body. You wretched woman! How dare you use me as a hostage? I will make you pay. He thrust repeatedly, yet Lan Yan did not look at him. Her elongated eyes reflected Jiang Ziyu's action of lowering her bow. She opened her mouth as if to say something. The girl stood elevated, her hair and skirt billowing in the wind, blood splattering onto Lan Yan's face, transforming her into a vengeful specter. Blood continued to seep from El Daizong's neck, and the frantic movements exacerbated the flow, prompting the physician to rush in to apply a dressing. Jiang Ziyu's shot had captivated all onlookers, leaving them frozen in astonishment. Chapter 9. A shot in 100 paces could not compare. Lan Yan had anticipated being ambushed by arrows, positioning herself closely to El Daizong. Any deviation in the arrow's trajectory would harm him. For this reason, no one dared to shoot. However, Jiang Ziyu's arrow not only perfectly avoided El Daizong but also ensured Lan Yan's survival. Her marksmanship was beyond description, far surpassing a simple 100 paces shot. Reflecting on her earlier claim of being merely a weak woman, the spectators felt a strange mix of emotions. Truth be told, they wished they could be that weak. The marquis hurried to his son's side, examining his injuries, which thankfully were not life-threatening. His greatest fear had been that Lan Yan had poisoned her dagger, and as he assessed the wounds, his heart raced. Fortunately, he found no signs of poison and breathed a heavy sigh of relief, delivering several firm pats on El Daizong's back. El Daizong silently nodded, casting a complex glance at Jiang Zhiyu. Was it she who had struck his fingers? If so, she had just saved his life. If he harmed her, would it be revenge or ingratitude? If she had not been the assailant, had he wronged her? El Daizong's thoughts became a muddled mess. That Jiang family girl had saved him. Logically and emotionally, he owed her a word of thanks. El Daizong nodded dully. Jiang Zhiyu found herself encircled by Jiang Sulan and Jiang Rongzhao, the latter meticulously inspecting her with a worried expression. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Jiang Zhiyu had not experienced such straightforward concern in a long time, leaving her somewhat flustered. I'm fine, nothing hurts, I'm well, she replied. Those adept in the political arena understood the underlying implications of her words. Jiang Rongzhao pouted slightly, clearly aware of the situation. She maintained her smile, obediently lowering her head, her fingernails digging into her flesh beneath her sleeves. The tender scene between father and daughter stung her eyes with unshed tears. Why were they allowed to be a family? Her own father had been killed by him, and she had endured humiliation, masquerading as his daughter for so many years, while still having to watch her words and actions. Lost in thought, Unloved approached with his two sons, both of whom bore a hint of embarrassment on their cheeks. Jiang Rongzhao recognized their intent and, though displeased, forced a smile. El Daizong and El Yaozhu hung their heads, their tone lacking vigor. We apologize for the offense, Miss Jiang. Please do not hold it against us. So accustomed to their arrogance, the sight of them bowing their heads drew the attention and suppressed laughter of the young ladies present. Jiang Zhiyu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. While Jiang Zhiyu could afford to show displeasure, Jiang Rongzhao could not. He chuckled. My daughter is young, and was merely startled. I hope the Lord will not take offense. Unloved waved his hand dismissively, attributing the incident to the assassin, and then added, Jiang Xiang, I have something to discuss with you. Once they departed, the shame on El Daizong and El Yazu's faces vanished instantly, and the brothers turned to leave. Ah! Masters of disguise. They changed faces faster than chameleons, Jiang Sulan observed with a smirk. As night fell within the city, lights flickered to life in every household, illuminating the streets. The broad stone-paved avenues were lined with shops and vendors, the bustling streets filled with the lively sounds of the crowd. Passing through a street, they came upon a riverside tavern beside a long river. The banks were alive with lights and music, the laughter of men and women mingling with the sounds of instruments, creating a captivating atmosphere. Jiang Zhiyu lifted the curtain of the carriage, peering out with doe-like eyes brimming with excitement. Is this ancient times? Though there's no phone. It seems quite enjoyable. Is that the legendary brothel over there? Are there courtesans? Can I see the beautiful sisters? Jiang Zhiyu winced at her exuberant voice, subtly shifting away. Jiang Zhiyu was oblivious to her discomfort, her thoughts entirely focused on the distant brothel. The Jiang residence was situated on the most prosperous street in the city, and after a leisurely ride that lasted the length of a tea break, Jiang Zhiyu disembarked behind Jiang Zhiyu. At the entrance stood two stunning women, one of whom was the biological mother of Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu, the esteemed Zhiyu, daughter of the Grand Master. Dressed in elegant purple silk, she exuded grace and refinement, her long hair styled in a simple updo, adorned with purple gemstone tassels. However, her demeanor was somewhat aloof. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiyu, she merely nodded before turning to leave. Jiang Zhiyu felt a surge of anger and abruptly embraced Zhiyu from behind. Mother, I've missed you so much. Jiang Zhiyu thought that if Zhiyu could hear her, she would almost believe it. Jiang Zhiyu felt similarly. Had she imagined it? He had fallen in love with her at the hunting grounds when he was merely a secretary. And it was only after Zhiyu's insistence and the Zhu family support that Jiang Zhiyu ascended to the position of prime minister. The Red Fox had sealed their bond with a wedding adorned in a grand bridal procession, making many noble women envious. After the wedding, the couple maintained a harmonious relationship for over a decade, with Jiang Zhiyu never taking a concubine. It seemed like a perfect ending, and Zhiyu once believed she would live in happiness forever. Yet everything changed dramatically after Jiang Zhiyu was born. Zhiyu vividly recalled the day she gave birth, when a woman arrived outside claiming to be her husband's first wife, accompanied by a girl even older than Jiang Zhiyu, brazenly entering the Jiang residence. Jiang Zhiyu continued her feigned sobbing, mentally berating, "Oh, unworthy father, open your eyes. That is no innocent flower behind you. She is a man-eating flower." Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. What do you mean by drugging? How could she drug me? What feelings could he still harbor for her? His gaze fell upon Yulan, who was being supported by a maid, dressed in a simple white gown, tears brimming in her eyes. In the past, he would have approached her with concern, but after hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, he found her presence somewhat distasteful. Dressed so plainly and weeping, one might think she was in mourning for a deceased loved one. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Zhiu's eyes. Is the Jiang residence lacking in funds? Why dress so simply? Yulan, taken aback, allowed tears to flow, which only further irritated Jiang Zhiu as he strode into the residence. As the audience for her performance departed, Yulan wiped her tears and walked away without glancing at anyone. Do not fear, mother. I am here. That scheming woman cannot harm you. Zhiyu furrowed her brow. How could Du Shi possibly pose a threat to her? Holding her breath, she listened intently, but Jiang Zhiyu remained silent. Speak. Or shall we reveal it ourselves? However, with Du Shi lacking family or backing in this realm, how could she harm me? Zhiyu gently touched Jiang Zhiyu's head, only to hear her pout, I'm hungry. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, not forgetting the two wild rabbits in the carriage, signaling the maid to fetch them. The Jiang residence was vast, arranged in a strict central axis with multiple courtyards, the layout orderly and symmetrical. Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu shared one courtyard, while older brother Jiang Wenjing and younger brother Jiang Bo Jian had their own. Jiang Zhiyu followed Jiang Zhiyu and, upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, was greeted by the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. She dashed toward the table, where a splendid array of dishes awaited: golden silk blackbone chicken, peppered prawns, honey lotus seed soup, and exquisite pastries. Was the food in ancient times truly this sumptuous? As Jiang Zhiyu ate, tears of joy welled in her eyes, reflecting on the hardships she had endured in the past. Jiang Zhiyu, who typically only had soup for dinner, noticed Jiang Zhiyu's hearty appetite and joined her in sampling the feast. They were sisters, and if not for Jiang Zhiyu's previous tyrannical and malicious behavior, Jiang Zhiyu would not have felt such disdain. But wait, Jiang Zhiyu's gaze sharpened. If she had not been able to hear Zhiyu's thoughts, she would never have understood her sister's intentions when the fifth prince presented a jade pendant. Perhaps Jiang Zhiyu's prior actions were a warning for them? For their benefit? The younger sister, wholeheartedly concerned for her older siblings, while they... Jiang Zhiyu stared blankly at Jiang Zhiyu, her fingers gripping the table until they turned white. How strange. Jiang Zhiyu mumbled to herself, devouring the food on the table. Song Sherwei, seated at the table, held a note tightly in her hand. After reading its contents, she lifted the note to the candle flame, allowing the fire to consume it slowly. Jiang Zhiyu, with a spark of determination in her eyes, had spent so much time with Jiang Zhiyu today, there was no reason not to share her plans with her. As long as the news had not reached Jiang Zhiu's ears, she still had a chance. Jiang Zhiyu was formidable, but was her frail sister any less so? Meanwhile, Xiao Siyuan embraced his beautiful concubine and lifted her onto the bed. Noticing his sullen expression, the concubine exerted great effort to please him, and after much coaxing, he reluctantly agreed to consummate their union. However, before they could engage in any meaningful intimacy, she felt a warm rush envelop her.
Was it so swift?
She bit her lip and gazed at Xiao Siyuan with a delicate demeanor. His face, however, turned pale as he thrust forward once more, only managing to endure for a mere 10 seconds. With eyes wide in fury, akin to an enraged lion, he obstinately persisted throughout the night, turning and tossing. As dawn broke, Xiao Siyuan suddenly realized that his prowess seemed to have vanished. On the following morning, Jiang Zhiyu was still lost in slumber when a wailing cry shattered the quiet, piercing her eardrums. Irritated, she rolled over twice in bed and drew back the bed curtains, wondering who was making such a racket. Just when she thought she could enjoy a peaceful sleep without worrying about zombies, a troublesome child had to be thrown into the mix. Beyond the screen, the maidservants were quietly preparing the washing utensils. Upon hearing her inquiry, the leading maid, Zhu Ying, stepped around the screen, offering her a cup of tea while explaining, "It's just that young rascal from the second master's household. He was attempting to climb the fake mountain in the courtyard and was thwarted, now throwing a tantrum." Jiang Zhiyu took a delicate sip of tea and scoffed. "Why restrain him? If you stop him, the ungrateful little brat will only become more obstinate. Let him fall once, and he'll learn his lesson.
Go.
Tell them outside not to interfere, and let him climb." Zhu Ying nodded in agreement, and shortly after, the cries outside subsided. Jiang Zhiyu, though no longer sleepy, remained in bed, cocooned in her quilt like a silkworm. The second master Zhu Ying referred to as her father's elder brother, Jiang Zhiyu. His name was indeed commendable, yet he was wholly unworthy of it, lazy, greedy, and lecherous. Originally, as a high-ranking official, he had a comfortable position with sufficient salary to sustain his lifestyle. Yet, insatiable human greed led him to embezzle even the funds allocated by the emperor for disaster relief. Had it not been for Jiang Zhiru's protection, compelling Jiang Zhiyu to surrender all his wealth and properties over the years, his head would likely have been forfeit. Their mother, the matriarch Jiang, was equally lacking in discernment. After her second son made a fuss, she pressured Jiang Zhiyu to take him in. Now, the entire family resided in the minister's residence, not merely as dependents but, owing to the matriarch's favoritism and Jiang Zhiru's indulgence, they acted more like the masters of the household. Reflecting on the unfolding drama, Jiang Zhiyu nestled deeper into her blankets, counting down in her mind, 3, 2, 1, and the next moment, she was greeted by a resounding wail. A smile crept onto her lips, for such a spectacle was not to be missed. She rolled out of bed, snatched a cloak from the maid, and dashed into the courtyard. A chubby boy of 6 or 7 years was wailing loudly, surrounded by a circle of maidservants trying to console him. A large bump had formed on his head, and his face was smeared with blood. So he landed on his face first. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson, Jiang Zhiyu mused to herself. As Jiang Sulan stepped outside, she thought, is this how they wish to hasten their demise? Regardless, since the incident occurred in their courtyard and involved a child, it was only natural to show concern. Jiang Sulan instructed her maidservants to summon a physician and personally approached the boy to offer comfort. "Hunga, stop crying. The doctor is on his way," she said, uttering soothing words while feeling quite impatient inside. Hunga paid her no heed and continued to cry. The child's voice, naturally shrill, became increasingly grating as he exaggerated his volume, prompting involuntary frowns from onlookers. Observing this, his grandmother remarked pointedly, "Miss, it would be best if you didn't complicate matters." He was almost calmed down. "And now look at this mess. With this kind of servant, it's no wonder the child fell. If this had happened in our courtyard, they would have been sold off by now." Her muttering continued, "With such a disgraceful master, it's no wonder the household is filled with such people." Jiang Sulan's expression darkened, yet, due to her ties to her uncle and the fact that Hung Go's incident had indeed transpired in their courtyard, she could only endure the situation. "Damn it! How long has that tongue been marinating?" she thought. Just as her lips curled into a smirk, Jiang Zhiyu stormed over, delivering a swift kick that sent the crouching grandmother flying. It was a genuine kick, lifting her off the ground. Time seemed to freeze as everyone stood in shock, their expressions mirroring one another's. Even Hung Go, who had been crying, paused, blinking in surprise, his eyes wide with fear. The grandmother rolled several times before coming to a stop, and thankfully, her ample flesh cushioned her fall, allowing her to speak despite spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Jiang Zhiyu kicked off her shoes, and Zhu Ying promptly provided her with new ones. As she donned them, she remarked, "If a dog bites me, do I have to bite it back? I can simply kick it away." With her lead, the maidservants began to giggle, their gazes at Hung Go and the grandmother laced with disdain. The words spoken were uncharacteristic of a servant, more befitting the matriarch of the Jiang family. Outside the courtyard, all eyes turned to Jiang Zhiyu. Without the master's prompting, they could scarcely believe that an old servant would dare utter such audacious words. Is he here now? Jiang Zhiyu wondered, just as a group entered. At the forefront was the matriarch Jiang, adorned in splendid garments, her figure somewhat stout, radiating a regal demeanor. Beside her, Jiang Zhiyu hunched over, his slender frame accentuated by thick brows and narrow eyes, his dark pupils glinting like beads. Ah! Has the last straw broken the back of this unfortunate family? How cuttingly sarcastic. Zhang Zhaorong and Jiang Zhiyu exchanged glances, baffled by the unfolding scenario. The physician hurried to examine Heng Ge, while the others, taken aback by the child's bloodied face and the prominent bump, anxiously watched him, momentarily neglecting the fallen grandmother. Standing beside Jiang Zhiyu, Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts flowed into her ears like a stream. What's there to examine? He merely took a tumble. It looks worse than it is. And what about that old hag?
Ha ha ha, serves her right.
Yet Jiang Zhiyu plays his part well, feigning concern as if the child were his own. Jiang Zhaorong was taken aback, while Jiang Zhiyu was left bewildered. Wasn't Heng Ge his own nephew? Yet Jiang Zhiyu endures remarkably. He knows full well that the child is not his, yet he feigns ignorance just to curry favor with the matriarch. If only he could redirect such forbearance toward virtuous endeavors, his future would be limitless. As Jiang Zhiyu mused upon this, Jiang Zhaorong and Jiang Zhiyu simmered with indignation. The implications of a single statement held multitudes of information. Jiang Zhiyu's first wife, Gao Shi, was the daughter of Gao Hong, a distinguished official, reputed for her virtue. Yet, who would have guessed she would engage in such disgraceful conduct? Having married for years and taken several concubines, Jiang Zhiyu had failed to produce any heirs, with Heng Ge being the sole child and a son at that, much to the matriarch's delight. But alas, her only cherished grandson was not of their Jiang lineage. This thought ignited a surge of satisfaction within Jiang Zhaorong. For reasons unknown, despite being the most successful among the brothers and treating the matriarch with utmost respect, he felt her affections slipping away. His children received no favor from her, while even his adopted daughter, Song Shiwei, could address her as grandmother, leaving his own children to merely call her matriarch. Jiang Zhaorong's eyes flickered as he suppressed the peculiar emotions within him, waiting for the matriarch's rebuke to defend his two daughters. As expected, upon seeing the tears streaming down the chubby boy's cheeks, the matriarch's heart ached profoundly, and she unleashed her reproach upon Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu. The elderly lady nodded, her gaze settling on the silent Jiang Zhiyu beside her. She had heard the maid mention that it was Jiang Zhiyu who forbade the servants from stopping Heng Ge. Such words were akin to a dagger to the heart for a young lady. Jiang Zhaorong's expression suddenly changed, and Jiang Zhiyu looked at the old lady in astonishment, while the only ones pleased were the plastic father and son duo. Jiang Zhiyu noticed the little chubby boy sneakily making a face at her. To be candid, the old lady's words held no sting for Jiang Zhiyu. Rather, she was puzzled as to why someone would relish being called an old lady. Isn't it customary for titles to become more youthful as one ages? Was she truly eager to hasten her descent into the earth? Jiang Zhiyu thought. No, I must suppress my laughter. This is not the time for mirth. Chapter 12. The old lady's peculiar hobby. Jiang Zhaorong cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Zhiyu, struggling to contain his amusement, turning away to stifle a laugh behind his fist. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Clearing his throat, Jiang Zhaorong attempted to regain seriousness, saying, Mother, Zhiyu is your granddaughter. How could you speak of her in such a manner? The old lady scoffed. I have no granddaughter devoid of shame like that. To insult her? Jiang Zhiyu's eyes rolled, and though she could not directly confront the old lady in front of Jiang Zhaorong, she began to writhe on the floor, contorting and crawling in a darkly exaggerated manner. Oh, how delightful. Is this what madness feels like? So liberating. She mused, no. I must think of a more sophisticated approach to frighten them. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyu stood up from her crawling position, dusting off her skirt, and struck a pose resembling that of Guanyin, her eyes vacant as she proclaimed, I am a celestial being from the heavens. Dare you show me such disrespect? The old lady gasped in shock. What nonsense. In the presence of the emperor, how could there be evil spirits? She redirected her ire towards Jiang Zhaorong. Look at the daughter you raised. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Jiang Zhaorong stepped protectively in front of Jiang Zhiyu. Mother, Zhiyu is merely having a fit. Do not stoop to her level. Yet, the old lady remained unyielding. Jiang Zhiyu rolled her eyes, waved her hand dramatically, and pointed her middle finger at her, shouting Bakayalu. What? The old lady's brows furrowed deeply, and Jiang Zhiyu continued, her incoherent utterances causing a stir among the onlookers. Could it be true? But that is utterly absurd. You claim to be a celestial being. Do you have any evidence? Ah, how gullible they are. Jiang Zhaorong remarked. So sudden? Can we perhaps discuss this beforehand next time? At the age of 45, Jiang Chuizhen, hailing from a humble background, had married Jiang Fu and was now entangled with a strong man from the neighboring village. The old lady's face turned a deep shade of purple, interrupting her. only to suddenly remember something, forcing a smile. Celestial being, I was merely overcome with anger. Please forgive this old woman for her ignorance. Jiang Zhiyu lowered his gaze, a tide of suspicion rising within him. Since this is your first offense, I shall spare you the death penalty, but do not disturb my tranquility again. The old lady nodded repeatedly. A title could reveal much about the closeness of their relationship. Jiang Zhiyu felt a twitch in his eyelid but, surprisingly, did not harbor any disdain towards his second brother. Instead, he felt a twinge of pity for him. After years of childlessness and an affair with another, it seemed he himself might bear some hidden ailment. Hung Ge listened to his father's words. The little chubby boy waddling over to nuzzle against the old lady's hand, which instantly brightened her expression. Jiang Zhiyu closed her eyes, feigning dizziness for a moment before regaining her senses, unwilling to endure their incessant chatter. She decisively withdrew her consciousness into her space to examine the original script. To her astonishment, she discovered that the old lady's favoritism towards Hung Ge was linked to his child's urine. Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Sulan's pupils dilated in shock. What had they just heard? Jiang Zhiyu continued. Oh my goodness, she actually believes that child's urine can prolong life? That it can restore her youth? No wonder her breath is so foul. Apart from her, Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Sulan also pondered the sight of the grandmother and grandson's affectionate demeanor, causing Jiang Zhiyu to feel a wave of nausea, as if something was about to erupt from his stomach. His expression was so peculiar that it rekindled the old lady's long-buried maternal instincts. She took a step forward, only to see her son retreat in shock. Resembling a startled cat, the old lady exclaimed, "No need to worry. I merely..." Yet, her words trailed off as her son hurriedly fled, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still her son. Jiang Zhiu's unusual behavior caused the old lady concern. But as long as Hung Ge was unharmed, she dismissed her worries and hurried off with the doctor to check on her son. Once she departed, Jiang Jianjin retracted his sycophantic smile, casting a cold glance at Jiang Zhiyu as he led Hung Ge away. Jiang Sulan, suppressing a wave of nausea, felt her face flush crimson. She believed she could never again face the old lady and Hung Ge directly. Reflecting on the old lady's past favoritism, Jiang Sulan felt an immense sense of relief. Who wouldn't be repulsed by such a situation? Thankfully, her sister had reminded her. Her sister truly was a little blessing.
Jiang Sulan muset, unjons jo sistrokin her vade pendant.
Last night, she had slept soundly, free from midnight coughs or nightmares. It was the most restful night she had experienced in over a decade. As she pondered, a sudden thought struck her. If her sister possessed such extraordinary medical skills, perhaps her elder brother's leg could be saved. Jiang Zhiyu was also troubled by this matter. Her elder brother was not like the pretender they had encountered in the hunting grounds. His meridians were severed, rendering ordinary medical practices futile. The only dilemma was how to persuade her brother to accept her treatment. In the storyline, Jiang Kong and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards her. Realizing her sister's medical prowess might save her brother, Jiang Sulan hurriedly made her way to Jiang Kong's quarters. Elder brother, elder brother. Upon seeing her frail and sickly sister so animated, Jiang Kong looked at her with affectionate concern. Slow down. What is it? Elder brother. Your leg may have a chance for recovery. Jiang Sulan's eyes sparkled with hope. Although Jiang Kong held little hope in his heart, he continued to listen out of courtesy until he heard Jiang Zhiyu's name, at which point his expression darkened. Impossible. The usually gentle elder brother's sudden anger left Jiang Sulan utterly perplexed. Why? Look at this. The medicine Zhiyu prepared for me is truly effective. My body is gradually improving. Enough. I will not trust her. Jiang Kong's face turned ashen, the veins on his hand gripping the wheelchair bulging ominously. Fearing she might provoke her brother further, Jiang Sulan swallowed her words, rising in disappointment to take her leave. As she walked away, she couldn't fathom why. Despite being siblings from the same mother, their hearts seemed worlds apart. Even with Song Shiwei, her brother could maintain a pleasant demeanor. Why was it impossible when it came to his own sister? Jiang Kong silently watched her retreating figure, seething with anger, and after a long time, let out a heavy sigh. He knew Jiang Zhiyu's true nature all too well. He was uncertain how she had managed to make Sulan drop her past grievances. But he would not allow her to continue her schemes.
Afu, gofit shiwei.
Moreover, the old lady publicly declared that someone as malicious as the third young lady would surely be divorced within a year of marriage. Yin Shu chuckled lightly, and Song Shiwei's smile deepened. The old lady's words were far too severe. Surely, both her sister and Jiang Zhiyu would face punishment. I must go see them. Song Shiwei thought gleefully, only to notice Yin Shu hesitating, looking at her with a troubled expression. Miss, it seems that neither of them has been punished, however. The maidservants attending Hung Ge have been severely reprimanded by the third young lady and are unable to get out of bed. Song Shiwei. Did she just doubt her own hearing? Grandmother isn't very angry, is she? Didn't Hung Ge fall and get bloodied all over his face? How come Hung Ji's wife isn't getting out of bed? Both of them seem to be perfectly fine. Song Shiwei's face was filled with disbelief. The maid was also puzzled. Having heard from the third young lady's courtyard that the governor had been inexplicably vomiting and unable to speak properly, and the old lady, worried about him, hurriedly left without punishing the two. Song Shiwei rolled her eyes in annoyance. Truly fortunate. The young lady is right. Yun Shu noticed she had lain back down and approached to massage her head. It's merely a stroke of luck, given Heng Ji's temperament. This matter will certainly not be settled lightly. With her eyes closed, Song Shiwei silently acknowledged her words. Forget it, her patience in guiding them was not in vain. Having suffered a loss, Heng Ge would undoubtedly seek trouble with them again and again. With more opportunities, how could there be no way to handle it? Just then, a maid from the courtyard approached. Miss, Ah Fu has sent word that the eldest young master requests your presence. Chapter 13. The angry protagonist. The room was filled with a faint incense, and a small gap in the window allowed a stream of bright light to illuminate the space. The floor was adorned with a plush rug depicting longevity, while a high table made of golden nanmu would held a celadone vase with a few sprigs of rose. Song Shiwei's gaze briefly swept over the roses, and she called out with a smile, "Eldest brother," sitting across from Jiang Kangan. Jiang Kangan personally poured tea and pushed it towards her. Song Shiwei lifted it to her lips and took a small sip. "How does it taste?" Jiang Kangan chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on her rosy lips for a few seconds before shifting away. "Since you like it, do you come often?" "I would love to." Song Shiwei pouted. "But I am, after all, an outsider and must be mindful of my place." Jiang Kangan's eyes darkened. "You are not an outsider. You are my adopted daughter." Song Shiwei chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I am aware of my status. I am mainly concerned about the gossip outside." Jiang Kangan fell silent, his throat feeling as if it were glued shut. With his eyes downcast, he naturally did not see the joyful expression in Song Shiwei's eyes. She almost savored the pain she brought to Jiang Kangan. How dare he harbor affections for her? Song Shiwei felt a surge of malice. To be fair, Jiang Kangan was not unattractive, but years of illness had rendered him exceedingly thin, with dark circles under his eyes. A man who would spend the latter half of his life confined to a wheelchair dared to admire her, which made Song Shiwei feel nauseous. What does eldest brother want with me? Though it was a question, she had some guesses. Recently, have Zhiyu and Su Lan shown any abnormalities? Jiang Kangan, Song Shiwei, their expressions turned cold in unison. When Jiang Zhiyu approached, Jiang Kangan's tone turned icy. "Who allowed you to enter?" This truly offends deeply. Even his own sister is unrecognized. Jiang Zhiyu internally scoffed, chuckling. "Coming to eldest brother as courtyard, what do you mean by permission? Who is speaking?" Jiang Kangan's eyes narrowed suspiciously, momentarily unable to retort. Song Shiwei crossed her arms, awaiting the unfolding drama. Given Jiang Kangan's temperament, he would surely expel Jiang Zhiyu in the next moment. Imagining the scene of Jiang Zhiyu being thrown out by her elder brother brought Song Shiwei a sense of delight. "What were you discussing just now?" "Good thing I arrived quickly. Otherwise, eldest brother might have let Song Shiwei watch over sister, and sister would have been poisoned by that wicked woman." Jiang Kangan. What? Despite the tempest within, Jiang Kangan maintained his composure, having led armies on the battlefield. "We were merely tasting tea." The suddenly calm atmosphere left Song Shiwei somewhat bewildered. Jiang Zhiyu nodded. "Yes, I also enjoy tea. May I have a sip?" "Enjoy tea, my foot, during the apocalypse. One should be grateful for any drop of water." Her words were merely a delay, preventing Jiang Kangan from suggesting that Jiang Su Lan move to Song Shiwei's courtyard. She sat beside Jiang Kangan and took a large sip of tea. "This tastes terrible, so bitter. Isn't tea life already bitter enough? Why drink this stuff?" Jiang Kangan. "One must savor tea slowly. Do not gulp it down hastily. It is a waste." Though it was a reprimand, Song Shiwei discerned amusement within it. Is everyone possessed? Why are they all acting so strangely? Having grown anxious, Song Shiwei abruptly stated, "Seeing your sibling relationship is reassuring. Mother was worried about you. And I told her, what grievances could siblings have? It's merely a momentary misunderstanding." She smiled at Jiang Kangan's bulging veins. "Now, mother should be at ease." Due to Jiang Zharong's permission, she, like Jiang Zhiyu, called Su Yuran mother. Indeed, Jiang Zhiyu nodded, admitting she had been thoughtless in the past and had caused eldest brother much trouble, hoping he could forgive her. What a mess the original character made. If I were eldest brother, I wouldn't forgive either. If he rejected me, I would have to leave the medicine I prepared at his courtyard door for someone else to deliver. Keep going. Perseverance leads to victory. Leaving medicine at the courtyard door? Jiang Kangan's mind conjured another image. Ah Fu feeding the little stray dog beneath the west wall daily. The timid little dog, scared, would only come out to eat after Ah Fu placed the food in its nest and left. As he contemplated, Ah Fu's face suddenly morphed into Jiang Zhiyu's, causing Jiang Kangan to shudder, startling the two beside him. "What's wrong? Why are you all so jumpy?" Song Shiwei had been waiting for Jiang Kangan to refuse, ready to ridicule Jiang Zhiyu, but instead, he nodded with a helpless expression, recognizing one's mistakes as good. Song Shiwei was utterly infuriated. After 5 or 6 years of scheming to make them all despise Jiang Zhiyu, now a simple apology from Jiang Zhiyu had rendered her years of effort futile. How could she not be furious? Jiang Kangan immediately turned his wheelchair. I'll see you out, no need. Song Shiwei interrupted him. Zhiyu must have much to say to eldest brother. There is no need to escort her given your leg injury. Seriously? Is this one also love-struck? My goodness, eldest brother actually likes the protagonist? This plot twist is buried so deep. If I hadn't watched it again, I wouldn't have realized. What protagonist? Shiwei? Jiang Kangan pressed his lips together, listening intently. What a pity, as a supporting character. Eldest brother can at most be a minor male character. The protagonist doesn't even notice him. Though he had somewhat prepared himself. Being so bluntly pointed out still left Jiang Kangan feeling somewhat bitter, but what stung him most was Song Shiwei's earlier remark about his physical limitations. After all, he was a useless person. What was he even aspiring to? He felt a wave of melancholy, while Jiang Zhiyu was quite elated. Being undesirable is good. Being noticed by that ingrate would be unfortunate. Chapter 14, A Cure for the Leg Affliction. In the end, the banquet dispersed, and under the male lead's instruction, they were thrown down from the high platform, nearly turned into a bloody pulp, only to end up as a mere ceremonial tomb? What a tragic fate for eldest brother. Jiang Zhiyu blinked, gazing at her brother, who was savoring tea, with eyes full of pity. Just thinking about how such a handsome brother could end up bloodied and battered made her heart ache.
Impossible.
As long as I am here, such a thing will never happen. A warm current flowed through Jiang Kangan's heart. However, at that moment, he was genuinely touched by Jiang Zhiyu. The sincerity and determination in her voice conveyed to him that she was serious. While feeling warmth, Jiang Kangan couldn't help but ponder if he would truly meet such a fate in the future, dying without dignity and leaving no trace behind. A chill ran down his spine. Eldest brother's meridians are easily connected. The poison is manageable, but this curse is a bit tricky. We still need to find the person who placed it. Jiang Kangan. What did she just say? Joy surged within Jiang Kangan as he restrained himself from becoming overly exuberant. After all, even the imperial physician had been unable to find a remedy for many years. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. What if he could hear his sister's thoughts? Perhaps it was a divine blessing, an opportunity for his sister to save him. Two conflicting emotions danced within him, but he ultimately spoke. Su Lan mentioned that the medicine you concocted is quite soothing. She finally enjoyed a restful sleep. Let's give it a try. After all, we are already at the lowest point. It cannot possibly worsen. Jiang Zhiyu, uncertain of how to respond, seized the opportunity. Indeed, I've discovered that I possess a talent for medicine. Mother has even engaged a remarkable teacher for me. She spoke freely, emboldened by Jiang Kangan's presence. Feigning ignorance of her deceit, Jiang Kangan inquired, might I have the pleasure of meeting this esteemed teacher? He is currently wandering the world. Jiang Zhiyu replied cautiously. My teacher has imparted all his true knowledge to me. Perhaps I could even cure your leg ailment. Her voice dwindled, burdened by the past misdeeds of her original self, leaving her doubtful of her brother's willingness to agree. The original self was aware of Jiang Kangan's affection for the female lead and, out of disdain, had once attempted to drug him, orchestrating a scandal that ultimately led to her expulsion. Jiang Zhiyu closed her eyes, bracing for his rejection. Then, let us proceed. Very well, I understand, Jiang Kangan responded. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed more agreeable today than before. Jiang Kangan chuckled softly. What is it? Nothing. Nothing at all. I shall prepare immediately, she said, rising to take her leave.
Is it so sudden?
Will my brother really consent despite his disdain for me? Am I truly so charming? Jiang Kangan laughed aloud. Third miss, what is this? My brother has summoned a divine physician who claims to be able to treat his leg ailment and requires these medicinal herbs. Despite any doubts, the doctor dared not impede her, and once she confidently exited the pharmacy, he rushed to inform the matriarch. Jiang Zhiyu initially intended to store the parcel in her spatial pocket, but recalled that it would be difficult to explain in Jiang Kangan's quarters. Thus, she carried it on her back. Although it was not particularly heavy for her, many onlookers observed, prompting her to feign exhaustion as she labored alongside the servants to transport it to Jiang Kangan's residence. The commotion attracted considerable attention. And just as Jiang Zhiyu completed her task, a maid named Chunxiang from the old matriarch's quarters approached to inquire. I once knew a divine physician in my youth. She has returned from her travels and has come to treat me upon hearing of my plight. Jiang Kangan replied with a calm smile. She is a proud individual who prefers solitude. If forced to reveal herself, she would promptly depart the residence. Su Yuran was overcome with emotion, while Jiang Zhaorong gently consoled her. Others displayed a mix of excitement and skepticism. Jiang Kangan had once been an extraordinary figure, a young general, spirited and feared by many.
Now,
could this tarnished gem finally be poised to shine once more? Despite the excitement, those present were mindful of their decorum. Once outside the old matriarch's quarters, Su Yuran summoned all the household servants, her gaze sharp. Yes, madam. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyu had already immersed Jiang Kongan in the bathing tub, where, amidst the floating medicinal herbs, a white snake slithered. Jiang Kongan's complexion flushed, his throat dry, not from fear of the snake, but from the sight of Jiang Zhiyu grinning at him from the edge of the tub. After years of illness, unable to eat or sleep, he felt quite unfit, struggling to comprehend how Jiang Zhiyu could find joy in his skeletal frame. Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Kongan realized, I am prepared. SpongeBob SquarePants. He relaxed, his throat no longer constricting. Having spent so much time in solitude, he had found solace in daydreaming, imagining himself as the valiant general of yore. It was this meager comfort that had sustained him thus far. To discover that his sister shared a similar affinity brought a gentle smile to his lips, though he pondered. What was this SpongeBob? The white snake coiled around him, its tongue brushing against his skin, eliciting a shiver. After half an hour, Fu emerged to lift him from the tub. Such intimate affairs, after all, were inherently gendered. While Jiang Zhiyu felt no unease, Jiang Kongan insisted on having Fu assist her. As she prepared to perform acupuncture, her thoughts lingered on Fu's fate. In the narrative, Fu is fiercely loyal to my brother and meets a tragic end while trying to protect him, his remains cast aside to be devoured by wild dogs. How dreadful. Chapter 15. Without me, this family would have long since disbanded. Jiang Kongan was momentarily taken aback. Fu had been with him since childhood, transcending the role of a mere servant in his heart. Learning that Fu's fate was entwined with his own brought tears to Jiang Kongan's eyes, and he clenched his teeth in silence. Acupuncture merely facilitates the flow within your body. The medicine consumed today has largely purged the toxins. We'll stop here for now, as further treatment may be too taxing. Tomorrow, we will proceed with the surgery. Jiang Zhiyu meticulously removed each needle. But the question remains, how shall we remove it? Jiang Zhiyu sat at the bedside, her eyes fixed on the exquisite blue and white incense burner. Jiang Kongan's emotions stirred violently, his throat tightening as he asked, You like it? Zhiyu? Startled by his initiative, she nodded eagerly. Yes, I adore this pattern. The materials in this incense are quite exceptional. With proper extraction, one could concoct several potent poisons. Ancient times were truly bounteous with resources. A faint smile graced Jiang Kongan's lips as he gestured to Fu. Deliver the incense and burner gifted by Miss Song to the third Mrs. Quarters. Jiang Zhiyu waved her hand dismissively. She sent far too much. I fear you may struggle to carry it. How much could it be? I am quite strong. Jiang Zhiyu's astonishment grew as Fu emerged with 3 large boxes of incense, forcing her to feign confidence. What, pray tell, is the meaning of this? Who sends so much incense to someone they barely know? Not that she is a virtuous person, but surely this is excessive. My dear brother cannot possibly burn it daily. Can he? Jiang Kongan licked his lips, his gaze averted from Jiang Zhiyu. My heavens, what hardships these two have endured. All these years. Not a moment of restful sleep. This is what familial strife entails? Jiang Zhiyu sighed in exasperation. Yet, why do others possess an abundance of cunning, employing poison and gifts, while this family seems devoid of even a shard of wisdom, so easily ensnared? Jiang Kongan, unable to argue, felt a warm current flow through him as he listened to Jiang Zhiyu's impassioned thoughts. They were not without defenses. Rather, they would not direct their vigilance against their own kin. Fu delivered the 3 boxes of incense to Jiang Zhiyu's quarters, and shortly thereafter, the news reached Song Shiwei's ears. Already in a foul mood, upon hearing of the divine physician's arrival to treat Jiang Kongan's leg, her anxiety intensified. She was penning a note for Xiao Yanli when Yunshu rushed in, closing the door behind her and leaning close to whisper, Miss, trouble brews. I saw Fu delivering an abundance of items to the 3rd Miss S quarters, several large boxes. As Song Shiwei's hand paused momentarily, the ink on the paper began to blur, yet she was too flustered to pay it any heed, as though something was slipping from her grasp. But what was it? Yunshu shook her head, explaining that the 3rd young lady had not opened the door. She had instructed Fu to place the items inside, and then hastily dismissed everyone. Breathing heavily, Song Shiwei urged, investigate further. Find out what it is, and also go to the eldest young master's courtyard. Inquire why he has suddenly changed temperament. Hurry. In her fury, her brush struck Yunshu's face, leaving several ink stains on her fair complexion. Yunshu covered her face and bowed as she retreated. When Fu placed the items, Jiang Sulan leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing him. It was well known in the residence that only Fu could attend to Jiang Kongan personally, which implied that many of Fu's actions represented Jiang Kongan's intentions. Reflecting on her earlier encounter with her elder brother, where she had been reprimanded sharply, Jiang Sulan narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling her lips. Hadn't she sworn not to believe? Men. She dismissed the claims of some miraculous physician. After all, how coincidental was it that right after Zhiyu's visit to her brother, a healer appeared who could cure his legs? Surely, it was merely a concern that Zhiyu might attract unwanted attention. Nevertheless, despite her skepticism, the prospect of her brother's recovery brought Jiang Zhiyu a measure of joy. Once Afyu departed, she crouched beside Jiang Zhiyu, who was organizing spices, her face brimming with curiosity. Can your brother's legs truly be healed? The imperial physician had clearly stated that his meridians were severed and that he would never stand again. With the miraculous physician here, you need not worry. Jiang Zhiyu replied, scooping a spoonful of spices, analyzing them meticulously. Let's see. For tails of cinnabar, 1 tail of clove, 3 tails of rhizoma coptidus, 2 tails of atractylodes. Ah, splendid. The extraction is successful. How much can these 3 boxes yield? We are destined for wealth. Jiang Zhiyu blinked. Although she did not comprehend the details, it certainly sounded impressive. When had her sister become so adept in medicine? Jiang Zhiyu paused, realizing that Jiang Zhiyu was not as easily deceived as Jiang Kongan. After pondering for a while without a satisfactory explanation, she nonchalantly declared, "A wise person in my dreams guides me daily, and over time, I have acquired this knowledge." When faced with uncertainty, one could always resort to mysticism. Jiang Zhiyu accepted this without suspicion. Perhaps this was fate, and her ability to hear her sister's thoughts was also a form of destiny. She actually believed it?
Truly nave.
Jiang Zhiyu thought, her expression a mix of confusion as she looked up and found her sister gazing at her with disappointment. I believe that in life, one must maintain a degree of wariness. One cannot simply believe everything one hears. Don't you agree, elder sister? Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback by this sudden remark. After all this time, did she not understand this principle? She agreed too readily. Her expression reveals that she hasn't truly taken it to heart. Alas, it seems I must take the lead again. Meanwhile, Jiang Kongan lay on his bed, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. But he felt as though his body had become considerably lighter, unlike the usual heaviness he experienced. With his eyes closed, he heard the door creak open. Without opening his eyes, he asked, "Has it been delivered?" "Yes, I just came from the 3rd young lady's courtyard. I saw Yunshu and heard that Miss Song was quite furious." Chapter 16. A born troublemaker, Afyu produced a new incense burner. Lighting the incense Jiang Zhiyu had given him. The 3rd young lady says this is Huiyan incense. It has the effect of clearing the passages and warming the body, which will greatly aid in your recovery. Jiang Kongan nodded, observing the curling white smoke, and remarked abruptly, "You noticed the change in my demeanor, didn't you?" Afyu fell silent, and after a moment, he replied, "Your current disposition bears some resemblance to your former self." The topic ceased abruptly. However, Song Sherwei's mood was evidently improved compared to earlier. She merely nodded and waved for Yunshu to exit. Yunshu exited cheerfully, closing the door behind her, though once outside, she subtly furrowed her brow. "Who has angered you?" Xiao Yanli inquired, reclining on the bed with an arm draped around her waist. "It's that Jiang Zhiyu. I painstakingly caused a rift between the siblings, yet recently, for some reason, they seem to have grown close again." Song Sherwei pouted in complaint. In wealthy families, true harmony among siblings was a rarity. Perhaps there was something about Jiang Zhiyu that they coveted. Be cautious. Xiao Yanli pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with affection. Song Sherwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against him, enjoying a tender moment before asking, "What about Lan Yan?" Upon mentioning Lan Yan, a flicker of malice crossed Xiao Yanli's eyes. "The emperor has dispatched secret guards to watch over her. My people cannot approach her at all." Song Sherwei yielded to his kisses, yet a glimmer of reluctance flickered in her gaze. Ultimately, it boiled down to not wanting to eliminate Lan Yan, didn't it? She awaited the day he would regret his decision. The following morning, Jiang Zhiyu was awakened by the sharp cries of a child. Half opening her eyes, her irritation was akin to that of a long-dead ghost. Why has he come again? Bamboo Shadow hesitated, then finally confessed, "I do not know." Hungo arrived early, sitting in the same spot where he fell yesterday and started to wail. "We called for the second master and the old lady, but they said." She could not bring herself to finish, yet Jiang Zhiyu understood her implication. "It does not matter. Bear with it, bear with it. Where there is a troublesome child, there are troublesome parents. If they choose to ignore it, then they cannot blame me." Little Hung, round and plump, resembled a ball from a distance. Jiang Zhiyu, wrapped in her cloak, stood before him, her voice cold. "Who allowed you to come here?" "I came here, because I wanted to," Hunga boldly declared, pointing at her. "This is my home." Jiang Zhiyu mimicked him with a sarcastic tone, then half-squatted, speaking softly in a manner only they could hear. "Do you know what happened to the last person who pointed their finger at me?" "What happened?" "They lost their finger and bled out, left to rot in the grass." Hunga blinked in panic. You are lying." Jiang Zhiyu chuckled. "I do not lie to children." "Was it not your sister Song who sent you here?" Hunga stared at her in bewilderment. "How did she know?" Jiang Zhiyu marveled at Song Sherwei's charm, then continued, "Did your sister Song not tell you that there are many ghosts around here?" Hunga gasped. Her words were not whispered, and the maidservant attending Hunga quickly interjected, "Third young lady, you must not speak such things." Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly preparing to leave. Just as she turned, she felt a tug on her cloak. Smiling, She looked down to find Henge gripping it tightly. You. Continue. Young master. This is not appropriate. Listening to such tales will only corrupt your ears. Silence. Speak again, and you shall be punished. The maid was startled into silence.
Indeed.
She was a born troublemaker, and Jiang Zhiyu's laughter only grew. Very well, come closer, and I shall tell you slowly. Henge obediently ran over. You see this fake mountain? Many maidservants have committed suicide here. Do you know why? Henge shook his head. Because those who take their own lives are despised by the underworld. They cannot reincarnate, and are doomed to linger on this mountain day after day until they find a way to have someone take their place.
So,
They lure passers-by to climb the mountain and then push them off.
Heng Ye exclaimed.
No wonder I fell so easily yesterday. Someone must have pushed me.
Exactly.
Now think again. Who sent you to climb the mountain? It was Sister Song. Henge declared excitedly, then retorted, no way. Sister Song would never do that. He gazed cautiously at Jiang Zhiyu, who responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, your Sister Song would not behave in such a manner. But can you truly ascertain that the current Song Sister remains the same as the original? Just then, a refreshing breeze swept by. The rustling of leaves and the hollow sounds reverberating through the artificial mountain sent a chill down their spines. The once familiar scenery now inexplicably took on an air of terror in their eyes. Brother Heng's dread intensified, and his short legs scampered off in a frenzy. Jiang Kong'an's secluded courtyard was not frequented by ordinary folk. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhiyu instructed a Fu to clear out all the servants. The operation required a sterile environment, something the ancient medical practices could scarcely provide. A Fu stood guard at the entrance, preventing any intrusions. Seizing a moment when Jiang Kong and was inattentive, Jiang Zhiyu struck him unconscious with a precise chop, and in a flash of white light, she hoisted him onto the operating table. After administering anesthesia to his waist, she wielded the scalpel to slice open his skin, simultaneously using electrocautery to stem the bleeding while meticulously suturing his severed Achilles tendon. The surgery posed no challenge for Jiang Zhiyu, yet it required utmost precision, for there were still parasites within Jiang Kong'an's body. Fearing that the sorcerer who inflicted the curse might sense something amiss, she proceeded with extreme caution. The operation stretched from the afternoon into the depths of night. Unbeknownst to them, someone had leaked information, and by the hour of the dog, a group of people approached the courtyard, lanterns in hand. Chapter 17. More fierce than the dogs I raise on my farm, A Fu, adhering strictly to Jiang Zhiyu's orders, resolutely barred anyone from crossing the threshold, regardless of their pleas. What do you mean I can't see my grandson? Am I not allowed to witness this? The old woman trembled with rage, her lips quivering as Song Shiwei rushed forward to placate her. Grandmother, please calm down. A Fu is merely following the physician's orders. Let us wait a moment longer. Do not be overly anxious. She pushed away Song Shiwei's hand, her voice rising higher, seemingly intended for those within the room. You claim it is you who wishes to see him, and you who insists on waiting. What difference does it make? In this world, no doctor treats without the patient's family present. This secrecy is nothing but a ploy for fame. Though she succeeded in inciting the old woman's fury, Song Shiwei stood in disbelief at her now rejected hand. How could this be? This was the first time the old lady had shown her displeasure in front of so many. A sense of panic gripped her heart. The old woman grew increasingly agitated, eventually resorting to outright cursing, her demeanor resembling that of a common street quarrelsome woman rather than a dignified matriarch. Su Yuren's eyes were red-rimmed, her beautiful gaze fixed intently on the closed door, her heartbeat quickening. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Mother, I understand your concern for Kong'an, but we must wait outside. If your loud outbursts disturb the physician, what will become of Kong'an? The old woman paused, her fury barely contained, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I am your mother. Am I now to be silenced? Jiang Zhiyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, the door creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. A mist obscured their view, revealing only a vague silhouette enveloped in fog. What is the commotion? The voice, cold and eerie, seemed to emanate from between clenched teeth, freezing even the previously furious old woman in her tracks. The stark contrast between this figure and their perception of the physician heightened Jiang Zhiyu's anxiety. Could this truly be a doctor? Truly remarkable, fiercer than the dogs I raise on my farm. Jiang Zhiyu and Su Yuran exchanged a moment of blank confusion.
You?
Jiang Zhiyu's emotions were tumultuous, but with so many witnesses present, he could not reveal her identity outright. Instead, he bowed respectfully, inquiring, Physician, may I ask about Kong'an's leg? It has been reattached. With proper rest, he will soon regain the ability to walk unaided. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of those present. They all knew how remarkable Jiang Kong'an had been. The old woman's lips even curled into a smile. The atmosphere of elation spread, and Jiang Zhiyu's gaze fell upon the stiffly smiling Song Shiwei. The news of the leg surgery was known only to those in this courtyard. How did they come to know? The others were taken aback, turning to look at Song Shiwei. Jiang Zhiyu squinted, recalling how he and his wife had visited the old lady earlier in the evening. During their casual conversation, Song Shiwei had unexpectedly broached the topic. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Song Shiwei faltered, her expression innocent. "I came to deliver incense to my elder brother." Noticing the servants gathered at the door, I inquired and learned that the physician was treating my brother's leg. I assumed grandmother and father were aware and mentioned it out of concern for my brother. I had no idea. Suddenly, the commotion escalated, and a dozen servants and maids fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. A physician? Taking charge of their household affairs? The old lady was about to unleash her wrath, but reconsidered. At her age, plagued by chronic ailments, she realized that even the imperial physicians merely brewed potions without effect. Yet now, with this miraculous physician capable of mending severed limbs, her minor ailments seemed trivial by comparison. Thus, she nodded, a hint of benevolence in her tone. "Why are you still standing there? Fetch their contracts and send them away." The old lady's temperament was well known. Upon her command, the remaining servants hurriedly dragged the culprits out. Jiang Zhiyu rubbed his temples. Dismissing a few servants was inconsequential, but there had to be a rationale. "I warned them that surgery requires tranquility. Any disturbance could jeopardize not only young Master S' leg, but his very life." Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly. "I instructed them to remain outside, to disclose nothing to anyone, and to permit no one to enter. Look at how well they followed those orders. What use are disobedient servants?" Jiang Zhiyu's expression hardened, and he ceased his objections. "None of these people are loyal. They have been negligent in their duties and even conspired with Song Shiwei to report daily occurrences to her. Had Fu not been here, this courtyard could have descended into chaos." Su Yuran was taken aback, her teeth clenched in anger at the audacity of those still pleading for pardon. How dare they still seek forgiveness? Years ago, Su Yuran had married beneath her station, and due to her family's influence, the old lady had always indulged her. For a time, they had represented a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. However, everything changed when Jiang Zhiyu was appointed as the prime minister. The old lady reverted to her true nature, no longer favoring Su Yuran, even promptly allowing the Du family to enter their home when they came seeking favor. Furthermore, the old lady lamented the lack of grandchildren and frequently urged Jiang Zhiyu to take a concubine, even facilitating introductions. This led to a chilling rift in their relationship. Heartbroken, Su Yuran withdrew from household matters, relinquishing control to the old lady except when it came to her children. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's sentiments, Su Yuran felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known that the individuals tending to Kong'an were so unreliable, she would have fought tooth and nail. No, it was not too late to fight now. As each person was dragged out, the mist began to dissipate. Jiang Zhiyu swiftly declined their requests to see Jiang Kong'an. Hastily closing the door, she leaned against the door, exhaling a sigh of relief, and Jiang Kong'an, observing her liberated demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "Laughing are we? You won't be laughing for long." Chapter 18. The divorce papers. Almost as soon as Jiang Zhiyu finished speaking, Jiang Kong'an's expression twisted in agony. As the anesthesia began to wear off, Jiang Zhiyu reached for Jiang Kong'an's leg, massaging it to alleviate the discomfort. Jiang Kong'an bit his lip, his face paling from pain, yet he stifled his cries, only letting out muffled groans. The agony was so intense that he couldn't even think about maintaining a facade. Once the pain subsided, he was drenched in sweat, appearing quite disheveled. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with joy. After 5 long years, he finally felt his legs. Had it not been for Jiang Zhiyu's presence, he might have succumbed to tears, but he knew he must uphold the dignity of an elder brother. Jiang Kong'an, at 17, was referred to as a child by his 12-year-old sister, leaving him with a hollow gaze. He decided it was best to let her be happy. After a long day, Master Jiang was weary and stifled a yawn, reminding Jiang Kong'an of his care instructions. The wound must not come into contact with water. He should rest in bed for the next few days, and take 1 pill after each meal for 7 days, after which he could attempt to walk. Both Jiang Kong'an and Fu nodded in agreement, while Jiang Zhiyu waved her hand, adopting an air of an otherworldly sage as she turned to leave. Nearly tripping over the threshold, Fu, almost appearing out of thin air, caught her just in time. Upon grasping her, Fu's expression turned tense as he noticed Jiang Zhiyu's dazed eyes. She had become so fatigued that her consciousness wavered. Unsure of how to handle the situation, he looked to Jiang Kong'an for assistance. With a subtle nod, he vanished into the night. Jiang Zhiyu was indeed exhausted. The surgery and spatial abilities had drained much of her energy. Yet, as Fu caught her, she had mustered the strength to remain alert. Her quick reflexes and agility clearly indicated she was no ordinary servant. As she lay on the soft bed drifting into slumber, she pondered why someone as capable as Fu had been subjected to torment by that group. Meanwhile, in the Dreamflower courtyard, the lights remained dimly lit. Since the arrival of the Du family and the birth of Jiangbo Jian, Su Yuran had not shared a room with Jiang Zhiyu. Overwhelmed by guilt, Jiang Zhiyu refrained from speaking up, and he spent his nights in the Du family quarters. To reach the Wei pavilion of the Du family, one had to pass by the Dream Flower courtyard. Jiang Zhiyu hesitated, knowing Su Yuran harbored resentment towards him. He had considered reconciliation. But as long as the Du family was present, a thorn remained between them. He could never abandon the daughter born to him by the Du family, nor could he easily let go of Su Yuran. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Su Yuran sat at the table, seemingly writing something. Her eyes were slightly red from crying. Jiang Zhiyu gestured for the maids to leave, then opened his arms and embraced her from behind. Su Yuran remained silent, continuing to write. A fleeting glance was all it took for Jiang Zhiyu to feel a chill. She was drafting a divorce agreement. Enraged, he angrily threw several books to the ground. Su Yuran coldly regarded him, questioning why he had come to unleash his fury in her presence. Am I the one causing a scene? Do you understand what you're doing? Today should be a joyous occasion, and yet this is what you choose to do? Jiang Zhiyu pointed at her, frustration evident in his voice. Have I not been patient enough over the years? Look around. Which household does not have a few concubines? I have but one Du family member here. Why is your jealousy so intense? Seeing the disappointment in his eyes, Su Yuran snorted in derision. Was it not you who knelt at my doorstep, promising to take me as your only wife? And now, I am the one filled with jealousy? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she defiantly gazed at him. Under the lamp's glow, she appeared even more enchanting, her eyes like clear autumn waters, overflowing with tears as her delicate shoulders trembled with quiet sobs. In that moment, Jiang Zhi유's expression softened. He sighed, pulling Su Yuran closer. I did not mean it that way. I was simply taken aback by your writing of the divorce agreement. My promises remain steadfast. In this life, I will not take anyone else but you. I do not care. Su Yuran pushed him away. Let me ask you, do you know about the person placed in Kong An's courtyard by the old lady? Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback and shook his head. Su Yuran's expression softened slightly as he scrutinized the words on the paper, growing increasingly irate. How could it be that within his eldest son's courtyard, so many troubles had been allowed to fester? It was no wonder Su Yuran was so furious, even contemplating divorce. Jiang Zhi유's face fell, regret washing over him as he looked at Su Yuran. I will go find my mother. She is getting older and cannot handle everything. From now on, you will manage the household. Achieving her goal, Su Yuran revealed no hint of satisfaction, merely stating, why not seek out the Du family? Does the old lady not believe that she is superior to me, intent on making her the primary wife? Hearing her speak so petulantly after so many years brought a sense of nostalgia mingled with novelty to Jiang Zhiyu. He smiled, eager to placate her. She is not worthy to compare with you. She is merely a concubine. Su Yuran remained silent, tilting her head to glance at the paper in Jiang Zhi유's hand, and raised her chin slightly, her demeanor both delicate and commanding, tightening his throat. I will go now. Watching him exit the courtyard, Su Yuran's smile vanished. Her desire for power was merely to protect her children. Her lingering affection for Jiang Zhiyu had crystallized into frost with his few words. You heir, extinguish the lamp and lock the courtyard gate. Yes, my lady. Yu heir replied, lowering her head in respect at Su Yuran's gaze. The autumn wind was chilling, heralding the onset of cold. The following morning, Jiang Zhiyu bore several scratches as he handed the account books and the list of servants to Su Yuran. With court duties awaiting him, he did not linger, delivering only a few brief words before departing. As Su Yuran perused the list, her slender fingers traced the names, a cold smile curling at her lips. Chapter 19. So many people. After completing her morning routine, Jiang Zhiyu sensed something amiss, her mouth full of sweets as she mumbled. Where is everyone? Aside from those familiar with his household, everyone else has been summoned by the lady for a reprimand. The old lady was indeed formidable. Jiang Zhiyu clapped her hands. Let us go and see. In the backyard, a multitude knelt in disarray. Jiang Zhiyu stood at the back, unable to suppress a thought of the expression meme. So many people. Su Yuran, seated and turning pages, paused upon spotting Jiang Zhiyu, who waved at her upon making eye contact. Perfect, Su Yuran thought. This will serve as an example for Zhiyu, ensuring that when she marries in the future, she is not left in the dark. Chun Xiang, Chun He, she called, as the two maids hesitantly rose. Save for their clothing, it was nearly impossible to distinguish them. Wow, are these the two concubines the old lady arranged for father? Twins. The old lady certainly knows how to play. Yet, these two are restless. They wish to entice the elder brother. Su Yuran's gaze sharpened. Who brought them in? They shall face punishment and leave at once. Chun Xiang and Chun He fell to their knees. Please, madam, show us mercy. We are but two sisters with nowhere else to go. Tears streamed down their faces, presenting a pitiful sight. Nonsense. The old lady bestowed upon them a substantial sum of money. Their parents have purchased a residence in the nearby town. The record noted only their entry into the household, omitting their backgrounds, which was precisely why Su Yuran had called their names. She had not anticipated the involvement of the old lady. With a wave of her hand, She instructed the two young servants beside her to seize the sisters and drag them away. The daughter proves to be more effective than the roster. Su Yuran made several marks on the roster, flipped it over, and began to read each name one by one. With every name she uttered, she could hear Jiang Zhiyu's innermost thoughts. The favorable ones were retained, while the unfavorable were promptly discarded. In no time, only half of those kneeling remained, many of whom were children of respectable families recorded in this roster. Su Yuran's fury surged. Finally, her maternal instincts had awakened. Splendid! Now there was no need to worry about Song Sherwei bribing the servants in her sister's courtyard to poison her.
Sujodan Joket, Guging Violenti.
And Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly assisted her in regaining her composure. Once she recovered, the lingering palpitations still instilled a sense of fear within Su Yuran. Previously, she had harbored a fondness for the adopted daughter her husband had taken in, often pondering why her own Zhiyu could not be as well-mannered and easygoing. Upon hearing her name linked to poisoning, her first reaction was disbelief. However, reflecting on Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, Su Yuran fell silent. Eager to glean more information, she inquired, Zhiyu, shall we have lunch here with mother today? Jiang Zhiyu naturally nodded. The food will be delightful. Song Sherwei, clutching a handkerchief, stood timidly beside her, hesitant to speak. Quickly, go and check on the situation in the other courtyards. Yunshu hurriedly dashed outside, returning moments later with a grim expression.
Miss,
everyone else in our courtyard has been sold off by madam.
What?
Song Sherwei frowned, incredulous that her carefully nurtured confidants had been so easily disposed of by Su Yuran. The news of the transfer of the account books and roster earlier that morning had already left her in a state of panic. And now the reality of it only fueled her anger. It was essential to consider the master when dealing with servants. Her entire courtyard had been sold off without a single inquiry made to her. What did father say? The master said nothing. The old madam did not intervene either, as if tacitly approving of madam's actions. Song Sherwei clenched her teeth. What about the Du family? Did they not say anything? Those who came with the Du family years ago were never brought over by madam. Just then, a young woman clad in a blue skirt, Yiqiao, the chief maidservant attending Su Yuran, arrived with a group of young maidens, bowing slightly in the courtyard. Miss Song, the maidens greeted in unison. Song Sherwei felt a wave of nausea wash over her but forced a radiant smile. How fortunate that mother has taken such care. My little courtyard hardly needs so many people, just a few will suffice. With so many servants, wouldn't every move she made be under Su Yuran's watchful gaze? Miss need not be modest. As a daughter of the Xiang family, this number of servants is hardly significant. Yiqiao bowed again. Madam also mentioned that you have reached the age of marriage, and the third son of the Shangshu family is of a similar age. What are your thoughts? Song Sherwei's smile froze on her face. The third son of the Shangshu family? Mediocre in both appearance and talent, lacking any remarkable qualities. And Su Yuran wanted to betroth her to such a man? She harbored a quiet resentment, forcing a smile. It's entirely up to madam, but I have yet to meet the third son. Do not worry, miss. There will be a banquet at the Shangshu residence tomorrow, where all the young masters and ladies will be present. Of course, everything depends on your wishes. I shall take my leave now. Yunshu, standing beside Song Sherwei, bowed. Sister?
Take care.
After Yiqiao departed, the other maidens began to work independently. Song Sherwei cast a cold glance around the room, ushering Yunshu inside and shutting the door tightly. She was only 15, yet Su Yuran was so eager to marry her off. No, she needed to devise a plan. She had yet to explore the secret door in Jiang Zhiru's study, and she was still unaware of how her biological father had died. She could not allow herself to be married off at this moment. Marriage? At such a young age. Jiang Zhiyu, still nibbling on a chicken leg, was incredulous, grains of rice speckling her face. Although she understood that marriages were arranged early in ancient times, she was merely 12. This is absurd. Chapter 20. The trials of marriage, merely a glance. If one were to find a suitable match, it would be settled early, and by the time you come of age, it would be perfect. Su Yuran wiped the rice from her daughter's mouth, her eyes filled with affection. Jiang Zhiyu attempted to reason. Mother, I believe we can take our time. Look at me now. She stood and twirled. I am just a little sprout. Please allow me a few more years to grow. It is utterly unreasonable to expect a child who is yet to fully mature to marry. I cannot endure the burdens of marriage. Su Yuran replied. You are growing up. You may make your own decisions. However, you must attend the flower viewing banquet at the Shangshu residence tomorrow. Su Yuran had already taken a step back. And Jiang Zhiyu would not push her luck, obediently nodding in agreement, especially since there will be so many juicy stories at the Shangshu residence. And there's bound to be some scandal. I cannot possibly miss out on this excitement. Su Yuran was taken aback. The next day, as Jiang Zhiyu lay soundly asleep, Su Yuran delivered a firm slap to her behind, rousing her from her slumber. As she opened her bleary eyes, she saw Zhu Ying kneeling on the ground, while Jiang Sulan stifled a laugh beside her, and Su Yuran wore an expression of exasperation. What is the meaning of this? What time is it? She buried her head into Su Yuran's embrace, nuzzling against her. Just a little longer, please. Su Yuran, her temper softened by her daughter's antics, chuckled in disbelief. Still sleeping. Are we going to the flower viewing banquet today or not? Hurry and change your clothes. Realizing that sleep was no longer an option, Jiang Zhiyu sighed and allowed Zhu Ying to assist her in washing up. The people in this courtyard are increasingly lacking in decorum. The master has slept in. And yet no one thought to remind her? Zhu Ying suddenly knelt down, prompting the other maidservants to follow suit. Jiang Zhiyu, with water in her mouth, mumbled, "Do not lose your temper so early in the morning. I told them not to wake me. You are too lenient with them," Su Yuran teased. Noticing her daughter's intention to wear the same green dress and interjecting, "You will wear the outfit I have chosen for you today." Jiang Zhiyu instantly grasped her mother's intention. "My mother is still as cunning as ever." Su Yuran retorted, "What kind of talk is that? Do you think I cannot hear her if she does not speak? Hurry up and change. Do not act spoiled." Jiang Zhiyu, with one hand already in her sleeve, asked, "Am I not dressed? What spoiled behavior is this?" "This is just a little inconvenience." Jiang Sulan chuckled uncontrollably. Su Yuran selected a dress adorned with gold butterflies and floral patterns, a soft pink gown embroidered with fine threads. The hem embellished with large silver butterflies that seemed to flutter to life with every movement, creating an enchanting sight. Coupled with Jiang Ziyu's youthful features and her adorable dimples, she resembled an ethereal fairy. Su Yuran nodded in satisfaction, leading her two daughters out. At the gate of the Xiang residence, Song Shiwei stood beside Yun Shu by the carriage. Upon seeing them, both master and servant inclined their heads in greeting. In stark contrast to the elaborately dressed Jiang Zhiyu, Song Shiwei wore a rather plain outfit, almost austere. Reminiscent of the Du family. Su Yuran's expression darkened, but she said nothing and directly boarded the carriage. As the carriage rolled forward, the sounds of hawkers echoed from outside, yet the interior remained eerily silent. Jiang Zhiyu struggled against the urge to lift the curtain, fidgeting restlessly. "I want to see outside. I'm so hungry. Why is no one speaking? Isn't it awkward? Please, someone say something. Did you not have breakfast this morning? I have some lotus cakes here. Have a bite to tide you over." "Sister. You are truly my sister." Jiang Zhiyu, clutching her growling stomach, happily accepted. "Thank you, sister." With someone finally speaking, the atmosphere lightened a bit. Su Yuran turned to Song Shiwei. "I recall you favor red garments. Why then, today are you dressed so simply?" "My dear mother, this attire of mine merely appears somewhat faded. It was crafted by the embroideress using shimmering brocade as per my father's wishes. Since I am to meet someone, I thought it prudent to dress myself elegantly." "Who is it?" "I cannot recall. Yet regardless of identity, it is certain that the protagonist would find them unappealing." Observing Song Shiwei, who wore not a single accessory, Su Yuran merely nodded slightly. After all, she was not her own daughter. Nor did she harbor the same affection for her as Jiang Zharong did. Moreover, upon hearing Zhiyu's heartfelt thoughts about poisoning Su Lan, she still considered arranging a commendable match for her, which was already a reflection of their past rapport. Given that Song Shiwei showed no gratitude, there was no need for her to engage in any thankless endeavors. In the open-minded atmosphere of the Tianqi era, particularly concerning marriage, while parental consent held some weight, the desires of the individuals involved carried greater significance. Thus, it was not uncommon for the ladies of the official families to host gatherings. Occasionally, even princes and princesses would grace these events. The ladies would admire flowers and stroll through the gardens, while the young gentlemen and ladies would enjoy boating on the lakes, fostering connections. Even the most skilled physicians could not cure certain afflictions, only ambiguously suggesting they might stem from psychological trauma. What a farce. She had merely been coerced. Having witnessed far more gruesome sights, how could she be left with any psychological scars? El Daizong sat broodingly, consuming wine, his dark expression causing those who encountered him to take a detour. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir, seemingly united in purpose. El Daizong seized a young gentleman's arm, inquiring, "What commotion lies ahead?" "Madame Jiang has arrived, along with the crown prince and the fifth prince, just at the entrance." "Jiang Zhiyu," El Daizong murmured. As if an electric current surged through him, he let out a subtle grunt, adjusted his posture, and stood, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. It seemed he had suddenly discerned the source of his dilemma. As Jiang Zhiyu and her companions disembarked, a lavish carriage drew close to theirs and Xiao Xiyuan, accompanied by another gentleman, stepped down. He was tall, donned in white, with dark hair, his features delicate and his cold, star-like eyes gazing upon them. Before Jiang Zhiyu could recall his identity, Su Yuran bent to pay her respects. "Your Highness, Crown Prince. Your Highness, Fifth Prince."
"Ah.
So this is the puppet crown prince selected by the emperor. How handsome indeed." Jiang Sulan swayed slightly, and Xiao Xiyuan reached out to steady her. Though Su Yuran maintained her composure better than her daughter, her eyes, partially obscured by hair, trembled. Was this a royal secret? Could they truly listen in on such matters? Chapter 21. With a stubborn head, it should sound quite loud when knocked. Upon receiving the news, The madam of the Ministry of War and a throng of young gentlemen and ladies hurried to pay their respects. The Crown Prince, Xiaolingyu, personally assisted the madam. Gesturing for everyone to rise before speaking, I am merely taking a casual stroll. There is no need for formality. Anticipating the Crown Prince's intention to seek a consort, the young ladies exchanged glances, each silently formulating their plans. The matrons, each cunning as a lotus root, seized upon the Crown Prince's words and tactfully began to withdraw. Although Su Yuran wished to linger, she too had to follow the ladies out. In an instant, only the young gentlemen and ladies remained at the entrance. Jiang Zulan's heart fluttered, feeling of little worth, but then she seemed to recall something, stating awkwardly, I merely lost my balance. Xiao Siyuan never shied away from expressing his affections for Jiang Zulan in public, and the onlookers had grown accustomed to it, already considering her the future fifth princess. Yet, Jiang Zulan's current demeanor suggested she wished to distance herself from the fifth prince. The crowd was filled with curiosity and excitement, while Jiang Zhiyu merely nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. One understands the need to return from the wrong path, rather than pursuing a fruitless endeavor. Jiang Zulan was taken aback. As Xiao Siyuan seemed poised to persist, Jiang Zhiyu hastily intervened. Your Highness, it would be best to maintain some distance in public. She gently brushed aside his hand and embraced Jiang Zulan, casting a wary glance at Xiao Siyuan. Jiang Zulan had never encountered such a distant tone from him. Her heart stirred, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Zhiyu understood her feelings, after all. Affection cultivated over many years could not simply vanish. Sister, do not be disheartened. Fearing Jiang Zulan's resolve would waver, Jiang Zhiyu forcibly pulled her out of Xiao Siyuan's sight. Jiang Zhiyu's tongue often outran her thoughts. By the time she realized her agreement, she continued, still smiling? You ought to be crying. That scoundrel is clearly ensnaring you. His public display is nothing but a ploy to sever your ties with others. Her voice was not soft. And fortunately, aside from their attendants, no one else was close by. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Zulan would have swiftly delivered a slap and a warning. But with her sister's intentions solely for her benefit, how could she retaliate?
Xianshulan fell silent.
As the Crown Prince and Xiao Siyuan approached, they observed the scene unfold, stopping at a distance that was neither too far nor too near. With a teasing tone, Xiaolingyu remarked to his brother, I have long advised you to temper your behavior. See, now your beloved has been reprimanded. Xiao Siyuan offered a wry smile, his expression tinged with concern as he gazed in their direction. Behind them, the young gentlemen and ladies loitered 3 meters away, feigning interest in the flowers and exchanging pleasantries. Each young woman aspired for a favorable fate. No other young gentleman could rival the Crown Prince. Should the Crown Prince take an interest in them, it would grant them a position of unmatched honor among women, one worth pursuing. The young gentlemen shared similar sentiments. Engaging with the Crown Prince and Fifth Prince could enhance their future prospects. No one wished to be the first to initiate conversation, resulting in the current standoff. The vigilance honed in the harsh realities of their world was not unfounded. Jiang Zhiyu had noticed their approach long before they reached her. She had no intention of greeting them, and when Xiao Siyuan made to approach, she shot him a warning glance. Xiaolingyu merely observed this exchange and Jiang Zhiyu's swift movement, chuckling lightly. What is the matter? Have you been warned? Xiao Siyuan suppressed his trepidation. Such a gaze he had only encountered in seasoned generals on the battlefield. How could a young lady possess such a fearsome glare? He managed a reluctant nod. What enchantment does the third miss possess? Why do you fear her so? El Daizong speaks of her daily. Your Highness. Just as Xiao Siyuan was about to respond, El Daizong appeared from nowhere, panting, I heard you mention the third miss. Have you encountered Jiang Zhiyu? Xiaolingyu pointed. There she is, right over there. El Daizong followed his gesture, his expression suddenly contemplative. Rather than rushing over, he remained still to catch his breath. Something felt amiss. Due to the influence of Lord Anil, El Daizong had grown up within the palace, thus maintaining good relations with the princes. Hence, his current behavior baffled both Xiaolingyu and Xiao Siyuan. Initially, Xiaolingyu's interest in Jiang Zhiyu stemmed solely from her prowess in the hunting grounds, yet their current reactions piqued his curiosity even further. With a sudden impulse, Xiaolingyu stepped forward. Oh dear, am I not creating enemies for myself? The eyes of those behind are turning green with envy. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath. Your Highness, you overstate the matter. The third master of the Ministry of War and his concubine should be starting now. Let us hurry. I want to witness this spectacle. Xianshulan? She suspected her ears had deceived her. Who? How old is Miss Jiang? Is she betrothed? 12, no. Jiang Zhiyu replied perfunctorily, her gaze betraying a hint of urgency. Let me go now. Jiang Zulan, I want to laugh. Xiaolingyu had initially intended to engage in a brief conversation before departing. But seeing her so eager to leave, he found himself in no rush. Standing before the blooming flowers with hands behind his back, he recited poetry leisurely, occasionally inquiring, What do you think, Miss Jiang? I think your head is rather hard. It should make a resounding sound when struck. Jiang Zulan chuckled softly. contemplating an excuse to extricate herself from their company when a small maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Oh no! The third young master's courtyard is flooding. Hurry!"
Ah,
Song Shiwei has made his move.
splendid.
Flooding was no trifling matter. The faces of those present turned serious. The young masters instructed their attendants to address the situation while they proceeded towards the rising smoke. Amid the chaos, Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts sharpened Jiang Sulan's awareness, and she soon spotted Song Shiwei stealthily mingling with the crowd. Oddly enough, where was Yun Shu? Chapter 22. The scene of the incident. Yuan Zhaoan, the third young master of the Ministry of Rites, was engaged with his concubine when the acrid scent of smoke wafted towards him, prompting a few coughs. He paused, irritated, and called out, "Jin Bao, what is happening outside that it is so suffocating?" This matter was not to be taken lightly. Yuan Zhaoan typically dismissed the servants when engaging in private affairs, leaving only Jin Bao to guard the door. With a kiss on her lips, he donned his cloak and exited the room. As he opened the door, a figure suddenly fell, and Yuan Zhaoan sidestepped just in time to see the person on the ground. Jin Bao, his eyes wide open, blood congealed at his neck. Yuan Zhaoan's expression darkened as he gazed outside. Flames were rapidly spreading towards him. The concubine, crouched by the bed, screamed at the sight of Jin Bao's unblinking eyes. And upon seeing the raging fire outside, she scrambled to escape, only to be seized by Yuan Zhaoan. This scene was witnessed by the arriving crowd. At this point, Yuan Zhaoan could hardly feign ignorance. He was clearly being set up. Disheveled, he forced a stiff smile at the prince and the ladies present, saying, "Your Highness and esteemed guests, I must change my attire before attending to you." Before Xiaolingyu could respond, the lady of the house rushed in, her face awash with tears. My son, are you hurt anywhere?" This was disastrous. Yuan Zhaoan's grip on the concubine tightened as he averted his mother's grasping hands, gritting his teeth. "I am fine, mother. Please allow me to change my clothes first." The lady refused to relent, her heart racing. Her son was protecting the person in his arms, so she struck the concubine, shouting, "What shameless harlot are you? Do you not know your place? Look at your disgraceful behavior." The concubine kept her head bowed, enduring the blows and insults without raising her eyes. Xiaolingyu's gaze deepened. "Oh my, it's no wonder no one has discovered this. The left minister and his 3 sons are all her secret admirers. Goodness, do they even share her among themselves at night? Who dare say the ancients were feudal?" Jiang Sulan and Su Yuran gasped in surprise. The lady of the house, fueled by her anger, soon had Yuan Zhaoan wincing in pain, resulting in her seizing the concubine's arm and lifting her face to expose it to the crowd. The lady froze for a moment, then let out a piercing shriek. The left minister was notorious for his favoritism towards concubines, often bringing them along except in formal settings. Nearly everyone present recognized her face. Given their current disheveled state, the circumstances were all too apparent. As the scandal unfolded abruptly, the mood among the onlookers shifted from discomfort to excitement. The concubine knelt on the ground, trembling in her undergarments, pleading for mercy. The lady of the house's face shifted from red to pale as her nails dug into her palms. It was she. Ever since her arrival, the household had not known a moment's peace, first ensnaring the master and now setting her sights on her son. The lady's anger intensified, disregarding the crowd outside as she pushed the concubine down and furiously commanded, "Someone, drag this shameless harlot out and strip her naked for public display." Yuan Zhaoan still held some affection for the concubine and, seeing her terrified, helpless eyes, his gaze fell upon Jin Bao's lifeless body and a plan formed in his mind. "Get away. Do not touch her. Do not touch Yichu," he shouted frantically, pushing away those who attempted to seize the concubine, repeatedly calling out for Yichu, his former maid who had perished from illness the previous year. The lady, witnessing his derangement, could no longer contain her anger, standing frozen in fear. The crowd was equally perplexed with murmurs of, could he be under some influence? Jiang Sulan and Su Yuran exchanged uncertain glances. After all, what kind of well-bred young master would engage in an affair with his father's concubine right before a banquet? Such behavior was decidedly unhinged. As they affirmed their thoughts, they noticed Jiang Zhiyu lounging against Jiang Sulan, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as if she were ready to enjoy a snack. There must be more to this. Sure enough, the next moment, they heard Jiang Zhiyu's inner thoughts. If the Oscar-winning actor isn't here, I simply cannot accept it. Just look at his deranged performance. Though they did not understand the reference to an Oscar-winning actor, the essence of her words was clear. Next, he should return to normalcy. Bewilderedly pushing the concubine away and directing the crowd's attention to Jin Bao's corpse, right? No sooner had she spoken than Yuan Zhaoan suddenly let out a strange cry. Shoving the concubine aside and staring blankly at his surroundings, his gaze landing on the lady of the house. "Mother, what are you doing here?" He then rubbed his temples. Rising to see the body on the ground, his pupils dilating and voice trembling. Jin Bao. Who did this? What a heart-wrenching performance, evoking sympathy. Where are the applause and cheers? The two, watching his act while listening to Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, found the crowd captivated by Yuan Zhaowen and the concubine. And with the lady of the house's outburst, no one had noticed the corpse lying below. Now, with Yuan Zhaowen's exclamation, the expressions of those present turned grave. The death of a servant was not particularly significant, yet the manner of death suggested foul play. The act of murdering a servant of a government official, especially one with an intimate bond to the young master, cast a shadow over the assembly, their gazes inevitably shifting towards Xiao Lingyu, the highest-ranking individual present. In the original narrative, Xiao Lingyu had discovered that it was Song Shiwei who was responsible, but out of curiosity, she had let it pass. Now, with her presence, she could not allow the story to unfold as before. Chapter 23, A Tale of Feudal Words. Yuan Zhaowen, his voice hoarse, pleaded, "Your Highness, please grant me justice. Jin Bao has been with me since childhood. He is loyal and honest, with no enemies. Please ensure he receives the justice he deserves." His words subtly pointed towards the individuals present. Xiao Lingyu's expression darkened as she bent down to help him rise. "Zhaowen, what is the meaning of this? If there has been an injustice, I shall investigate and reveal the truth to you." His gaze swept across the assembly, exuding royal majesty. "Pray, could each of you clarify your whereabouts? Were there any companions?" Among the gathered young lords and ladies, most were in pairs, with the only solitary figures being General Biaoqi's daughter, Hu Yu, and Song Shiwei, who had only just joined the crowd. The general and the left chancellor had a long-standing rivalry, often clashing in court to the point of physical altercations. In this light, Hu Yu indeed appeared more suspicious than Song Shiwei. However, the general was a staunch supporter of the crown prince. Hu Yu, proud and raised in the military camp, bristled at the questioning glances from the crowd, her sword-like brows knitting together. "What do you mean? Why would I kill a mere servant? Does he merit my attention? What a striking young lady. I am utterly captivated." Her words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth, and her impatience did seem to suggest she was not the perpetrator. The crowd's attention shifted to the elegantly attired Song Shiwei, who gracefully bowed. "Your Highness, I merely felt unwell and took a brief respite in the pavilion." Nonsense. Clearly, she snuck through a secret passage, colluded with others to murder Jin Bao, and then set a fire to lure everyone here to catch her in the act. Su Yurand observed Song Shiwei's delicate figure, her expression immediately transforming. Her husband recognized this adopted daughter. She was indeed quite capable. Xiao Lingyu glanced at her. "Has anyone seen Miss Song?" The crowd exchanged glances, all silent. Song Shiwei maintained her composure, smiling. "The pavilion is obscured by trees, making it difficult to see, but my handkerchief seems to be over there. Perhaps Your Highness could send someone to retrieve it." Jiang Zhiyu was astounded. Goodness, she truly lives up to her name, like the swift wind. However, is it inappropriate to say swift about a man?
Hihi. No.
I am still just a 12-year-old child. I must not entertain such thoughts. Su Yuran, some awareness, but not much. Perhaps Jiang Zhiyu's theatrical expression drew Xiao Lingyu's wandering gaze, which now fixated on her. "What are you staring at? Is it not permissible to enjoy some gossip? A handful of melon seeds would be delightful. Alas, this puppet prince is indeed handsome, but how unfortunate, forced into battle, betrayed by those close to him, captured, and subjected to humiliation, leaving no intact remains." Xiao Lingyu was profoundly shocked. How could he hear Jiang Zhiyu's voice? Moreover, why did she seem to know his future? His feelings grew increasingly complex. Having remained silent for too long, Xiao Xiyuan could not help but cough. "Your Highness?" Jiang Zhiyu, suddenly addressed, looked bewildered. "Is this a case for Direnjia? Yuan Fong, what do you think?" "I shall merely observe." Jiang Sulan covered her mouth with her sleeve. Though she did not comprehend the meaning, Jiang Ziyu's exasperated tone nearly elicited laughter from her. All listened to the prince. His discerning judgment would surely unveil the true culprit and vindicate the deceased. Hearing his words was like receiving profound wisdom. Xiao Lingyu felt a hint of mockery in her tone. After the exchange, everyone harbored their own calculations. The prince had reached a marriageable age, and the purpose of today's gathering was clear to all. Furthermore, the prince's demeanor towards Jiang Zhiyu stirred many thoughts. Lu Daizong was similarly contemplative, though he possessed more information than others. The prince was the offspring of the empress, and the emperor and empress had always maintained a harmonious relationship. However, recently the emperor had favored the mother of the sixth prince, concubine Yu. Despite the sixth prince's simplicity, under such favor, it was conceivable that concubine Yu might bear a healthy son. The emperor, in his prime, rendered the future uncertain. Thus, the prince's actions today were not solely for selecting a consort, but also to garner support. His gaze sharpened. Anyone would do, but not Jiang Zhiyu. The cause of his affliction originated with her. Naturally, she should be the one to remedy it. Both parties held firm to their arguments, and the guards responsible for the inquiries failed to extract any useful information from the others. The only notable point was that the third young master had dismissed all attendants, leaving only Jin Bao. Yuan Zhaowen's eyes darted, clearly anxious. With so many guests today, I feared insufficient manpower would neglect your needs, which is why I acted thus. This reasoning held some merit. Impatient, Hu Yu scoffed. Knowing there is a banquet at the residence, the third young master hides in his courtyard, which is indeed suspicious. Yuan Zhaowen had no retort. The kneeling concubine trembled at her words, and Lady Shangshu gritted her teeth in fury. Xiao Lingyu's gaze fell upon her waist, where a crimson whip was entwined, faint traces of blood still visible. Miss Hu, what of the blood on your whip? Hu Yu loosened the whip and offered it to him for inspection. Yesterday, during training at the camp, a lion suddenly went berserk, and I used it to strike that beast. Oh my, I adore this spirited nature even more. Su Yuran silently agreed. In her youth, she too cherished the company of such bold young women. Xiao Lingyu examined it carefully, confirming that Jin Bao bore no whip marks before returning it to her. Such pretense. It is clear who the culprit is. Why waste time? Xiao Lingyu's smile faltered. What could he do? Who was unaware of the Chancellor's affection for this adopted daughter. To feud with the Chancellor over a servant seemed unwarranted. Furthermore, they had grown up together. Their bond should be close. Why the eagerness to pin blame on him publicly? Xiao Lingyu felt overwhelmed. Song Shiwei maintained her calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. The previous night, she had informed Xiao Yanli, who had instructed the hidden connections within the Shangshu residence to assist her. The ideal outcome was, of course, that everyone would be too late to extinguish the flames, leaving Yuan Zhaowen to perish in the blaze. Although circumstances had deviated somewhat, the scandal of her son's affair with his father's concubine would suffice to tarnish Yuan Zhaowen's reputation. Given Jiang Zhiyu's affection for her, no matter how Su Yuran argued, she would never be wed to Yuan Zhaowen. Continuing the investigation would only damage the Shangshu residence's reputation, Song Shiwei pondered. Chapter 24. Revenge is not absent. The time has yet to come. Yuan Zhaowen was drenched in cold sweat. Previously, he had been blinded by his desire to identify his enemies, but now, as he regained composure, he recognized his grave mistake. He had not yet married a legitimate wife. Only a few concubines. Once news of his affair with his father's concubine spread, which reputable family would be willing to marry their daughter to him? Moreover, such a scandal would greatly hinder his future career in the officialdom. Yuan Zhaowen felt anxious, swallowing hard. Your Highness, perhaps, before he could finish. Jiang Zhiyu dramatically exclaimed, it seems he has something in his hand. As if I would let you simply brush this aside. She knelt before the assembly and pried open Jin Bao's clenched fist. It appears to be a piece of fabric. In the sunlight, a small strip of white fabric fluttered in the breeze, resembling Song Shiwei's current complexion. Everyone understood the significance of this banquet, thus avoiding white attire. Among all present, only Song Shiwei wore white. Xiao Lingyu exhaled quietly. This was not his affair. The infighting between the Chancellor's two daughters could not be blamed on him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. Miss Song, do you have anything to explain? A surge of hatred welled up within her as Song Shiwei gritted her teeth. Trembling, Your Highness, I assure you, I did not commit this act. Her eyes brimmed with fear. As a mere weak woman, how could I possibly kill him? This statement struck a familiar chord, causing the young lords and ladies who had attended the autumn hunt to simultaneously purse their lips. Ah, indeed. A frail woman may not possess the strength to take a life, yet she can shoot an arrow from 800 meters away. What a subtle implication. Where is the embroideress of the residence? Let her come and compare this fabric with the gown worn by Miss Song. Is there any disparity? The lady of the ministry nodded repeatedly, and a round-faced maid hastily ran out. Song Shiwei trembled, unsure whether it was due to anger or fear. Jiang Zhiyu gazed at her with an expression of innocence. You thought you could frame me in the hunting grounds? Revenge is a dish best served cold. The time has not yet come. Did you truly believe I had forgotten about you? Xiao Lingyu silently licked her lips. Why had it been said that Song Shiwei was the one who had framed her during the hunt? Could it be that the maid named Lan Yan had some connection to Song Shiwei? It was said that after being imprisoned in the dungeon, the maid endured daily torture without revealing her master's identity. This was indeed an unexpected gain. The round-faced maid soon returned with the embroideress, and Jiang Zhiyu handed over the fabric. The guards restrained Song Shiwei. Her mind buzzed. As the guards released her grip, she collapsed to the ground. This was not how it was supposed to be. The lady of the ministry gazed coldly at her, noting her lack of proper upbringing. Her malicious thoughts at such a tender age. What would become of her in the future? Her words struck Song Shiwei like a hammer to the head. No. She was to marry the sixth prince. If news of her viciousness spread today, her prospects would be ruined. The laws of Tianqi dictated that if a servant or subordinate caused the death of another, the maximum punishment could be 100 strikes with a rod. Just as she was lost in thought, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, we have apprehended a suspicious woman outside the courtyard. Bring her in. Yes. A woman dressed in a white gown, resembling a maid, was brought forth. Indeed, the heroine arrives to shield her. Yunshu. Song Shiwei's eyes widened. Your Highness. She is merely my maid, entirely unaware of this matter. I beseech you to spare her." She wept bitterly, her head bowing repeatedly, evoking a sense of pity among the onlookers. Wow, the heroine is quite clever, instantly turning to the theme of deep master-servant affection. Xiao Yu blinked in surprise. How had she not noticed this intelligence in the third miss before? Jiang Zhiyu shifted her stance to observe their expressions. Yunshu raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Song Shiwei, pleading, Miss, I am unworthy of such devotion." Xiao Yu, having witnessed this once, Jiang Sulan and Su Yuran remained relatively calm. "Your Highness, Yunshu acted on my behalf. The lady intends to betroth me to the third master of the ministry. Yet I did not meet him at the banquet. By mischance, I entered the third master's courtyard and overheard him engaging in intimate relations. As we attempted to leave, he mistook us for thieves and further insulted me." Her words provoked ire towards the lady of the ministry and the Yuan family.
소저단사이.
Despite Song Shiwei being ostensibly affiliated with the Jiang family, she had to speak up regarding such behavior. Ultimately, it was Song Shiwei's fault, yet considering the circumstances, and given that the third master's servant had acted inappropriately, a mere 50 lashes for both parties would suffice, don't you think, Your Highness? The lady and the minister's wife shall decide. With such a farcical incident, what rumors would circulate tomorrow in Tianqi? The lady of the ministry, exhausted, waved her hand. Let it be so, but the punishment must be carried out at the Dali Temple, and I shall oversee it personally. Su Yuran readily agreed. Though it was still early, the ministry certainly had no intention of hosting a banquet at this point, and everyone began to rise to take their leave. Outside the residence, the Dali Temple officials escorted Song Shiwei and Yunshu away. Jiang Zhiyu stood by the carriage, hesitating. Su Yuran, seated inside, was momentarily taken aback. Once upon a time, she too had been as innocent and carefree as Zhiyu, wandering the streets with her closest friends. How liberating it had been. But since her marriage, her world had shrunk to encompass only Jiang Zhiyu and the confines of a small courtyard. She had once been a bird soaring freely. Suppressing her bitterness, she pondered. What do you wish to do now, Zhiyu? Jiang Sulan averted her gaze, silently. Do not inquire. You shall regret it. Jiang Ziyu's eyes sparkled. Anywhere's fine? May I go to Qingfeng Pavilion? Although the name Qingfeng Pavilion sounded poetic, it was, in fact, a house of ill repute. By day, one could merely enjoy the dance and partake in drinks with the performers. However, at night, it was a different affair altogether. In Tianqi, many ladies and madams visited for entertainment, yet for Su Yuran, it was an absolute taboo. Clad in scanty attire, revealing too much, what sort of decorum was that?
Choose another place.
Jiang Zhiyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Then let us go to Zuyulong. If I cannot see the handsome young masters, then I shall admire the beautiful young ladies. How delightful. Su Yuran, what on earth is she thinking? She said nothing, merely smiling at Jiang Zhiyu. Very well. We shall buy some pastries at the vegetarian restaurant. She climbed onto the carriage, a cloud of discontent surrounding her. Desire and appetite are natural. It's only normal. And if they can go, why can't I? No, I must devise a plan. Su Yuran, at 12 years old, you ought to exhibit some composure instead of throwing childish tantrums. How will you fare, once married? What? After her outburst, she realized that the divine physician was indeed Zhiyu. Could it be that with Zhiyu gone, someone had taken advantage of Jiang Kong'an's absence? She trembled as she looked at Jiang Zhiyu, who appeared entirely unperturbed, as if Jiang Kong'an's plight held no significance for her whatsoever. Chapter 25. What makes you worthy to know my name? Within the elegant courtyard, a thick pool of blood spread across the ground as Jiang Kong'an lay unconscious on the bed, the imperial physician taking his pulse. The stench of blood within the room was overwhelming, and Grandma Jiang and Jiang Jianjin stood at the door, pinching their noses in disgust. While Jiang Zhiyu stood helplessly by the bed, his gaze filled with despair. How could this be? Yu had already healed him, had she not? So much blood, could Kong'an possibly survive? Jiang Zhiyong's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Upon seeing Su Yuran, Grandma Zhang's memories of her son forcibly taking the ledger and roster surged back, and she snorted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Kong'an is truly unfortunate to have a mother like you. Just as he was recovering from his leg injury, you took off with 2 maids to a flower banquet. Jiang Jianjin chimed in. Indeed. The flower banquet at the ministry ended early, yet sister-in-law did not return. Who knows what delayed her? Meanwhile, you, as a grandmother, rushed over upon hearing Kong'an was in trouble, barely touching your evening meal. This tirade brought satisfaction to Grandma Jiang. Her gaze towards Su Yuran filled with triumph. The two exchanged sharp jabs, but Su Yuran, preoccupied with worry for Jiang Kong'an on the bed, paid them no mind. However, Jiang Sulan could no longer tolerate it. Having spent the past few days with her sister, Jiang Sulan had adopted some of her temperament. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they provoke me, I shall eradicate them entirely. Why does grandmother not enter to check on elder brother, but merely stand here? Moreover, Your attire suggests you are not in a hurry. Grandma Jiang's anger flared, her breathing quickening. How dare you, a junior, speak to your elder in such a manner? How were you raised? Uncultured wretch. You do not even compare to Shi Wei. Jiang Sulan had grown weary of hearing such remarks. Grandma Jiang usually directed them at Zhiyu. But today they were aimed at her. Jiang Sulan regarded their mocking smiles. They relied on Jiang Zhiyu for sustenance, yet brazenly scorned his family. Such so-called blood ties were best discarded. Madame Jiang's eyelids twitched in fury. Jiang Sulan still held a certain reverence for her father, although he favored Song Shi Wei. He genuinely cared for his children. She suppressed the animosity that arose in the presence of Madame Jiang and spoke respectfully. Song Shi Wei and Yan Shu stumbled upon the third young master's secret. Not only did they conspire to murder the servant, but they also intended to set fire to destroy the evidence. After being exposed by His Highness the Crown Prince, they were sent to the Dali Temple to receive 50 strikes each, with the minister's wife personally witnessing the punishment. Every word was distinct in Jiang Zhiyu's ears. Yet when pieced together, disbelief clouded his mind. Murder, arson, and destruction of evidence? Could this truly be the same Shi Wei he had known since childhood, who had shown more concern for him than his own daughter? Jiang Zhiyu's heart became a tumult of confusion. The scent of blood filled the air once more. And Su Yuran, witnessing his spitting blood, felt as though struck by a heavy blow, collapsing in shock. Jiang Sulan and the maidservants cried out in terror, while the physician hastily instructed the matrons to pinch her acupoints. Jiang Zhiyu's expression was one of despair, his lips quivered, yet he could not utter a single question. The physician shook his head. The eldest son may not survive. Master, it would be prudent to prepare for the worst. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran burst into tears, and Jiang Sulan's tears flowed unabated. Madame Jiang swayed and was steadied by Jiang Jianjin. Despite her discontent, he remained her flesh and blood, and tears streamed from her eyes as Jiang Jianjin comforted her, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. It's for the best. A useless person has occupied this fine courtyard for so long. Once he is gone, this courtyard can be given to the old lady with a little charm from Henge. As the courtyard echoed with cries, a wisp of smoke gradually approached. What is all this noise? The patient needs rest. Why are you all gathered here? The smoke drifted to Jiang Kangan's bedside, wiping away the blood at his lips before tossing in a pill. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and the physician frowned. Who is this? The smoke scoffed lightly. You, of all people, think you are worthy to know my name? Jiang Zhiyu, Su Yuran, and Jiang Sulan had completely forgotten her true identity. Earlier, Jiang Zhiyu had claimed she had a stomachache and needed to relieve herself. As she had consumed too much on the way, Su Yuran, worried for Jiang Kangan, suspected nothing. It appeared she had merely gone to change her identity. The physician trembled with anger. He was a royal physician, specially authorized to treat Jiang Kangan's injuries. Over the years, who had not shown him utmost respect. Yet now, this ethereal being dared to imply he was unworthy? He coldly retorted, was it not you who treated the eldest sons like the other day? Jiang Zhiyu and Su Yuran's expressions darkened simultaneously, despite their cautions. They had ultimately been unable to guard against this occurrence. So what if it is true? The physician gestured to Jiang Zhiyu. Sir, this person's origins are unclear. The method of repairing severed meridians has eluded the Imperial Medical Institute for years. How could this person achieve it? Moreover, when I examined the eldest son's pulse, I found it extremely weak, and his tongue was blue, suggesting possible poisoning. I implore you, sir, to report this to the authorities and apprehend this individual. Jiang Zhiyu scoffed. What? Just because you have failed to accomplish this for years, do you assume that others cannot? The physician was left speechless. Let me ask you, aside from his leg injury, does the eldest son have any other ailments?
None.
So you are indeed a bought traitor. Not only do you neglect the elder brother as poison, but you also secretly administer more.
What?
Jiang Zhiyu's eyes widened. The physician poisoned his own son. Truly a person who sought fame at the cost of integrity. The eldest son bore over a dozen toxins, and you failed to detect even one? And you call yourself a physician? The scorn in her voice made the physician stagger back. Over a dozen? I thought there were only 5. Could he truly be a miraculous healer? Chapter 26. Perhaps we should discard this second uncle. Over a dozen toxins? Not just the physician, but the others present were equally astonished. A common person would perish swiftly from even a single poison. Yet Jiang Kangan survived for 2 years despite harboring multiple toxins and severed meridians. Su Yuran could not help but sob softly. The physician could not restrain his incredulity. If what you claim is true, with so many poisons, the eldest son would have no chance of survival. The toxicity varies, and the poisoner likely did not wish for the eldest son's death, but intended merely to torment him. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes reddened with fury. Who could be so cruel? Not only had they rendered Kangan a cripple, but they had also bribed the physician to poison and torment him. Once a brilliant young general, decisive in battle. Now he lay bedridden, struggling to survive. Even so, those wretched individuals would not leave him in peace. Even so, why did the eldest son spit blood? Naturally, it is to expel the tainted blood. Only in this way can the poison within be entirely purged. You should understand this best. Although they saw only smoke, the physician felt an unsettling gaze upon him, sharp and piercing, as if his very soul were being scrutinized. His eyes darted, and cold sweat formed in his palms. Of course, but the eldest son lost too much blood. I momentarily miscalculated. Miscalculated? Jiang Zhiyu interrupted him directly. It is merely that your master learned of the eldest son's leg being treated and sought to act first. The physician's expression grew increasingly rigid. When he raised his gaze, even his facial muscles twitched. He futilely attempted to defend himself. What nonsense are you speaking? The truth shall be judged by the Dali Temple. Someone, escort physician Zhang to the Dali Temple. Jiang Zhiyu interrupted, his eyes seething with hatred, causing physician Zhang to startle. As the servants restrained physician Jiang Kangan slowly opened his eyes. Father, mother, sister? Jiang Kangan's fingers trembled as he wished to assure them of his well-being. Or perhaps to declare that he had never felt better. The previous heaviness in his body had vanished, replaced by an incredible lightness. Yet ultimately he said nothing, simply embracing his weeping mother, his gaze gently acknowledging Jiang Zhiyu concealed within the smoke. This time, the Jiang family wept tears of joy. Father, do not send physician Zhang to the Dali Temple. If he can be bribed, then those behind him must hold power and influence. My incident years ago may also be related to these hidden figures. Should he be sent to the Dali Temple, what if those behind him rescue him? Wouldn't my sister's efforts be in vain? This person I must keep my own watch over. Jiang Zhiyu understood his unspoken intentions, contemplated briefly, and nodded in agreement. Physician Zhang's eyes were filled with terror. His previously pleading lips were now frozen, unable to utter a single word, as he was dragged away, pale as a ghost.
Yay.
I was just wondering how to delicately tell father not to go to the Dali Temple. Brother is truly impressive. Jiang Kangan, the second prince, the one who, upon the death of his beloved, dared to anger the emperor and sought solace in the Yuhua Temple with the flickering green lantern and ancient Buddha. Why would he want to kill me? What torment could he possibly have for me? I bear him no grudge. He gazed blankly at the smoke, yearning for his sister to elaborate, but upon locking eyes, he suddenly realized something. What of Ah Fu? At this, everyone was taken aback. Lost in their prior fear and sorrow, they had not noticed until Jiang Kangan voiced it. Ah Fu had always been by Jiang Kangan's side in the courtyard. How could he have vanished amid such turmoil? Madame Jiang averted her eyes, signaling Jiang Jianjin to investigate. A mere servant, Jiang Jianjin could not fathom their reticence. He stepped forward and said, that servant bore no semblance of a subordinate. Not only did he overstep his bounds, but he also steadfastly guarded Kangan, preventing others from approaching. In the urgency of the moment, I had no choice but to restrain him and expel him from the estate. His voice dwindled under Jiang Kangan's piercing gaze. Jiang Kangan, blood boiling, urged, hurry, go find him. Several servants hastened out. Do not fret. Ah Fu is waiting outside the estate. Brother, remain calm. His sister's soothing voice brought Jiang Kangan a measure of composure. Though his gaze toward Jiang Jianjin grew increasingly unfriendly. Second uncle, the younger sisters have grown now. Your continued presence in the Prime Minister's residence seems rather improper. Jiang Jianjin was taken aback by this unexpected rebuke, momentarily stunned before anger overtook him. For the sake of a mere servant? You wish to drive me away? Zhao Rong, look at your son. Jiang Kangan frowned. This has nothing to do with Ah Fu. Even if you are an elder second uncle, residing in the Prime Minister's residence may tarnish the reputation of the younger sisters. Sulon has reached marriageable age and is bound to be subject to gossip if she goes to a respectable family. How shameless. You still expect my father to finance a house for him? After all these years of profiting, is it not enough? This would simply turn my father into a fool. When my brother passed, before the mourning period had even concluded, he wasted no time in having Hunga coax the old lady to occupy my brother's courtyard. How brazen. Moreover, over these years, he has exploited the old lady's gullibility, secretly cooking the books and hiding a considerable sum beneath the large tree in his courtyard. While it may not suffice to purchase a mansion in Tianqi, it could certainly make one a small fortune elsewhere. Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed in disbelief. Xiang Yuran. How could there be false accounts when I have yet to examine the ledgers? Jiang Sulon and Jiang Kangan concurred. Perhaps we should dispense with this second uncle. Although Jiang Zhiyu did not fully grasp the implications of fool, he felt that his brother was indeed crossing a line, consuming his resources and using them while secretly stashing away a portion for himself. Chapter 27. Starved on the street with the old lady having spoken, Jiang Jianjin suppressed his words, contemplating how to charm Hungo later to persuade the old lady to retain them. Just then, Jiang Zhiyu scoffed. In ordinary families, it is the elder brother who supports the younger brother. How is it that in our case, it has reversed? If the mother shows favoritism, is it not shameful for the elder brother to remain so unperturbed? His sudden outburst left both the old lady and Jiang Zhiyu momentarily stunned. The third brother, who typically accepted whatever was said, was unexpectedly confrontational today. Jiang Zhiyu grew increasingly fervent. When my brother embezzled, I single-handedly safeguarded the lives of his entire family, provoking the emperor's displeasure and nearly being toppled by those coveting this position. Have you ever offered a word of comfort? Jiang Zhiyu lowered his head. We are family. Why must you be so calculating? Besides, did I not surrender all my properties and silver? He felt somewhat aggrieved, believing that his official position and properties far outweighed the embezzled funds. The emperor had not even suggested confiscating his assets. It was his brother who had preemptively raised the issue. It seemed that his brother was merely trying to gain a good reputation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Jiang Zhiyu's resentment grew, and he spoke without restraint. If it were not for you, I would not have lost my position, nor would I have had to surrender my estate. Having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for many years, Jiang Zhiyu understood his implications, disappointment washing over him as he met Jiang Zhiyu's bitter gaze. All the efforts he had made to safeguard Jiang Zhiyu now seemed futile, and he felt that, without his intervention, Jiang Zhiyu might still be living a life of comfort and luxury. Choosing silence, Jiang Zhiyu merely said, "Fine, fine," before sweeping away in frustration. After his departure, the old lady glared at Jiang Zhiyu. What nonsense. Was not your position granted by your brother? You are angered by Kong'an. What quarrel do you have with him? Jiang Zhiyu regretted his words, nodding in acquiescence. With no significant matter at hand, the pervasive stench of blood overwhelmed the old lady's senses, causing her head to throb. Her gaze swept across the room before settling on Jiang Zhiyu. The old lady, too, was not exempt from the malaise. She had endured years of hardship, and with her son finally attaining the position of prime minister, she had hoped to enjoy a life of influence. Naturally, she was reluctant to succumb to death. Lately, she had been plagued by discomfort, experiencing shortness of breath and fatigue even after a short walk, plagued by sleepless nights. Neither the physicians from the estate nor the imperial doctors could ascertain the cause of her ailment. Although Tianqi strictly prohibited discussions of the supernatural, the old lady suspected she was afflicted by some malign force and had secretly summoned a master from Yuhua Temple to exorcise any demons, yet to no avail. What mischief is this old lady up to? Jiang Zhiyu mused, outwardly stating, there is no need. I am a friend of the eldest son. Having heard of his troubles, I naturally wished to assist him. Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression brightened. Since he was a friend, was it not reasonable for him to assist in diagnosing her ailment? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a young servant rushed in, kneeling as he exclaimed, Second master, trouble. The prime minister has sent someone with a hoe to dig up your courtyard. Jiang Zhiyu's mind exploded with panic. It's over. The silver notes I hid beneath the tree. As Jiang Zhiyu exited the courtyard, the anger on his face vanished in an instant. After years of knowing his brother's character, he gestured to a nearby servant and whispered a few instructions. Moments later, a group of people rushed toward Jiang Zhiyu's residence. Jiang Zhiyu had purchased this courtyard specifically because of that large tree. During the reign of the former emperor, a master had proclaimed that this tree attracted wealth. Jiang Zhiyu pointed at the tree. Whoever unearths something will be rewarded 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. Several servants, armed with hoes, dug with all their might. Onlookers in the courtyard were left dumbfounded, and one servant, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, quickly made his escape. Jiang Zhiyu noticed, but did not intervene. It would be better to let him go. As dusk settled, the moonlight glimmered like silver, casting a soft glow over every brick and tile in the courtyard. The maidservants carried lanterns, illuminating the excavation for the laboring servants. Jiang Zhiyu leisurely sipped tea, and after a brief interval, a servant exclaimed in delight, Master, we found something. He reached out, brushing the dirt from a brocade box and wiping it with his sleeve, presenting it to Jiang Zhiyu as if offering a treasure. Jiang Zhiyu opened the box to find not only silver notes, but also a few pieces of jewelry. However, these treasures were insufficient to meet the standards set by Zhiyu's expectations, so Jiang Zhiyu waved for the others to continue digging. As Jiang Zhiyu rushed in, his legs buckled, collapsing at the threshold. The onlooking Su Yuran and her daughter gaped in astonishment, while the old lady, trailing behind, looked on in disbelief. Raising her cane to strike Jiang Zhiyu. Strike. Well done. With so much loot, he could spend years in prison. Jiang Zhiyu glanced up and noticed Jiang Zhiyu had somehow mingled among the crowd, watching the old lady strike Jiang Zhiyu with an eager expression. Her dimples showing as she swayed from side to side, seemingly wishing to join in on the fray. Jiang Zhiyu was amused by her teasing, coincidentally observed by Jiang Zhiyu,
who was being reprimanded.
Mistakenly believing his brother had found relief, he crawled over and clung to Jiang Zhiyu's leg, his voice trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Tears streamed down his face, and his previously sinister expression took on a pitiable appearance. I have lost my position and my home. Now I can only stay with you. But this is not a long-term solution. I have a family waiting for my support, and I have no means to earn money. Desperation led me to consider unscrupulous options. I was merely thinking of leaving a path for myself, to ensure I wouldn't starve on the streets once I am released. Chapter 28. My breasts cannot tolerate other soft-heartedness. He cried bitterly, and the old lady's cane hung above him, unable to strike. Wow, can this person's performance be as scarce as his wealth? He retains schemes even to deceive his family, does he? Just as Jiang Zhiyu began to waver, hearing these words caused him to withdraw any remaining compassion. What is my second brother doing? If one were unaware, they might think I have treated you unjustly. Jiang Zhiyu stiffened. To think of leaving a path for himself? To fear starvation on the streets? How could he utter such words? Even without an official position. Wouldn't the family land and a few acres of farmland suffice to sustain you and your numerous mistresses? Well said. Such a person should not be allowed to benefit. A grain of kindness breeds a pound of resentment. It is best to discard this ungrateful wolf. My breasts cannot tolerate other soft-heartedness. Jiang Zhiyu pondered. Why have the words of the juvenile been so peculiar recently? He could only rely on his guesses to comprehend their meaning. Su Yuran and Jiang Sulan shared similar thoughts. Discovered, Jiang Zhiyu collapsed to the ground, his face pale. The door swung open, and a plump little boy dashed out, blocking his path. You shall not bully my father. Jiang Zhiyu seized this lifeline, clinging tightly to Heng Ge, pleading with the old lady beside him. The old lady, softening at the sight of Heng Ge, triggered a wave of nausea in Jiang Zhiyu at the mere thought of the boy's name. He suppressed his disgust. What dignity does Heng Ge possess? He is not even of the Jiang bloodline.
수저단.
Not a biological child? Then why does Jiang Zhiyu raise him? She discreetly glanced at the others, realizing that apart from herself and the old lady, everyone else remained composed.
Ah.
They all know? The old lady appeared equally shocked. What nonsense. Heng Ge is your brother's biological son, my dear grandson. Jiang Zhiyu, unaware of how Jiang Zhiyu had learned this, could not admit the truth. Heng Ge is indeed my biological son. This is my mistake, unrelated to Heng Ge. Do not vent your anger upon him. Still acting? Such a performance. Everyone here is a dramatic actor. In modern times, they would each earn an award. What a shame. Born in the wrong era. Jiang Zhiyu, is that how one uses born in the wrong era? Fortunately, he had discreetly investigated the matter after hearing his daughter's thoughts. And seeing Jiang Zhiyu's refusal to admit the truth, Jiang Zhiyu scoffed. What, do you want me to summon Yu Lian to confront you in person? At the mention of Yu Lian, Jiang Zhiyu turned ashen, as if his throat had been constricted, yet he could not utter a word. Gao Shi, hidden behind a tree, felt a chill in her heart and dared not continue watching. As she attempted to retreat, her foot seemed to stumble upon something, and a piercing scream erupted as Jiang Zhiyu jumped away. Who eavesdrops? You stepped on me. Gao Shi cursed her misfortune. The next moment, several attendants forcibly brought her forth, illuminated by both moonlight and lanterns, exposing her fair face to the public. Almost let her escape. I must take action. Jiang Zhiyu still has a portion of his wealth hidden with her. Jiang Zhiyu's expression hardened. So many boxes were still not all. Without Zhiyu, he would have remained unaware of this. The old lady frowned, disliking this daughter-in-law. Gao Shi, why are you hiding? The bundle is still in the grove. This family. Jiang Zhiyu's headache worsened. He exchanged a glance with the servant beside him and then glanced at the grove. The servant immediately understood and led several others toward the woods. Gao Shi felt a jolt of fear, her fingers clutching the handkerchief turning white. Heaven help me, please do not let them find it. More important than Gao Shi is the question of whether Heng Ge is truly of the Jiang bloodline. The old lady tapped her cane. Gao Shi, I ask you, is Heng Ge indeed of our Jiang bloodline? Gao Shi's tears welled in her eyes as she gently knelt. Heng Ge is naturally my son. My family upholds strict morals and would never engage in such disgraceful acts. Mother, you must believe me. Only after finishing her words did her tears slowly cascade down.
Wow.
You are the quintessential leading lady. Su Yuran, who? Jiang Zhiyu and Gao Shi immediately panicked. The package was filled with jewelry and silver. Gao Shi, explain. This is not mine. The Lord might have had some unscrupulous maid drop it there to avoid detection. This is not mine. Her frantic explanations appeared particularly guilty. And Jiang Zhiyu, weary of their excuses, kicked aside the items before him, stating in a deep voice, take the second master's family into custody, along with these items, and transfer them to the Dali Temple. Jiang Zhiyu and Gao Shi instantly began wailing, unwilling to plead with Jiang Zhiyu, redirecting their desperation toward the old lady. Heng Ge, merely a child, was so frightened by the scene that he forgot to cry, tugging at Jiang Zhiyu's leg while pleading with the old lady. Grandmother, please spare my father and mother. Seeing Jiang Zhiyu and Gao Shi's demeanor, it was evident Heng Ge was likely, as Zhiyu stated, not a child of the Jiang family. The old lady could not bear the realization that she had been deceived for so many years. She brushed Heng Ji's hand away. Do not call me grandmother. I am not your grandmother. Regardless of past indulgences, upon seeing the child now, she felt nothing but revulsion. No wonder following the master's advice and consuming so much child urine over the years had not extended her life. It had only resulted in persistent ailments. For this child was not of the Jiang family. With that thought, the old lady felt a spasm in her stomach, a wave of nausea rising to her head. Chapter 29. He truly gives when he has money. Hung-go, pushed away by her, froze, having been spoiled since childhood. He could not comprehend the hatred in his grandmother's eyes, and a sense of injustice welled within him, prompting him to cry out loudly. Ordinarily, the old lady would have tenderly embraced him by now, but instead, she merely looked on coldly, as if he were something vile. How despicable, when useful. Treated like a treasure, but when no longer of value, ignored completely. Sigh, no wonder my father is so compassionate. Growing up in such an environment is truly pitiful. Jiang Zhiyu thought, what kind of father lacks dignity? He glanced at Jiang Zhiyu, her doe-like eyes shining under the light, smiling gently, sweet and charming. The lord's anger had reached new heights. The servants felt a sense of trepidation, hastily gathering their belongings. Jiang Jianjin felt a chill as he saw the old lady push Henggu away. All his support stemmed from her affection for Henggu. Once that was lost, he could not fathom any alternatives. The family of three was taken to the Dali temple by the attendants. As Jiang Zhiyu prepared to leave, he suddenly declared, all items found in the second master's courtyard are to be transported to the third Mrs. residence. In the future, the third Mrs. expenses need not be reported to the account office or communicated with me. The cost of treating Kong En's leg would be substantial. Zhiyu, bearing only the title of a divine physician, would find it inconvenient to request funds, so he directly provided for her, ensuring no delays occurred. Moreover, I have been exceedingly negligent towards her in my daily life. Even the offering of money as compensation is utterly insufficient. The elderly lady and Su Yuran stood frozen in place. Jiang Zhiyu, momentarily taken aback, soon could not contain her joy. Ah, my dear father, money, come forth. Wealth from all directions. My father is indeed generous. He truly provides. After a considerable pause, the elderly lady finally reacted. Have you lost your senses? Although Su Yuran remained silent, she subtly disapproved. At present, Jiang Zhiyu was in a playful spirit, while she could still exercise some restraint with her limited finances. If Jiang Zhiyu continued to indulge her, would she not become spoiled? She still remembered Jiang Zhiyu's desire to visit Qingfeng Pavilion and Zuiyu Cage. Enraged, the elderly lady's heart raced, and she hurled her cane in frustration, exclaiming, fine. You are all a family, and I am but an outsider. From now on, I shall not concern myself with the affairs of this household. Let you decide everything. The maids who attended her hurriedly began to placate her. Su Yuran, observing her loss of composure, felt a sense of satisfaction akin to venting a long-held grievance. Jiang Zhiyu paid them no heed and walked directly to the beaming Jiang Zhiyu. Q, are you tired now? Shall we go to the Dali temple together? Dali temple? To witness the female protagonist being punished? How delightful. Jiang Zhiyu nodded eagerly. After they departed, the servants began to lift the boxes, and the elderly lady, watching with envy, moved her lips slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of cold air rushed into her throat, causing her to cough several times. The attendants nearby, aware of her recent poor health, feared her wrath and quickly assisted her away. Su Yuran let out a soft hum. Inside the carriage, Jiang Zhiyu intended to discuss her father's stance. Sister Sherwei, having been pampered since childhood, would surely not withstand the punishment of 50 strokes, would she not? Father, if you dare to agree, and later claim she will be pardoned, I shall bite you. Jiang Zhiyu replied, since she has erred, she must naturally face the consequences. He adjusted his posture, distancing himself slightly from Jiang Zhiyu. Fortunately, she could not hear his thoughts. Had she might have truly lunged at him. Initially, Jiang Zhiyu had indeed harbored some intent to save her. But after observing his brother, he hesitated. Moreover, Jiang Zhiyu had mentioned her several times in her thoughts. Could it be that Sherwei harbored ulterior motives? The fact that Song Sherwei was favored by the Chancellor was known to all. Shuren could not ascertain if this matter had reached the Chancellor's ears and could only repeatedly scrutinize the case files, delaying the proceedings. The lady of the minister, though aware of the situation, was too disinterested to involve herself in such trivial matters at present and chose to sit quietly, contemplating her next course of action. That concubine could not be retained. No matter how much her husband favored her, he could not possibly keep a woman who had been intimate with his son. What was crucial now was to safeguard her son's reputation. As an hour passed, Shuren could no longer delay and finally spoke. If the allegations are true, as the lady of the minister suggests, let them each receive 50 strokes. Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, the Chancellor has arrived. Shuren felt a jolt of alarm and inwardly cursed. Why did he not arrive sooner or later? Of all times, he shows up just as I issue the execution order. Is this not a jest at my expense? The Chancellor's wife leisurely sipped her tea. After all, they were in the right, and she feared no one, even the Chancellor. Song Sherwei felt a wave of relief. She had known Jiang Zhiyu would come, and fortunately, it was timely. With Jiang Zhiyu present, he would surely prevent her from facing punishment. As she thought this, she subtly cast a triumphant glance at the lady of the minister. The lady's grip on her teacup tightened at once. Jiang Zhiyu stepped inside, and as Song Shiwei raised a smile, she immediately noticed Jiang Zhiyu following closely behind, causing her expression to falter. What was Jiang Zhiyu thinking? Bringing this little wretch along? She had finally realized that wherever Jiang Zhiyu appeared, misfortune followed. Jiang Zhiyu, noticing the disdain in her gaze, thought to herself, as they say, seeing her discomfort brings me delight. With a radiant smile, she waved, Sister, is the ground cold? Song Shiwei felt a lump in her throat. Jiang Zhiyu dared to mock her in front of Jiang Zhiyu? Just wait, surely, she would be reprimanded by Jiang Zhiyu soon. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no scolding came. When she looked up, she instead met Jiang Zhiyu's disappointed gaze. Stunned, Song Shiwei was soon engulfed by a surge of unnamable fury, her teeth clenched as she lowered her head. Chapter 30. Witnessing the punishment of the protagonist, this couple has stolen treasures from my ministerial residence and muddled the Jiang family lineage, according to the laws of Tianqi.
How should this be dealt with?
Sure had initially thought he was here for Song Shiwei, and his prepared remarks went unused as he was caught off guard by the question posed. Previously, he had personally handled the case regarding Jiang Zhiju's embezzlement of disaster relief funds, so he recognized Jiang Zhiyu. Yet regarding this crime, sure and was momentarily at a loss. When asked what to do, he had no clear answer. Years ago, Jiang Zhiyu had gone to great lengths for Jiang Zhiju, nearly losing his position. Everyone knew how much he valued his brother. To bear such a capital punishment for the sake of a brother was one thing, but merely stealing some money and not knowing the state of their brotherly bond, would it not come back to haunt him in the future if they reconciled? It would be better to consider it a means to absolve Song Shiwei. Jiang Zhiyu noticed the troubled expression in Shi An's eyes and said directly, Do not worry about me. The punishment should be as it should. Jiang Zhiyu had just concluded that Shi An's schemes were superficial and inadequate when he heard his daughter's soft voice. This person is quite cunning. Just waiting for you to say that. After all, you were the one who said not to worry, so he won't bear the blame later. Shi An is shrewd, holding the position of Minister of Dali Temple, yet he has not made an enemy to this day. Father, you must seize this opportunity to recruit him. Moreover, I recall when the Jiang family was confiscated, Shi An even interceded and took in my little brother. Jiang Zhiyu's expression shifted. Confiscated? What was being confiscated? Why would he be subject to confiscation? He wished to hear more, yet Jiang Zhiyu ceased her discourse. Jiang Zhiyu's heart felt as though it had been lightly scratched with a feather, leaving him in a state of anxious turmoil. Receiving Jiang Zhiyu's affirmative response, Shi An dared not overstep, for after all, they were brothers by blood. Even if they were estranged, the bond remained. The act of stealing money was minor, but muddling the bloodline was grave. The Tianqi dynasty had previously witnessed a scandal involving the royal bloodline, inciting the emperor's wrath, who ordered a thorough investigation of the princes and princesses, stripping the offending consort of her garments and hanging her at the city gate until she bled to death. Her body later discarded in a mass grave. Since then, this had been enshrined in the laws. Anyone found to have muddled the bloodline, regardless of gender, would face the death penalty. This was also why Jiang Zhiyu cherished Song Shiwei so dearly. He could only recognize her as a foster daughter and would not award her the true status of a minister's daughter. Minister Jiang, please provide us with the details of the incident so that we may render a fair judgment. With a witness, the matter would be much easier to handle. The officials nearby began drafting the case documentation while they awaited the arrival of Yu Lian. Shi An frequently glanced at the kneeling Song Shiwei, seeking a definitive answer from her. Upon seeing her, Jiang Zhiyu was reminded of the loyal confidant who had perished for him, leaving behind only this single bloodline. His heart stirred with compassion, and Jiang Zhiyu keenly perceived it, fixing her gaze on him. This must be the third miss, truly. She possesses an aura that captivates the hearts of many a young gentleman. Jiang Zhiyu never hesitates to praise his children, and when others commend him, he graciously accepts without resorting to false modesty. Indeed, just based on this, he is a good father, he mused. Jiang Zhiyu replied, Well, that can be seen as a compliment. Once the conversation was opened, it flowed easily. Shi An lauded his other children before steering the discussion towards Song Shiwei. How does your excellency view the case concerning Miss Shiwei? Under your guidance? Jiang Zhiyu took the case documents and perused them. The minister's wife scoffed lightly and set down her teacup, remarking, How can one compare biological children with adopted ones? No matter how much one teaches, an inferior lineage cannot surpass one born with advantages. Her words left Song Shiwei trembling with rage. They are all worthless. They simply bully me because I have no parents to protect me. Jiang Zhiyu frowned. That statement is erroneous. Bloodlines do not determine worth. Each individual possesses a unique temperament. She was not defending Song Shiwei per se, but merely contesting that assertion. However, a thankless wolf will always remain a thankless wolf, no matter how well you treat her. She will inevitably shift the blame onto others. Song Shiwei glared at her with seething hatred, her fists clenched tightly. It's merely a matter of having been born lucky. Her anger was so intense that she could not conceal it, and Jiang Zhiyu shook his head internally. He had spoiled her too much, nurturing her to a fault. Although her sister spoke with good intentions, Song Shiwei's expression betrayed her disdain. Jiang Zhiyu set the documents aside. Since a wrongdoing has been committed, punishment must follow. Let it be as the minister's wife has suggested. Song Shiwei was momentarily stunned, and only when the guards hoisted her onto a stool did the reality sink in. It was at that moment she felt fear creeping in, her voice quaking as she pleaded, "Your Excellency, I was wrong. It was Shiwei's fault. Please, save me." Before she could finish, a guard swung a baton down. Clearly, he had held back. Otherwise, that strike alone would have rendered her unconscious. Yet, even restrained, her pampered body could not endure. After just 5 strikes, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her complexion turned pale, fingers gripping the bench until her knuckles whitened. She wished to plead for mercy, but a quick-thinking guard stuffed a cloth in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue while speaking. Jiang Zhiyu, despite his intention to teach her a lesson, could not bear to witness her plight and turned his head away. Song Shiwei, her eyes filled with rage, vowed that the humiliation she suffered today would be repaid tenfold, no, 100-fold. The sounds of groans and the baton striking flesh echoed throughout the hall, leaving Jiang Zhiyu and Gao Shi pale with fear. Gao Shi tightened her grip on Heng Ge, attempting to invoke Jiang Zhiyu's brotherly affections. "Please don't waver, father." He not only took over the courtyard after the elder brother's death, but also embezzled funds from the minister's residence. When the household fell into ruin, he absconded with the money, leaving no proper burial for him. Chapter 31. The true father of Heng Ge. The so-called brotherly bond seemed to exist solely in his heart. To his brother and mother, he was merely a fool, easily swayed by a few flattering words. If it weren't for Zhiyu's revelation, he might have remained blissfully ignorant, serving as their stepping stone. Despite being blood brothers, why was their mother so biased? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, kicking Jiang Zhiyu aside. "For so many years, I have shown you nothing but kindness. Were it not for our shared blood, I would have dealt with you long ago." Jiang Zhiyu, intimidated by the murderous intent in his voice, fell silent. Heng Ge and Gao Shi, already frightened by Song Shiwei's suffering, trembled even more at Jiang Zhiyu's reprimand. Shiren surveyed them, calculating. After the 50 strikes, Song Shiwei lay in a pool of blood, droplets dripping from the wooden floor. As soon as the guard stopped, Shiren ordered a physician to attend to her. Thanks to the guard's restraint, Song Shiwei clung to life, but Yunshu was not so fortunate. She met her end after enduring a merciless beating. Even in death, she remained a servant of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhiyu, looking disdainfully at the lifeless body on the ground, declared, inciting insubordination, "She deserves her fate. Dispose of her in a mass grave." 2 guards dragged her out, leaving a long trail of blood. Song Shiwei, witnessing this, felt her hatred for the Jiang family deepen. With Yunshu's death, she had lost her only ally in the Jiang household. The courtyard was filled with Su Yuran's spies. Even if she wished for the 6th prince to take her as a wife, she would first have to contend with Su Yuran. Song Shiwei stifled her pain, realizing that Jiang Zhiyu's sudden change of heart must be due to Jiang Zhiyu informing him of earlier events, sparking his suspicions. It was imperative that she dispel Jiang Zhiyu's doubts and refrain from any impulsive actions. The minister's wife observed the punishment unfold without haste to depart. Instead, fixing her gaze on Song Shiwei, her crimson lips parting, "Minister, at today's flower banquet, your wife mentioned that Miss Song is of similar age to your son Jiawen and expressed interest in a match. What are your thoughts?" Song Shiwei, prone on the ground, lifted her head in disbelief. Had she lost her mind? At such a juncture, she dared to bring up this matter? Jiang Zhiyong responded ambiguously. "The marriages of my children are determined by my wife. I do not interfere." The minister's wife did not seek an immediate answer. She smiled lightly, "I understand. I shall visit another day. There are matters in the household that require my attention, so I will take my leave." After saying this, she walked towards the door, casting a cold glance at Song Shiwei as she passed. So calculating, her son's reputation is in tatters, and no respectable young lady would look at them. Marrying Song Shiwei would not only forge a connection with the prime minister, but would also allow her to vent her frustrations. Once married, if her husband disapproves, he wouldn't speak up for her, and her father's influence would not reach the inner chambers. In this way, Song Shiwei would be left entirely at her mercy. Jiang Zhiyong nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Excellent. Initially, he had thought his youngest daughter was too straightforward, lacking the subtlety required to navigate the world. Now, he felt reassured. He observed Jiang Zhiyu, who had grown to his waist, and sighed nostalgically. He had indeed neglected her and her mother too much. He could not even recall the last time he held Zhiyu. However, the minister's wife may not necessarily outmaneuver Song Shiwei. Jiang Zhiyong pondered. Song Shiwei is a woman who thrives in the palace. In just a few days, the minister's wife might find herself outwitted. leaving the minister's residence as her ally. This cannot be allowed. At that moment, the servant escorting Yu Lian finally arrived. Two small servants held a disheveled woman, her hair tangled with twigs, kneeling in the center of the hall. We report to your excellency that this woman attempted to escape several times, causing the delay. Nonsense. It is clear that Yu Lian intended to seduce you into releasing her, and you fell for her ploy. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath, forcing himself not to dwell on the state of the minister's residence. His gaze turned icy, knowing there were significant matters at hand, yet still indulging in deceit. These two must not remain in the minister's residence. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground, Yu Lian was utterly terrified. Sure, Anne's threats only exacerbated her fear, leading her to spill the entire sequence of events like a broken vessel. For several years of their marriage, the lady had remained barren, and as she witnessed the other wives being brought in, a sense of panic naturally engulfed her. When rumors of pregnancy emerged from the fourth wife's chamber, she began to harbor sinister thoughts. Utter nonsense. Who dared to harm me? Gao Shi pushed aside Heng Ge and lunged at Yu Lian, only to be intercepted in the nick of time by the guards. Yu Lian turned aside, her voice trembling. Your Honor, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. Gao Shi, you must show respect in court, should there be another outburst. Do not blame this official for executing justice. Shiren cast a warning glance at her before turning back to Yu Lian, urging her to continue. Yes, Your Honor. The lady instructed me to find a gardener within the estate. When we were engaging in our illicit affair, I stood watch outside. That day, the second master returned early from his rest, and I was seized by a sudden bout of pain and stepped away briefly, only to be caught in the act by the second master. Enraged, he threatened to report it to the authorities, and in the commotion, the lady was pushed to the ground and saw blood, revealing her pregnancy. The estate doctor exerted tremendous effort to ensure her safety. Jiang Zhiju's complexion darkened. Despite bringing in numerous wives, none had conceived, yet his own wife became pregnant after consorting with the gardener. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances towards Jiang Zhiju, questioning his masculinity. He glared at Yu Lian, breathing heavily like an enraged lion, as two guards swiftly restrained him. Where is this gardener? Many servants had been dismissed after the estate was turned over, and I have no knowledge of the gardener's whereabouts. He is a cousin in the general's residence. He must have fled there, Jiang Zhiyu remarked. This complicates matters. If it were anywhere else, it would be manageable, but in the general's residence. Having reached a preliminary conclusion, Shiren summoned Jiang Zhiyu aside and whispered, Minister Jiang, according to the law, these individuals may not escape punishment. Are you certain? Chapter 32. Is it too late for regret? The surroundings seemed to still, as Jiang Zhiyu stood silently, his pupils quivering, as though engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a long moment, Shiren heard him exhale softly. Let the law take its course. Shiren bowed and stepped out, opening the legal documents with a commanding tone. The accused Jiang and Gao, for theft and bloodline confusion, face multiple charges. They shall be detained until the gardener is apprehended, and at noon, they shall be publicly executed. The innocent child shall be left to the minister's discretion. Both Jiang Zhiyu and Gao Shi collapsed despairing, their vision darkening as they wept uncontrollably on the ground. Following their sorrow came rage. Jiang Zhiju's eyes burned with hatred as he suddenly sprang up, rushing toward Jiang Zhiyu with unexpected speed, his hand glistening ominously. How dare you ambush me? No one anticipated this turn of events. They stood agape as Jiang Zhiyu froze in shock, unable to move as Jiang Zhiyu lunged at him. Jiang Zhiyu released her grip, and Jiang Zhiyu writhed on the ground, clutching his arm in agony, his cries echoing. Jiang Zhiyu turned to Jiang Zhiyu. Are you alright? The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone staring at her in bewilderment. Jiang Zhiyu frowned and called out a few more times before Jiang Zhiyu finally responded with a light cough. No, nothing at all. Thanks to Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu initially felt pride for his daughter, who was not only skilled in archery, but also possessed remarkable martial prowess. Before his gaze fell in disappointment upon the fallen Jiang Zhiyu. You wish to kill me? Jiang Zhiyu spat disdainfully. Of course. After all, we are brothers. If I must die, I would never leave you alive. Ah, a hint of madness, Jiang Zhiyu thought, as the anger he had been cultivating dissipated with those words. His elder brother's declaration surprised him, revealing a strange indifference. Once, I spared your life under the emperor's command. Now, it's time you returned that favor. What mercy! The emperor never sought my life. Jiang Zhiyu realized the dissonance. Why are you so certain the emperor would not execute you? You embezzled disaster relief funds, delaying aid for days, causing the deaths of thousands. What led you to believe the emperor would let you go after merely returning properties and wealth? Your superior, Ma An, was executed by dismemberment. What makes you think the emperor would spare you from monetary payment? Jiang Zhiyu stared at him in shock, helplessness flickering in his eyes. No. That can't be. I only took a few hundred taels. How could this happen? He turned away, unable to articulate his thoughts as Jiang Zhiyu watched his retreating figure in silence. Shiren quickly ordered the guards to remove him. With all the accused taken away, an eerie silence enveloped the court. Sharon pressed his lips together. Miss San possesses remarkable skills. Her martial prowess rivals her archery. The minister truly has an exceptional pupil. Jiang Zhiru's expression softened. Not at all. It is all thanks to Zhiyu's intelligence. Such high martial skills are wasted in the inner courtyard. Miss San should frequently visit the Dali temple for tea. The law explicitly prohibits women from holding office, and Jiang Zhiyu smiled faintly. Are you attempting to make me a labor? Labor refers to someone working without pay, often scapegoated by the officials. Do I appear easily deceived? Jiang Zhiyu regarded her in silence, as the gentle curves of her cheeks revealed playful dimples, her innocent gaze embodying the essence of a dutiful daughter. Sharon laughed heartily. Miss San, you are mistaken. Serving the people can hardly be termed as labor. Jiang Zhiyu remained silent, her demeanor deceptively meek yet sharp. And each glance exchanged felt as if she could see through his thoughts. He nervously touched his nose. How about this? We shall agree on a wage based on your time spent here. That sounds reasonable, she replied. The agreement was reached swiftly, leaving Jiang Zhiyu with no opportunity to interject. Song Shimi gritted her teeth, the pain coursing through her body constantly nagging at her nerves. She couldn't fathom how Jiang Jianjin had faltered so easily. And that wretched woman. When had she acquired such formidable skills? Why had she been completely oblivious? As Song Shimi pondered, she exited the Dali temple. Though the night was deep, the streets remained ablaze with light, particularly at Qingfeng Pavilion on East Street and Zhuilong on West Street. Jiang Zhiyu hesitated, unwilling to board the carriage. Even without hearing her thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu could sense her desire to play. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? He remarked, his gaze filled with tenderness. How could he have trusted others' words, believing his sensible daughter to be unruly and even loathsome? In an attempt to atone for his misjudgment, he declared, It's all right. Father is not tired. Whatever you wish to eat or play, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. Oh, what a delightful prospect. Father, you are my savior. Internally overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Zhiyu smiled broadly. Jiang Zhiyu then pointed towards a tall building, declaring, Father, I wish to go there. Jiang Zhiyu followed her finger, his expression turning blank. Her thoughts echoed in his ears. How thrilling. Visiting a brothel with father, ah. But I am merely going to have a look, not to partake. Do ancient gentlemen perform stripteases? Jiang Zhiyu, is it still too late to regret? Chapter 33. I truly am a little genius. Jiang Zhiyu initially intended to retract his words, but upon seeing the eager anticipation in his daughter's clear eyes, he sighed inwardly. After all, she is still young, and it is only natural for her curiosity to lead her to seek out such experiences. He decided to allow her to indulge in a private space where she could sing and dance, believing that such trivial matters would not tarnish her innocence. Once he found a rationale to convince himself, Jiang Zhiyu lifted her into the carriage and instructed, You may go, but you must promise me. This matter must remain a secret from your mother, all right? Jiang Zhiyu nodded vigorously. Father, you truly are my dear father. This is wonderful, wonderful. Finally, we have entertainment. Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with affection. The more he looked at Jiang Zhiyu, the more he felt a swell of joy. Wondering what had possessed him before to refrain from guiding such a delightful daughter personally, Jiang Zhiyu eagerly lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. The moon hung high in the sky, and the lanterns began to glow, casting shadows of figures against the windows of the wine house. The scene was bustling with a lively crowd. The carriage moved intermittently, and Jiang Ziyu's hands were full of candied hawthorns and windmills, which she delightedly played with. After a few minutes, the carriage finally came to a stop. Realizing they had arrived, Jiang Zhiyu casually picked up a mask he had just purchased and placed it on Jiang Ziyu's face before donning one himself. Many of his colleagues had a penchant for male companionship, and he had always managed to evade their invitations. If they were to catch him here, his reputation would be ruined. Jiang Zhiyu, led by him, entered with her eyes sparkling. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but once inside, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The green tiles were smooth and glimmering, seemingly laid with jade. As Jiang Zhiyu stepped upon the floor, it felt as though she were treading on wealth. This must be a place only a wealthy magnate could afford. Who is the owner? I no longer wish to toil. Jiang Zhiyu sensed the implications of her words were not favorable. After handing a sum of money to the attendant guiding them, he whispered, Take us to the private room. The private room was on the upper floor, and as Jiang Zhiyu followed him up, she frequently glanced down. The hall below was alive with clinking cups and flowing music. Where 4 men danced gracefully upon a central stage, their movements deserving of the phrase like willows in the wind, though their veils obscured their true appearances. As she observed others, their father-daughter combination attracted quite a bit of attention. It was indeed a curious sight to see a father bringing his daughter to such a place. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. Truly, in this vast world, there was no shortage of wonders. Who knows, perhaps they are here for some thrill. Came an ambiguous chuckle. Isn't that right, Brother Lu? Lu Daizong watched them enter the room, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. This silhouette seemed eerily familiar. In a quaint little chamber, opulence filled the space, with plush carpets underfoot and landscapes adorning the walls. The table at the center displayed exquisitely crafted wine vessels. Jiang Zhiyu halted Jiang Zhiyu as she reached to pour wine, addressing the attending servant. "Fetch us a pot of tea instead." The drinks in such establishments often contained aphrodisiacs, and he could not allow Zhiyu to partake. Jiang Zhiyu was indifferent to the wine. She inhaled deeply, perceiving not the fragrance, but the scent of wealth. Compared to this, the mansion surely pales in comparison. Jiang Zhiyu could not refute her statement. He had always adhered to integrity, and in his pursuit of Jiang Jianjin, he had expended a significant fortune, even selling off several small estates. No, he had been led astray by his daughter. The mansion could not even be compared to this place of indulgence. "Father, I see that others have attendants. Why don't we call for one as well?" "You think too naively." Jiang Zhiyu pointed towards the door. "Just watching is sufficient. If you want me to call one separately, it is out of the question." Jiang Zhiyu pouted. "Is there really a difference between just watching and not coming at all? It's too far to see anything clearly. It's merely a dance. If you wish to see, I can set up a stage for you at the mansion next time. It would be far more enjoyable than here." After sipping a cup of tea, he stood beside her, critiquing. "There is not an ounce of masculinity. On the battlefield, my son could slay 10 men with a single sword." Jiang Zhiyu was speechless. "I am not here to evaluate their dancing skills. I merely wish to see some muscles. I want to see chests." Jiang Zhiyu sighed. "How can my daughter be so unreserved? This would not do." Jiang Zhiyu's eyes glimmered with mischief as a plan began to form. "Father," Jiang Zhiyu said, her eyes glistening with tears, "since we are already here, if we do not have an attendant, wouldn't the money spent on this private room be wasted?" Her argument had some merit. Jiang Zhiyu's expression softened, and Jiang Zhiyu continued, and Jiang Zhiyu nodded firmly. At first glance, her reasoning seemed flawed, but upon reflection, there was indeed some truth to it. Jiang Zhiyu waved his hand. "All right. No more than 2, you may choose."
Yay.
Jiang Zhiyu took the art book from the servant's hands and began to scrutinize it intently. She appeared extremely serious, and one might mistakenly believe she was selecting a suitor. As she flipped through the pages, she discreetly noted the numbers of those she fancied. With Jiang Zhiyu present, she certainly could not view any muscular displays or stripteases, but now she was familiar with the process and could return directly to order next time. "This time, I will just choose a few suitable ones for future reference. I have already devised an excuse. I will say I went to assist at the Dali Temple and coordinate with and the guards at the entrance. Wouldn't that be seamless?" "I truly am a little genius," Jiang Zhiyu retorted. "You may not even have a next time." Moments later, Jiang Zhiyu handed the selected numbers to the servant, who hesitated as he looked at the wooden plaque in his hands. "Miss, could you perhaps select another? The one in green is currently attending to young Master Liu, and may not be available." "Young Master Liu, Lu Daizong or Lu Yaozu?" "Never mind. It has nothing to do with me," Jiang Zhiyu replied. "Then I shall choose another." After she made her new selection and handed it to the servant, he went to fetch the chosen person. Jiang Zhiyu rubbed his nose. "Previously, the Anal Marquis sought me out for a private conversation, expressing his intention to betroth you to young Master Liu Er." Jiang Zhiyu. Her face was filled with shock. "Why me? Isn't Lu Daizong quite disdainful of me? Have I somehow become a victim of Stockholm Syndrome? But wait, he doesn't even know it was me." Chapter 34. What a bizarre and multifaceted situation. Jiang Zhiyu. What is Stockholm Syndrome? He cleared his throat. "It seems to be the implication of the Anal Marquis. I have been a bit busy these past few days. Had I not mentioned it just now, I would have nearly forgotten. Of course, I am merely informing you. The Anal Marquis spoils his 2 children beyond measure, and they are not suitable partners. I would never agree." Jiang Zhiyu nodded on the surface, yet internally, she was skeptical. "With someone like him, my father could defeat 100. Jiang Zhiyu mused. With Zhiyu's prowess, she might genuinely be able to defeat 100. But the threat of hidden arrows is ever present. I must ensure she is accompanied by more guards in the future. Lu Daizong is not the one to guard against. The one to watch is the Anal Marquis. That old rogue has known for quite some time that the 6th prince is merely feigning madness. Yet he has been observing quietly, only to switch sides when the time was ripe, leading to the 6th prince's ascension and the downfall of the crown prince." The words left Jiang Zhiyu feeling scorched. He struggled to suppress the shock rising within him, his thoughts tumultuous. The 6th prince is feigning madness? The Anal Marquis has always been close to the crown prince, yet he ultimately betrayed him? And a palace coup? He had made it clear on multiple occasions that he was aligned with the crown prince. Jiang Zhiyu's hand trembled around his wine cup. The emperor favored the crown prince, even if the 6th prince's birth mother showed signs of regaining favor. It should not have compelled the Anal Marquis to switch allegiances at such a critical moment. The 6th prince's mother is merely a lowly palace maid. With only the support of the Anal Marquis, it is inconceivable that she could outmaneuver the crown prince, who has been meticulously groomed by the emperor since the age of 6 to handle state affairs. Furthermore, given the emperor's robust health in his prime, the only plausible scenario is that the sixth prince's mother has colluded with someone close to the emperor, biding her time to assassinate him. The more Jiang Zhiyu pondered, the more alarmed she became. At what stage had their plan progressed? The second chosen male companion of Jiang Zhiyu happened to be seated at the same table as Lu Daizong, a son of a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Rites, named Gao Yan. Despite his lowly status, Gao Yan had a penchant for revelry, particularly in matters of romance, which caught Lu Daizong's eye, making him a trusted confidant. Consequently, other young nobles treated him well, eager to curry favor. A servant approached, slightly bowing in greeting. "Young Master Gao, the guests in the upper private room have ordered Qing Dai. Please select another to attend to them." Gao Yan, having grown weary, casually pushed the request aside. "Fine, let me see who else is available." The servant handed him the sketchbook, with Qing Dai standing beside him. The mention of the private room made Lu Daizong's temples throb. He hoarsely inquired, "Which private room?" "The bamboo room," replied the servant. The private rooms at the Qingfeng Pavilion, known for their exquisite ambience, posed a risk to the servant for making such a request. However, the pair of father and daughter from earlier upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd, and the servant nodded. "Indeed. This is my first time seeing such a sight after years at the Qingfeng Pavilion." Lu Daizong scoffed. Snatching the sketchbook from Gao Yan's hands and tossing it into the air, the images fluttering down as music halted and dancers froze, drawing curious gazes from other patrons. "Young Master Lu? Seeking someone from me? I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to vie for my companion." In recent days, due to health issues, Lu Daizong had become increasingly tempestuous, his arrogance rivaling that of He Yanting, the legitimate heir of the general's manor, causing others to avoid him. Observing the current situation, they murmured amongst themselves, "Who is so unfortunate to encounter this little tyrant?" The servant hesitated momentarily, forcing a smile. "The guests in the bamboo room are unaware of this. Please calm down. I shall go and ask them to send someone else." "Replace someone? He chooses as he pleases, and dismisses as he wishes? Bring him down. I want to see who he is." Only Lu Daizong was privy to the secret of his ailment, while Gao Yan had pondered various solutions without success until one day. A casual remark from Gao Yan sparked an epiphany in Lu Daizong. "Perhaps, you might envision the person beneath you as the one you desire?" With newfound clarity, Gao Yan's standing in Lu Daizong's mind had risen significantly since that moment. The absent-minded gaze Lu Daizong cast upon Gao Yan now suggested a budding suspicion. Among the father and daughter who had just ascended, could one of them be the object of Lu Daizong's affections? Jiang Zhiyu, dissatisfied, pursed her lips. "Are you worried about mother?" "I am almost embarrassed to point it out." Jiang Zhiyu choked on his tea as it went down the wrong pipe, coughing for a long while to recover. Where had she learned such words? With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and Jiang Zhiyu narrowly dodged, the figure tumbling onto the plush carpet. Jiang Zhiyu sprang up to examine her closely. "Father, I am fine. This person seems to be one of our attendants." Seeing that she bore no injuries, Jiang Zhiyu finally sighed in relief, his gaze shifting to the doorway where several young noblemen stood, provocatively staring at them. Jiang Zhiyu recognized this row of young men. They had previously visited and treated him with respect. Yet now this was their demeanor. Jiang Zhiyu looked at them sorrowfully. What is the meaning of this? Though uncertain of the reason, his tone and gaze mirrored that of their father when questioning them about misdeeds. The previous bravado of the young nobleman faltered, and they collectively turned to Lu Daizong. Gao Yan, lacking such perceptiveness, declared arrogantly, "I have never seen a daughter visiting the Qingfeng Pavilion before. What an interesting endeavor. What business is it of yours?" "I merely came to observe the one who dares to compete with me for my chosen." Jiang Zhiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he know such intimate details about their affairs? Jiang Zhiyu regarded Gao Yan, a sudden realization striking her. "I understand now. That scoundrel must have caught a glimpse of my father's physique earlier and developed improper thoughts, seizing the opportunity to cause trouble when he saw us selecting someone." Chapter 35. Do not scold, do not scold. Jiang Zhiyu. What do you mean by knowing? Though he was unaware of the implications of zero, he could infer its meaning given Jiang Zhiyu's context. The son of the Minister of Rites exhibited such disgraceful conduct. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes brimmed with disdain. At such a young age, reveling in vice, instead of diligently studying and serving the nation, honoring one's parents, his thoughts are consumed by frivolity. How can one become great like this? His paternal admonition left the others momentarily stunned. The noblemen exchanged glances. Aside from their fathers, none dared to be so brazenly criticized. Was this man oblivious to their status, or was he genuinely fearless? Among them, only Gao Yan's throat subtly moved, his eyes betraying a hint of infatuation. Do not scold, do not scold. Father, the more you berate him, the more he enjoys it. Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts echoed in Gao Yan's ear, causing Jiang Zhiyu to pause, his spine suddenly chilled as he met Gao Yan's gaze, which bore an intense fixation. Gao Yan stared blankly at him, lost in thought, his face flushing. The servant, who had been thrown aside, struggled to rise, drawing the attention of onlookers, and the gathering crowd grew. This could not continue. Although both Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu wore masks, discerning eyes could still identify them from their actions and attire. While Jiang Zhiyu contemplated an escape, Lu Daizong spoke first. His gaze fixated on Jiang Zhiyu. His eyes filled with unyielding aggression, his voice low. Why the anger? This young master merely wishes to see who dares to steal from me. If you two remove your masks, I assure you, you will leave here unscathed. What say you? Having previously observed from a distance, his suspicions were now confirmed. Jiang Zhiyu was undoubtedly Jiang Zhiyu, making the identity of the accompanying man exceedingly clear. Both the Marquis and the Prime Minister were aligned with the Crown Prince. Their camaraderie, while not excessively deep, was not hostile either. Lu Daizong realized that his best course of action was to find a way for everyone to save face. Yet intoxication clouded his judgment, and driven by pent-up desire, he hoarsely suggested, or perhaps, she could stay with me for the night. My tempestuous nature. Even if you are turned into a wretched creature in the future, today I will ensure that your father does not recognize you. Jiang Zhiyu thought to himself, filled with indignation. As a father, to witness someone coveting his daughter before him was intolerable. He was on the verge of rebuking but was preempted by another voice. How dare you? The crowd turned toward the voice, and a group of guards wheeled in a chair, upon which He Yanting reclined. His narrowed eyes glinting ominously like a still, deep pool. Dressed in an ice-blue robe with intricate embroidery, his appearance exuded a refined elegance, and the sight silenced the assembly, even causing a flicker of apprehension in Lu Daizong's eyes. Jiang Zhiyu obediently stood still, her left hand pressing against her right. Were it not for this face, I would truly desire to befriend him. No, I mustn't look, I must restrain myself. He Yanting, what is wrong with his face? The more Jiang Zhiyu averted her gaze, the more He Yanting wished for her to behold him. What was the cause of such a commotion? The attendant, having risen, stood respectfully beside him and succinctly recounted the incident. He Yanting's fingertips lightly tapped upon the armrest of his wheelchair, the initially faint sound resonating in the currently hushed atmosphere, akin to the beating of a drum in the ears of those present. The narrative claims this man is cruel by nature, mercilessly dragging individuals out for punishment at the slightest displeasure. Is this true? He Yanting paused his tapping, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Drag him away, punish him. The crowd inhaled sharply, Jiang Zhiyu included. To speak of punishment so casually, is he a monster? He Yanting. Ultimately, this uproar stems from him. As an attendant, he should be well aware of the guest selections. Having failed to provide a warning, and instead causing a scene before the guests, such negligence warrants punishment. A guard seized the pleading attendant and dragged him away, and He Yanting continued. This incident reflects the laxity of Qingfeng Pavilion's management. The patron's tab has already been noted, and someone will deliver it shortly. His words carried the weight of authority, startling the onlookers anew. Qingfeng Pavilion, lavishly adorned, seemed to have risen overnight, with no one privy to the origins of its backing. Since its inception, it had usurped business from numerous nearby taverns, some of which were supported by powerful figures. Yet it remained firmly established, a testament to the capabilities of its unseen benefactors. After all, the general's residence is adjacent to the Long Princess, and He Yanting enjoys the emperor's favor. Do not listen to his nonsense. The owner is not him. It is clearly someone named Su Bai. He Yanting was momentarily taken aback, his gaze intensifying upon her. Jiang Zhiyu was equally astonished. Once, the Su family was immensely wealthy. But after a significant discovery of cursed dolls within their residence, the emperor was enraged, executing 9 generations of their kin. Su Bai is the legitimate eldest son of the Su family. With the entire family annihilated, and Su Bai surviving, coupled with He Yanting's current actions, Jiang Zhiyu could not believe that this matter had no connection to him. His gaze shifted to He Yanting's legs, concealed by a blanket, deep in thought. Since Zhiyu could heal Kongan's legs, might she also possess a means to aid He Yanting? The general's residence currently holds considerable sway in court. With tensions flaring between the northern and southern nations and Tianqi, the emperor has mentioned deploying troops more than once. In recent years, Tianqi's military strength has waned, and others are reluctant to send their sons to battle. With Kongan's legs now healing, they require further recuperation. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. Jiang Zhiyu must identify a suitable candidate before the emperor raises the issue. He Yanting had once fought alongside the old general, earning great respect in the military. Should Zhiyu successfully heal his legs, the news of Kongan's recovery would surely lead the emperor to choose He Yanting for the task of protecting Tianqi. It is imperative to discuss this with Zhiyu at the earliest opportunity. With He Yanting's arrival, LV Daizong's chance to provoke was thwarted, leaving him to seethe silently with a resentful gaze directed at him. Chapter 36. The useless control group brother, even if he was once formidable. Now he is merely a cripple. What does the emperor see in him? LV Daizong fumed inwardly, his eyes sizing up Jiang Zhiyu, his thoughts wandering once more. What kind of enchantment had she cast upon him? Why had he been preoccupied with her for days? Jiang Zhiyu, having formulated a plan, clasped his hands. We shall retrieve the funds next time. Today, we have pressing matters and must take our leave. With that, he hurriedly led Jiang Zhiyu out. Gao Yan stared longingly at their departing figures, sighing inwardly. As the guards wheeled the wheelchair away, the hall once again filled with music and dance. The guards ascended to the third floor, opening a secluded room. The air was thick with fragrant incense, at the center of which lay a long table adorned with a chessboard. A man in red leaned against his hand, his long hair cascading like a waterfall. Devoid of any adornment, his cheeks flushed. In one hand, he held a chess piece, while scattered jars lay at his feet. The guard positioned He Yanting opposite him, then turned to exit, shutting the door behind him as He Yanting spoke coolly. Your identity has been revealed. For the first time, He Yanting found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had heard Jiang Ziyu's innermost thoughts? He cleared his throat. This is of little consequence. What matters is that the third miss of the Xiang family is aware of your identity, and perhaps Jiang Zhiyu knows as well. Su Bai's eyes widened with astonishment. The third miss of the Xiang family? How could she know? A mere young lady of the boudoir is privy to his identity? Su Bai was taken aback. Do not deceive me. If she knows, then the entire Tianqi will surely be aware. When have I ever deceived you? The sources of information regarding the third miss of the Xiang family are shrouded in mystery. Not only you, but I too suspect she is well informed. Su Bai could not suppress the gasp that escaped him. So formidable? What shall we do? Shall we kill her? Your identity must remain concealed. In contrast to his anxiety, He Yanting appeared remarkably composed, his slender fingers placing a black piece on the right side of the chessboard. Why resort to murder? That would only diminish the intrigue. Su Bai could not refute this, then suddenly remarked, Your earlier departure was not due to her, was it? He Yanting cast him a sidelong glance. You would not dare to. At the warning glance from He Yanting, Su Bai prudently gestured as if to restrain himself, a smile of feigned innocence on his lips. Such avoidance surely indicates a stirring of affection. In the carriage returning home, Jiang Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt. She had been too self-centered, forgetting the potential ridicule that could arise should this matter spread in the current era. Rarely had she felt so deflated, her head bowed in dismay. Forgive me, father. I have been willful, insisting on coming with you. If I am recognized, I fear I shall become the subject of mockery. Jiang Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. Having assumed her lack of spirit upon exiting Qingfeng Pavilion was due to not encountering a favored companion, only to realize it stemmed from this concern. Jiang Zhiyu affectionately ruffled her hair. What does it matter? Your father is the prime minister. Let them laugh behind your back. Moreover, do they not indulge in their own leisure? My daughter, pursue whatever you desire, provided it does not harm others. Anything is permissible. Jiang Zhiyu looked up at him. A feeling previously unknown blossoming within her heart, her eyes gradually moistening. Without a heroine, what a splendid father he is. Rest assured, I shall never allow you to tread the old path again. After a long night of unrest, devoid of Hung Ji's disturbances, Jiang Zhiyu finally experienced her first good sleep, remaining undisturbed until midday. The master slept soundly, and the maidservants dared not intrude, moving about with utmost care. A boy of approximately 10 years entered, clad in pale moonlight-colored garments, his jade pendant swaying at his waist as he walked. It is already midday. Has third sister not awoken? The speaker was the third son of the Xiang family, Jiang Bojian. Jiang Bojian, displeased, puffed up his cherubic cheeks in irritation, exuding an adorable charm. His voice was not hushed, clearly intending to rouse Jiang Zhiyu from her slumber. Furthermore, the prime minister had declared that Hung Ge was not of the Jiang lineage, but the illegitimate child of the Gao family, leading to considerable ire, resulting in their immediate confinement to the Dali temple. Jiang Bojian's eyes widened in disbelief. Such simple words struck a blow to his wobbling worldview. Jiang Kongan was paralyzed, and Jiang Wenjing commanded troops at the front, absent from the residence. Jiang Zhenjin could only send Hung Ge to appease the still studying Jiang Bojian. Hearing this news, he found it utterly implausible. Nonsense. How could Hung Ge not be a child of the Jiang family? In a fit of rage, the maids within the room fell to their knees, trembling like bamboo shadows. Young master, please temper your anger. We are as ignorant as you are, they pleaded. Jiang Bojian, visibly irritated, clicked his tongue, growing increasingly vexed at their ignorance. What do you think the Jiang residence sustains you for? He snapped, lifting his foot as if to kick. In that moment, Zhuing shut her eyes tightly, but movement stirred from the direction of the bed. Jiang Bojian turned to see Jiang Zhiyu, who appeared not fully awake. Her gaze hazy and her eyes slightly reddened, resembling an innocent bunny. Who on earth is making such a racket this early? Her irritable voice shattered the delicate impression she had just created, her gaze finally locking onto Jiang Bojian. Oh, it's just my useless counterpart of a brother, she remarked dismissively. Jiang Bojian, who had been praised since childhood, was left bewildered. Has she not yet risen from her slumber? Chapter 37. Is this part of his murderous scheme against me? Jiang Bojian, possessing a keen intellect, though not as illustrious as his two elder brothers, was still considered exceptional. He could not comprehend how he had been labeled a waste by his sister. After all, she had herself only achieved a mediocre grade in her studies. His temper flared. What did you just say? Who is the... Yet the words caught in his throat. He attempted to articulate his thoughts several times, only to grasp, under the weight of the room's questioning stares, that discussing his sister's psychological state was simply beyond him. A sense of frustration enveloped him. Jiang Zhiyu, oblivious to his turmoil, rose from the bed, her disheveled appearance suggesting a morning routine in progress. She mused, what a pity, although quite intelligent. He pales in comparison to the sixth prince, who has regained his senses. She reflected on how Jiang Bojian, once celebrated in the academy, had become perpetually second best, always just a step behind the sixth prince. She recalled the humiliations he suffered at the hands of his rival, how his scholar had been bribed to sabotage him during examinations, leading to his dismal failure and a near descent into despair. Although he eventually regained his resolve. A coup ensued, the sixth prince ascended as the new emperor, and the Jiang family faced annihilation. The hope he had glimpsed was now forever out of reach. As Jiang Zhiyu pondered these thoughts, she noticed Jiang Bojian's profound sigh. Jiang Bojian, meanwhile, was grappling with his sister's uncanny foresight regarding future events, instinctively choosing to believe her. If this were the case, it struck him that his immediate priority should be to locate the bribed scholar. He decided not to rush, and instead sat down to brew himself a cup of tea, savoring the tranquility. Third brother, is there something of importance? Jiang Bojian paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering. What had brought him to his sister's quarters? After a moment of contemplation, he relinquished the thought, deciding that whatever it was could not be of significant consequence. His sister, often burdened by the oppressive atmosphere of the courtyard, might benefit from an outing with a few classmates to enjoy the scenic beauty of the lake. A lake outing? What splendid idea. Perhaps inspiration will strike, and I might compose verses that echo through the ages. With a smile gracing his lips, he stepped out of the courtyard and instructed a servant to procure a boat for their excursion. As autumn approached, the air turned crisp, with gentle breezes ruffling the leaves, now tinged with gold. The subtle fragrance of flora wafted through the air, and Jiang Zhiyu inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and lighthearted. Jiang Bojian had anticipated her usual chatter, but to his surprise, she remained silent from the moment she stepped into the carriage until they reached the boat, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of something amiss. In time, Jiang Zhiyu's increasingly outrageous behavior led him to harbor deep resentment towards her, and he avoided her courtyard altogether. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he felt an unusual urge to connect with her. When the assistant finally located his scholar, he found Jiang Zhiyu pushing him along. Jiang Bojian, unable to suppress a smile, noted her amused laughter, yet their silence persisted. Yet, Jiang Bojian's smile faltered as he noticed her expression of hunger and fatigue. Are we not there yet? This long stretch of road. Why must we disembark the carriage so soon? My stomach is growling, she lamented. Is this part of his nefarious plan against me? Inviting me out only to starve or exhaust me? Such venomous thoughts coursed through Jiang Bojian's mind, forgetting that his sister had only awakened around noon and had not eaten. The length of the path was designed for the nobility to appreciate the scenery and engage in poetic discourse. Even the servants were barred from entering, making it impossible for commoners. Realizing his oversight, Jiang Bojian offered, "Shall I carry you, sister?" Jiang Zhiyu regarded him, then surveyed the seemingly endless road ahead. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded decisively. All right. Without hesitation, she leaped onto his back. How light, was Jiang Bojian's immediate thought. Having been frail since childhood, he often relied on a scholar for heavy lifting and immediately regretted his words, but Jiang Zhiyu's swift action left him no room for protest. Nevertheless, he could manage her weight. As he walked with her on his back, he noted the rhythm of her breathing, and an inexplicable sense of pride welled within him. I can carry someone now. I am no longer the so-called waste who cannot lift a finger. After walking for a short while, they finally glimpsed the boat. Though sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes sparkled with determination. At the end of the path stood three young gentlemen, each a paragon of elegance and finery. As they beheld Jiang Bojian carrying Jiang Zhiyu, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Jiang Bojian, though panting, forced himself to spin around a few times before casually setting Jiang Zhiyu down. The three exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. He carried her all this way? Is this still the friend we know, or has he been possessed by some malevolent spirit? As they leaned back, Jiang Bojian noticed their peculiar behavior. What is the matter with you? Chapter 38. Hold on. You must endure. Nothing at all. The trio quickly responded, their eagerness to deny betraying their nerves. What a perfect synchronization. Jiang Bojian shot them an incredulous glance, surmising the cause of their oddity. Aware that Jiang Zhiyu had not yet dined, he introduced his companions. This is Meng Hong, the second son of the Hamlin Academy. This is Yin Qingrui, the third son of the governor. And this is Shi Zongxin, son of the Minister of Justice. The The three bowed in unison. Jiang Zhiyu reciprocated with grace. I appreciate your care for Bojian. Upon hearing this, they laughed heartily. There is no need for formality. Bojian's sister is our sister too. The other two cast frantic glances at him, silently urging him to temper his enthusiasm. Jiang Zhiyu chuckled. Who could withstand such affection? Brother, you've done splendidly. Surely, this is akin to paradise. Jiang Bojian, realizing her focus was solely on food, interjected. Are the dishes prepared? Of course. I even arranged an extra dessert. It is said that ladies have taken quite a liking to it, and I am sure you will enjoy it as well. Shi Zongxin replied with a flattering smile, personally leading her inside. The remaining gentlemen whispered among themselves. Yin Qingrui, that's not right. Although Zong Xinxin usually treats others warmly, today seems to be an excessive display of enthusiasm.
Jean Bojian, impossible.
His sense of vigilance surged as he gazed at Shi Zongxin's retreating figure, his eyes fixed like arrows. The other two burst into laughter. Meng Hong, what? Are you so afraid of your brother becoming your sister's husband? Yin Qingrui, setting aside everything else. This sister appears quite demure, unlike the rumors suggest. Meng Hong, rumors are ultimately just that. I said it long ago, yet you didn't believe me. Jiang Bojian silently listened to them, his gaze solemn as he observed Shi Zongxin's silhouette. Unbeknownst to him, something Shi Zongxin said caused Jiang Zhiyu to momentarily freeze before breaking into a smile, her lips curving delightfully. Jiang Bojian's mind raced with alarm. He hastened over. And upon his arrival, Shi Zongxin ceased speaking. Jiang Zhiyu remained seated, beginning her meal. He merely recounted the tale of a censor's son stuck in a dog hole, which you heard today as well. Jiang Bojian eyed him skeptically. He told it too, yet she didn't seem this happy. Frustrated, he sat beside them as three young attendants in green garments served him tea and massaged his legs. Meng Hong sipped his tea. I was just about to ask, why on earth did you bring a scholar's attendant along for a leisurely outing? Scholar's attendant? Jiang Zhiyu, mouth full, lifted her eyelids. Her gaze fell upon 12 identical young attendants serving them. Initially, she thought they were servants of the boat, only to realize they were scholars' attendants. Speaking of which, the bribed attendant was named Ai. It's quite similar, almost indistinguishable. Ai? Jiang Bojian's expression darkened. This Ai had no qualifications to serve in the study. During a moment of respite, he had stumbled upon a young child mourning their lineage, lamenting their fate, and being bullied by the steward. Soft-hearted, he took the child in to serve him, only to realize he had nurtured a treacherous wolf, who had bribed him. He needed to devise a plan to expose the puppeteer behind the scheme. As if reading his mind, Jiang Zhiyu stated directly, the one who bribed Ai is my brother's first love, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Gao Wen. Unfortunately, she harbors affections only for the crown prince. Jiang Bojian. How could this be possible? The bribery of the attendant stemmed solely from my brother approaching her, claiming that if he passed the examination, he would marry someone like you. Gao Wen knew he had spoken, and her father would surely not refuse, which led to the scheme. Jiang Bojian's expression gradually went blank. He merely harbored feelings for her, and besides, hadn't she gifted him a handkerchief? Was this not mutual affection? He had thought she was simply shy. Jiang Bojian's hands, resting at his sides, trembled with suppressed rage. The fragrance of the tea wafted around him. Meng Hong looked at Jiang Bojian, whose complexion had turned pale. What's wrong? You look as if you've seen a ghost. Jiang Zhiyu turned her gaze toward him as well. I thought he would be startled, but why do they always look so pale? Should I brew some soup to nourish them? Jiang Bojian, is there anyone who wouldn't understand this? The surface of the lake rippled gently, fish occasionally leaping from the water. Shi Zongxin spoke with a smile. The waters here are naturally warm. Even in winter, they do not freeze. While it is still less crowded now, we can enjoy some peace. In winter, all the boats will be prioritized for the royal family, as the princes and princesses adore this place. Though his words were laced with laughter, an undercurrent of sarcasm was palpable. Jiang Zhiyu nodded as she chewed on a delicacy. Alas, this child is simply too honest, lacking his father's shrewdness. After excelling in his studies, he was manipulated into going south for disaster relief, perishing in the flood. Jiang Bojian was taken aback again. Shi Zongxin continued to smile, rising to point toward the distance, explaining things one by one to Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu graciously played the role of the supportive listener, and Shi Zongxin grew increasingly animated. This scene appeared increasingly surreal to Jiang Bojian as he watched Shi Zongxin, his thoughts consumed by Jiang Zhiyu's words about perishing in a flood. When Meng Hong nudged him, he couldn't help but shudder. Meng Hong, startled by his reaction, asked, what is wrong with you? Connecting it to Jiang Bojian carrying Jiang Zhiyu here, Yin Qingrui inquired with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Do not push yourself. If it truly becomes unbearable, I can have the boat turn back now. No need, I am fine. Jiang Bojian gripped his thigh, his chest heaving. Jiang Zhiyu remained focused on Shi Zongxin, momentarily unaware of his change. Hold on. He must endure. Chapter 39. Something feels off. His expression did not suggest that he was fine. Meng Hong followed his gaze. Shi Zongxin was speaking fluently, while Jiang Zhiyu appeared genuinely interested. He understood the underlying tension. Yin Qingrui nodded in agreement. Seeing their misunderstanding, Zhang Bojian struggled to find a valid explanation, finally offering a feeble defense. I assure you, I am fine. Perhaps I am just a bit weary. A brief rest will suffice. I know well what kind of person Zongxin is. How could I possibly distrust him? Meng Hong and Yin Qingrui exchanged glances, recognizing his reluctance to discuss it further, and chose not to press him. They took extra care of him, performing tasks usually assigned to the attendants, serving tea and water attentively. Jiang Zhiyu, amused by Shi Zongxin, glanced up to find Meng Hong extending a teacup toward her brother. Jiang Zhiyu, something feels distinctly off, an unsettling sense of foreboding. Cherish every moment, future power brokers and the naive scion of the Jiang family. Ah, this is splendid. Coughing violently, a sip of tea lodged in Jiang Bojian's windpipe. Though it seemed innocuous, his intuition screamed otherwise. Furthermore, who was this future power broker?
Meng Gong?
Startled by his coughing fit, Meng Hong patted his back. Despite the discomfort, Jiang Bojian fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhiyu. More. He needed to hear more. He felt as if he might choke. Jiang Zhiyu, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, poured out everything. I must admit, my brother's discernment surpasses that of everyone in the Jiang family. Several friends are genuinely sincere and lack any ulterior motives. These individuals are all exceptional. They annually pay tribute to my brother, and upon uncovering the truth behind his death, they devoted themselves entirely to avenging him. Meng Hong even ascended to the position of Grand Tutor, wielding immense power in the court. Alas, he could not escape the protagonist's halo. During the reform, he was branded a traitor and met a tragic end, forever condemned by future generations. Jiang Bojian's coughing ceased abruptly. Yin Qingrui's fate is similarly grim. Having offended the sixth prince during his time at the academy, once the prince ascended, he was dispatched to a remote area to serve in the military. Whenever he made progress, the sixth prince's agents sabotaged his efforts until the natural disasters and famine consumed him. A flood of information overwhelmed Jiang Bojian, and he looked up, bewildered, at his friends' anxious faces, which, in his hazy perception, appeared as ghastly skulls. Jiang Bojian's lips trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. All these misfortunes befell his friends in pursuit of revenge on his behalf. He must devise a plan. Why does everyone suffer so terribly? But fear not, for I am here. Such events shall never transpire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bojian felt a wave of relief wash over him, only for darkness to engulf him as he pitched forward. Just before consciousness completely faded, he seemed to hear someone exclaim, "What is happening? Is he seasick or faint?" Inside Chunhua Pavilion, Song Shiwei lay on the bed, her maid beside her tending to her wounds. The elderly matriarch, who claimed she would treat her like a beloved daughter or granddaughter, had not spared her a single glance, nor had Jiang Zhaorong. All the maids in the courtyard had been replaced, and Yun Shu had been beaten to death. She was utterly alone, without even someone to converse with. She bit her lip fiercely, her eyes filled with hatred. The maid quietly changed the dressing. The family doctor had mentioned that the young lady was injured and emotionally unstable, so she dared not speak much, fearing to make any mistakes. Even her movements were slow and careful as she bowed and silently retreated. Jiang Zhiyu. It was all because of her that she had fallen into such a predicament. All it took was being born into a favorable position. If her biological father had not died, who knew who would hold the position of prime minister now? Clearly, they were the ones who had usurped her rightful place. And everything should belong to her. Even if Jiang Kongan were healed, so what? A paralyzed person bedridden for years could not walk so quickly. He would surely be in a wheelchair at the Mid-Autumn Feast. Since Yan Li intended to kill him, she might as well add fuel to the fire and drag Jiang Zhiyu into it as well. With esteemed guests and royal relatives present, encountering the scandal of the eldest son of the Jiang family and the third miss in incestuous relations would be a spectacle to behold. When Jiang Kongan died, the scandal would be set in stone. She did not believe that rumors could not destroy lives. By then, even if Jiang Zhiyu survived, would she still dare to show her face in public? The sky was a deep azure, and the white clouds drifted lazily. Shadows of clouds were reflected in the water, and a gentle breeze stirred the perfectly smooth surface, creating ripples. In the center of the lake, a beautifully adorned boat swayed with the current. Jiang Bojian opened his eyes to behold the scene before him, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. You're awake. You have arrived in paradise. Meng Hongyu saw his movement, approached, and embraced his neck with a bright smile. Paradise? Where is that? Meng Hong had just heard it from Jiang Zhiyu and used it to tease him. It is the place where good people go after they die. Before he could finish, he noticed 2 streams of tears falling from Jiang Bojian's eyes. He immediately panicked. What's wrong? I was just trying to scare you. You're still alive. He thought Jiang Bojian was frightened by the thought of death, but little did he know that Jiang Bojian was overwhelmed with the feeling of not having protected them. Typically hot-tempered, Jiang Bojian restrained his emotions only in front of them, yet this was the first time he had ever cried. The others gathered around. Sister, look at Bojian. Is he possessed? Yin Qingrui stood beside Jiang Zhiyu, her tone laced with concern. Yes, fine. Yes, just a bit seasick. And the emotional turmoil has caused him to feel dizzy, Jiang Zhiyu said, taking out a small pouch containing a pill. Take this, and you will feel better. Jiang Bojian took it and swallowed it with water. After a moment, the dizziness that had accompanied him since boarding the boat dissipated, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. The three marveled at the transformation. Shi Zongxin remarked, You suddenly fainted earlier. We were terrified. There was no doctor on the boat, and, thankfully, your sister caught you in time and assured us you were all right, which put our minds at ease. Yin Qingrui added, No wonder you always look pale when you go boating. We thought something had upset you. Meng Hong said, Thanks to sister. Her medical skills are so superb that even the Imperial Hospital cannot compare. It was evident that these were merely flattery, yet Jiang Zhiyu took great pleasure in it. After all, who could resist a group of charming young men calling her sister? Chapter 40. This development is beyond my expectations. Jiang Bojian asked, What is a charming young man? Does it mean their flesh is tender? Moreover, why did his friends all refer to his sister as sister when he had merely fainted? That was his sister. He glared at them. But the other three, even having understood his meaning, continued to crowd around Jiang Zhiyu, calling her sister and teasing him. The innocence of youth is truly delightful, free from worry. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Bojian, with keen insight, bought a variety of street snacks to treat his sister. Sitting in the carriage, Jiang Zhiyu licked a candied hawthorn while contemplating her plan for rehabilitation. The plan has been devised. If followed rigorously, within half a month, elder brother will be able to walk again. Jiang Bojian exclaimed in disbelief, but elder brother's leg was broken. Can he really stand up? His eyes reddened with tears of joy. Compared to his second brother Jiang Wenjing, he had always been closer to his elder brother Jiang Kongan. When he was young, after the Du family entered the residence, the daughter they brought was of marriageable age. Although his father visited him and his mother every night, his mother never paid attention to his father afterward. Gradually, his father stopped coming altogether. It is said that an elder brother is like a father. In Jiang Bojian's heart, his elder brother held a higher position than his father. Later, after his elder brother was injured, his temperament changed drastically. The only person allowed to remain in his courtyard for long periods was only Sister Sherwei. As soon as the carriage stopped, Jiang Bojian jumped down eagerly. I'm not tired. I want to see elder brother too. Jiang Zhiyu, aware of the plot, nodded in agreement. All right, let us go together. Jiang Bojian secretly sighed in relief when she wasn't paying attention. It wasn't fear of his elder brother, but rather of Ah Fu. Given his elder brother's disdain for the third sister, if he were to throw someone, it would undoubtedly be her first. He could sneak out while Ah Fu wasn't watching. He marveled at his own cleverness, obediently following Jiang Zhiyu, appearing most well-behaved. As long as someone was present in the elegant courtyard, the news of Jiang Kongan's leg being treated would have a high chance of leaking. Therefore, in the interest of protecting her son, Su Yuran had to nip any signs of this in the bud. Thus, besides Ah Fu, no one else was present in the courtyard, and the gate was tightly shut. Jiang Zhiyu knocked 3 times, then waited and knocked 4 more times before the sound of the door opening came from inside. Wow, it feels like there's a secret agent vibe, Jiang Bojian thought. There being no one around, Jiang Kongan need not be discreet. The door was wide open, and he lay on the bed, exercising with the aid of 2 pull rings. Upon seeing them, Jiang Kongan, sweat dripping from his chin, smiled and said, I heard you only got up at noon today, disturbed by this little rascal? The little rascal Jiang Bojian felt wronged, but dared not retort. Jiang Zhiyu inspected Jiang Kongan's recovery status and asked in confusion, Father wants to send him away. Why are you seeking me out? Jiang Bojian lowered his eyelashes. Brother Heng said it was because you incited father. I thought he wouldn't speak nonsense at 6 years old. Jiang Kongan's expression darkened immediately. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Did I not say to always remain vigilant? Jiang Bojian lowered his head. You speak so eloquently, yet you show no wariness towards Song Sherwei? That incense has been used for half a year. You're practically marinating in it. Jiang Kongan said. Jiang Bojian abruptly raised his head and caught a glimpse of his elder brother's guilty expression. Although this expression was quite novel, Jiang Bojian was more intrigued by the mention of Song Sherwei by Jiang Zhiyu. What does it mean? Was there something wrong with the incense that Sister Sherwei gifted to elder brother? Jiang Kongan cleared his throat. Did Heng say nothing else? He added. He also said that the third sister accused him of not being of the Jiang bloodline. Jiang Bojian muttered, Heng keeps pestering me. When he said that, I didn't think much of it. Jiang Kongan replied, He's deceiving you. Heng is indeed not of the Jiang bloodline. His intentions to use you are evident, considering what he has learned while being around Jiang Jianjin. Exactly. That guy is a born troublemaker. He would harm small animals as a child, spoiled by the old lady, and learned from Jiang Jianjin's shamelessness. He knows how to assess situations and realizes that he can't hold on to things by himself. Now, the brother he worked so hard to please is finally of use to him. Jiang Bojian felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. The hung who followed him around all day calling him brother had such deep thoughts? He was only 6 years old. Jiang Kongan observed his dazed expression and refrained from mocking him further, simply inquiring, and then, where have you placed him? Jiang Bojian responded with a slight exclamation. I haven't placed him anywhere. After he spoke, I mentioned I would seek out third sister for clarification and departed. Jiang Kongan's expression conveyed a profound complexity. This unforeseen development had not crossed my mind. Chapter 41. Sister holds you in her heart. You push her into the ditch, due to Jiang Bojian's words. The atmosphere in the room momentarily froze. Jiang Bojian also regained his senses, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Jiang Kongan let out a deep sigh. Now that everyone had departed, dwelling on the matter was futile. Whether he lived or died was entirely dependent on Hung Ji's fate. The old home was not devoid of his informants. If he behaved himself, he could still be raised, but if he harbored ulterior motives, the wolves and tigers lurking in the mountains would surely feast. Jiang Kongan recounted the events of the past few days to Jiang Bojian, aligning with Jiang Zhiyu's sentiments, which completely reshaped Jiang Bojian's understanding. Among the revelations, the most shocking was, of course, the incident involving their grandmother and the child's urine. Jiang Bojian felt his stomach churn, nearly retching. Upon mentioning the secret within Song Shiwei's incense, Jiang Bojian swayed, barely steadying himself by clutching the table. How could this be? Sister Shiwei was clearly gentle and kind-hearted. Despite having been bullied by third sister throughout their childhood, she always smiled it off. How could such a sister commit such an act? He had always envisioned that his future wife would be a woman akin to Sister Shiwei. Jiang Kongan observed his expression, deep in thought. Jiang Zhiyu's hands meticulously traced Jiang Kongan's leg bones. After years of martial arts training, they had not deteriorated excessively. Jiang Zhiyu nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a list from her little cat pouch. Big brother is recovering well. If we follow this plan, he will be moving freely in less than half a month. Jiang Bojian's face lit up with joy, and Jiang Kongan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He tentatively moved his legs, a dull ache radiating throughout his body. Jiang Bojian noticed his brother's legs tremble slightly, and he burst into tears, clinging tightly to Jiang Kongan. Not only had his brother been longing for this moment, but he had also been eagerly anticipating its arrival. Jiang Kongan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendered speechless by emotion. He could only pat his younger brother's shoulder. Suddenly, Jiang Bojian recalled his friend's exaggerated compliments about his sister on the boat. Previously, he had thought them overblown, but now he realized they were utterly accurate. His sister was indeed superior to all the physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Jiang Bojian exclaimed, Brother, does this mean I can visit you every day now? You won't let Ah Fu throw me out again, will you? You have no idea how harsh Ah Fu can be. If it weren't for third sister's presence, I wouldn't have dared to enter. I probably would have just stood outside for a while before leaving. Jiang Zhiyu pursed her lips. Understood. Her role is to serve as a source of courage. The brothers were left puzzled, wondering what this meant. The excitement clouded Jiang Bojian's mind. Of course. It's because you dislike third sister. Even if Ah Fu were to throw someone out, it would definitely be her first. Jiang Kongan replied, I do not dislike Zhiyu. Do not speak nonsense. He discreetly observed Jiang Zhiyu's expression. Her smile remained calm, seemingly unfazed, yet the cold laughter echoing around the brothers betrayed her true feelings. Sister holds you in her heart. You push her into the ditch. All right. A chill ran down Jiang Bojian's spine. He attempted to remedy the situation, but Jiang Zhiyu clearly had no intention of listening. She slowly approached, reminiscent of a large feline preparing to hunt. As the saying goes, strike the younger brother early. There is reason behind it. Jiang Bojian retreated step by step, while Jiang Zhiyu relentlessly pursued him. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, she seized him by the collar and tossed him aside effortlessly. The gate creaked shut, and as Jiang Bojian scrambled to his feet and knocked several times, no one answered.
Wah.
Third sister is incredibly strong, almost on par with Ah Fu. That evening, under a starry sky and gentle breeze, Jiang Bojian strolled slowly through the garden, where pavilions were layered and flowers and trees flourished, creating a unique charm. Passing by a bamboo grove, inspiration struck him, and he stopped to recite bamboo. The leaves swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Jiang Bojian, with keen eyesight, quickly discerned a shadow moving within the grove. Suppressing his rising fear, he called out softly, Who is it? Come out. The shadow stirred and then lunged forward, collapsing onto his shoes, weeping bitterly. The child's cries mingled with the rustling bamboo leaves, creating an eerily haunting sound in the night. Jiang Bojian's heart began to suspect. Hunga? The shadow nodded frantically. With a complicated mix of emotions, Jiang Bojian helped him up, noticing that Hungo appeared as if he had crawled out of mud, leaving Jiang Bojian's hands soiled as well. He frowned, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Unbeknownst to Hungo, he sobbed, After you left, they forced me onto a carriage and tried to tie me up. I managed to hide in the street while they went to relieve themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, a child crying in such distress was inherently pitiful. Had he not been informed of Hung Ji's true nature by his elder brother and third sister, he might have fallen for the ruse. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Bojian no longer regarded him as merely a child but as an equal, setting aside the brotherly affection. Jiang Bojian's tone turned cold. Previously, you claimed that third sister incited father. Yet I have heard it was because second uncle hid the treasury of the Xiang residence that father sent him to the Dali temple? Hung Ge blinked, puffing out his cheeks, his tone dismissive. But the Xiang lord only took her to the Dali temple. Moreover, my father could never steal. Hung Ji's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. As he turned to flee, Jiang Bojian grasped him firmly. Despite his own frail condition, subduing a child was still manageable. Without further delay, he propelled Hung Ge toward the stable. Hung Ge resisted vehemently, struggling against Jiang Bojian and attempting to bite him. Jiang Bojian swiftly bound him with the rope meant for the horses and delivered a sharp slap. Hung Ge was left dazed. Jiang Bojian spoke sternly. Considering your youth, I shall not hold this against you. It would be best if you could behave yourself. Otherwise, this worthless life may not be worth preserving. Hung Ge gazed at him in terror, no longer daring to utter a sound. Chapter 42. Not a true princess. The following morning, Jiang Zhiyu awoke as usual, rising only at noon. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Sulan staring at her, a look of delight on her face. Jiang Zhiyu. Her expression, filled with questions, amused Jiang Sulan, who leaned closer to Jiang Zhiyu and whispered conspiratorially, I heard that the fifth prince is impotent. Jiang Zhiyu. I thought there was some juicy gossip. He was already unable last time I saw him. Jiang Sulan. Last time? Was it during the visit to the minister's residence? He has lost his ability, yet Xiao Siyuan can still be attentive, and he shows no signs of distress? Jiang Sulan's understanding of Xiao Siyuan's feelings deepened. Jiang Zhiyu had to question herself. At that time, there wasn't enough medicine. Only temporary remedies were available. A physician should have resolved it immediately. Could it be that he didn't seek the physician out of embarrassment? Jiang Sulan wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. If he hadn't sought a physician, how did this information leak out? Xiao Siyuan's secondary consort is the second daughter of the Minister of War, Sun Yu, known for her fiery temper and jealousy. Due to Xiao Siyuan's indiscreet behavior, she has always viewed her sister as a thorn in her side. Desperate to retain Xiao Siyuan, she has been insisting on having a child, pressing him to consummate their marriage. Unfortunately, Xiao Siyuan is currently unable, especially right after meeting her sister at the minister's residence. Suspicion arose within Sun Yu, leading her to create quite a commotion in the residence. The vice minister, however, was particularly fond of his daughter. As Xiao Siyuan sought the imperial throne, he naturally relied on the vice minister's unwavering support. Left with no other options, he finally revealed the truth. Sun Yu, in a state of distress, insisted on entering the palace to summon the imperial physician. Despite Xiao Siyuan's desperate attempts to dissuade her, she was resolute. The poison had been neutralized, yet the news of his impotence had spread throughout the Tianqi realm. Jiang Sulan remarked. So this is how it came to light? You are quite remarkable, sister. You seem to know everything. Sun Yu was indeed a person of strong emotions, but Xiao Siyuan was too preoccupied with pacifying his beloved in the palace to reprimand her. Jiang Sulan perked up her ears, curious about the women in the palace, who fell into three categories: consorts, princesses, or palace maids. The first two could be ruled out, and she was eager to discover what kind of maid could capture Xiao Siyuan's attention to the extent that he would consider eliminating her. Unbeknownst to many, Xiao Siyuan's beloved was none other than his nominal half-sister, Princess Xia Qingwu of Liang. Jiang Sulan's mind came to a halt. Who? Inside the Elan Hall, all attendants had been dismissed. Princess Xia Qingwu wept, her tears resembling blooming pear blossoms, while Xiao Siyuan knelt before her, his gaze gentle as he comforted her. It's nothing. The physician has confirmed that I was merely under the influence of medicine. Now that the effects have worn off, I am perfectly well. Stop crying, dear, he said, his voice a deep murmur, his eyes swirling with emotion. Glistening tears hung precariously from Xia Qingwu's chin, and Xiao Siyuan, unable to resist, leaned in to capture one in his mouth, gently sucking it away. Xia Qingwu paused in her weeping, pushing him away, lifting her chin. Under Xiao Siyuan's clearly dissatisfied gaze, she leaned in and kissed him. Having gone days without release, Xiao Siyuan could hardly endure such provocation. As they kissed, he rose, his fingers entwined in her hair, pulling her closer to him. Xia Qingwu was taken aback by his reaction, her delicate hands pressing against his chest in resistance. Their breaths mingled in a prolonged pause. Xia Qingwu, annoyed, exclaimed, It's all Sun Yu's fault. Does she lack any sense? How could she speak so brazenly about such matters? Xiao Siyuan embraced her. Had it not been for the support of the Ministry of War, I would have dealt with her already. Her outburst today has, in fact, provided me with the perfect opportunity to distance myself from her. I doubt the vice minister would dare to protest. Xia Qingwu pouted. Can't you just dismiss her? Xiao Siyuan replied. If you do not wish for me to ascend the throne, then I could easily cast her aside. The room fell into silence. and Xiao Ziyuan gently swayed her in his arms. All right, I know you care for your brother. Just wait a little longer. Once I claim that position, I shall want no other in my harem but you. Xia Qingwu lowered her head, blushing. A thought crossed Xiao Ziyuan's mind regarding the jade pendant hanging at Jiang Zulan's waist. What kind of poison did you apply to that pendant? How is it that those two sisters are entirely unscathed? It was impossible. The poison she used was a potent toxin that acted immediately. He had heard no rumors of the Jiang family's daughter suffering a sudden demise, and she suspected that her brother did not want Jiang Zulan to perish. Xia Qingwu concealed her doubts, not wanting her brother to know her malice, and quietly replied, it was merely a slow-acting poison. The slow poison would only lead to death after several months if administered in a light dose. He had considered marrying Jiang Zulan, as the Chancellor's support would undoubtedly outweigh that of the Minister of War, but his beloved's disdain for her made it impossible for him to proceed. Moreover, Jiang Zulan might not even harbor deep feelings for him. Xiao Ziyuan and Xia Qingwu were siblings. Wasn't that a violation of moral principles, an enormous scandal? Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Zhiyu, who was washing up, but despite straining to listen, she heard not a single word of complaint. Jiang Zulan was in turmoil, and in her quest to satisfy her curiosity, she racked her brain to bring up a topic. Do you think the general's manor will harbor resentment over Princess Liang's broken engagement? Jiang Zhiyu replied, why would the general's manor care about us? Jiang Zulan stammered. I merely think, given He Yanting's vengeful nature, if he does not genuinely love the princess and feels humiliated by such a slight, he surely would not let it go unpunished. Speaking of He Yanting piqued Jiang Zhiyu's interest. That makes sense, but he might also be biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. After all, Xia Qingwu was not of true royal blood. According to the laws of Tianqi, if this matter were to come to light, they would undoubtedly incur the emperor's wrath, and Xiao Ziyuan would thus be barred from the throne. Given his character, he would likely aim to expose this scandal just as Xiao Ziyuan was on the cusp of seizing power. A shocking revelation struck Jiang Zulan, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Qingwu was not a genuine princess, but she was the emperor's most cherished daughter. If the emperor were to discover this, Jiang Zulan gasped in disbelief. Just as she was about to speak, a maid entered, her complexion radiant, her eyes glimmering like those of a fox, captivating all who met her gaze. She was Tao Hong, the head maid sent by the matriarch to attend to Jiang Zhiyu. Third Miss, the Prime Minister requests your presence, stating there are important matters to discuss. In the study, Jiang Zhiyu sat at a purple sandalwood table adorned with Lingji patterns, with documents strewn haphazardly to one side, his brow furrowed in concentration. Tao Hong led Jiang Zhiyu into the room, her voice as sweet as flowing water. Prime Minister, the third Miss has arrived. Jiang Zhiyu's expression brightened. In the past, no one but his 3 sons and Song Sheri had been permitted in his study. He personally rose, guiding Jiang Zhiyu to a seat, pressing a cup of tea into her hands, and dismissing all the servants before closing the door tightly. Jiang Zhiyu thought if you had matters to discuss, you could have simply said so. This air of mystery makes it seem as if you are plotting something nefarious. Jiang Zhiyu pondered briefly and conceded there was some truth to her words. However, now that the door was shut, it was best to address the pressing matter. Your medical skills are exceptional. I wish to ask if there is any hope for He Yanting to stand again? Jiang Zhiyu replied, setting aside whether that is feasible. How did you come to know? That young man from the Shi family mentioned it, Jiang Zhiyu said candidly. Shi Zongxin? Jiang Zhiyu understood. That makes sense. However, she furrowed her brow, but it's not a matter of whether he can stand. What he means is if he wishes to stand he can, if he does not, he cannot. It's merely a state of potential standing, do you understand? Jiang Zhiyu looked perplexed. Help. I cannot directly tell this father of mine that he is merely pretending. Jiang Zhiyu, having rebutted internally, found himself at a loss. If He Yanting was indeed feigning, what use would even the best medical expertise be? If he insisted he could not stand, who would be able to change his mind? Ultimately, would his son be unable to escape the battlefield? Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu chose not to disturb him and wandered around the room. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Zhiyu. She must not go. Jiang Zhiyu's heart tightened. The people of the northern wilderness were known for their cruelty and belligerence. If Wen Jing were captured by them, Jiang Zhiyu dared not imagine what fate would befall him. He nodded repeatedly, inwardly sighing at the misfortune that his daughter was a woman, unable to enter the court. The factions within the court, driven by their ambitions, were urging the emperor onward. And with the frequent reports of victories from the front lines, the emperor's intent had become abundantly clear. If a joint petition from other ministers were submitted, Wen Jing would truly be without hope. Jiang Zhiyu felt a pressing urgency. Jiang Zhiyu picked up the pen and swiftly wrote several lines on the paper. Handing it over to Jiang Zhiyu, Father, please have someone deliver this promptly. Let my second brother avoid these areas. I will think of a solution. Can I disguise myself as a man? What if something unexpected happens along the way? No, if I leave, what if Song Sherwei ransacks the house? These two are certainly troublesome. I am in quite the predicament. Jiang Zhiyu took the note from Jiang Zhiyu. The emperor is quite fond of He Yenting, and perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope by approaching him. Jiang Zhiyu replied, then I shall give it a try. After all, he is the antagonist. I could reveal some secrets about the protagonist to him. That should suffice. Jiang Zhiyu noted that the general's mansion was merely 2 streets away from the minister's residence, its grandeur reflecting the general's immense power. The estate was opulent, adorned with intricately carved beams and gilded embellishments. Led by a maid, Jiang Zhiyu entered the grand hall, where the eaves soared like the wings of an eagle in flight. He Yenting sat in the main seat, his eyes lifting at the sound, casting a languid gaze in her direction. Jiang Zhiyu initially intended to accompany Jiang Zhiyu, as it would be quite improper for a young lady to seek an audience with a man. However, Jiang Zhiyu believed that with Jiang Zhiyu present, she would feel constrained in expressing herself, and thus insisted on coming alone. Was the third miss here to seek treatment for the young master's leg? Jiang Zhiyu took her seat. Yes, I presume the young master has heard that the divine physician is a close friend of my elder brother, currently residing in the minister's residence. I had the privilege of receiving his teachings in my youth, and I dare to take a chance. I truly do not wish to see that face. He Yenting, though absent from court, was still well aware of the political currents and understood Jiang Zhiyu's intentions. Initially contemplating to extract some secrets and then dismiss her, he decided that since she held such disdain for his appearance, he would make her uncomfortable in return. The third miss may not know, but my leg has been numb since it was injured on the battlefield, and even the head of the Imperial Medical Institute is unable to remedy it. How can I trust the third miss? Jiang Zhiyu reassured, rest assured. The divine physician's extraordinary skill is precisely what allows one to stand again. You need not worry. What a bothersome charade. If he keeps feigning illness, his leg will truly be beyond saving over time. He Yenting replied, there is no time to waste. Let us commence. Please have the maids prepare water for a half-hour bath to relax the meridians, then change the water and soak these herbs. Jiang Zhiyu retrieved a neatly bundled collection of herbs and placed them on the table. He Yenting's eyes widened in surprise. Where had she procured those? She had entered without carrying anything. Had he merely imagined it? After all, she is here to ask for a favor. Perhaps I shall show some kindness and help her alleviate the stasis within. He Yenting. Jiang Zhiyu agreed with great enthusiasm. The maids surrounding them paused momentarily, and when Jiang Zhiyu approached, she exchanged glances with one maid who appeared to be filled with sympathy. Jiang Zhiyu wondered. It's just pushing a wheelchair. What is there to be sympathetic about? Besides, this wooden wheelchair. What a simple task. Her thoughts were abruptly halted as He Yenting chuckled. What troubles you, third miss? Jiang Zhiyu secretly exerted more strength, yet the wheelchair remained unmoved. Alright, so this is how we are playing it. Chapter 44. I desire to soar higher. The wheelchair was evidently specially modified. Jiang Zhiyu focused on He Yenting's right hand resting on the armrest, a cold smile forming within her. Is this all? Before she could finish her thought, both he and the wheelchair shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The many attendants in the general's residence stood agape, astonished at the sight. What had just flown past? Such force, and yet the wheels of the wheelchair had not budged an inch. Jiang Zhiyu, taking advantage of his blindness to her actions, wore an exaggerated grin. I'm flying. I desire to soar higher. Wings stirring up a tempest, a heart that howls. He Yenting gripped the button tightly. The wind assaulting him made it difficult to even open his mouth, his breath quickening. This third miss. How could she possess such strength? She stood there innocently, blinking her eyes, revealing her small tiger teeth and dimples. Are you all right, young master? I naturally possess a bit of strength. I accidentally exerted too much just now. Are you feeling dizzy? Perhaps nauseous? His heart raced like a drum. He Yenting stammered. No, I am fine. His voice was hoarse, and the veins in his hand, which pressed the button, bulged, taking a while to regain composure. His hair, restrained by a crown, was now disheveled, giving him a woefully pitiful appearance. The surrounding attendants could not help but glance at Jiang Zhiyu, who remained impeccably composed, even her hair untouched, gazing at He Yenting with concern. The attendants collectively thought, what a supernatural occurrence. The third miss had exerted herself as well. The young master's chamber is just ahead. Surely everything is prepared, and the third miss may take her time. He gritted his teeth as he uttered, take your time. While Jiang Zhiyu feigned ignorance. Thank you for your concern, young master. I am not weary. How about I push you instead? This is rather enjoyable. Let us do it again. He Yenting. He responded with a muffled sound, while the nearby guards hastily prevented her from taking action, each one nearly begging her not to. He Yenting's chamber appeared almost detached from the general's mansion, starkly simple, containing only a bed, a table, and a bathing tub. He placed his hand at his waist, as he never relied on others to don or doff his garments, and the attendants filed out one by one, leaving only Jiang Zhiyu standing there, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Jiang Zhiyu nodded vigorously. I understand. He Yenting continued to smile. In matters of propriety between men and women, perhaps third miss should wait for me to change before entering? Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. Young master, in the presence of a physician, gender is irrelevant. Moreover, I may even discover the root of your ailment. Such a physique, it is quite evident. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. He Yenting, where is the modesty of a young lady? He forcefully tugged at his belt. After all, the one at a loss would not be him. It was merely disrobing. Indeed, he is feigning paralysis. He must exercise regularly. 8-pack abs, how delightful. He Yenting's hands trembled as he unfastened his clothing, staring at her in disbelief. Why are you looking at me?
Continue.
Feeling shy, are we? No worries, if I cannot see your face, you need not feel bashful. Jiang Zhiyu slightly lowered her head, obscuring his face. Yet she took in his physique entirely. This angle is just right. Splendid, splendid. Now he can surely feel at ease in disrobing. He Yenting. He truly thanked her. To maintain his pretense of paralysis, once he was down to his undergarments, he called for the attendants to come in and placed him in the bathing tub. How to describe it? Jiang Zhiyu perceived that his current expression conveyed a mix of speechlessness and despair with an undercurrent of indifference, extremely complex. As she ground the herbs, she contemplated how to broach the subject. Before she could speak, He Yenting directly stated, "Third miss, you did not come solely to treat my leg, did you? Please feel free to speak your mind." Jiang Zhiyu replied, "Indeed, young master you are astute. Have you heard that the emperor intends to dispatch troops for a northern expedition?" Such matters were certainly not within the purview of the attendants. Before He Yenting could respond, they filed out in succession. Jiang Zhiyu felt tears of envy welling in her eyes. Look how well trained they are. And then look at those in the minister's residence. With a melancholic sigh, Jiang Zhiyu noted, He Yenting acknowledged, "I have heard whispers." As she tossed the herbs into the bathing tub, she thought, since the young master is aware, I shall be straightforward. I hope you can persuade the emperor to halt the military expedition. He Yenting chuckled lightly. Miss Sen truly overestimates my influence. The emperor's decree is beyond my sway. Jiang Zhiyu retorted in a hushed tone, You certainly can, your highness. He Yenting's gaze sharpened momentarily, and he smiled. What nonsense is Miss Sen spouting? If such words were to reach the ears of the wrong people, the prime minister's residence would be in jeopardy. The crown prince need not disguise his intentions. Since I am able to speak so boldly, it is evident that I possess evidence. Otherwise, how could a mere young lady like myself be privy to such imperial secrets? He Yenting tilted his head slightly, resting his chin on one hand, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming with subtle brilliance. Jiang Zhiyu smiled softly. It's because I know the plot. To thwart the military deployment, one must have a compelling reason, even if I have the emperor's favor. It does not signify that he will heed my every command. A week later, tremors would shake the northern region, and nearly 70,000 soldiers destined for the north would be buried beneath the earth. All citizens of Tianqi, your highness. He Yenting's eyes flickered, gazing at her with suspicion. How do you know of events a week hence? I was once possessed by a celestial being, granting me not only extraordinary medical knowledge, but also foresight into future events and the destinies of individuals. For instance, Jiang Zhiyu glanced at his leg. Your highness, that leg is merely a fade. In truth, you are not ill at all. He Yenting had intended to reject her claims, but her words stirred a change in his thoughts. If her insights held truth, he could not recklessly jeopardize the lives of 70,000 soldiers of Tianqi out of momentary indignation. Very well, I shall persuade the emperor. If a week passes without news of tremors from the north, Miss Sen shall bear full responsibility for this matter. Should you prove correct, I shall recommend you to the emperor and appoint you as the national master. What say you, Miss San? Chapter 45. Malzahar. Jiang Zhiyu blinked, her bright, expressive eyes radiating innocence and mischief. I shall certainly comply, but the title of national master is unnecessary. She leaned closer to He Yenting, nearly brushing noses, their breaths intertwining. I envision that when the news arrives, you shall walk amongst others, extolling my abilities as a divine healer. Will you agree? Who needs to be a national master? I have no desire for such burdens. I aspire to open a modest clinic and, with a burgeoning reputation, wealth shall flow in from all directions. He Yenting's gaze fluctuated between light and shadow. Jiang Zhiyu patiently awaited, her smile growing wider. Then I shall take my leave, and thank you, your highness. Feeling triumphant for having outmaneuvered He Yenting, Jiang Zhiyu whistled happily as she departed. He Yenting watched her retreating figure, deep in contemplation. A tall servant knelt before him. Young master, have you discerned anything? The servant appeared troubled. Forgive my lack of insight, but Miss Sen seems devoid of inner strength. She merely possesses considerable physical strength. His voice dwindled, revealing his uncertainty. The image of his master being pushed by the wind was still vivid in his mind. That wheelchair was crafted by a master to prevent any malicious intent. Once the button was pressed, even the most skilled in the palace could not intervene. Who exactly is this Miss San? How could she wield such power without inner strength? He and Ting furrowed his brow, choosing silence. The day was still young, and the weather pleasant. Jiang Zhiyu instructed the horseman to deliver a message to Jiang Zhiyu while she wandered leisurely through the streets. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the end of the street, filled with screams, the sound of trampling feet, and the thunderous hooves of horses. Passers-by hurriedly took cover as Jiang Zhiyu looked up to see a man in red atop a grand horse, adorned in golden embroidery, exuding nobility and elegance. Tall and handsome. Yet, what captivated Jiang Zhiyu's attention were his eyes, deep blue, like the midnight sea. She tightened her grip on her hairpin. Is this the little brat who cursed my brother? Let me see what he has called. What on earth? Malzahar. I can't hold it in. Just a few steps away, in a jade shop, Jiang Zhiyu stood at the entrance, silently observing her. What is wrong with that name? Why does Zhiyu laugh so uncontrollably? Jiang Zhiyu had intended to create a set of jade jewelry for Jiang Zhiyu and had left early. Yet she was still indecisive about the design. As time slipped away, she found herself delayed. Furthermore, using a curse on her brother? Malzahar is the prince of southern sorcery. A hostage, yet he acted with brazen audacity. He had repeatedly ridden through the streets, senselessly killing citizens of Tianqi, and the emperor, hindered by the tumult of war, had merely turned a blind eye, allowing him to grow increasingly reckless. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze turned cold as she observed him. Malzahar scanned the crowd, his hand resting lightly on his pocket, where something squirmed, a living creature. He soothed the restless curse insects, searching for his target. The insects he raised required human blood to thrive, and as they grew, their appetite intensified. What once sufficed for a month now barely covered half that time. Those whom his gaze fell upon shrank away, some even hiding beneath vendor stalls, and Malzahar's eyes brimmed with disdain. The blood of such people was unworthy to nourish his precious creatures. Just as he turned to leave, his eyes landed on a particular figure, Jiang Zhiyu, who was nearly bursting with suppressed laughter. Jiang Zhiyu's mind reeled. Malzahar's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty interest. He withdrew a whip, aiming directly at Jiang Zhiyu. Zhiyu,
Run.
His movements were swift. Even as Jiang Zhiyu sensed something amiss and attempted to call out, it was too late. The whip sliced through the air like lightning, shattering the small vendor's stall and scattering bracelets and hairpins across the ground. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes widened in horror. He was confident in his skills, eagerly anticipating the sight of Jiang Zhiyu's crumpled form. Jiang Zhiyu hesitated, wanting to shout but unable to find her voice. What madness is this? Are you blind? Can't you see there are people here? Hianshulan, Malthar, onlookers. Malzahar glanced at her, then at the whip in his hand, finding no trace of blood. Confusion filled his mind. He raised his head and awkwardly asked, Who are you?
How did you evade my strike?
Jiang Zhiyu. Hey, you really are targeting me, aren't you? New grievances added to old ones. You're doomed, you little brat. I shall ask first. Why did you strike at me? It was I who asked first. Jiang Zhiyu felt a surge of anger. How foolish of me to regard you as a person. Enough talk. Let us settle this with a fight. Jiang Zhiyu could not intervene as she watched her sister leap forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Malzahar in mere moments. Malzahar instinctively recoiled, but Jiang Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with determination as she unleashed a barrage of punches, each one landing with increasing ferocity, targeting his vital points. Malzahar found himself utterly defenseless, struggling to evade her blows. The crowd, witnessing the scene, erupted in cheers. They had endured oppression from this foreigner for far too long. Whether through appeals to the authorities or boasting of their martial prowess, they had been powerless, reduced to silent prayers whenever he appeared. But now, at last, someone dared to confront him directly. Chapter 46. Letting you act pretentious, only to be struck by lightning. Each punch landed on him, and Malzahar cried out in pain, his eyes flashing crimson with murderous intent. In all his years, he had never been brought to such a state of disarray, especially by a mere girl. He steeled his heart, and as he struck a punch at Jiang Zhiyu, his left hand swiftly unfastened the pocket on his body. With his precious goo insects in hand, once he subdued this oblivious girl, he would compel her to slice her own flesh piece by piece, to witness himself being devoured. Upon noticing his movement, Jiang Zhiyu immediately grasped his intentions. She inhaled sharply, propelled herself off the ground, and distanced herself from Malzahar. Malzahar's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Zhiyu executed a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying back into the shop behind him, where a loud crash echoed, followed by his pitiful wails. Clutching his chest tightly, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid no heed to her mocking words. His gaze fixated on her like a wild beast in the jungle, lowly growling, "Return it to me." The onlookers finally reacted, their faces lighting up with joy. While they pointed and jeered at the wall-leaning Malzahar, Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly approached, meticulously checking on Jiang Zhiyu. Are you alright? Do you have any injuries? Are you feeling unwell? The sisters exchanged words, while Malzahar, feeling neglected and prodded by the others, was consumed by anger. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. What a pity. I can't kill him yet. Once I free my brother from the goo, we'll see how I deal with you. Jiang Zhiyu felt a pang in her heart. Though she appreciated her sister's current spirited demeanor, she was still a girl, perpetually embroiled in violence. What kind of decorum was that? Moreover, given Malzahar's precarious status, today's events would surely reach the ears of high-ranking officials. If something happened to him now, wouldn't you be implicated as well? Jiang Zhiyu pondered, instructing a nearby maid, go fetch the patrolling guards. She was merely concerned that this incident would bring trouble to her sister. As for finding a doctor, she would leave that to the guards. Just as the maid took a few steps, two armored figures armed with long spears hurried over. The crowd looked on, disdain evident in their gazes. Where were they when Malzahar was bullying others? Now they rushed over with such speed. What happened? The maid recounted the events in detail, interspersed with comments from the onlookers. Upon realizing the situation involved the two young ladies from the Xiang residence, and the injured party was none other than the Southern Gu Prince, the haughty guards promptly fell silent, bowing and scraping as they implored, please, ladies, do not take offense. We will report this matter to the minister and ensure justice is served. Only then did Jiang Zhiyu take Jiang Zhiyu's hand and leave. Once they departed, the crowd erupted in chatter. The third young lady of the Xiang residence is indeed so valiant. The rumors are utterly unfounded. Such a fine girl has been mischaracterized as a promiscuous person. Exactly. I always said the Xiang ladies were both talented and virtuous. It's impossible for them to engage in such disgraceful acts. I suspect someone is trying to tarnish their reputation. Many nodded in agreement. As the commotion subsided, people began to disperse, some passing by the spot where Malzahar had fallen, either spitting or stepping on him. News spread faster than Jiang Zhiyu had anticipated. By the time they entered the manor, Tao Hong was already waiting at the door. Miss, third miss, the master requests your presence. The sisters exchanged glances, lowering their heads as they followed Tao Hong inside. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with Jiang Zhiyu's cold gaze, devoid of warmth, startling them both. Jiang Zhiyu's scrutinizing eyes fell upon Jiang Zhiyu, and upon seeing she bore no injuries, he felt a sense of relief. Why did you engage in a public brawl? Jiang Zhiyu replied, this matter does not concern Zhiyu. It was Malzahar who unjustly assaulted her in broad daylight. The entire street can testify that his whip strike could have gravely injured her or worse. Jiang Zhiyu nodded vigorously, her voice laden with grievance. I was just standing there when he suddenly struck at me. I nearly couldn't dodge in time. Had it not been for the goo on my brother, I would have dealt with him myself. Jiang Zhiyu's expression darkened. From Zhiyu's words, it seemed the goo on Kong and was connected to this envoy, and he intended to harm his own daughter. Zhiyu had mentioned before that the poison on Kong and was orchestrated by the second prince, and this envoy was often in close contact with him. Could it be that this man is a close friend of the sixth prince? After being injured this time, the sixth prince's plans have been largely disrupted. I shall see how long he can continue his charade. Jiang Zhiyu was perplexed. Why the sixth prince? Wasn't Malzahar frequently seen at the second prince's residence? And what plans did the sixth prince have? The southern Gu people were adept at using Gu, with a certain type said to invade the human body and control its actions. Could it be that the sixth prince cultivated a friendship with them for such sinister purposes? Jiang Zhiyu's mind raced, growing increasingly anxious, and his expression soured. In his haste to confer with others, he did not forget to admonish the sisters. The children of nobility must not be reckless. Do you understand what that means? The sisters nodded obediently. I will arrange for someone to protect you in secrecy. In the future, if you encounter such matters, just run. Above all, ensure your own safety. Do you understand? Jiang Zhiyu nodded repeatedly. Jiang Zhiyu, while nodding, felt a momentary daze. Those words are identical to what the captain said. I wonder how they will grieve for me after I am gone. Jiang Zhiyu suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu exchanged puzzled glances. Who is the captain? Chapter 47. With so many melons before one's eyes, how can one resist the temptation to indulge? The nine-tiered palace stood grand and magnificent, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, its azure tiles and vermilion roofs exuding a resplendent splendor. Inside the Qianqing Palace, the emperor sat with a somber expression, fixated on the memorial submitted by He Yanting. Remaining silent, after a moment, he finally lifted his gaze. You wish to withdraw the troops? His tone was frigid, akin to a bucket of icy water splashed down upon them. The chief eunuch, Fu Ping, who served beside the emperor, quickly knelt, while He Yanting appeared oblivious to the emperor's warning, even expressing casually, yes, I humbly request your majesty to issue an order for troop withdrawal, at least for 2 weeks, without sending forces to the northern desert. The words caused even Fu Ping, who was kneeling, to gasp in shock. The emperor, furious, laughed in exasperation. Reports of victory keep flooding in, and yet you suggest we retreat instead of pressing the advantage? Yanting, your words lead me to suspect your intentions. Normally, Such a statement from any minister would elicit cold sweats, yet He Yanting maintained his composure, even pushing his wheelchair forward a step. Your Majesty, I speak from the heart. In a week, if we launch an attack on the northern desert, our Tianqi army of 70,000 will perish on foreign soil. I beseech you to reconsider. The emperor's heart sank, though his expression remained composed, his sharp gaze scrutinizing He Yanting as if trying to see through him.
How do you know this?
He Yanting did not respond but merely glanced at the kneeling Fu Ping. The emperor cleared his throat, and Fu Ping, sensing their need for privacy, rose and exited the chamber. Once the door was shut, the emperor's fury seemed to dissipate, replaced by fatigue as he sipped his tea. Speak. Who persuaded you to change your mind? That is not important. What matters is that if this is true, we cannot mobilize our troops. Hearing this, the emperor raised an eyebrow. You don't know whether this message is genuine? What is your certainty? He Yanting recalled Jiang Zhiyu's triumphant expression and lowered his gaze. 80%. Just as the emperor was about to respond, Fu Ping burst through the palace door, hurrying back in. Your Majesty, the Prince of Southern Gu, Malzahar, has encountered a grave incident. It is reported that he attacked someone on the street and was confronted by the third miss of the chancellor, leading to a scuffle. The prince remains unconscious to this day. He Yanting, resting his hand on the armrest, suddenly relaxed. The emperor observed this in silence, unable to suppress a smile as he chided. If he remains unconscious, summon the imperial physician and ensure a sufficient number of attendants to avoid any mistakes from the Southern Gu people. Is it really necessary for me to instruct you on such matters? Fu Ping, understanding that the emperor was not angered, felt a surge of joy and echoed his words. Your Majesty has spoken. This old servant was momentarily dull-witted. I shall attend to it at once. After he exited, the hall fell into silence, and the emperor's contemplative gaze settled upon He Yanting, causing him to feel quite uneasy. Enough of this, given your age. Do you have a young lady in mind? He Yanting replied, I shall not inquire further. If there is someone, do inform me at your earliest convenience. With so many handsome young lords in Tianqi, one must be cautious of being outpaced. He Yanting continued, I shall take my leave now. Your Majesty's documents may take until late into the night. He emphasized the words documents and night, prompting the emperor to laugh heartily. His impression of Jiang Zhiyu remained vivid, and it appeared He Yanting held considerable regard for her. The emperor pondered briefly before summoning a eunuch and whispering discreetly. Outside the window, a gentle rain fell, with the sound of droplets varying in intensity. Jiang Zhiyu, unusually awake early today, joined them for breakfast. Yesterday, due to Jiang Zharong's remarks, she had dreamt of the apocalypse, witnessing a throng weeping before her gravestone. Disturbed, she struggled to comprehend Jiang Zharong's words. What? You want me to enter the palace to meet the emperor? With a chicken leg in her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Is it because of that hostage or that wretched fellow saying things he shouldn't? Jiang Zharong remarked. Fortunately, others cannot hear her thoughts. If they did, the Jiang family would lose more than a few heads. Su Yuran, upon hearing this astonishing news early in the morning, observed Jiang Zhiyu devouring her meal voraciously before launching into an urgent tutorial. Life in the palace differs significantly from the outside world. A slight lapse in etiquette might lead to mockery, while a serious misstep could cost one their life. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. The rules of propriety are numerous, and fearing she might forget, Su Yuran only covered the basics, selecting a modest sky-blue dress for the audience, and since Jiang Zhiyu disliked jewelry, she merely adorned her hair with a few jade hairpins. Once inside the palace, speak cautiously. Refrain from discussing matters that do not concern you, and most importantly, do not wander aimlessly, understood? Jiang Zhiyu nodded absently, her thoughts elsewhere. The palace, indeed, resembles a club for gossip, incestuous siblings, the concubine entangled with ministers, palace maids entangled with princes. Oh, with so much scandal before me, how could I resist indulging? At least I can escape if I am discovered. Chapter 48. Secrets of the Palace. Su Yuran, infuriated, exclaimed, Are you truly not absorbing anything I say? Jiang Sulan blinked innocently. Mother, do not fret, my sister knows her limits. Jiang Zhiyu continued to nod, distracted. Today, in the imperial garden, the fourth prince and a palace maid will engage in intimate activities and will be caught by a eunuch unaware of his identity, causing a ruckus that draws the guards. And the fourth prince will be brought before the emperor. Oh, I want to see. Such a secret, I will be careful not to be discovered. Su Yuran gazed at Jiang Sulan with an expression that implied, Is this what you meant by knowing your limits? Jiang Sulan averted her gaze, feeling the same desire to witness the unfolding drama. Although the emperor summoned only Jiang Zhiyu, she wished to accompany her. Jiang Sulan pleaded, Mother, Su Yuran interjected no. She recognized Jiang Sulan's intent and coldly rejected her. Jiang Sulan whimpered. No matter how she pouted, Su Yuran resolutely denied her request. Jiang Zhiyu could manage alone, but bringing another along could lead to complications. Furthermore, such sordid affairs were not suitable for children. They were more fitting for adults like herself. Outside the palace gates, the carriage from the Xiang residence awaited. Su Yuran and Jiang Zhiyu settled inside. A eunuch approached for a summons. Su Yuran lifted the curtain, and upon recognizing the visitor, her hand faltered in offering silver coins. Fuping. Knowing that Fuping had been with the emperor since childhood, often his actions reflected the emperor's will. Su Yuran's heart raced as she struggled to grasp the implications. Fuping, noticing her distress, bowed and smiled. Madam need not be concerned. His Majesty has a fond memory of the third miss from the hunting grounds and merely wishes to inquire today.
Oh,
Fond memory of me?
what does he want?
Su Yuran dismissed his words, feeling relieved, and handed the silver to Fuping. Thank you for your assistance. Fuping led the way, and Su Yuran followed closely, while Jiang Zhiyu glanced around at the scenery. The vibrant scene unfolded like a splendid painting, with a sea of flowers blooming in a myriad of colors, creating an intoxicating ocean of blossoms. The garden's pavilions were exquisitely elegant, adorned with intricate carvings. A small bridge spanned a gentle stream, the water flowing melodiously beneath. What a beautiful place. No wonder the fourth prince prefers to engage in secret rendezvous here. Su Yuran paused, leading them to their destination. Due to her generosity, Fuping shared additional insights. Madam, His Majesty had a dispute with young Master He yesterday regarding the northern expedition. Understanding dawned upon Su Yuran, and she reached into her sleeve for more money, only to have Fuping stop her. She did not insist, bowing lightly with a smile. Thank you for the advice. Fuping returned the gesture and entered to announce their arrival. However, once inside, they were to avoid mentioning her second brother. Su Yuran whispered, her eyes filled with melancholy. After all, it had been over 2 years since her son returned home. As a mother, how could she not worry? Understood. Suddenly, joy struck unexpectedly. As the eunuch announced their entry, Su Yuran nearly stumbled over her skirts, steadied by Jiang Zhiyu's timely support. Inside the study, the emperor sat upon his throne, perusing documents. Su Yuran and Jiang Zhiyu bowed in unison, and the emperor set aside the papers with a smile. Do not stand on ceremony. I merely wish to ask a few questions. Su Yuran responded with a gentle smile. The daughters raised by the chancellor are all exceptionally talented. My fifth prince has been thinking of making achievements so that he can marry Sulan as his principal wife. Joy lit up Su Yuran's face. Her eldest daughter had reached marriageable age, and although rumors suggested the fifth prince held deep affection for Sulan until the imperial edict was issued, she could not rest easy. Now, with the emperor's words, her heart felt reassured. What nonsense! He is merely scheming for my sister's demise.
소저단.
The emperor. Both their gazes fell upon Jiang Zhiyu, who kept her head bowed. Regarding the matter of the poisoned jade pendant, if even one person were to learn of it, none would dare speak of any deep affections. The emperor, Su Yuran, had always opposed the idea of Jiang Sulan marrying into the royal family, knowing her daughter well, and recognizing that princes would inevitably vie for the throne. However, since the two shared genuine feelings, she had reluctantly accepted. Hearing that the fifth prince desired her daughter's life, Su Yuran grew anxious. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Let the children decide their own paths. Emperor, Chapter 49, sweating profusely. His fifth son did not appear to be a fool. Previously, he had doubted why the boy had not sought his permission for marriage. With the Prime Minister's support, wasn't he superior to others? Why was he concerned about the life of a young woman? The emperor felt a growing distaste and remarked, How old is the young fish? Is there any engagement? Su Yuran's heart raced with alarm. Just turned 12, not yet engaged. 12, rather young. The emperor chuckled and nodded. By the way, I heard that the Prince of Nangu was taught a lesson by the young fish in public? Su Yuran's tension returned. Your Majesty is wise. Although this was the young fish's fault, it was instigated by that Prince of Nangu. The young fish was merely walking along when the prince struck with a whip, and not knowing his identity, she acted in self-defense. Please forgive her, she cried, her tears like flowers in the rain, sliding from her seat to kneel on the ground, appearing to have suffered a great injustice, leaving Jiang Zhiyu in awe. Indeed, an expert knows the score at a glance. Taking the blame upon herself, yet subtly implying that it was the prince who instigated the matter, she sought forgiveness, and if the emperor dared to punish her, the people of Tianqi would surely drown him in their spittle. The royal dignity would be lost. Sweating profusely, little emperor. Su Yuran, why analyze so thoroughly? Thankfully, the emperor cannot hear this. If he did, would my tears be in vain? This unfortunate child lacks cunning. The emperor, although not wishing to punish her, suddenly felt inclined to do so upon hearing her words. Yet, he could not truly impose a penalty, for as she said, it would undermine the royal authority, allowing the Prince of Nango to become even more arrogant in the future. Madam Su, please rise. I do not wish to place blame on the young fish. The Nanga people are boorish and rude. However, I must consider the diplomatic relations between our two nations and cannot impose severe punishment. The young fish has vented my frustrations. Is that so? Will I be rewarded? Jiang Zhiyu's question momentarily froze the atmosphere in the hall. Su Yuran's face turned pale with fear. and the emperor was momentarily taken aback, while Fu Ping was so startled that he almost dropped his fan. For the first time in many years, the emperor encountered someone bold enough to directly request a reward from him. Curiosity piqued, he replied softly, naturally, what do you desire? Haha, I have him in my grasp. I knew the emperor would acquiesce, a classic case of the domineering CEO. Woman, you have captured my attention. The novel does not deceive me. Su Yuran, emperor. Although they did not comprehend Jiang Zhiyu's words, their instincts warned them that it was not anything favorable. The emperor felt a twitch at his temple upon hearing the woman's statement. He suddenly felt an urge to retract his earlier kindness. Might you give me the shop beside Zhou Yuelong, your majesty? Jiang Zhiyu looked innocent, gazing at him with eager eyes, and the emperor's heart softened. He had many sons, but few daughters. Only 3 remained, all gentle and serene. The emperor longed for a daughter who would be obedient and bring him comfort from the fatigue of court duties. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the concubines in the palace had struggled with fertility, and even those who conceived could not carry to term. With a sigh, the emperor dismissed Jiang Zhiyu's earlier offense and smiled. This is no trouble. It is yours. Jiang Zhiyu bowed in thanks. Hooray. I observed that those who emerged from Zhou Yuelong were all in a state of languor, a classic case of kidney deficiency. I intended to purchase it, but they claimed it was the prince's territory and refused to sell. Now it is being gifted to me. Opening a clinic there to treat kidney deficiency. Wouldn't the money come pouring in? Money, money, money from all directions, flowing in constantly. Money. All attracted to me. Emperor, this third young lady is a bit of a money grubber? Amused by this endearment, the emperor ordered Fu Ping, go, present the gold-threaded, ruby-adorned double phoenix hairpin that Nanga has offered as tribute to the third young lady. Jiang Zhiyu. Thank you, your majesty. Unexpected gains. The emperor is truly benevolent. The emperor, flattered by her praise, couldn't he help but smile. Alas, good deeds do not always yield good returns. Emperor? I am the true dragon of heaven. How could I not have good returns? The emperor's expression darkened, leaving Fu Ping in a quandary, unsure whether to present the hairpin or not. Jiang Zhiyu, unaware of the scene unfolding, continued to grumble. I have toiled tirelessly, rising before the rooster and sleeping after the dog, managing the entire Tianqi with great care. The emperor nodded. Alas, there are too many sons, each with their own ambitions, forming factions and seeking personal gain, even bribing the court physicians to poison him. The concubines in the harem are also troublesome, unable to rest properly over the years, their endurance waning. They have their eyes on favored male companions and ministers. So many green hats. The emperor's face darkened. Enough. The wrath of the Son of Heaven can lead to 1,000,000 casualties and rivers of blood. Su Yuran had long been trembling in fear, expecting the emperor's fury. Jiang Zhiyu, however, was startled by his roar. Indeed, accompanying the sovereign is akin to being with a tiger. He can explode with anger at any moment. But why? Is it only because he wishes to gift me a hairpin? If he is reluctant, then he needn't gift it. It is quite frightening. The emperor glared with his star-like black eyes, cold and menacing, his heart genuinely filled with murderous intent. Jiang Zhiyu, having battled for years, was keenly aware of such emotions. Although she did not understand the emperor's sudden rage, if he dared to harm them, she would not hesitate to see another ascend the throne. The emperor closed his eyes, striving to calm his emotions. Such disgraceful matters, once known, would prompt an immediate desire to silence witnesses. However, upon reflection, many oddities surfaced. Jiang Zhiyu had never been to the palace, so how could she be so well-versed in its affairs? And who was the son who sought to poison him? Chapter 50. Not yet a golden needle mushroom. Until these matters are clarified, she cannot die. The emperor, still somewhat irate, suppressed his surging murderous intent and kicked Fu Ping in frustration. What are you dawdling for? Fu Ping bowed repeatedly, respectfully presenting the hairpin to Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu. Why another gift? The emperor's mood seems as changeable as the weather in June. The emperor, I wonder who is to blame for this. Jiang Zhiyu stuffed the hairpin into her pouch. Jiang Zhiyu, how does he know what I am thinking? The emperor and Su Yuran both paused in surprise. The emperor, you. What a pity, I can't sell it for silver. The emperor, is this what she was thinking? Even Fu Ping, who had served the emperor for many years, had never witnessed such a vivid display of emotions on his face. Shock mixed with confusion, amusement intertwined with relief. Fu Ping realized his own skills were lacking. Seeing that the emperor had no further intention to speak, Jiang Zhiyu picked up a nearby teacup and took a delicate sip. Are you going to ask anything else? If not, let me leave. I am eager to witness the battle in the wild. The emperor, battle in the wild? Who? Where? The so-called eating melon principle states that one's own fruit may not be sweet, but the enjoyment of another's becomes delicious. In that little bamboo grove, the fourth prince, half undressed, leans against the rockery, while a little palace maid gazes at him with eyes filled with the warmth of spring. The fourth prince, with a devilish charm, lifts her chin. Woman, you truly captivate me. The young palace maid shyly lowered her head, angrily unfastening his garment, and began to stutter. How infuriating! Such an exhilarating plot. Yet, I am merely here, wasting time with this emperor. Jiang Zhiyu radiated an aura of resentment, heavier than that of a university student burdened by the Monday blues. The emperor remarked, how can a young lady utter such unbecoming words? You display no modesty whatsoever. Matters of the harem should undoubtedly be dealt with by me, the emperor. Resolutely, he rose. I almost forgot. Consort Xian is related to the Su family. It would be remiss for the two sisters not to meet now that they have entered the palace. Su Yuran responded, thank you for your grace, your majesty. The emperor replied, it is nothing. I found great joy in meeting the third miss today. Thus, you may accompany us.
Joy?
Is that the expression of affection? This emperor is truly enigmatic. As they walked through the vibrant imperial garden, the four moved slowly, the gentle breeze filled with the fragrance of flowers and trees, refreshing to the spirit. However, none of them were in the mood to appreciate the beauty. Jiang Zhiyu was employing her divine eye technique, searching for the pair of lovebirds. Su Yuran followed closely behind the emperor, increasingly convinced that this was not the path to consort Xian's palace. Fu Ping felt similarly perplexed, but chose silence as a competent attendant of the emperor. Surely, the emperor had his reasons for this course of action. Where could they be? Why are there so many rockeries? Let me find them. Suddenly, the emperor's ears perked up, instinctively leaning slightly towards Jiang Zhiyu. Right by that corridor. How audacious. They are not even afraid of being overheard. Quickly, let us move. But is this truly the path to consort Xian's palace? What if the emperor changes course? The emperor declared, if I say this is the route, then it is. He stepped onto the corridor with a determined stride. His footsteps resonated with Jiang Zhiyu's inner voice, causing Su Yuran to feel increasingly unsettled. As they proceeded, they soon heard the sounds of a man and a woman conversing. Hurry, my dear. Your skills are improving. Accompanied by gasps, the young woman's sultry voice chimed in. The jade ornament you sent that day, I practice with it daily. Are you satisfied? A series of gasps followed. Until finally, the man's voice gruffly said, more than satisfied. I shall request mother to grant you. The emperor's face darkened. Why have you not dragged those two out yet? His furious shout silenced the couple, and they could be heard hastily dressing. The patrolling guards wasted no time, swiftly capturing and dragging the pair from behind the rockery. The couple's garments were in disarray, and Jiang Zhiyu peered at them with evident disdain. Is this it? They haven't even matured yet. What audacity to engage in such infidelity.
Disappointing.
Su Yuran urged, stop speaking. My mother's face is turning red. The emperor retorted. I have grown weary of the word modesty. The fourth prince, witnessing his father's anger, felt alarmed and, without time to dress, crawled to the emperor's feet, lamenting. What a scoundrel. Just moments ago, you were sweet-talking her, and now you're accusing her of seduction? Su Yuran silently agreed, while the palace maid trembled, hastily dressing and bowing her head, too frightened to plead for mercy. The emperor remained silent, and the fourth prince's heart sank, his hands turning icy. This fourth prince lacks ambition, merely indulging in lust without any sense of responsibility. It's no wonder he is the first to face retribution. The emperor pondered, kicking him to roll several times. Hurry, put on your clothes. What kind of behavior is this? The fourth prince, trembling, picked up his clothing and knelt again, awaiting his fate. Chapter 51. Thunderous explosion. The emperor felt a tinge of relief. His son was merely a lecher and did not covet the throne, unlike other unfilial sons who plotted against their fathers. Yet, he could not simply let this pass, with so many beautiful women in the harem. What if he were to engage with his consorts again? The emperor's brows furrowed. The fourth prince's legs went weak, his face pale. The emperor's gaze fell upon the maid who had not yet raised her head. You seduce the prince. You are deluded. Bestow upon her a length of crimson cloth and expel her from the palace. She cannot be discarded. This maid has significant potential. The emperor questioned. What potential could a mere maid possess? The maid, possessing extraordinary beauty, caught the emperor's attention following her disgrace, and although she was ostensibly sentenced to death, she was actually given a new identity and brought into the harem, unbeknownst to him that she was a product of southern sorcery. Her body infused with potent substances that could spread through bodily fluids. The emperor, taken aback, began to doubt his own thoughts. As the son of heaven, I have encountered countless women. Could I truly harbor feelings for one my son has used? He commanded, raise your head. He wished to see what beauty could possibly captivate him. The maid complied, revealing a delicate and graceful visage, tears glimmering in her eyes as she bit her ruby lip, stirring the emperor's heart. Upon recalling Jiang Zhiyu's earlier thoughts, the emperor's body jolted, and he straightened, gaining clarity. With a changed mindset, he regarded the maid with renewed perception. Where did you learn such beguiling skills? Take her away, and burn her. This is acceptable. This way, I need not fear the sorcery escaping. Who would have thought the emperor could resist such beauty? The emperor, flattered, felt a surge of joy and began to devise plans. This was far more useful than the imperial guard. He could foresee the future, and a mere girl could never escape his grasp. Wouldn't all matters of the realm then lie within his control? He recalled the suddenly altered sentiments of He Yanting. Could this have been due to her? The events in the northern territories, were they not now undeniably true? With this thought, the emperor's gaze returned to Jiang Zhiyu. Was she the opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens? The fourth prince and the maid were taken away, and the palace suddenly lost its allure in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes. Her spirits dampened. Su Yuran declared, "It is confirmed. The emperor can indeed hear Zhiyu's thoughts." Worry etched across her brow. How could the emperor not perceive Jiang Zhiyu as a malevolent entity? Was he contemplating a future where the Xiang residents and the Su family would be united? Yet, the emperor had not resorted to violence, and there seemed to be a hint of delight in his demeanor. Su Yuran grew increasingly bewildered. "Mother, what troubles you?" Jiang Zhiyu, munching on a lotus cake that had mysteriously appeared, inquired with a tilted head. "Isn't the gossip enjoyable? Though, the fourth prince's affair lacks excitement. Catching a couple in the act pales in comparison to the scandals of other ministers." Su Yuran admitted her curiosity had been piqued. Wasn't he being caught in a secret rendezvous in the imperial garden thrilling? The excitement reflected in Jiang Ziyu's eyes was palpable. Just then, Su Yuran noticed a glaring object on the carriage seat, leading to a sharp exclamation.
"You,
what are you doing?" Jiang Zhiyu, accustomed to their startled reactions, remained unfazed and continued her actions in front of her. Before the second sharp explosion resonated, Jiang Zhiyu swiftly covered her ears. Once the outburst subsided, she calmly remarked, "Rest assured, mother, if you do not speak of it, neither shall I, and no one will be the wiser." Is this a matter of public knowledge? Su Yuran, having shouted, suddenly froze. Indeed, if they kept silent, how would the emperor ever find out? Observing her realization, Jiang Zhiyu, with a charming smile, offered her a piece of lotus cake. "Mother, have this. It is exceptionally sweet." Su Yuran, anxious throughout the day, accepted the pastry with a grateful heart, nibbling at it leisurely. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the residence, Zhang Xiaorong and Jiang Sulan anxiously awaited. The emperor's unpredictable nature and Jiang Ziyu's restless spirit filled them with trepidation. What if something went amiss? The more Jiang Xiaorong pondered, the more alarmed he became, wishing he could send another carriage to the palace. At last, the familiar carriage came into view. Jiang Sulan called out with delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Had they caught someone in the act? What had transpired? Was the palace made beautiful? Was the fourth prince well endowed? Jiang Sulan was in high spirits, and as the carriage halted, she rushed forward eagerly. Jiang Xiaorong felt a swell of pride. Indeed, sisters ought to support one another. He joined her in welcoming the arrival. Su Yuran lifted her veil and beamed upon seeing her daughter's joyful face, her own spirits lifting. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Jiang Xiaorong approaching, and her smile vanished in an instant. "Jiang Xiaorong, Jiang Zhiyu, serves you right. Who told you to heed that old crone's words and allow Du Shi into the household? You are indecisive and unable to let go, you scoundrel." "Jiang Xiaorong, isn't it commonplace to have multiple wives? Why am I the one labeled as a scoundrel? Besides, Du Shi has committed no grave error. She even bore me a daughter. If I had refused her entry, I would be condemned by the world. Moreover, even if Du Shi were to enter, she would merely be a concubine, unable to shake Yuran's status as the legitimate wife." The more Jiang Xiaorong reflected, the more aggrieved he felt. His daughter did not stand by him, and the legitimate wife even displayed displeasure. How could a master of the house feel so powerless? He suppressed his smile and stubbornly extended his hand to assist Su Yuran out of the carriage. Passers-by observed, and naturally, Su Yuran wished to save face. Placing her hand in his, Jiang Xiaorong's face lit up with joy. As Jiang Zhiyu descended with her belongings, Jiang Xiaorong's gaze fell upon her. She looked oddly familiar. And upon a second glance, he gasped, "Is that not the imperial edict?" His eyes widened in disbelief, and another sharp gasp escaped him. One must not handle the edict in such a manner. Chapter 52. Kidney deficiency often arises from overexertion. Jiang Xiaorong snatched the edict from her grasp, treating it like a treasured artifact. "This is how it should be handled. If someone were to accuse you, your father, of disrespecting the emperor, even if I had 10 heads, it would not be enough to pay for it." Jiang Zhiyu rolled her eyes, nonchalantly responding, "Well, that's perfect. There's no need for a divorce. I can secretly preserve your life and find mother a handsome youth of 6 feet with 8-pack abs. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? You could also satisfy your desire for multiple wives. Everyone would be delighted." Jiang Xiaorong was left speechless, while Su Yuran felt a warmth in her heart. What did it matter if she had no husband? Her daughter would forever be her little darling. Reflecting on it now, it was foolish to have relinquished her authority over the household due to her husband's lack of affection and her mother-in-law's schemes. Had she maintained her hold over the reins, her son and daughter would not have suffered such indignities. Were it not for Jiang Zhiyu's heartfelt reminders, had events continued on their previous trajectory, Kama might have truly lost his life. Su Yuran dared not contemplate further. Fortunately, matters did not escalate to such extremes. Su Yuran looked at Jiang Zhiyu and smiled warmly. Indeed, Jiang Zhiyu was a blessing bestowed upon her by the heavens. As the family entered the residence, Jiang Sulan eagerly leaned in, hoping for any morsel of information from Jiang Zhiyu's heart. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Jiang Zhiyu had not uttered a word. Could it be that she had encountered even juicier gossip in the palace? Jiang Sulan's curiosity grew unbearable, and she inched closer to Jiang Zhiyu, her eyes wide with anticipation. Sister, do you wish to read a tale again? Didn't you finish the one from yesterday? 50,000 words. Truly, you are a gifted scholar, able to read it so swiftly. Jiang Sulan, no, I merely heard that something significant has occurred in the palace. Do you know anything, Zhiyu?
Oh.
News travels this swiftly in ancient times? In such a short span, the fourth prince hasn't even finished his punishment, and it has already reached the residence. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, bewildered. Jiang Sulan's eyes lit up as she whispered, I heard the fourth prince was caught in a compromising position with a palace made by the emperor. Indeed, when they were pulled apart, neither was clothed, and the marks on their bodies were scandalous. Jiang Sulan, pray tell, was the palace made beautiful? Was the fourth prince valiant? Jiang Zhiyu scrunched her face in disdain. The maid was decent, but the fourth prince, She lowered her voice, gesturing with her fingers. He was this long and rather slender. Jiang Sulan gasped, suddenly losing interest in the gossip. Though the sisters kept their voices low, Su Yuran and Jiang Zhiyu, who walked ahead, could still hear them, their expressions turning black with disbelief. Was this something two young unmarried girls should be discussing? Jiang Zhiyu felt his temples throb, instinctively touching the edict in his hand. He had forgotten to ask what was written within. When he inquired, Jiang Zhiyu waved her hand dismissively. It merely requests a shop beside the Drunken Moon Pavilion to open a medical clinic. Kidney deficiency often arises from overexertion, leading to soreness in the waist and legs, fatigue, and a feeling of being drained. Would you like to restore your vitality? Come to the U Medical Clinic, specializing in kidney deficiency. Hello, everyone. The advertisement is already prepared. I truly am remarkable. Jiang Zhiyu had not walked far when Tao Hong rushed over, panting heavily. Master, the matriarch requests your presence. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Since handing over the account books and register to Su Yuran, she had returned to her previous indifferent demeanor. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jiang Zhiyu naturally wished to engage her in conversation and share tender moments, yet Tao Hong showed no inclination to leave, standing there with a troubled expression. Why are we still here? Jiang Zhiyu frowned. The matriarch wishes you to come at once, Tao Hong murmured timidly. Jiang Zhiyu sighed, and Tao Hong added, the matriarch also wishes for the third miss to accompany you. She has missed her dearly. Jiang Zhiyu, singled out, was taken aback. She misses me? How amusing. The matriarch must be jesting. Laughter erupted around them. Jiang Zhiyu could not help but smile. Since grandmother wishes to see you, it would be best to go and make an appearance before departing. Jiang Sulan looked at him in astonishment. What is going on? You've never said such a thing before. Jiang Sulan recalled her earlier conversation with Bai Jian about their sister, now seeing the tables turned, with her father personally instructing Jiang Zhiyu in the art of feigned indifference. Such favoritism. In the Shoshi hall, the matriarch reclined on a soft couch, two maids massaging her legs, while Song Shiwei sat nearby, smiling as she tended to the incense. The emperor summoned that girl? Indeed, grandmother. It must be that news of Zhiyu's ability to heal Lord He's leg has reached the emperor's ears. You know how much the emperor values Lord He. This leg injury has long been a matter of concern for him. Naturally, he wishes to meet someone who can offer a remedy. Song Shiwei closed the incense burner. Chuckling softly, the matriarch snorted lightly. What matters in this household could possibly escape my notice? The girl has never accomplished anything meaningful throughout her life, let alone mastering the art of medicine. Her claims of healing legs are merely the fanciful desires of my son wishing to elevate her status. Song Shiwei smiled softly, choosing not to respond. The old lady continued, I cannot fathom what clouded my judgment that day. I foolishly believed their deceitful words, allowing them to take my well-mannered Jianjin to the Dali temple while sending Hunga away. Song Shiwei widened her eyes in feigned ignorance, exclaiming in astonishment. Is that truly the case? No wonder I haven't seen Second Master and Hunga in recent days. The old lady regarded her suspiciously. You were unaware? A nearby maid reminded her, and the old lady suddenly realized, yes, you were not in the residence that day. The crime of deceiving the emperor could cost one their head. Her countenance darkened as she awaited an inquiry. Moments later, Tao Hong lifted the curtain, with Jiang Zhiyu following Jiang Zhiyu. Upon seeing the smiling Song Shiwei, Jiang Zhiyu immediately understood. No wonder the old lady is causing a ruckus today. The root of it all lies here. Jiang Zhiyu glanced at Song Shiwei, frowning. You're still unwell. Why have you come here? Song Shiwei's expression faltered, her eyes reflecting vulnerability. For so many days, Jiang Zhiyu had not spared her a glance, and the maids attending to her were sycophantic. neglecting her care upon seeing her fall from favor and suffer injury. Thank you, father, for your concern. I merely feel a bit better and can walk now. I realized it has been many days since I last paid my respects to grandmother, which is rather unfilial, so I thought to come. She rose to bow. Since father and sister Zhiyu have arrived, grandmother will have someone to converse with. I shall take my leave. Her few words filled Jiang Zhiyu with guilt. Cough. I was merely thinking you should rest well since your health is still fragile. Your filial piety is appreciated. Your mother adores you, so stay a while longer. Song Sherwei bowed again, presenting a demeanor of delicate fragility. Thank you, father. She leaned against the chair, while the nearby maids seemed oblivious. Jiang Zhiyu's expression darkened. How are you attending to her? Do you not know to assist the young lady in sitting down? Song Sherwei weakly coughed. It is fine, father. I can manage. A mix of regret and affection flickered in Jiang Zhiyu's eyes as he recalled that the current servants were all arranged by Su Yuran, suspecting she had deliberately placed incompetent servants in Song Sherwei's courtyard as revenge against the old lady. A sudden aversion towards Su Yuran arose within him. Observing the entire situation, Jiang Zhiyu thought, oh dear, how sophisticated. Is this the art of domestic strife? First, she feigns weakness to garner sympathy, then intentionally employs a blind maid to serve her, creating the illusion of an ill-mannered servant bullying the mistress, leading father to believe mother is at fault, while she can reap further guilt. A masterstroke. Surely, my dim-witted father cannot genuinely believe this. Jiang Zhiyu insisted, he is not. He is not. Do not speak nonsense. I am merely somewhat swayed. His gaze fixated on the maid, who indeed possessed vacant eyes, even spilling tea on the table. Jiang Zhiyu inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Song Sherwei remained unaware of the unfolding drama, tears welling in her eyes, mirroring Du's demeanor. If she is indeed blind, why keep her around? Are there no capable servants in your household? Anger surged within him, and his tone became sharp, causing the seemingly fragile Song Sherwei to accidentally shatter the teacup. The blind maid hastily attempted to clean up, but in her panic, she knocked over the entire table, sending a cacophony of fragments scattering across the floor. Song Sherwei, caught off guard, found tea leaves spilling onto her dress, rendering her quite disheveled. The maids finally reacted, scrambling to tidy up. The old lady, witnessing this scene, felt a sudden surge of displeasure. What is the meaning of this display? It was merely an accident. Is it worth such anger? What are you pretending for? You clearly wished to scold me, but father interrupted. Jiang Zhiyu remarked, I only observe how clumsy these people are. They are truly unfit to serve in the house. They have forgotten their place, relying on the master's favor, and it is only right they receive some discipline. Do you not agree, mother? After dealing with Jiang Zhiyu, Jiang Zhiyu realized that some hearts are inherently biased. No matter how hard one tries, winning their affection is futile. Thus, it is better to maintain an air of respect, instilling a sense of fear to deter any mischief. This insight was imparted to him by Zhiyu during the incident with Jiang Zhiyu, and it proved to be quite effective. Impressive. That statement is commanding. Both of them issued a warning together. Father has evolved. Song Sherwei tightened her grip on her skirt, while the old lady trembled with rage, tears streaming down her face. Well, you have grown and formed your own opinions. I can no longer manage you. Wiping her tears, she recounted past grievances. In our old home, it was I who toiled alone to raise you, and at long last, the eldest became a general. And you entered the court. Yet the second remained without accomplishments, causing me endless sleepless nights filled with worry. Jiang Zhi유's expression softened in pity. This moral coercion is relentless. Do not heed this old woman's words, for her heart is as dark as night. She speaks without hesitation, relying on my father's ignorance of the past. Years ago, she had an affair, and grandfather caught her red-handed. Grandfather, being kind-hearted, believed her tears and remorse, forgiving her, only to discover later she was pregnant with Jiang Zhiyu. This revelation struck Jiang Zhiyu like a thunderbolt, illuminating the reason behind the old lady's favoritism towards Jiang Zhiyu over himself and his brother. His eyes burned with fury as he listened intently to Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts. Such shamelessness exists in this world. After giving birth to Jiang Zhiyu, upon learning she was pregnant again, and with grandfather's suspicions allayed, she conspired with her lover to murder him, even bribing someone to poison my uncle's wine, causing him to suffer a heart condition during battle, leading to his downfall, exploited by the enemy. Was the truth truly this horrifying? His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, cracking audibly, as turmoil surged within him, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. His gaze upon the old lady, as if it could devour her whole. The old lady, terrified, recoiled, while Jiang Zhi유's hand drew nearer. Jiang Zhiyu, observing from the doorway, could not discern his expression, assuming he was about to relent, and hurriedly intervened. How naive. I am a fierce beast, one who takes in, but does not give out. She stepped forward, recalling the old lady's disgraceful past, choosing a safe distance to sit on the ground and wail. Oh, old lady, you have no idea. The second uncle even tried to kill my father, wielding a 2-meter-long cleaver that is truly terrifying. Chapter 54. Malevolent forces hearing her voice, Jiang Zhiyu, with eyes of flame, pulled himself from those dreadful thoughts. What had he just considered doing? The old lady, frightened by his frenzied expression, ceased her tears, staring vacantly at father and daughter. In the past, Jiang Jinjin's misdeeds would be forgiven by Jiang Zhiyu, but now, his resolve was unwavering. What could be done? Song Sherwei clutched her skirt, her hands absent-mindedly fidgeting. Jiang Zhiyu continued, "Old lady, you have no idea. He attempted to assassinate my father in front of the Dali temple minister, only to be thwarted by the guards. Moreover, the Dali temple minister stated that they have irrefutable evidence. Once they capture that scoundrel, he will face immediate execution. It is utterly delightful not to have to address this old hag as grandmother. If I had to, it would be more than suffocating." Jiang Zhiyu replied, "I must admit, this situation is indeed quite suffocating." To discover that his own mother was the murderer of his father and brother left Jiang Zhiyu gasping, the world around him fading to black. No wonder, since childhood, she has been exceedingly harsh on herself compared to her elder brother. Regardless of the time or the nature of the good fortune she encountered, it was always Jiang Jianjin who came first. So it is, indeed. The room was strangely silent. The old lady dared not utter a word, and Song Sherwei's hands, concealed within her sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. Perhaps the second uncle was momentarily confused. Yet the innocent child, Hung Go, so young and the only bloodline of the second uncle, wandering outside, might be subject to harsh judgments. Enough. Jiang Zhiyu interrupted her sternly, causing Song Sherwei's smile to freeze upon her face, her expression appearing pitiable. In the past, Jiang Zhiyu would have felt regret and guilt, but now, the more he observed Song Sherwei, the more he perceived each of her words as a dagger to the heart. Hung Go was the product of the Gao family's illicit liaison, a fact nearly known to all in the residence. Under such circumstances, her assertion that Hung Go was Jiang Jinjin's only bloodline was either malicious or foolish. How could he have raised such a dim-witted child in the first half of his life? The more Jiang Zhiyu looked at her, the more irritated he became. In matters of such gravity, if you are unaware of the truth, it is best to refrain from interjecting. You are no longer a child. It is most pressing for you to accompany the matriarch and seek a suitable husband rather than lingering around the old lady. Is this all you can say? You cannot tolerate even this? The two ungrateful wretches seemed to share a mutual understanding, Jiang Zhiyu whispered. The Jiang family treated Song Sherwei as their own daughter, only to be betrayed and suffer the consequences. Their grandfather devoted himself entirely to the old lady, even forgiving her infidelity, yet met a tragic end. The same group of people always ends up hurt, sigh, the fate of cannon fodder. But fortunately, I am here. Anyone who wishes to harm them must first pass through me. What did you say? Even if Jiang Zhiyu spoke softly, the room was silent. The masters argued, and the maids dared not breathe. Thus, Jiang Ziyu's words were clearly heard by them. The old lady's fingers trembled with anger, her gaze searching for something. Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward, discreetly shielding her behind him. There is no need for the old lady to be angry. Zhiyu is still young, and her words were merely thoughtless. What did you call me? The old lady clutched her chest, appearing as if she might faint at any moment. Jiang Zhiyu could not overcome his psychological barrier to utter that title, pretending he had not heard. Zhiyu is tired from her audience today. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. The maids swiftly lifted the curtain. As the father and daughter took a step outside, furious shouts and curses erupted behind them, accompanied by the sound of several pieces of porcelain shattering. Well done. The old lady is surely furious this time. But isn't father always one to uphold filial piety? What is happening? Jiang Zhiyu found it difficult to explain this matter. Could it be that the events of that year were more complicated than we thought? Surely. The prime minister has his spies. He cannot be so naive. Once they exited, the old lady broke several teacups in succession before regaining her composure, leaning back against her cushion, gasping for breath. Have those three girls gone mad today? How dare they fabricate stories in front of their elders? The maids and servants in the room hung their heads, not daring to respond. Song Sherwei sat beside her feet, snuggling like a cat. Indeed, after the hunting trip, Sister Zhiyu seems to have transformed into a different person. Sometimes, I watch her in astonishment. The old lady replied indifferently, I have heard of that incident. That arrow truly gained fame far and wide. In recent days, several noble ladies have come to me inquiring about it. Song Sherwei was infuriated. Was this the focus? Who cared to hear her praise Jiang Zhiyu? She forced a smile and echoed a few words, quickly losing her smile. Grandmother. It is not just about the hunting trip. There is another matter, but perhaps I am merely overthinking it. She adopted a demeanor of hesitance, successfully piquing the old lady's curiosity. What else is there? Song Sherwei's gaze wandered, her tongue repeatedly licking her lips, appearing as if she had more to say. Fearing the old lady might not grasp her insinuation, she scanned the room and said, Grandmother. The old lady understood now, gesturing slightly for the attending maids to leave, retaining only her trusted maid, Jian Posey. I have heard that you witnessed Ji rolling on the ground, crawling about, and then suddenly standing up while proclaiming herself to be possessed by a celestial being. Her tone sharply rose, causing the old lady to tremble in fright. Nonsense. She was merely pretending to be mad. While she said this, the old lady felt a twinge of uncertainty in her heart. Women in the inner chamber possessed little knowledge, and given that the old lady had spent her early life in a remote countryside, previously appeased by Jiang Zhiyu, she now began to harbor doubts upon hearing Song Shiwei's words. She wept quietly, and the old lady, with increasing conviction, began to view her as a pillar of support. Good child, could the third girl really be possessed by that evil spirit? What should we do? In a place unseen by the old lady, Song Shiwei smiled slyly. Although the old lady was foolish, she was not irretrievably so. She coldly remarked, "Seek a high monk?" If the emperor were to learn of this, would he not despise the entire Jiang residence? She still needed to rely on her son, Jiang Zhiyu. If this led to the emperor's disdain, would her life of luxury not vanish into thin air? The old lady contemplated for a moment, deeming the idea feasible, unable to suppress her joy as she laughed heartily, patting Song Shiwei's hand and continually praising her. "You are truly a good child. How fortunate that you are so considerate. You shall handle this matter. If others inquire, just say I have sent you outside to gather some medicinal herbs for me." "Thank you, grandmother." The old lady grew increasingly fond of her. "Someone, brew some of my treasured tea for the young lady. Do not leave today. Let us have a good chat." Song Shiwei readily agreed. In the Shuxiting, a sense of tranquility prevailed, while in the Mengguiwen, life was equally serene. Su Yuran personally cooked a feast, with Jiang Zhiyu and Su Yuran seated at the head of the table, while Jiang Zhiyu, Jiang Sulan, and Jiang Bojian sat together. The family of five sharing laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Yuran looked at them, her eyes slightly reddened. It had been a long time since the table had been so lively. If only one more person were here.
Sujodan sai sokti.
Jiang Bojian picked up a piece of pork trotter, but did not eat it, placing it in a bowl beside him. Jiang Zhiyu blinked. "Why aren't you eating? Is this child still snatching food?" Jiang Bojian choked on a piece of green vegetable, coughing several times. "Can this really choke you? Your throat is so narrow. Don't be like crispy skin and require an emergency at night." Jiang Bojian. "Help! Why is my sister so argumentative?" Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu set down his chopsticks, giving Jiang Bojian an annoyed glance. It was not that he had forgotten Jiang Kongan. Rather, since Jiang Kongan's injury, he had not seen anyone, and he worried that an impulsive visit might inadvertently hurt him. Seeing his mother's forlorn expression, Jiang Bojian secretly regretted his words. Just as he intended to salvage the situation, he saw Jiang Zhiyu wipe her mouth and leave the table. Jiang Bojian. No way. Did the third sister leave because she was upset? And she didn't even throw anything at him? The gazes of the others at the table were also filled with reproach. Before they could search for Jiang Zhiyu, a sudden exclamation came from outside the courtyard. Following the sound, they saw Jiang Zhiyu pushing Jiang Kongan, rushing in. Everyone. Sitting in the wheelchair, Jiang Kongan looked equally bewildered. Every pair of eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Zhiyu. "Here, the person has arrived. Continue eating. What's the matter with you all?" Jiang Zhiyu looked at them in confusion. In the apocalypse, Jiang Zhiyu learned a vital lesson. If you wish to see someone, go see them immediately. For who knows what might happen in the next moment. In such close proximity, with both parties clearly concerned for one another, it is astonishing that they could resist the urge to meet. One can only wonder what thoughts occupy their minds. What should have been a joyous occasion was marked by an unsettling silence until Jiang Kongan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Father, mother, it is I who am unfilial." As if a switch had been flipped, two streams of tears cascaded down Su Yuran's cheeks. She covered her mouth, yet her eyes sparkled with joy, while Jiang Zhiyu simply patted his shoulder, unable to utter a word. Jiang Kongan was the first to grasp his chopsticks and partake in the meal. "This is made by mother, is it not? It is as delicious as ever. Indeed, eat more, eat more. Mother will prepare more for you tomorrow."
Sujodan uget.
Continuously serving him with her chopsticks. Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Bojian. "Eldest brother, do try the pig trotter that third brother personally selected for you." "Thank you." "Third brother," Jiang Bojian replied, his face tinged with a shy blush, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Jiang Zhiyu inquired, "Why choose this?" Jiang Bojian, wary of revealing too much, replied evasively, "The pig trotter symbolizes success in the imperial examinations. When my time comes next year, I shall ensure that they are left with nothing." Laughter erupted among the group, and as Jiang Kongan chuckled, tears streamed down his face. How long had it been since he had shared a meal with his family in such a manner? As the hour of view approached, Song Shiwei emerged from the old lady's chamber. A maid, wishing to assist her, was dismissed with a wave. Bowing respectfully, the maid retreated. And once Song Shiwei confirmed that no one was around, she slipped into a secluded corner of the dense forest. She groped around until she felt a slight tremor at her fingertips, allowing her to remove the brick and dispose of the note she held before replacing the brick securely. Emerging from the thicket, she adjusted her attire just as a refined voice called out from behind, "Sherwei?" Song Sherwei stiffened, turning to see Jiang Zhiyu pushing Jiang Kong'an toward her. Her heart raced. "Eldest brother, Sister Zhiyu." Jiang Kong'an nodded lightly. "What brings you here at such an hour?" "I just left grandmother's room. She was in good spirits today, and kept me for a while," Song Sherwei replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. Jiang Kong'an grunted in acknowledgement. "Sister Zhiyu and I were just finishing our meal in Mother's chamber," he explained, as Song Sherwei's gaze fell upon his legs. Jiang Kong'an's expression shifted dramatically. "Much improved," he asserted. "What do you mean by much improved? With that complexion, it seems the renowned physician is no more than a name-dropper." Jiang Kong'an's leg may never recover. Today was marked by two fortunate pieces of news, and a sense of relief washed over Song Sherwei, lightening her step. Jiang Zhiyu pushed Jiang Kong'an forward as he dutifully reported on his rehabilitation progress. "Compared to a few days ago, it hurts much less, though I still lack control. By the way, I heard you want to treat He Yanting's leg?" Indeed, Jiang Zhiyu recounted the northern expedition and her stratagems with Jiang Zharong, prompting Jiang Kong'an to lower his gaze. "Father's actions are ill-advised."
Why?
Jiang Zhiyu asked, perplexed. Jiang Kong'an's irritation surfaced, his tone laced with anger. "Though you possess the ability to protect yourself, a direct assault is easier to evade than a hidden attack. Should He Yanting make this public, the ensuing panic would be unavoidable. If someone stirs the pot and labels you a monster, even father would be powerless to shield you. Is it truly that severe?" "He does not seem the type," Jiang Zhiyu countered, but Jiang Kong'an's furrowed brow indicated his concern. "You trust him after only a brief encounter?" Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang Zhiyu comfortingly patted his shoulder. "Eldest brother, worry not. I understand the power of public opinion, and even if this matter were to leak, it would hardly create a stir. With my knowledge of the narrative, who wouldn't he wish to utilize it? My value would undoubtedly exceed any notion of eliminating me. Moreover, even if the entire world turned against me, my arsenal within this space is formidable." Jiang Kong'an conceded, indeed. "However, we must not underestimate the situation. While many powerful figures may seek to ally with you due to your unique abilities, you risk losing your freedom." He desired for his sister to pursue her aspirations unencumbered, rather than being manipulated by those in power. In the fragrant palace of the Yushi concubine, recent favoritism had led the palace eunuchs and maids to serve with increased diligence, even treating the previously mocked and foolish sixth prince with newfound respect. Now of age, he ought to have established his own residence. Yet due to his perpetual state of folly, he remained under the watchful eye of physicians. Within the grand hall, the sixth prince clutched a fabric tiger, nibbling at it. Yushi leaned against the emperor, her cheeks flushed. "Your Majesty, do you remember? This was given to him at birth, and he has cherished it ever since." Even after his injury, hearing his name, Xiao Yanli looked up in confusion, scanning his surroundings. Since discovering Jiang Zhiyu's intentions to poison him, the emperor had grown increasingly suspicious, punishing several princes while simultaneously lavishing affection on the son he once detested. Foolishness has its merits, at least he won't scheme like his brothers. The emperor mused, his expression softening as he beckoned. "Come here, Lear. Do you remember your father?" Cautiously, Xiao Yanli approached, still wary. The emperor coaxed him closer, a smile gracing his lips. As Xiao Yanli drew near, the emperor reached out, while Yushi instinctively protested. "Wait." The emperor's hand ruffled Xiao Yanli's hair. Though he flinched, he did not retreat. The emperor's smile widened. "What troubles you, my beloved?" Yushi exclaimed in delight. "For days, others have touched this child, and he would bite them. I feared for your safety." "But..." Her words elicited hearty laughter from the emperor, who declared, "I am not just anyone. I am Lear's father." Yushi quickly concurred, "Yes. I spoke out of turn." The emperor embraced her, feeling an overwhelming warmth as he kissed her neck. "No, your Majesty. Lear is watching." Yushi laughed nervously, pushing him away. The emperor breathed heavily. "He is but a simpleton. What does he understand?" Yushi dared not resist. The emperor's attention, though, flickered between her and Xiao Yanli, who looked bewildered, even attempting to climb closer. "Take the sixth prince away," he commanded. After their intimate moments, the emperor departed the fragrant palace. Fu Ping quietly reported, "Your Majesty." After the sixth prince was taken away, he seemed distressed and bit several eunuchs and maids. Yet, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he was lulled to sleep, showing no unusual behavior. Upon hearing this, the emperor's remaining doubts dissipated. Let him bite. If he were to passively allow himself to be taken away, that would raise true suspicion. Today, let us reward Yushi for her troubles. Increase her allowances. Yes, your Majesty. After the emperor left, Yushi wept against the headboard, expelling all palace attendants from the chamber. "Mother, you have suffered." Xiao Yanli emerged from behind the screen, his previously foolish demeanor replaced with a glimmer of murderous intent. Xiao Yanli closed his eyes, his heart filled with desolation and anger. Rest assured, mother. Such days will not last long. I have received confidential reports indicating that recently several others have been punished by that wretched emperor for various reasons. I wonder who has spoken to him. Yu Fei interjected. Is that so? No wonder he is behaving this way today. Perhaps he suspects you of feigning madness. Xiao Yanli nodded. Regardless, after today's incident, his suspicions should be thoroughly dispelled. Yu Fei inquired. What shall we do next? Xiao Yanli contemplated. No matter how that person spoke to the emperor, it has provided me with an advantage. The more the emperor detests his other sons, the more he will favor me. Now, I must find a way to expose their flaws. Yu Fei nodded, seemingly understanding. The next day, Jiang Zhiyu, after finishing her meal, boarded a carriage and headed straight for the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Perhaps someone in the palace had already made arrangements, for upon her arrival, she discovered that the previous shop was closed and the sign had been taken down. This saved her some effort. Jiang Zhiyu hoisted the sign and hung it back up. Once the sign was in place, she boldly displayed the advertisement she had prepared at the entrance, with the words kidney deficiency prominently featured, drawing the attention of passers-by. Chapter 57. Youth unaware of the preciousness of essence, tears flowing in old age, the young ladies blushed, while the men cast lingering glances, their eyes revealing traces of desire. After all, who wouldn't he wish to endure longer in such matters? In front of so many people, no one dared to enter, yet they were reluctant to leave, causing the street to become congested, while a considerable space remained empty in front of Jiang Zhiyu's clinic. Jiang Zhiyu intended to say something to attract customers, but before she could speak, a sharp voice cut through the crowd. What are you all doing here? Clear the way. Clear the way. The throng was parted, and Jiang Zhiyu looked up to see her companions approaching, smiling brightly. Wasn't this the kidney deficiency duo? One was Gao Yan, and the other was El Daizong. Both appeared pale, with puffy faces and dark circles under their eyes, typical signs of kidney deficiency. Living advertisements indeed. Jiang Ziyu's eyes sparkled as she waved enthusiastically. Young Master Gao. Young Master El, it's been a while. El Daizong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the one he had been longing for, while Gao Yan looked utterly confused. The third miss of the Xiang family? I have never interacted with her. Why is she so excited to see me? Could it be that my charm is so great, that she has long admired me? El Daizong was astonished to think that the one he admired was actually enamored with him. Gao Yan felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress a grin. Miss San, what brings you here? I have opened a clinic. Would you like to come in and experience it? You would be my first customers, and I shall offer you a 50% discount. El Daizong and Gao Yan exchanged glances, puzzled by the meaning of the discount. However, they had also heard of the news regarding He Yanting's leg, and no one believed it would succeed. After all, He Yanting's leg had been examined by the imperial physician, and the entire Imperial Medical Bureau had been powerless. If this girl were to heal him, where would that leave the Imperial Medical Bureau? Gao Yan exclaimed in surprise, while Jiang Zhiyu beamed. Young Master El, you are a straightforward man. Please, come in. As El Daizong moved to enter, Gao Yan naturally followed, but just a few steps in, his legs seemed to freeze in place. Following his gaze, he saw the glaring words kidney deficiency on the advertisement board, which seemed to shine like gold. El Daizong and Gao Yan frowned, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Miss Jiang, El Daizong's voice was low and filled with warning. A young lady from a noble family opening a clinic to treat kidney deficiency? How ridiculous. Such words, if spoken, would surely incite laughter. Jiang Zhiyu feigned ignorance of his hint. Young Master El, do not shun medical advice. A moment's negligence may lead to endless troubles. Disregarding El Daizong's dark expression, she turned to the chuckling Gao Yan. Young Master Gao, the youth often fails to recognize the value of essence, only to shed tears in old age. Though Gao Yan was currently in a submissive state, one could not predict if he would one day wish to retaliate. What do you mean? He asked, perplexed. It sounded poetic, yet he could not grasp its meaning. El Daizong, furious yet amused, retorted, do you think I am inadequate? In his anger, he had a tendency to lash out, and ever since losing a finger, he had worn gloves. Clenching the empty glove, his gaze turned icy. It is not I who think so, but you who must ponder your own capabilities. Of course, I am capable, he declared, full of bravado, though only he knew the truth of his thoughts. As he turned to leave, Jiang Zhiyu sighed lightly. Gentlemen, consider this carefully. Once you leave this village, this shop may not be here again, and if you wish to return, you may have to wait in line. You must have heard that I have received guidance from a divine physician. If I can heal young master, He's leg, this minor ailment is surely not beyond my capabilities. El Daizong scoffed. Young master, he is still unable to walk properly. Miss Jiang, do not speak so confidently. Jiang Zhiyu awaited his response. How about a wager, young Master El? If I win, you will come to my clinic for treatment and tell others you were cured here. If I lose, you may do as you wish. Do you dare? She lifted her chin defiantly, her demeanor both charming and commanding. El Daizong, caught off guard, found himself agreeing. Very well, I concede. Am I possessed? He did not spare Jiang Zhiyu a glance as he turned to leave, with Gao Yan closely following. Within the palace, guards pushed He Yanting's wheelchair as he conversed with the emperor amidst blooming flowers, vibrant and seemingly alive. The Jin Yiwei knelt before the emperor. Reporting on Jiang Zhiyu's activities, Miss Jiang has opened a clinic next to the Drunken Moon Pavilion, specializing in kidney deficiency. The emperor, startled, accidentally plucked a flower. What did you say? Kidney deficiency? A young girl treating kidney deficiency? Remarkable indeed. He Yanting chuckled softly. The emperor shot him a glare. Can you hear her? This sudden inquiry surprised He Yanting, who quickly comprehended the implications, his eyes betraying his astonishment. Your Majesty? Rarely did the emperor lose his composure. And he felt a twinge of pride. I am indeed the true dragon among men. There is nothing I cannot achieve. He turned to the Jin Yiwei. And then? Miss Jiang encountered young Master L and young Master Gao, and there seemed to be a disagreement. They even made a bet. Should Miss Jiang heal young Master He's leg, L Daizong will seek treatment at her clinic and spread the word. If she loses, she will submit to his will. The emperor regarded He Yanting with a teasing gaze. What do you think? Will Miss Jiang win or lose? It rests entirely upon your thoughts. He Yanting evaded the question, steering the conversation elsewhere. Your Majesty, you did not summon me to discuss this matter, did you? The emperor's smile faded. Today, reports from the front lines indicate that after withdrawing troops, the forces in the northern desert show no signs of retreat and seem poised to advance toward the borders. Isn't that good news? He Yanting murmured. Good in what way? If the inevitable occurs and they are caught unprepared, we could strike decisively and severely weaken them. His words were assertive, and the emperor jested. What if nothing happens? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? It will not happen. She will win. Chapter 58. Madness unveiled the wager between Jiang Zhiyu and L Daizong spread like wildfire. In recent days, anyone who encountered L Daizong bore an ambiguous smile. Within the Qingfeng Pavilion, two attendants poured wine as Gao Yan, holding a glass, probed. I have heard that Miss Jiang has been shuttling between the generals and the prime minister's residences, each time bringing a cartload of medicinal herbs. I find myself somewhat concerned. Concerned about what? L Daizong interrupted, his gaze sharp, the dark circles under his eyes increasingly prominent. A 12-year-old girl, merely skilled in medicine, believes she knows the world. Indeed, Gao Yan chimed in, observing his expression. Even if she has guidance from a renowned physician before long, she will surely come weeping to you for mercy, ha ha ha. L Daizong's expression softened slightly, his brow unfurling. That is a certainty. Now that she has fallen into my hands, no matter how she struggles, she shan't escape. Sensing the implication in his words, Gao Yan's gaze took on a lascivious quality. Are you suggesting? The two exchanged glances, and all was left unsaid. L Daizong drained his cup. Once I tire of the game, you may also partake. Achoo, achoo. Jiang Zhiyu, amidst her concocting, sneezed twice. Who is cursing me? Beside her, He Yanting held a book in one hand while pushing a cup of hot tea toward her with the other. Thank you, Jiang Zhiyu said, taking a few sips. He Yanting's legs bore the weight of an old injury, and with years of acupuncture treatment, proper care was paramount. Should this continue a year hence, a feigned paralysis might very well become genuine. Despite this, he had already suffered residual effects, his legs weak and lacking strength. After spending several days together, Jiang Zhiyu had finally managed to overlook his appearance and remained calm beneath the same roof, though her mind occasionally harbored sardonic thoughts. Poor child. Betrayed by the one who saved her. Who could have foreseen such a twist? He Yanting maintained an impassive demeanor, as if he had not heard a word. Yet, in truth, he had grown weary of her complaints. As he observed Jiang Zhiyu preparing to repeat her lamentations, He Yanting set aside his book and sighed. Miss Jiang. Tomorrow marks the final day, yet news of the earthquake has yet to arrive. Yes, I know. Why the rush? Jiang Zhiyu frowned impatiently. My elder brother urges. And he urges day after day, as if counting down my days. But there is still a day left, and without that day, it hardly counts as a week. Keep pressing, and I might just show you madness. He Yanting fixed his dark eyes upon her. Do you recall that you have two wagers at stake? You must understand, the second young master is still in the camp, and the emperor may issue orders for him to march north at any moment. Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, the court was in disarray. The grand hall of the Jinluan Palace resembled a marketplace, divided into two factions led by Sikong Go Yuanjing, advocating for war, and the conservative faction headed by the prime minister, embroiled in heated exchanges. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, observed with a deepening scowl. That barbarian is utterly audacious, not only slaughtering our Tianqi citizens, but also recklessly testing our borders, openly challenging the might of our Tianqi kingdom. We cannot afford to remain passive, Your Majesty. Go Yuanjing, with tears in his eyes, pleaded passionately. Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward to counter. What nonsense is this, Sikong? Every matter must prioritize the greater good. The barbarian's arrogance is merely baiting us into a trap. If we truly send troops, we would be playing right into their schemes. Go Yuanjing's lips twitched in irritation, his goat-like beard trembling. Those barbaric people lack such convoluted thoughts, yet you, Prime Minister, have opposed from the very beginning. Are you perhaps worried about your son, unwilling to let him face the battlefield? This accusation struck deep, and without a moment to gauge the emperor's expression, Jiang Zhiyu hastily knelt, bowing his head. Your Majesty, please see clearly. As a parent, my heart aches at the thought of my son on the battlefield. However, he is first and foremost a general of Tianqi, then my son. I will never let personal matters overshadow the larger picture. The emperor remained silent, while Go Yuanjing, confident in his victory, smirked. I am merely making a reasonable conjecture. Why must you be so agitated? Jiang Zhiyu raised his head. If that is the case, then Sikong has consistently advocated for war without considering the possibility of a trap set by the barbarian. May I too make a reasonable conjecture that Sikong has colluded with them, betraying the nation? Such an accusation was far graver than what Go Yuanjing had suggested, and the officials fell silent, exchanging glances, the atmosphere thickening. Go Yuanjing's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. You old rascal, dare you frame me? Treasonous ministers, all must be punished. As he spoke, he hurled the imperial tablet in his hand toward Jiang Zhiyu. The latter sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, but Go Yuanjing, enraged, seized another tablet from a bystander and threw it again, leaving the other officials dumbfounded. The emperor bellowed, striking the armrest of the dragon throne with force, rising abruptly. Enough. You all have the audacity. The officials quickly knelt in unison, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The emperor's muscles twitched in agitation. As subjects, how can you display such disrespect in my presence? Do you even acknowledge me as your emperor? With that, he swept away, and Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly rose to follow. Once their figures vanished, the officials murmured amongst themselves. Following this incident, many reevaluated Jiang Zhiyu standing in the emperor's eyes. Go Yuanjing, trembling, brushed off the hands of his colleagues and straightened his back as he exited the palace. Once out of sight, the emperor's furious countenance dissipated, and Jiang Zhiyu bowed respectfully. In my humble opinion, Sikong is not a traitor. On what grounds do you say that? The emperor scrutinized him for a moment, and when Jiang Zhiyu's back was drenched in sweat, he chuckled. Your thoughts align with mine. Chapter 59. Speak plainly of his death. Jiang Zhiyu smiled awkwardly. The emperor regarded him, suddenly exhaling a soft sigh. My dear minister, you have a fine daughter. Jiang Zhiyu.
Ah.
How Jiang Zhiyu could not possibly be his daughter. The emperor mused. Had she been, the complications would be far fewer. He could simply bring her to court. And who among the officials would dare oppose? Would it not be evident? There had never been a precedent for women attending court in Tianqi, and the emperor now wished to have Jiang Zhiyu there, considering too many factors, with the court officials inevitably opposing. Were she a princess, such convolutions would be unnecessary. The emperor sighed again. My dear minister, I shall not conceal it from you. I wish for Zhiyu to attend court. What are your thoughts? Jiang Zhiyu. What does this imply? You expect me to offend that old Sikong and also stand in opposition to the other officials? If you desire his death, speak plainly. There is no need for such roundabout ways. With a swift stroke, I shall present you with his head. Jiang Zhiyu's heart roared internally, while his face displayed trepidation. Your Majesty's kindness is overwhelming, yet Zhiyu is still young and knows nothing of the affairs of state. Jiang Zhiyu paused. Knows nothing? Those in power are astute. Even if he had not grasped this before, he now contemplated the implications. He concealed the terror in his eyes, bowing his head in silence. Could it be? He Yanting chuckled softly. The atmosphere relaxed somewhat, and He Yanting adopted a more casual posture. Though I have not met the third miss often, I can't help but sense that she appears to harbor an aversion to my visage. Not at all. Do not speak nonsense. That is merely your illusion. Jiang Zhiyu denied vehemently 3 times. What a joke. Would I say such to your face? I am not foolish. Let me tell you. Ah yes, indeed. I do dislike your face, for you resemble a zombie emperor. How could you possibly reveal that? He Yanting hesitated. You have already revealed it. Yet, who is this zombie emperor? What a peculiar name. Before he could say more, he noticed Jiang Zhiyu decisively rise to gather her belongings. All right, that concludes today. I shall not come tomorrow. Young master do remember to take a stroll in the street once you receive the news. He Yanting's fingertips curled slightly, suppressing the peculiar emotions within his heart. His voice sounded somewhat strange. Jiang Zhiyu glanced at him, but discerned nothing unusual. Did I miss here? She stepped forward, heading towards the door. Jiang Zhiyu noticed several men staggering out from the Zhuyu tavern, their legs trembling. They paused momentarily in front of the medical clinic before departing with a flick of their sleeves. It seemed they could only await the announcement from Lu Daizong. One of the perks of dressing as a young lady of the minister's household was that she could indulge in a life of leisure, receiving food and comfort without effort. As she drifted into slumber, she remained completely unaware of Jiang Zhiyu's growing anxiety. This was troubling. If the emperor could truly hear Zhiyu's innermost thoughts, Her desire to enter the court would become glaringly obvious. Yet, such an act would equally thrust Zhiyu into the limelight. Although no one wields power greater than the emperor, should this ability ever be revealed, who would not be tempted to possess it? Jiang Zhiu's expression grew grave. Moreover, there was one critical point to note. Only one day remained, yet no news had arrived regarding the tremors in the northern desert. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Navigating through the courtyard, a different world unfolded. Majestic mountains towered, and as the hills were rounded, a broad expanse of wilderness appeared before them. Within the military tent, Jiang's second son, Jiang Wenjing, was reveling with the soldiers over drinks. With the recent ceasefire, they rarely had the chance to relax. And the activities in the camp were quite limited, revolving solely around contests of skill, drinking, and boasting. Jiang Wenjing, unlike many of these generals who hailed from humble beginnings, was the subject of their admiration. Whenever they drank, they would pester him about affairs in the capital, using their imaginations to piece together a vision of the grand capital in their minds. As the alcohol flowed, their conduct became increasingly lax, their light armor casually unfastened and piled together. "How frustrating!" exclaimed the man seated beside Jiang Wenjing. He chuckled, "Who says otherwise? Just a few more steps, and we could truly be at their homeland." The tent burst into laughter, with someone teasing, "Oh, you're different today. In the past, whenever we spoke of battle, you would always advocate for peace. Yet now what has changed?" He lifted his wine bowl and downed it in one gulp, nudging his companion's arm. "Are you perhaps longing to venture to their barbaric homeland to snatch a beauty?" The crowd erupted in a commotion, reddening the man's face. Jiang Wenjing interjected, "All right, Ji Tong is sensitive. Let's not tease him too much." The tent filled with a chorus of shushes, while one voice rang out. "I heard that the emperor suddenly changed his mind after learning from a talented individual in the capital that there would be tremors on the way to the northern campaign." Jiang Wenjing furrowed his brows, wary of swaying the morale of the troops. The news he had received was shared only with a few trusted confidants. Logically, this person should not have known. His puzzled gaze swept over the crowd. They had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, their inhibitions lowered, and their words became increasingly indiscreet. Nonsense. What tremors? It's just that the emperor is cowardly. Though it was said that the emperor was distant and aloof, such words should not be uttered in public. Jiang Wenjing's voice dropped to a grave tone. "Speak cautiously." The warning startled the speaker, who gulped, realizing the gravity of his words, and obediently fell silent. Jiang Wenjing sighed softly. "Everyone is inebriated. Let us keep today's events to ourselves. Pack up and rest. Training resumes as usual tomorrow." "Yes." The men responded, swiftly tidying up their belongings. As night deepened and the soldiers succumbed to slumber, a violent sound shattered the silence. The earth began to quake, awakening the sleeping troops. Jiang Wenjing rushed outside, and even without keen eyesight, he could see distant mountains collapsing, massive boulders tumbling down. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. "It's true, it's really an earthquake." Chapter 60. Who dares disrespect the divine physician? The official postal service radiated from the capital to the borders, establishing a relay station every 30 li. There were over 2,000 stations at Tianqi, bustling with personnel, categorized into land, water, and mixed modes, equipped with relay horses and boats. Even so, several swift horses perished in the effort, barely delivering the news to the emperor before court adjourned. Upon hearing that a real earthquake had occurred in the northern desert, everyone in court was astonished. The hawkish ministers turned pale, trembling in fear. The Minister of Works had yet to be released from the dungeons, and they instantly reversed their stance, praising the emperor and Jiang Zhiyu for their foresight. Jiang Zhiu's heart finally settled. His Zhiyu truly was the blessing of their household. Within the Qingfeng pavilion, He Yanting was engaged in a game of chess with Su Bai, though today he seemed markedly distracted, nearly falling prey to Su Bai's comeback multiple times. "What troubles you? I have never seen you so absent-minded." He Yanting lifted his gaze to meet him. Su Bai beamed mischievously. "What? Is it because of that Jiang family young lady?" He Yanting remained silent when the door was abruptly pushed open. A guard knelt before the screen, relaying, "Young master, news from the court. Last night, an earthquake struck the northern desert." "Understood." The door closed again. Su Bai's eyes widened in surprise. He knew of the wager between He Yanting and Jiang Zhiyu, but frankly, he never believed Jiang Zhiyu had a chance of winning. After all, it was a natural disaster. How could a young girl possibly foresee such a thing? In contrast, He Yanting displayed an air of calm, unhurriedly placing a black piece on the board upon hearing the news. "I have won." Su Bai was nearly exasperated. Yes, you have won." "Wait, no, you have lost. Now that an earthquake has occurred in the northern desert, do you not intend to walk in front of others as that young girl suggested?" He Yanting chuckled lightly. "The one who has lost is me. Why do you seem more anxious than I?" Su Bai narrowed his eyes at him. "Rest assured, those people cannot harm me in the slightest now." "Has the southern Gu prince awakened?" Su Bai sighed. "You are resolute in your decision. I cannot sway you. After all, your capabilities far exceed mine." After a moment of complaint, He continued. He has awakened, demanding an explanation, but the emperor has intercepted him. He Yanting nodded with a light laugh, rising to his feet. I must go. The wager is sealed. And I naturally must seek out the victor to personally verify her stake. Jiang Zhiyu had not gone to the general's residence today. Upon hearing the news, Lu Daizong and Gao Yan prepared the carriage and headed straight for the medical clinic. Whenever Jiang Zhiyu did not visit the general's residence, it signified that she had completed her treatment, and at that moment, it would be the day she fell into his grasp. However, she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the coachman outside called out, "Young master, we have arrived." Lu Daizong eagerly jumped from the carriage, followed closely by Gao Yan. Before them stood Jiang Zhiyu, languidly leaning against the doorframe, waving her hand. "Oh, you're here." Her expression was utterly relaxed, showing no sign of concern regarding the wager. Lu Daizong assumed she was merely putting on a brave front. His eyes filled with derision. "Miss Jiang, why did you not go to the general's residence today? Could it be that He Yanting has already been cured by you?" He let out an exaggerated laugh, while Gao Yan chimed in. "Indeed. Miss Jiang's medical skills are unparalleled. Such minor injuries should be a piece of cake." Though they praised her, their tone was laced with disdain, and the crowd began to gather around them. Lu Daizong raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying his covetousness and unwavering confidence. In his mind, he had already devoured Jiang Zhiyu, and his voice unconsciously took on a flippant tone. "Miss Jiang, do speak. If you have healed him, let us all witness it. If not..." Jiang Zhiyu lifted her gaze. "If not, what do you intend to do?" Lu Daizong laughed heartily, his gaze roaming over her. "If not healed, then I invite Miss Jiang to the Anal Marquis's residence. Let us discuss medical skills together." The flirtatious undertone in his voice was unmistakable to anyone with ears. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. How is it that there are still those who fail to remember their place? Lu Gongzi appeared quite certain of my impending defeat. However, it is evident that his vitality is severely depleted. No man can withstand such provocations, and the fire of determination ignited in Lu Daizong's eyes. "Miss Jiang, are you willing to test this?" Jiang Zhiyu's gaze lingered momentarily beneath him, letting out a soft scoff. In an instant, Lu Daizong's composure shattered. He had indeed felt somewhat impotent in recent endeavors, and the mere thought of eventually claiming Jiang Zhiyu as his own made him lose control and indulge excessively. Those present were well aware of Lu Daizong's notorious reputation and couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Jiang Zhiyu. With a sly smile, Lu Daizong remarked, "Since we have a day, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may dictate when we shall proceed." "No need," Jiang Zhiyu interjected. "Someone has arrived." "Who?" Song Daizong looked up to see a man strolling down the street, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, his tall figure illuminated by the fading twilight, resembling an otherworldly being. Everyone recognized his face. It was He Yanting. As he approached, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Lu Daizong's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. How could this be happening? The crowd was densely packed, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Gao Yan was equally dumbfounded, his mind a blank. How could it be possible that a 12-year-old girl had cured a leg ailment that the Imperial Medical Institution had failed to heal for years? Even as He Yanting stood before Jiang Zhiyu, they remained stunned. Who would dare show disrespect to a divine physician? When he spoke, an aura of authority emanated from him, and Lu Daizong had lost all his previous bravado, his lips trembling in disbelief. How is this possible? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Truly, only someone with such remarkable skill could open such a medical establishment, rivaling even the greatest physicians. Such miraculous abilities. Could it be that I am saved? He Yanting's icy gaze fixed on Lu Daizong. "Lu Gongzi, I stand before you. What remains impossible? Or, do you wish to retract your agreement and forfeit this wager?" Given the presence of so many witnesses, Lu Daizong could not utter such words. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Of course not. He Gongzi is mistaken." Jiang Zhiyu beamed. "Please, Lu Gongzi." Chapter 61, Blocked. Jiang Zhiyu welcomed the guests inside and turned to the onlookers, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of our grand opening, all are welcome to observe today. If anyone wishes to seek medical attention, please queue over there." He Yanting stifled a laugh, resting his fist against his lips to contain his amusement. Lu Daizong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Would Jiang Zhiyu truly hold a grudge against him for his earlier actions? Sensing his unease, Jiang Zhiyu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Lu Gongzi. I will treat every patient fairly. Please remove your outer garments and lie down here. I will treat every patient fairly, but you are not human. Bullying both men and women, committing numerous wrongs. My actions are to rid society of evil." He Yanting's expression grew serious. Lu Daizong currently could not be harmed, at least not in front of such a crowd. Moreover, with the clinic just opening, a death would deter anyone from seeking help. Lu Daizong complied, shedding his outer robe, revealing his protruding belly as he lay on the soft couch. Jiang Zhiyu produced a tube of deer hide, filled with silver needles of various lengths and thicknesses. "Lu Gongzi, I shall now perform acupuncture. Inserting needles at certain points may cause some discomfort, so you must endure. An alarm rang in Lu Daizong's mind as a guard stepped forward to restrain his limbs. Jiang Zhiyu skillfully inserted a needle just below the second lumbar vertebra, 15 inches off the midline of the spine. Instantly, Lu Daizong's complexion became noticeably healthier. Such rapid results astonished the spectators, and even He Yanting stole a few extra glances. Lu Daizong had anticipated malice, but to his surprise, a warm sensation flowed through him, providing immense comfort. As he relaxed, Jiang Zhiyu applied needles to several other points on his body. His expression twisted in discomfort. This is excessive. I am simply kind-hearted, helping you to mend your afflictions. No need for thanks. He Yanting felt a chill run down his spine. Blocked. Where was the blockage? Once she withdrew the needles, Lu Daizong rose from the couch feeling remarkably light, his mind clearer than ever. Gao Yan observed his transformation, his anticipation growing. Jiang Zhiyu continued her methodical work. And the onlookers witnessed the changes in both individuals, feeling reassured. After treating the first 10 patients with acupuncture, she declared, "Acupuncture is quite taxing. I kindly ask for your understanding. Each day, this clinic will only treat the first 10 patients." I have truly mastered the art of hunger marketing, He Yanting mused, noting that there were terms he could not comprehend from Jiang Zhiyu's eloquent speech. As night fell, and they exited the clinic, Jiang Zhiyu boarded a carriage, only to find He Yanting standing before it. "May I request your company for a short distance, Miss San?" His voice, typically cool, resonated like ice in the quiet night, instantly capturing Jiang Zhiyu's attention. Why had I never noticed before how pleasant his voice is? He Yanting's smile deepened. "Please, step aboard." He Yanting entered the carriage, and the sound of the wheels echoed eerily in the stillness of the street. "Miss San, your foresight is remarkable. Last night, an earthquake occurred in the northern desert, and our troops emerged unscathed, all thanks to you." His flattery left Jiang Zhiyu momentarily bewildered, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Sudden praise? He must have ulterior motives. He Yanting cleared his throat. "I wonder if you have heard that the emperor wishes for you to attend court?" "What?" Jiang Zhiyu could not contain her surprise. "You mean you all have to wait outside at 3 in the morning? I cannot bear the agony of rising early. Besides, the weather grows colder by the day. Is a warm bed not more inviting? I must be out of my mind to agree to attend court. Have you not heard that those who rise early harbor more resentment than ghosts?" He Yanting admitted, "I have not heard that, but I am witnessing it now. Just mentioning it has stirred such feelings. I cannot imagine what would happen if one were to actually attend court." "Where did you hear such news, young master He? Is it credible? I recall there being no precedent for women holding official positions in our dynasty. Why would the emperor suddenly want me at court? Which official has slandered me?" A barrage of questions assaulted He Yanting like a machine gun. "Calm yourself, Miss San. I have only heard rumors. The emperor likely has no such intentions at this time. That is not good. Such thoughts should not even be entertained." Jiang Zhiyu sighed, feeling increasingly anxious. What if the emperor, upon hearing this news, suddenly changes his mind? As she pondered, her gaze brightened when she looked at He Yanting sitting across from her. "If I can persuade the emperor to withdraw his troops, then convincing him not to summon me to court should be a trivial matter." He Yanting's hands rested on his knees, seemingly unfazed, though his posture straightened slightly. "Young master He, why don't we engage in a transaction?" "What kind of transaction?" "I will share with you information beneficial to you, and in return, you will persuade the emperor not to entertain the idea of summoning me to court. How does that sound?" He Yanting lowered his eyelids, casting shadows beneath his long lashes. "While that is indeed tempting, I cannot guarantee it." His jaw tightened after a pause. He smiled faintly, a darkness lurking in his eyes. "The emperor's thoughts are beyond my influence." Jiang Zhiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, as long as the ministers continue to obstruct him, even the emperor cannot act solely on his whims. She shot him an appreciative glance. The young master He, is correct. As a trade, allow me to impart a piece of news. One of the individuals from that year now resides within the estate of the second prince. Whether or not you can uncover this truth rests entirely upon your abilities, young master He. The carriage came to a halt, and the servant outside gently announced, "Miss, we have arrived at the general's residence." However, He Yanting did not disembark. His gaze remained fixed upon her, suddenly breaking into a smile, his eyes radiating a resolute confidence that left no room for doubt. "Do not worry, third miss. I assure you, I will not disappoint you." With that, he leapt from the carriage, leaving Jiang Zhiyu blinking in surprise. Disappointed? If he cannot find them, isn't he the one who should be disappointed? What do I have to be disappointed about? A few minutes later, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Xiang residence. As Jiang Zhiyu alighted and was about to enter, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Song Sherwei, accompanied by a monk. The old monk was stout, draped in a resplendent crimson robe, and adorned with a golden and pointed hat. Jiang Zhiyu overheard Song Sherwei softly inquire, "Master Wu Jing, do you sense any malevolent entities within this residence?" Master Wujing retreated a few steps, his fingers deftly manipulating prayer beads. He then frowned, gravely informing Song Shiwei, "Miss, the presence of dark energy within this residence is overwhelming. The malevolence here is formidable." Song Shiwei smiled sweetly, her beauty accentuated by the soft glow of the lanterns. "Then I must rely on your expertise, Master." Master Wujing raised his hand in a gesture of blessing. "Amitba, good."
Good.
Jiang Zhiyu mused. What is going on? Are they rehearsing at this hour? In the narrative, Song Shiwei conceals this faux monk in her courtyard, claiming to be unwell and avoiding the outside world. When the emperor arrives, she plans to deceive him into visiting Su Yuran's courtyard, conveniently catching Master Wujing in the act of exorcising evil spirits from Su Yuran. Su Yuran treats Song Shiwei as her own daughter and would naturally not suspect her. After consuming the drug prepared by Song Shiwei, she would awaken in a state of confusion, unable to defend herself. Lost in thought, Jiang Zhiyu suddenly sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Her expression sharpened, and she swiftly turned, covering the mouth of the newcomer and pulling her behind a pillar. After ensuring her movements had not attracted the attention of the two individuals, she leaned in and whispered, "Why are you here? Did you come alone?" Although Jiang Zhiyu was still preoccupied with the recent revelations, she could not directly inquire. Instead, she subtly probed, "What are you doing?"
Who are those two?
It appeared to be Song Shiwei, while the other was an unknown monk. Despite having heard of Song Shiwei's misdeeds countless times, Jiang Sulan found it hard to accept upon witnessing it firsthand.
Why?
Over the years, the Xiang residents had treated her well, and she had always regarded Song Shiwei as a sister, never once treating her unfairly. The emperor despises such treachery. If Jiang Sulan were to witness a monk in her mother's chambers as Jiang Zhiyu suggested, it could spell disaster for her mother. Jiang Sulan dared not dwell on the thought, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The disappointment and bitter resentment in her gaze towards Song Shiwei revealed a profound sense of betrayal. Song Shiwei seemed to sense something amiss, glancing in their direction, astutely aware. She understands the intentions of the protagonist without my prompting. Truly, she is my only sister. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Song Shiwei sensed that she was being watched, an unsettling feeling rising within her. She hurriedly said, "Master, please follow me this way." Once their figures disappeared, Jiang Sulan frowned, contemplating her next course of action. Should she inform her parents directly? No. Jiang Zhiyu was too aware of Jiang Zhaorong's thoughts. Despite his current disdain for this adopted daughter, the moment Song Shiwei displayed weakness and uttered a few empty words for the sake of the Xiang residents, he would easily dismiss the matter. But what should she do now? With a monk inside the residence, it posed a significant risk. Should outsiders discover this, it could provoke the emperor's ire. Jiang Sulan grasped Jiang Zhiyu's hand, walking as she spoke. "Fear not, I have a plan. Sister, for the next few days, you must feign ignorance. Leave it to me. We shall use magic to defeat magic." Jiang Sulan felt bewildered, yet seeing the confidence in her sister's eyes, she replied affirmatively, though a hint of disappointment lingered within her. Her sister was growing more capable, while she, as the elder sister, felt utterly helpless. As night fell, the largest brothel in Shengjing, the Zuyuolong Tower, was filled with the sounds of laughter and music, presenting a scene of opulence. A woman clad in sheer silk entered, placing down a wine jug. Lu Daizong raised his hand, drawing her waist into his embrace. He was in a foul mood, having drunk excessively, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. "Drink, take a few more sips." The woman, seated upon his lap, weakly resisted, suffering from his rough handling yet reluctant to voice her pain. She sweetly murmured, "Please, young master, you are inebriated. Allow me to assist you in lying down for a while." Yet, something she uttered seemed to provoke his ire. Lu Daizong abruptly yanked her down and violently threw her to the ground. He then seized her chin. "Do you look down on me too? Do you wish to mock me like the others?" Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she sobbed. "I did not, young master. You are hurting me." Lu Daizong pushed her away, swaying as he stumbled to the bed's edge, crying, "How tiresome. Come here and serve me." The woman crawled towards him, trembling as she fumbled to untie his clothing. Fear paralyzed her, and she struggled to make any progress. Lu Daizong sneered, "Useless," and then grasped her neck, lifting her from the ground and throwing her onto the bed, leaning over her. He exerted himself, uttering degrading words while envisioning Jiang Zhiyu in his mind. At a critical moment, he furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling pressure that blocked his desires. Lu Daizong's face turned crimson. "What have you done, you wretched woman?" As he reached out to choke her, the woman instinctively recoiled, watching helplessly as he gasped, his eyes bloodshot, collapsing abruptly onto the bed. After a long moment, she finally reacted, letting out a piercing scream. "Someone! Help!" The Anil Marquis residence descended into chaos. The Anil Marquis and Lu Yaozu anxiously surrounded the two, akin to ants on a hot pan. The physician checked their pulses and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Upon rising, the Anil Marquis eagerly inquired, What is it? Rest assured, my lord, the physician replied. The lady merely fainted from a combination of shock and anger upon witnessing the young master's injuries. I will prescribe a calming remedy, and once she awakens and takes the medicine, she will be fine. But what of the second young master? The Anil Marquis's heart sank again. What is his condition? Is it serious? The physician waved his hand dismissively. The second young master's life is not in danger. However, he has suffered from kidney energy depletion and has been overcompensated, causing his body to be unable to withstand the excessive nourishment. The physician hesitated, eventually muttering, if he has been overly supplemented, and with his condition, if this continues for too long, he may never be able to emerge. What? The Anil Marquis and Lu Yaozu felt as though they had been struck by lightning. The implication being that he would be unable to perform, rendering him no different from a useless person. The Anil Marquis's mind buzzed, his anger causing his brows to furrow deeply. Who possesses such a malicious heart? Bring that Gao Yan to me. In recent days, Lu Daizong had been inseparable from Gao Yan. After sending off the physician, Lu Yaozu, with concern etched across his face, looked at his younger brother. Father, should I go to the palace and summon the imperial physician? Their skills are unparalleled. Perhaps they will have a remedy. The Anil Marquis shook his head. No, send a message with the guards. From now on, you are not to leave the residence. His anger simmered as he slammed his hand upon the table, shattering it to splinters. This person dared to lay hands on Daizong. They must be thoroughly prepared. I only have these two sons, and with Daizong already in trouble, you must not let anything happen to the other. Lu Yaozu solemnly acknowledged, understood. Anil Ho delivered a swift kick to his chest, causing Gao Yan to let out a blood-curdling scream as he rolled several times before coming to a halt. His face drained of color and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he paid no heed to his agony, scrambling to his knees in desperation. My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me. El Yaozu gritted his teeth, demanding, speak. In the past few days, what have you done with Daizong? Where have you been? Whom did you meet? Disclose every detail, for if there is even a hint of concealment, the Minister of Rights will not hesitate to forsake you as his son. Gao Yan, overwhelmed by pain and terror, trembled. My lord, please understand, we only went to Qingfeng Pavilion and Zhu Cage. Encountering only the courtesans and prostitutes there. Nothing else, I assure you, my lord. Anil Ho regarded him with cold indifference. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Bring me my bone-picking whip. I shall see just how long your defiance can endure. The bone-picking whip, adorned with cruel barbs, could strip the flesh from a man's arm in a single stroke, leaving only stark white bones. Years prior, Anil Ho had publicly flayed a criminal with this very instrument, a gruesome spectacle that haunted the nightmares of all witnesses. Although Gao Yan had not witnessed it, he had heard tales. In a panic, he retreated until his back pressed against the cold wall. The urgency of the whip striking the ground jolted his mind back to life. I remember. My lord, please listen to me. Was it her again? She must have orchestrated the incident during the autumn hunt. For Anil Ho's initial admiration for Jiang Zhiyu had been obliterated after she had publicly assaulted the prince of southern Gu. Recalling her justifications during the autumn hunt, Anil Ho scoffed. Prepare the carriage to the prime minister's residence. I shall see who can protect her this time. As night quietly faded, the once serene streets erupted into chaos, the rumbling wheels of carriages and the clattering of armor resounding from the east. Within the prime minister's mansion, Jiang Zhiyu was preparing for the day, his maid arranging his court attire. Suddenly, a young servant burst in, panic-stricken. My lord, it's terrible. A large group of guards has surrounded the mansion, demanding the third young lady be handed over. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. Is it Anil Ho? A chill ran through him as he recalled the wager he had overheard on the street. This was dire. He hurried towards the front hall, where Anil Ho and El Yaozu stood, their expressions fierce, with El Yaozu clutching a pale Gao Yan. The atmosphere was menacing. Jiang Zhiyu masked his anxiety, feigning confusion. My lord, the court is about to convene. Why do you storm into my residence with such fury? The prime minister, unlike the minister of rights, belonged to the same faction as the crown prince. Even in anger, Anil Ho could not act against Jiang Zhiyu as he had with Gao Yan. Anil Ho sneered. I have no time for your riddles. Are you aware of the wager between Jiang Zhiyu and my son? Jiang Zhiyu's heart sank. Indeed. It was about this matter. However, he had been preoccupied with discussions regarding Jiang Zhiyu's court appearance and was unaware of the full context, continuing to feign ignorance. What wager? You truly do not know? Anil Ho glanced at him skeptically, noticing his calm demeanor, which suggested he was not lying. Your daughter wagered that my son would endure her acupuncture. Jiang Zhiyu retorted. Old fool. You only tell half the story. He feigned ignorance. Is this true? But Jiang Zhiyu is under the tutelage of a renowned healer. This is a good thing. As tensions escalated, Jiang Zhiyu's smile faded. My lord, let us not forget that your claims are biased. Do you have any evidence to prove that my daughter harmed your son? Moreover, I must ask, what exactly is wrong with your son? Anil Ho was momentarily taken aback. he gasped, snatching Gao Yan from El Yaozu's grasp. Speak. Relate exactly what you said in the Ho residence, word for word. Trembling, Gao Yan recounted the wager, omitting any mention of El Daizong's difficulties. His words skewed in favor of the Ho residence. Anil Ho nodded in satisfaction, turning to Jiang Zhiyu. Did you hear that? Your daughter is intent on healing my son. Yet I suspect her lack of skill has harmed him. Now tell me, will you hand her over or not? I will not, Jiang Zhiyu replied, his expression calm. What did you say? Anil Ho's hand rested ominously on the whip, threatening to draw it. Jiang Zhiyu met his gaze with unwavering resolve. I will not. Very well. Anil Ho ground his teeth. In the interest of fairness, if my son becomes a cripple, then today, I shall also turn your daughter into a cripple. And this matter will be settled. He lashed the whip violently to the side, shattering a table in two, its teapots and cups crashing to the ground. The atmosphere was tense, and the servants bowed their heads, unable to meet the gaze of their masters. Jiang Zhiyu, I have made myself clear. Today, you must deliver Jiang Zhiyu to me, or do not blame me for disregarding past friendships. Jiang Zhiyu remained impassive, as if he had not heard. Anil Ho, infuriated yet amused, was about to strike with the whip when a clear, youthful voice interjected. I am here. Chapter 64. I wish to enshrine you as the progenitor of fabrication. Anil Ho's gaze grew increasingly malevolent as she approached. His eyes filled with a murderous intent that could have slain Jiang Zhiyu 1,000 times over. She appeared composed, as if she had not even been to bed. Raising an eyebrow slightly, her expression was one of confusion. May I ask what brings you to seek me, my lord? Anil Ho's facial muscles twitched. You do not know? Why feign ignorance? My son was well. Why did you wager with him? Jiang Zhiyu lowered her head slightly. I merely noticed that young Master L appeared unwell, his steps unsteady, and I thought to offer him my assistance. Good intentions. El Yaozu interjected, his eyes filled with disdain. You are merely malicious. At such a tender age, your heart is already so cruel. What will you become in the future? Jiang Zhiyu frowned, stepping forward to shield Jiang Zhiyu. Young master. Please choose your words carefully. Choose carefully? El Yaozu repeated, pointing a finger at Jiang Zhiyu. She is fine, but what of my brother? He lies in bed, still unconscious. Even when he wakes, he will be a cripple. His agitation was palpable, and Jiang Zhiyu peeked out from behind Jiang Zhiyu, blinking innocently. Deservedly so. Where there are unruly children, there are unruly parents. It is their indulgence that has raised El Daizong to such arrogance. He commits heinous acts without remorse, seizing beautiful women as concubines and brutally forcing virtuous women to their demise before their husbands. Complaints have been made, but Anil Ho has suppressed them all. You are now trapped. Let us see how you harm others in the future. Jiang Zhiyu felt overwhelmed. Jiang Zhiyu truly acted with intent. After El Yaozu vented his frustrations, he appeared somewhat relieved before coldly stating, if not for your lack of skill, how would my brother have ended up in this state? Jiang Zhiyu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, claiming a lack of skill was certainly better than suggesting it was intentional. Anil Ho put away his whip. The matter has reached this point, thus I propose a solution. Clearly, he has nothing substantial to offer. Jiang Zhiyu thought. Indeed. Anil Ho, oblivious to the father-daughter duo's thoughts, continued, let Jiang Zhiyu marry my son as a concubine and from henceforth, she shall serve him well. This matter will then be settled. In the Prime Minister's residence, Anil Ho could not exert his influence. Sending her to the Dali Temple for punishment would be too lenient on Jiang Zhiyu. Once she entered the Ho residence, her fate, life or death, would rest entirely in their hands. Even the Prime Minister could not intervene in the affairs of a married daughter. Once they have tormented her sufficiently, they will casually pin a crime on her and have her executed. Who could possibly contest their actions? This scheme was conceived by El Yaozu while still in the carriage. Jiang Zhiyu was acutely aware of the intentions harbored by this father-son duo, and her expression shifted instantaneously. There was no way this could happen. As a concubine, she already held a lowly status in the household. Adding a derogatory title would render her existence easily trampled by the maids and servants. Jiang Zhiyu and Anil Ho exchanged glances, their dark eyes unfathomable. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and the others remained silent, with the maidservants and attendants too intimidated to raise their heads. After an indeterminate period, a sob broke the silence from behind. Jiang Zhiyu turned in a panic to see Jiang Zhiyu with red eyes, tears glistening on her lashes, poised to fall. Everyone froze in shock. I am a disciple of a renowned physician, and I merely encountered young Master L by chance, intending to provide him treatment out of kindness. I have never harmed him in any way, she wept. If the Marquis insists on being so aggressive and humiliating towards me, let us appeal to His Majesty for a verdict. If His Majesty deems me guilty, I shall accept it. Her plea was earnest, her eyes reflecting an unwavering defiance. Is it really so difficult to shed a tear? Does my performance, imbued with 3 parts assessment, 4 parts reluctance and 5 parts defiance, not leave them momentarily dumbfounded? Jiang Zhiyu interjected. Indeed, indeed. What you say is reasonable, Zhiyu. Regardless of what decision is made, neither party will be satisfied. It is currently the time for court. So, let us request His Majesty to adjudicate, as this would be the fairest course. What say you, Marquis? Anil pondered briefly, finding no fault in this suggestion, and nodded in agreement. By the time they reached the palace gates, dawn was breaking. The Wangxian Gate and Jianfu Gate opened simultaneously, and the civil and military officials entered in order. Compared to all the officials clad in court attire, Jiang Zhiyu stood out remarkably beside Jiang Zhiyu, attracting 100% attention. Upon passing through the Wangxian Gate and Jianfu Gate, they entered the Forbidden Palace, where the majestic Golden Hall awaited. To the left of the Golden Hall was the Tongqian Gate, and to the right was the Guanzhong Gate. The officials filed in according to their ranks, with civil officials entering through the Taqian Gate and military officials through the Guanzhong Gate. Jiang Zhiyu followed Jiang Zhiyu into the hall via the Tongqian Gate. The dragon throne, resplendent in gold and brilliance, commanded the center of the hall, surrounded by officials standing in solemnity. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Zhiyu. Was his chancellor truly so efficient in carrying out his duties? Hadn't they been deflecting issues just yesterday? And now they brought someone forward? After the officials completed their bows, Jiang Zhiyu, along with Anil and his son, Gao Yan, knelt in the center of the hall, prompting the emperor to sense something amiss. With both palms pressed to the ground and his forehead resting against his hands, Anil voice boomed, "I beseech your majesty to adjudicate for this old minister and for my son." Oh, is this truly the dragon throne? Is it made of pure gold? Could I lift it directly? No, wait, it still would. How disappointing. The emperor inquired. What has transpired? Not only did he express dissatisfaction with the throne, but also with the situation at hand. Anil refrained from hastening to discuss the matter, instead playing the emotional card. Your Majesty, my wife and I have but these 2 sons. Though my son may be unruly, he possesses a pure heart and has never harmed anyone. The emperor inquired, Jiang Zhiyu. The entire court was well aware of Daizong's notorious reputation for bullying and assaulting others. So hearing Anil solemnly declare his son to be pure and innocent left many feeling incredulous. Jiang Zhiyu felt particularly exasperated. Goodness. I would gladly crown you the progenitor of shamelessness. Your son has undoubtedly caused the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, directly or indirectly. If that qualifies as pure, one might as well say there are no villains left in the world. Truly, aging seems to loosen the tongue, unleashing nonsense. He dares to say anything. A couple of stifled chuckles echoed, prompting the emperor to clear his throat. Anil, I inquired about the matter at hand. Though his tone was firm, it bore a hint of amusement. Anil expression stiffened. Your Majesty, please discern that Jiang Zhiyu's daughter, Jiang Zhiyu, has conspired to harm my son. Daizong still lies in bed, unconscious, and according to the physician, even if he awakens, he will bear no heirs. I implore you, Your Majesty, to adjudicate for my son. Chapter 65. Let Jiang Zhiyu pay the price. All eyes converged upon Jiang Zhiyu. The emperor's voice remained calm, revealing no trace of emotion. Jiang Zhiyu, is what Anil claims true? Jiang Zhiyu began to speak, but the emperor interrupted. I am asking her. She stood poised and composed, exuding a maturity beyond her years. You allege that Jiang Zhiyu has harmed him. Do you possess any evidence? Indeed. The son of the Minister of Rights, Gao Yan, witnessed it firsthand. Gao Yan, a mere coward, trembled incessantly upon entering the Golden Hall. Upon hearing his name, his mind momentarily faltered, and he extended his arm, his head hitting the ground with a loud thud. The Minister of Rights could hardly bear to watch and shut his eyes. Gao Yan's ordinary appearance, combined with his timid demeanor, fearful gaze, and pale countenance, severely diminished his stature. The emperor's displeasure grew. A man so cowardly, incapable of matching even a 12-year-old girl in courage. His incoherent ramblings rendered him unintelligible. And Anil and El Yaozu's faces turned ashen, particularly Anil, who wished he could kick him for his uselessness. The emperor's disdain was palpable. You cannot even articulate a coherent thought. Jiang Zhiyu, you speak. Jiang Zhiyu thought. Why does this feel akin to being called on during class to answer a question, just as the teacher's frustration peaks? The emperor continued. Yet it is evident that the 2 young masters do not trust my daughter's medical skills. Coincidentally, I was treating young master He-S leg at that time and made a wager with young master L. Should young master He-S leg heal, young master L would seek treatment at my clinic and help promote it. Yesterday, young master He was able to walk normally, thus fulfilling our wager, and I treated young master L. Before I left, young master L appeared healthy and unremarkable, as anyone on the street could attest to. What transpired afterward remains unknown to me, until I heard of young master L's condition, and Anil barged into the residence, claiming that I was responsible for his misfortune. Speaking so much at once is exhausting. I haven't eaten breakfast and feel both hungry and thirsty. I sincerely hope there are no expectations for me to attend court. I cannot endure such hardship. Let me simply lie here in peace. The emperor, Jiang Zhiyu. You see, he has long since informed the emperor that the greatest obstacle to Jiang Zhiyu attending court has never been the ministers, but rather Jiang Zhiyu herself. Compared to the matter concerning El Daizong, the emperor was evidently more intrigued by another issue. You just stated that Yanting's leg has healed. Jiang Zhiyu nodded. Young master, he was seen walking in the streets yesterday and many witnessed it. Upon hearing this, all officials collectively gasped, their expressions filled with astonishment. It was common knowledge that the emperor favored He Yanting. Years ago, both of his legs had been shattered, hanging limply below the knees. The emperor had dispatched the entire Imperial Medical Bureau and issued proclamations throughout the capital in search of a divine physician, promising high ranks and riches to anyone who could heal him. Hundreds of people frequented the general's residence, yet despite these efforts, He Yanting's legs remained unhealed. And now, a mere 12-year-old girl had accomplished what all others could not. Anil Ho abruptly looked up at the emperor, who bore an expression of rare delight. Anil Ho inwardly cursed. He was utterly convinced that Jiang Zhiyu had deliberately harmed his son. The emperor, seldom in high spirits, laughed heartily, praising Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu has indeed raised a remarkable daughter. Your medical skills are so exceptional that to bestow upon you the title of divine physician would be no exaggeration. Speak. What reward would you desire? I shall grant it. Such generosity, yet I find myself devoid of desires at present. Your Majesty, might I be permitted to save it for another occasion when inspiration strikes? And then I shall inform your Majesty? Boldly bargaining with the emperor, she is indeed the first to do so. The officials exchanged glances, noting that the emperor was not angered, and even smiled in agreement, while secretly calculating their own interests. The Earl of Anil and his son were undeniably the most discontent in the assembly. Observing that everyone had seemingly forgotten about his son's plight, the Earl cleared his throat. Your Majesty, since the third miss possesses such exceptional medical skills, could it not be said that my son's condition was a deliberate act on her part? Indeed, it was intentional. Your son has bullied others for too long. I merely acted to rid the populace of a menace by performing a painless castration, which I consider a mercy. The emperor slightly adjusted his posture, casting a displeased glance at the Earl of Anil. In his earlier years, the Earl had earned great merit for the late emperor, expanding territories. Now, having ascended the throne, he was aging and indulging in a life of leisure, attending court only to collect his salary, neglecting his duties while indulging his two sons. The emperor had long harbored disdain for him. Summon El Daizong to the court at once, so that my imperial physician may personally examine him and ascertain whether it is truly due to Jiang Zhiyu's lack of skill. The Earl instinctively attempted to intervene, but the emperor shot him a glance. Does the Earl of Anil have something to say? Sensing the impatience in the emperor's tone, the Earl was momentarily at a loss for words. No, I have nothing to say. Thank you, your Majesty. Although he spoke thus, the Earl felt uncertain within. He could barely recall what the household physician had said, only remembering that his son would never be able to lead a normal life again. Concealed beneath his ceremonial robes, his hands clenched into fists. With a spoiled younger son and a 12-year-old girl renowned for her miraculous healing skills, the emperor had already made his choice in his heart. The outcome mattered little to him now. In this contest, Jiang Zhiyu had decisively triumphed. Not only had she gained the title of a miraculous healer, but she had also captured the emperor's favor and the attention of the other officials. After this event, surely no one would remain unaware of Jiang Zhiyu. The Earl of Anil recognized that the most prudent course of action now would be to humble himself and admit fault. Claiming concern for his son had driven him to such impulsive behavior. Yet, the image of his son lying in bed stifled his resolve. Even if it meant incurring the emperor's ire, he was determined to ensure Jiang Zhiyu faced consequences. Chapter 66. His ministers have another side. The wait was interminable, yet it was not spent in idleness. Court sessions must still be attended. The individuals kneeling in the center of the hall rose, and amidst the public gaze, Fuping brought a small stool for her, guiding her to sit beneath the dragon throne. A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. The expressions of the ministers varied dramatically, and Jiang Zhiyu looked on in astonishment at the emperor. Jiang Zhiyu herself was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Why am I being allowed to sit? What does the emperor intend? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly gasped, glancing at the emperor with a hint of disdain. Surely, he does not intend to make me his consort and have me work for free. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the original storyline indicated that the emperor favored women who were both voluptuous and simple-minded, and now at the tender age of 12, she was unlikely to meet his expectations. He must have taken a liking to my skills. Once I enter the harem, I will be tasked with investigating all manner of potions and abortions, perhaps even daily poison testing. Such malicious intentions. The look she directed at the emperor transformed into that of a worker gazing upon a heartless capitalist. The emperor mused. Oh, dear little cabbage, freshly plucked from the field, only to find herself working in a new place, and to top it all off, laboring for free. The emperor and Jiang Zhiyu were nearly swept away by her infectious melody, almost singing along, to avoid being led astray by her charm. The emperor cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. How goes the situation at the front? Jiang Zhiyu involuntarily shuddered. He could hardly imagine that, absent of Zhiyu's heartfelt voice, he might instead be hearing news of his son being captured by those savages. His gaze fell upon the small figure seated before him. Thank goodness for Zhiyu. All of this had yet to come to pass. Once the Minister of War concluded his remarks, Jiang Zhiyu's attention was indeed captured. Wow, as expected of my second brother, simply marvelous. The emperor was equally pleased, exclaiming praises. Truly, a prodigious youth. With such talent, how could our Tianqi not overcome this fractured situation and unify the realm? Your thoughts are misguided. It was Xiao Yanli who accomplished that, not you. The emperor's expression turned to one of outrage. Who are you referring to? Are you speaking of my wise yet foolish sixth son, who has since lost his mind? He could never unify the realm. If Xiao Yanli's deception was not aimed at him, upon learning the truth, he would merely commend the depth of his schemes, recognizing his ability to conceal his true intentions. However, Xiao Yanli had toyed with him as if he were a mere puppet. Did Yushir also know of this? What motives did his sixth son have in feigning madness? The emperor, already suspicious by nature, found his doubts regarding Xiao Yanli intensifying after Jiang Zhiyu's revelation. The warm memories that had once filled him with joy now felt like poisoned honey, leaving him with a bitter taste in his mouth. The ministers below continued to echo the emperor's sentiments, extolling Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu stifled a yawn. Why are they not weary at such an early hour? As is well known, yawning is contagious, and under the cascade of her yawns, the leading Jiang Zhiyu could not help but cover his mouth with his ceremonial robe, discreetly yawning in response. I told you, how could one possibly not be tired after rising so early? With insufficient sleep, how can anyone be spirited? The timing of court sessions is utterly unreasonable. The emperor retorted, what nonsense. I am not tired. Suddenly he too yawned, forcing the ministers to exchange glances and bow their heads. The emperor pondered whether the court sessions indeed began too early. Wait. Did I summon her to court merely to hear her complaints? Was she here to identify the treacherous ministers? Until now, Jiang Zhiyu had not mentioned a single courtier. Was every official in attendance truly loyal to Tianqi, striving for his interests? Just as this thought arose, the emperor dismissed it entirely. How could that be? Little did he realize that Jiang Zhiyu was merely disinterested in voicing her opinions. The original narrative detailed every minutiae, even the number of family members in each official's household and the cattle on their farms, much like the Minister of Rights, who had disgraced himself. In private, he indulges even more extravagantly than Gao Yan, wife-swapping, group affairs, you name it. No wonder it is said that like father, like son, with a father like that. I cannot believe Gao Yan is innocent. The emperor was taken aback. I never would have guessed my ministers possessed such sides. And what of the Minister of War who spoke earlier? He appears honest and simple, yet his heart is darker than if it were dug from a pit of mud. Taking lives recklessly, plotting against virtuous ministers, engaging in corruption and bribery, he is truly a villain. In his early years, he coveted the land of a family, and when they refused to vacate, he slaughtered them all, leaving behind a poor woman with a barely formed male fetus in her womb. The emperor's expression darkened considerably as he regarded Haniji. Moreover, he cavorted in the harem, exploiting the urgency of previous military campaigns to engage in debauchery under the guise of official reports, seducing numerous palace maids with the assistance of De Fei. The emperor's countenance had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he cast a frigid glare at Haniji. What a minister of war! What a Haniji! Having heard all this, the emperor grew even more resolute in his decision to bring Jiang Zhiyu to court. Jiang Zhiyu listened in utter shock, rendered speechless. He often drank with the Minister of War, casually discussing state affairs. And the ideas proposed by the minister were not only beneficial to the nation but also did not provoke public resentment. He never anticipated that he would turn out to be such a person. His image was completely at odds with the one portrayed by Jiang Zhiyu, prompting Jiang Zhiyu to let out a deep sigh. He realized he had been negligent. As the prime minister, he had been so easily deceived. The Anil Marquis and his son were beside themselves with anxiety, wondering why they had not yet arrived. Had something gone awry on the road? After a stick of incense burned down, the sky brightened, and the ministers grew increasingly impatient as several approached slowly. Leading them was He Yanting, who walked with an upright posture, seemingly unscathed by his previous injuries. Behind him were two guards from the Jinui, flanking El Daizong, who appeared pale, with cracked lips and heavy eyes, his legs weakly dangling. However, one part of him remained upright, noticeable due to his thin attire. The crowd's gaze instinctively fell upon that area before hurriedly shifting away. The Anil Marquis and his son rushed forward, pushing aside the guards to help El Daizong sit on the ground. He Yanting stepped forward and knelt in the center of the hall, saying, I encountered the Jinui on the road and took the liberty to accompany them. I beg your majesty for forgiveness. There was a long silence from the dragon throne, and Jiang Zhiyu lifted her gaze to find the emperor with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, he stood and personally approached He Yanting. gently patting the back of his hand. All is well, all is well. Even those accustomed to the emperor's special treatment of He Yanting were taken aback, their vigilance heightened. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze met He Yanting's, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. His eyes were dim, and his voice was hoarse. I am grateful for your majesty's concern. What one hears and what one witnesses are ultimately different. The emperor's emotions were intense, rendering him speechless for a while.
No.
They say the emperor should not display his emotions. You are overdoing it. Poor rating. The emperor, He Yanting, cough interrupted by her remark. The emperor regained some composure. Only for the Anal Marquis and his son to start crying out again. Your Majesty, I beseech you to take care of this old minister. My son is in such a state. What shall we do in the future? A flash of disdain crossed the emperor's eyes, though his tone remained calm. Anal Marquis, I have already stated that after the imperial physician examines him, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Do you not trust me? Though his tone was composed, the underlying warning sent chills down one's spine. The Anal Marquis, realizing his misstep, quickly knelt. I harbor no such intention, seeing my son in this condition. I momentarily lost my composure. I beg your majesty for forgiveness. It felt as though a knife hung over his head, ready to fall at any moment, and cold sweat trickled down the Anal Marquis's forehead. After a moment, the emperor merely huffed. Sun Taisher, go and examine young Master L, see what illness he has contracted. Sun Taisher, standing beside Fu Ping, nodded and hurried over. Listening to El Daizong's pulse, he furrowed his brow, pondering. He lifted the young man's clothing, turned him over, and felt his waist, arriving at an answer. He laid El Daizong down and turned to kneel before the emperor. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all eyes in the hall turned to Jiang Zhiyu. The emperor also frowned as He Yanting lifted his gaze. Yet, Jiang Zhiyu remained unfazed, walking over confidently and kneeling down without a trace of fear, prompting silent approval from those present. Joy surged in the faces of the Anal Marquis and his son. With El Yaozu unable to contain his eagerness, Your Majesty, the imperial physician says it was Jiang Zhiyu's doing. We implore you. Before he could finish, Sun Taisher interrupted. Young master may have misunderstood. I did not imply that. At his words, the emperor's furrowed brow relaxed, while El Yaozu's expression turned blank. What do you mean? The Anal Marquis and El Yaozu's faces shifted from red to white. It was merely a remedy. But El Daizong had returned to his vices after acupuncture, drinking excessively, and his already frail body could not withstand the tonic, resulting in this tragic outcome. The atmosphere fell into silence, and the Anal Marquis's aged face turned from blue to red, then white, his gaze wandering, rendered speechless. Lying on the ground, El Daizong was barely conscious, still under the influence of alcohol, discomfort swelling within him, and embarrassingly began to exhibit inappropriate behavior in front of everyone. The ministers averted their eyes. Jiang Zhiyu found the scene amusing. Ha ha ha, the emperor, 6. And you all, what are you pretending for? Clearly, you are all peeking. The emperor's face darkened. Anal Marquis, look at the fine son you have raised. Such disgrace in front of the court. Expel him from the palace, and he shall not participate in future examinations. The Anal Marquis had shot up. With the emperor's pronouncement, El Daizong's future was utterly doomed. The emperor continued, you raise a son without proper guidance, and yet you blame it on a young girl. Jiang Zhiyu, a disciple of a renowned physician, kindly tried to treat your son, yet you turn the tables and accuse her, blocking her door overnight. The Anal Marquis and El Yaozu found themselves unable to lift their heads under the emperor's reprimand. The emperor sighed deeply. Enough, the matter is clear. Let Jiang Zhiyu determine the punishment for you both. Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Zhiyu thought, what shall I impose? What punishments exist in ancient times? This is quite amusing. I truly regret not having studied more. He Yanting, the emperor. Well, the words have been spoken, and he cannot retract them. He Yanting, Miss Jiang is, after all, a woman of kind heart. She may not wish to impose a harsh sentence. Since the Anal Marquis has blocked the Prime Minister's residence, it would not be excessive to each receive 50 strokes of the court's cane, as a warning to others. Would it? The emperor, I find that acceptable. Only 50 strokes. He Yanting blinked, revealing Jiang Zhiyu's unfamiliarity with the severity of punishment. The court's cane, when struck, would leave the skin torn and bleeding. The Jinui would not hold back, and typically, 30 or 40 blows could be fatal. He Yanting continued, having wronged Miss Jiang, they should naturally be compensated. Let them forfeit half a year's salary to compensate her, shall we? The emperor, who are you asking? Jiang Zhiyu eagerly nodded. I believe that suggestion from He Gongzi is excellent. The ministers, the emperor. Then let it be as He Yanting suggests. Take them away. The Jinui filed in to escort them out. Upon hearing 50 strokes, El Yaozu turned pale, nearly fainting, and when he saw the Jinui, he immediately blacked out. The frenzied El Daizong was also carried away by the Jinui. No one dared to touch the Anal Marquis. As the Jinui led him away, his facial muscles trembled uncontrollably. His bloodshot eyes fixed on He Yanting, fists clenched. He would remember Jiang Zhiyu and He Yanting. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Chapter 68. Contemplating a flawless plan is what you said true? In the Jiaoxiang hall, Xiao Yanli, with a cloth tiger in his mouth, whispered to the eunuch beside him, unable to suppress his curiosity. The eunuch feigned restraint while saying, I saw it with my own eyes. The Anil Marquis and his son were beaten to a pulp, their blood staining the ground. When the imperial physician approached, they could hardly breathe. Xiao Yanli's mind raced. Do you know the reason for their punishment? It was due to the third miss of the Jiang family, who was said to have treated El Daizong but left him incapacitated. The Anil Marquis and his son blocked the prime minister's residence and caused a stir in the court, only to discover that it was El Daizong's own doing. The third miss of Jiang had successfully treated He Yanting, which enraged the emperor, leading to such severe punishment. He Yanting was cured. Xiao Yanli was struck with astonishment. How could this be? He Yanting had his leg bones shattered from the knee down. And unless one were to find that legendary physician capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones, there was scarcely a glimmer of hope. After years of searching without success, how could a mere girl have healed him? Did Jiang Zhiyu possess such extraordinary skills? Why had Song Shiwei never mentioned this? A whirlwind of confusion enveloped Xiao Yanli's mind, and just as he was about to speak, an announcement from outside interrupted. The emperor had arrived.
Xiao Yanli's Gasashifta.
The eunuch's sharp voice rang out. Ah, sixth prince, it is time for your meal. Allow this old servant to take care of it.
No.
Don't touch me. I detest you. Xiao Yanli pouted, on the verge of tears. Upon entering, the emperor was greeted by this sight, and a cold smile crept across his face. Such exquisite acting. No wonder he had been deceived. He looked so convincing. With this thought, the emperor maintained a facade of indifference as he strode forward, effortlessly snatching the cloth tiger from Xiao Yanli's hand and handing it to the eunuch. The eunuch went on to extol how much the sixth prince trusted his father. Xiao Yanli's hand trembled slightly. What did this mean? Hadn't his suspicions been dismissed on that day? He spoke softly. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Why take offense with these servants? The emperor tilted his head to glance at her, his expression darkening. I have yet to address you. As the head of the court, how can you fail to manage a few palace maids and eunuchs? How could you possibly govern the harem or bear the weight of a nation as its matriarch? Since Yu Fei had regained her favor, she had never heard such a stern tone from him, and her eyes reddened. Yet upon hearing the emperor's words, her sorrow dissipated. Governing the harem, being a nation's mother? Could it be that His Majesty was contemplating the abdication of the empress? Joy spread in Yu Fei's heart. If she were to become the empress, she would no longer have to heed anyone's opinions. Her son could openly showcase his strategies and become the crown prince. Never again looked down upon by anyone. With this thought, Yu Fei instinctively glanced at Xiao Yanli on the floor. Xiao Yanli hastily averted his gaze. The emperor observed everything, a smirk playing on his lips. My beloved consort, do you understand my meaning? Yu Fei quickly nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand. She surveyed the hall, her eyes gleaming with determination. No one could thwart her ascent to empress. She was destined to be the most esteemed woman in Tianqi. In the Xiang residence, Su Yuran stood anxiously at the hall's entrance, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Jiang Sulan and Jiang Kong and were at her side, offering gentle reassurances, while the matriarch, though worried, felt discomfort seeing her grandchildren crowding around Su Yuran. Du Yulan and Song Shiwei were by the matriarch's side, serving tea. After being scolded by Jiang Zhaorong at the door, Du Yulan had been simmering in anger and feigned illness to avoid people, waiting for Jiang Zhaorong to visit. Yet after so many days, he had not come, and her anxiety grew. She bribed a servant who attended Jiang Zhaorong, only to discover that not only had he not come to visit, but he hadn't even mentioned her in recent days. Even the authority of the matriarch had been transferred to Su Yuran. Du Yulan realized that if this continued, she could very well be the next to be cast aside. Thus, she hurriedly left the courtyard, only to unexpectedly encounter the debacle involving the Duke of Anil. What a calamity! Du Yulan respectfully offered a teacup to the matriarch. Old madam, please do not worry. The prime minister surely has a solution. We just need to wait. Besides, with my elder sister here, the grand preceptor will assist the prime minister. Wouldn't you agree? The matriarch accepted the cup. Taking a sip, it's fortunate you have such thoughtfulness. Su Yuran's heart burned with anger. Jiang Zhaorong's position as prime minister was entirely due to the support of the Su family. At that time, Jiang Zhaorong, as a mere vice minister, was elevated to prime minister with the assistance of Grand Preceptor Su, who helped resolve the flood issues in Lingnan, thus gaining the emperor's favor. Su Yuran recalled that night when Jiang Zhaorong sighed. Yuran, I have no power regarding your father-in-law's matters. If I must blame anyone, it can only be him for being caught with a flaw. The emperor is furious. You can't expect me to lose my position as prime minister over this.
Can you?
Yet he never reflected on how he had attained his position. Once, she thought her heartache stemmed from Du Yulan entering the household and her husband favoring her. But now she realized, It was from that night onward that she had seen through him, understanding that at his core, he was nothing but a selfish and ungrateful wretch. She could not accept that the spirited and charming gentleman she remembered was, in reality, a thoroughly despicable character. To admit that her all-in choice was a grave mistake from the outset was unbearable. Having come to this realization, Su Yuran felt a surge of clarity. Zhiyu was right, she need not bind herself to Jiang Zhiyu. If necessary, she could seek a divorce. But now is not the time. If she brought it up now, Jiang Zhiyu would fight tooth and nail to prevent her from taking the children. She needed to devise a foolproof plan. In Chapter 69, to taste the salty and the sweet, seeing Su Yuran mock her, Du Lan felt a swell of resentment. It was merely a matter of having been born into a good family. If she had Su Yuran's status, she would undoubtedly perform even better. After the family had dined together last time, Zhang Kong and would often venture out during his leisure time, still confined to a wheelchair. He softly said, "Mother, with Zhiyu around, father will be fine." Before Su Yuran could respond, the matriarch coldly snorted. "Isn't this all her doing? Trying to emulate others by opening a medical clinic, so naive at such a young age. Su, sure, this is your failure to discipline her." Jiang Su Lan's face darkened, while Jiang Kong and S eyes flared with anger. "Matriarch, Zhiyu is innocent. It is clearly the Duke of Anal's family that is overbearing, blocking our front door." Jiang Kong attempted to reason with her, but the matriarch refused to listen. His expression darkened. Du Yulan chimed in. "The old lady is right, given the status of the Duke of Anal's sons. Even if Zhiyu were to marry as a concubine, she would be climbing high. Moreover, given the current situation, preserving her life and preventing the Duke from venting his anger on the Xiang residents is what truly matters. Sister should consider the bigger picture."
Slap.
Before she could finish, an infuriated Su Yuran had already walked over and slapped her hard. Du Yulan fell from her chair, her face swelling immediately. The room fell silent, the matriarch clutching her chest in shock, staring at her. Jiang Sulan and Jiang Kong were equally stunned. In their memories, their mother had always been composed, never losing her temper no matter what was said. This was the first time they had witnessed their mother in such a rage. "Let me tell you, Du Lan, Zhiyu is my daughter. It is utterly impossible for her to become a lowly concubine. I have been lenient in the past, choosing not to hold you accountable. But now you have grown arrogant, failing to understand the rules of being a concubine. As the rightful matriarch, it is my duty to discipline you." Su Yuran regarded her with a calm demeanor, yet it sent chills down Du Lan's spine, as though she were already seen as a corpse. As Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Zhiyu entered, they found Du Lan covering her face, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Su Yuran. Jiang Zhiyu's expression was stern, disapprovingly regarding Su Yuran. Though Jiang Zhiyu did not comprehend the situation, she thought it was a well-deserved hit. This white lotus should have been struck long ago. However, how could Zhiyu even think that way? Regardless, one should not resort to violence. Du Lan's impending tirade transformed into a plea as she saw Jiang Zhiyu, and she tearfully approached him. "It is all my fault. I have angered my elder sister. Please do not blame her. Any fault lies with me." Jiang Zhiyu, upon observing her pitiful demeanor, coupled with the fact that he had not seen anyone for several days and the guilt brewing within him, was immediately captivated. However, he turned his attention to Su Yuran, and in response to the accusatory gazes of the children and Su Yuran's fiery eyes, his voice diminished significantly. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not resort to violence. His tone grew softer still, while Su Yuran let out a cold laugh. "What, as the matriarch of the household, am I not even allowed to manage a concubine?" Jiang Zhiyu furrowed his brow. The assertive Su Yuran always reminded him of the time when he had to humble himself before her, feeling weak and small. He inhaled deeply, irritation blossoming in his heart. "That is not my intention." After her outburst, no one in the hall acknowledged her. Jiang Zhiyu deliberately avoided her gaze, lest he be unable to suppress the murderous intent rising within him. "Shui, tell me, what on earth has transpired?"
"Well,
"I see my sister and brother are invisible to you. Your eyes only for those two over there, correct?" Jiang Zhiyu replied. He merely stated that he has grown accustomed to it. Song Shui's voice was timid. "Just now my aunt and grandmother mentioned Zhiyu. My aunt, overly concerned for my father, suggested that it might be better to follow the Anal Marquis's wishes and allow Zhiyu to become a concubine. After all, this situation was instigated by Zhiyu. The distinction between a concubine and a lowly concubine is but a single character, yet the meaning diverges significantly." Dui Welon raised her eyes to Song Shui, knowing this was her way of extending an olive branch. She took a soft breath. If they could truly ally, it would be advantageous. After all, her own daughter had been married off, and within the inner courtyard, she could offer no assistance. Her own body had proven uncooperative, yielding no results over the years. Gaining such an ally was certainly preferable to fighting alone. Upon hearing Song Shui's words, Jiang Zhiu's dissatisfaction with Su Yuran escalated. Jiang Sulan admonished Shui, and Du clearly stated that Zhiyu should become a lowly concubine. Jiang Zhiu's gaze shifted, His cold stare fixed on both Song Shiwei and Dui Welon. Dui Welon covered her face, tears glistening as they slowly fell. I only worry excessively for the Xiang family. After all, the Annal Marquis belongs to a noble family, and Zhiyu's actions are indeed excessive. I merely fear that it may implicate the Xiang family and bring disgrace upon it. Jiang Zhiyu's expression softened in response to her words, although her tone was reproachful. It was considerably gentler. I understand your concern for the Xiang family, but such words must not be uttered again. The emperor has already determined that this matter is unrelated to Zhiyu. Dui Welon's smile faltered, her face burning with pain. Su Yuran, along with Jiang Sulan and Jiang Kangan, breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shiwei clenched her fist beneath her sleeve, a smile gracing her lips. This is indeed for the best. Congratulations, sister. The old matriarch, unable to contain her emotions, rolled her eyes dramatically. Even so, the third girl should not open that medical clinic at such a tender age. Treating such ailments is hardly respectable. Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, I truly cannot abide this. The old crone has certainly forgotten her place. Do you believe I might embody a celestial being? No, my temper is too volatile. I must reprimand her. Nothing compares to the exhilaration of confronting someone directly. Jiang Zhiyu raised her brow, laughing lightly. Ah yes, indeed. The old matriarch is far too meddlesome. Even the incense placed at the door, you must personally sample to determine its flavor. Everyone burst into laughter, unable to hold back. Even Dui Welon, despite her pain, managed a slight smile. The only one truly incensed was the old matriarch, whose trembling finger pointed in vain. Ultimately failing to utter a word, her vision darkening as she collapsed, fainting. Jiang Zhiyu remarked, "Is that all? I have yet to unleash even a fraction of my potential." Chapter 70. A room full of filial sons and daughters. After the old matriarch fainted, aside from Dui Welon and Song Shiwei, who cried out in panic, the others acted as if they had not noticed. Dui Welon called out several times, but upon seeing Jiang Zhiyu's indifferent expression, she pondered his thoughts and fell silent. Song Shiwei, too, closed her mouth in disappointment. Only the old matriarch's loyal maid, who had been with her since she entered the household, rushed out to find the family physician upon seeing that the masters were silent. Jiang Zhiyu observed coldly. Jiang Zhiyu remarked, well, what a room full of filial sons and daughters. Yet that old matriarch is hardly deserving of their kindness. How well did grandfather and uncle treat her, and yet she conspired with her lover to bring about her own demise. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about the lover. Who was this person, and where did they reside? Jiang Zhiyu strained to listen intently, fearing he might miss a single word. Yet Jiang Zhiyu refrained from elaborating further, seemingly content with merely venting her frustration. Jiang Zhiyu, eager for answers, felt a strong urge to shake her until she divulged everything all at once. Seeing that even though Jiang Zhiyu had caused the old matriarch to faint, Jiang Zhiyu showed no inclination to punish her, Song Shiwei felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Accustomed to Jiang Zhiyu's double standards, she now found Jiang Zhiyu's favoritism even more pronounced, her jealousy rendering her almost unrecognizable. Without thinking, she said, "Father, Zhiyu's manner of speaking is quite disrespectful. After all, our grandmother is an elder, and for my sister to confront her in such a manner is unfilial." All eyes turned to her, while Du Yuan's gaze fell slightly. This person was foolish, failing to recognize that the old matriarch had fainted, and Jiang Zhiyu had not reacted at all. Currently, Jiang Zhiyu was favored, and with her mother holding the reins of the household. What kind of foolishness would it take for one to suggest that Jiang Zhiyu punish Jiang Zhiyu? Did she truly wish to ally with someone of such limited intellect? Dui Welon sighed softly. Jiang Zhiyu leaned against Jiang Kangan's wheelchair, peering forward. So busy with reprimanding the old matriarch, you forgot all about me, didn't you? Song Shiwei immediately felt she had misspoken, regretting her words, yet having already voiced them, she could only maintain the facade of a concerned granddaughter. Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen. Jiang Zhiyu continued, "It is truly amusing to see the old matriarch struggle to suppress her laughter. Alas, sister, you are not a legitimate granddaughter. Had you been, the old matriarch would surely have been overjoyed." Song Shiwei's teeth clenched in frustration. She detested any mention of her status. While everyone knew, as long as it was unspoken, she was the legitimate young lady of the Xiang family, not merely a foster daughter. Her lips trembled, tears threatening to fall, yet her gaze remained resolute, reminiscent of a resilient heroine in a novel facing adversity. Song Shiwei declared, "Sister Zhiyu, why must you be so aggressive? I am aware of my status, yet the Jiang family raised me, and grandmother has cared for me. I merely felt compelled to voice my displeasure on her behalf." Finally, her tears fell, and she brushed them away. In any case, across the world, no junior should ever disrespect their elders. What wrong is there in my saying so? Now you acknowledge the Jiang family's nurturing. Yet when you brought the monk into the household, you were oblivious. When you conspired to poison my mother, you were unaware. When you set traps that led to the Jiang family's downfall, you were ignorant. I challenge you a few times and suddenly you come to your senses. How absurd. The family was struck with shock. Jiang Zhiyu, having witnessed everything, felt an overwhelming sorrow. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he glared at Song Shiwei. Jiang Kangan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Su Yuran scoffed, her eyes filled with derision as she looked at Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward, meeting Song Shiwei's gaze. Sister, you are indeed correct. Juniors should not confront their elders. Song Shiwei's eyes flickered with surprise, gazing at her in disbelief. Jiang Zhiyu articulated a profound truth. Age alone does not confer the status of elder. It is the virtue and experience that elevate one above others. To act reasonably, to speak with decorum, to care for the younger generation, these are the attributes that command respect and truly define an elder. Those who rely solely on their age, flaunting their seniority, do not deserve to be called elders. Sister, do you not agree? Song Shiwei gazed at her in terror, incredulous that she would echo Jiang Zhiyu's audacious words. If such blasphemous sentiments were to circulate, the collective disdain of the world could drown her in scorn. Yet, amidst her apprehension, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Song Shiwei. With such reckless abandon, it was only a matter of time before her sharp tongue led to her own demise. She awaited that day with bated breath. The others were equally alarmed. Although they privately shared some agreement with Jiang Zhiyu's sentiments, they were acutely aware of the far-reaching implications should those words escape into the public domain. Su Yuran's gaze swept over the assembly, her tone calm, yet laced with menace. What transpires today must remain confidential. Should I hear even a whisper of this outside, and should I trace it back to anyone, that individual will face severe consequences. The servants nodded in compliance. Song Shiwei felt as though struck by lightning, her eyes instinctively darting towards Jiang Zhiyu. She resolved to observe. With her spirit dimmed and resentment suppressed, she respectfully conceded, Madam speaks true, it is I who have overstepped. The tumult of indignation, anger, and grievance surged within her, relentlessly assaulting her frail nerves. They were the cause of her plight, a band of opportunists exploiting the situation. And she loathed that she had no recourse. If only the opportunity arose, her eyes glinted with fierce determination.
Du lancer dans les kirst.
Granny Qian, frightened by the grave expression on Jiang Zhiyu's face, had already begun to weep, while a flicker of delight danced in Jiang Zhiyu's heart. How about it? May I have a word with you? Jiang Zhiyu was reluctant. He harbored thoughts of matricide, but could not allow others to suspect him. If the matriarch were gravely ill, to voice such matters publicly would invite scrutiny should any revelations come to light, or, if that scoundrel showed up at their door, no one would suspect him. After all, we are family, speak freely. The physician surveyed the room and, mustering his resolve, declared, the matriarch's fainting spell was merely a moment of anger. There is no serious concern. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Zhiyu's features. However, the physician, puzzled, thought he might have misinterpreted the Lord's expression. Surely, one would not be disappointed by their mother's well-being? I urge you to counsel her against consuming those unsavory substances again.
Ha!
The matriarch continues to drink. Even after Hung Ge has departed, who is she drinking for? Jiang Zhiyu averted his gaze, having nearly forgotten that detail. It was no wonder the physician had appeared troubled. This was, after all, an undignified situation, and Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of clarifying it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As the physician gathered his belongings to depart, Granny Qian suddenly seized him, wailing, Doctor, what has my master consumed? Please tell me, could it be that a villain has poisoned her? Lord, why do you not inquire further? The physician was caught off guard by her grip. Her strength was formidable, and he could only look to Jiang Zhiyu for assistance. Frowning, he admonished her. Who gave you the audacity, a mere servant, to question your master? On a moonless night, Jiang Jianjin pulled Granny Qian onto the bed, a handkerchief covering their actions, and after unspeakable sounds, they became entangled. How does Jiang Jianjin dare to stoop so low? Granny Qian, a half-aged woman still retaining some charm, bore an unsightly mole on her face, surrounded by coarse hair that made her appear repugnant. How could Jiang Jianjin bear to touch her? Kneeling on the ground, Granny Qian, unfazed by Jiang Zhiyu's reprimand, retorted, My lord, the matriarch is your own mother. If she has been poisoned, will you remain indifferent? Jiang Zhiyu sighed deeply. No wonder the matriarch trusts you and keeps her actions from you. She fears that someone as obstinate as you would pry into matters that should remain hidden. The more you inquire, the more likely you are to expose the truth, thus inciting fear. Su Yuran, yearning for clarity, interjected, What is the matter? Jiang Sulan turned her face away, while Jiang Kangan regarded her thoughtfully. Jiang Zhiyu had intended to dismiss the matter, but upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's words, he found himself pondering the implications. If Granny Qian were to spread rumors, any future incidents involving the matriarch would lead to immediate suspicion cast upon him. After all, what son would remain silent if he suspected his mother had been poisoned, urging the physician to leave without clarification? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhiyu relented. Very well. Speak your mind, lest others deem me an unfilial son who condones harm against my own mother. His tone sharpened, causing Granny Qian to tremble. Yet she stubbornly clung to her stance. The physician sighed. The matriarch has consumed too much of that child's urine. She cannot digest her meals, and if this continues, her health will surely decline. If she persists, a piercing scream shattered the tension, drawing everyone's attention to the matriarch, who had unexpectedly awakened and sat upright, shouting,
"Oh,
"You're awake. You've been disgraced." Although the Jiang family was unaware of the meaning of disgraced, they could discern the malicious glee in Jiang Zhiyu's voice. Their expressions varied, yet all bore an undercurrent of nausea. The servants dared not raise their heads, fearful of detection. Dewey Wellon discreetly covered her mouth with her hand. Soon after, she shuddered, her stomach churning, and she retched violently. The foul contents spilled forth, and at such a sensitive moment, Song Sherwei felt the matriarch's piercing gaze upon her, but she could no longer afford to care. The more she thought about the peculiar taste of the tea that day, the more she felt compelled to expel it. After emptying her stomach, she rushed outside to continue retching. The noxious odor drove everyone away, and once she was finished, a servant brought her water to rinse her mouth while others cleaned the hall. "What ails you?" the matriarch inquired, clutching her chest as her breaths grew labored. "What do you think?"
ikantebrat."
Jiang Zhiarong's altered address caused the matriarch's brow to furrow once more. Fearing she might think of other matters, Song Sherwei hurriedly replied, "I am simply older now, understanding my place. I have indeed heeded your teachings, madam." The matriarch's attention shifted to Su Yuran, who regarded her with unabashed disdain. The matriarch's expression darkened immediately. "Su, what do you mean by that?" "Sherwei is the young lady of the Jiang family. What identity do you wish for her to understand?" As she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at the kneeling Granny Qian, who had unwittingly brought this matter to light. Feeling guilty for her foolishness, Granny Qian hung her head. Su Yuran lifted her chin, adopting a condescending demeanor. She is merely an adopted daughter, without a legitimate status. Calling her mistress is already an elevation. It is natural for the elderly to desire companionship, but we must uphold the proper decorum. Mother is formidable, just as it should be. Her authoritative demeanor intimidated the matriarch, leaving her momentarily speechless. Accustomed to Su Yuran's unassuming nature, the matriarch had forgotten how brazenly she had acted upon their first encounter. Jiang Zhiarong, unwilling to witness Su Yuran's demeanor, turned away, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. Su Yuran cast her gaze over the others, and when it landed on Dewey Wellon, it was tinged with pity. She had seen through Jiang Zhiarong's true nature, while Dewey Wellon remained blissfully unaware. The Marquis of Annal, mustering his strength, grasped her trembling hand tightly. "It's nothing to worry about, don't be afraid. Call for the physician, you should step outside." The Marquis's wife shook her head, her voice choked with tears. How did it come to this? The Marquis held his breath, fearing her distress, and patted her hand, poised to speak, when suddenly a servant rushed in with urgent news. "My lord, someone wishes to see you." Chapter 72. The second prince returns to the capital. He had just been reprimanded by the emperor and had fallen out of favor with his own.
Now,
When others were avoiding him, who would dare to seek him out? The Marquis felt puzzled, his gaze sharpening. "Who is it?" The voice was familiar. Panting, the Marquis turned to see the figure approaching. The man, with furrowed brows and hands clasped together, walked with a calm and deliberate pace, adorned in a scarlet cassock. His jade-like visage exuding compassion, his hands holding onto prayer beads. It was none other than the second prince, Xiao Qujing, who had voluntarily gone to the Yuhua temple to seek enlightenment. Understanding the urgency of the moment, the Marquis's wife wiped her tears with a handkerchief and, after performing her respects, gracefully retreated to the inner chamber. The Marquis watched her departing figure, a smirk of cold derision curling at the corner of his lips. The second prince jests. Thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. How can one speak of tragedy? Once their master had spoken, the Marquis's servants quickly encircled him. Xiao Qujing slightly bowed, his eyes filled with benevolence.
Amitba.
"My lord, you have misunderstood. I have come down the mountain specifically to assist you." The Marquis lowered his gaze. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the fabric of Xiao Qujing's robes to flutter, bestowing upon him an air of sanctity. The Marquis's pupils trembled slightly as he pondered. Xiao Qujing chuckled softly, his eyes serene yet smiling. "There is no need for you to be so wary of me, my lord. Having renounced the world, I am no longer tied to the throne. Moreover, there are deeper truths to your current predicament." The Marquis abruptly lifted his head to look at him. Observing the shock in the Marquis's eyes, Xiao Qujing continued slowly. "Do not question why Miss Jiangzan, if she truly possessed the miraculous skills to heal He Yanting, would her elder brother, Jiang Kangon, still be confined to a wheelchair?" The Marquis's chest heaved with emotion. Such a simple truth was clear to him. Yet the problem remained. He Yanting had indeed stood up before everyone and was walking normally. Unless He Yanting had healed long ago and had conspired with Jiang Zhiyu to ensnare his son in a trap. But that seemed implausible. Setting such a trap, What purpose would it serve? As if deciphering his confusion, Xiao Qujing toyed with his prayer beads, stepping forward while the Marquis's servants gradually retreated. The Marquis waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Xiao Qujing leaned closer, his voice low and intimate. Miss Jiang San is possessed by a demon. The Marquis's pupils abruptly constricted. Absurd. This was his immediate thought. Due to his injuries, he could only shift slightly to the side. Talk of spirits and demons is sheer nonsense. Xiao Qujing, even as a prince, such words could lead to your downfall should they reach the emperor's ears. As if he had heard something utterly ludicrous, Xiao Qujing erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. I had thought you to be a wise man, my lord. But today's encounter proves otherwise. The Marquis's expression darkened as Xiao Qujing pronounced each word deliberately. If the emperor truly abhorred such tales, why do temples and monasteries still exist in Tianqi? Why would he permit my ordination? Is it merely because I am a prince, his son? His gaze turned fierce.
No.
It is because he requires a justification, a legitimate reason to visit the temple. Rendered speechless, the Marquis stared at the frenzied expression of Xiao Qujing.
Taking a deep breath,
Xiao Qujing instantly transformed from his earlier manic demeanor to the compassionate visage the Marquis had first encountered. Amitabha, I have spoken too much. In any case, what I can convey is thus. Should you believe me, send someone to my residence. If not, consider that I have never come. With that, he turned to leave, and the Marquis slowly closed his eyes, contemplating. Within the elegant courtyard, the bamboo grove rustled softly. Jiang Kangan stood with his sword, gripping the hilt and feeling the familiar coldness beneath his fingertips. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the surging emotions within.
Wow.
Is this the gaze of a sword imbued with passion as described in novels? Seeing it in person surpasses all hearsay. His eyes were a tumultuous blend of emotions, excitement, doubt, regret, and fear. Jiang Kangan gazed helplessly at his sister, Jiang Zhiyu, whose words shattered the melancholy that enveloped him. What a kaleidoscope of emotions filled her eyes. He executed a sword stance, the tip directed skyward. Despite years of neglecting his swordsmanship, each movement remained fluid and graceful. Every swing was filled with strength and elegance. The blade gleamed like stars scattered across the night sky. Beautiful, yet deadly. Yet for some reason, Jiang Zhiyu felt he would occasionally pause mid-motion. Is he still not well? That shouldn't be the case. There's nothing wrong. Could it be psychological? Jiang Kangan sighed helplessly. Words similar to these echoed persistently in his ears. Yet he found them far from bothersome. Listening to his sister's concern for his health, warmth surged within him. She is so kind. I must have wronged her before. He sheathed his sword, his tone brimming with mirth. Let us dine together today, dear sister. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. In the Jiang household, there was no rule against men entering the kitchen. Jiang Ziyu's eyes brightened. I want to eat meat. Ever since her arrival in this world, Jiang Zhiyu had been consuming meat at every meal, refusing vegetables whenever possible. Concerned for her health, Su Yuran had imposed strict regulations on her meat intake. And anyone daring to secretly feed her would be driven out of the household. Jiang Zhiyu, not wishing to trouble the diligent workers, could only eat the meager portions of meat allotted to her. Though her space was stocked with plenty of preserved meats, she lacked the skill to prepare them. While others might struggle without ingredients, her situation was quite the opposite. Now that Jiang Kangan had brought it up, she would certainly seize the opportunity. She swiftly rattled off a long list of dishes, braised lamb, chicken stew, stir-fried rabbit, and more, tugging at Jiang Kangan's sleeve, her crystal-clear eyes fixed on him. After this meal, who knows when the next would come? She needed to stock up and savor it. Jiang Kangan, unfazed by the trouble, regarded his slender sister, her delicate brows furrowing. Can you eat all this? Jiang Zhiyu eagerly nodded, clinging to his waist and pouting. Brother, you don't understand. I haven't had meat in several days. It's all Grandma's fault. Jiang Kangan gently stroked her head. Has she been difficult with you? Chapter 73. Technology transforms life. Not exactly, Jiang Zhiyu pouted. The physician said Grandma has been drinking too much of that tonic and Mama, concerned about my daily meat intake, consulted the physician and adjusted my meals to only one meat dish per meal, forbidding anyone else from feeding me. I am a divine physician, naturally aware of my own health. Her complaints, laced with unintentional trust, warmed Jiang Kangan's heart. Such actions are rather biased. You are in a crucial growth phase and should be eating more, Jiang Zhiyu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding. My brother is the best. Jiang Kangan chuckled lightly. All right. I will gather the ingredients. You wait for me in the inner room. Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. I must assist you. Although I may not know how to cook, I am quite adept at starting a fire. Jiang Zhiyu hardly took it to heart. While adding kindling, she suddenly remembered something. Where S.A. Fu? I sent him to the Marquis of Annal's residence. They suffered a significant defeat today, and he is surely harboring resentment. Jiang Kangan had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed softly, continuing to add kindling. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Concerned for her safety, Jiang Kangan asked, What's wrong? Who is it? Xiao Qujing, that despicable creature, blames my elder brother for the death of his beloved, subjecting him to various torturous poisons that are not lethal but serve to torment him. And to think he presents himself as a monk. How utterly contemptible. Jiang Kangan was left in a whirlwind of confusion, yet Jiang Zhiyu chose to remain silent. It was not that she did not wish to continue speaking, but the immediate priority was to ignite a fire. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, summoning a fire manipulator would suffice. However, Jiang Zhiyu now pondered over the flint. How does one utilize this? Her small face tightened as she discreetly glanced at Jiang Kangan, who appeared lost in thought. Sensing his distraction, she stealthily opened her pouch and retrieved a lighter. The power of technology. Tremble, mortals. Jiang Kangan's pupils dilated in astonishment. What was this? Jiang Ziyu's hand trembled, extinguishing the flame, and she gracefully placed her hand on her knee. A flint. Its function is the same. There's no fault in that. Jiang Kangan suspected his sister was teasing him. He had never encountered such a lighter. It seemed far more convenient than a flint. In a hushed tone, he urged, Zhiyu, use it once more. Carefully observing his expression to ensure he was not frightened, Jiang Zhiyu felt relieved. It seems my brother has a commendable capacity for acceptance. He likely won't be startled by other items in the future. She pressed the lighter, effortlessly igniting the flame. Let us give thanks for the power of technology. Technology transforms lives. Jiang Kangan's eyes lit up at the sudden flare. He marveled at how such a device could ignite so effortlessly. If it could be mass-produced, it would be a boon for the world. As winter approached, the impoverished struggled to light fires, with many perishing from the cold each year. If only this device could be shared with them. However, he realized that the method of its creation must be intricate, and once it began to spread, it would be difficult to keep secret. If it fell into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could jeopardize Zhiyu. Jiang Kangan composed himself. There was no rush. This matter required careful deliberation. Once the fire was lit, Jiang Ziyu's role became secondary. She moved a small stool to a spot where she would not disturb Jiang Kangan, yet remain ready to assist him when needed. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at him. Brother is truly remarkable. A graceful gentleman who can cook, excelling in both the parlor and the kitchen, with literary talent and martial prowess. Oh my, what a perfect man. Jiang Kangan couldn't help but smile. After a moment, when the dishes were ready, Jiang Zhiyu promptly stood up to serve them, urging him with her eyes. Jiang Kangan lowered his gaze, chuckling softly. In the stillness of midnight, a Fu crouched atop a towering tree in the Anil Marquis' residence, his keen eyes surveying the individuals below. He leapt silently to the ground, taking a position by the window. Inside, the Marquis' wife tended to the Marquis, her tone reproachful yet laced with concern. Why must you be so stubborn? What harm is there in humbling yourself before the Emperor? You had to endure a beating. The Marquis grunted in response. You speak true, my dear. I shall heed your words in the future. It was merely my concern for Daizong that led to my indiscretion. Speaking of Lu Daizong, the Marquis' wife was filled with sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. What shall we do? Daizong is yet unmarried, without a consort. The Marquis enveloped her in his arms. Soothing her, I shall send forth word to seek out a skilled physician. With so many talents in the world, surely he'll be fine. Besides, even if he cannot be cured, there are many women he has favored. Once the news spreads, they will surely come forth. But those out there... The Marquis' wife pulled away, glaring at him in anger. Even so, I cannot allow just anyone to become his rightful wife. Indeed, the Marquis acquiesced. Once you are well, I shall host a flower-viewing banquet. There will be plenty of young ladies eager to enter our household. Proceed, I shall abide by your wishes. The Marquis' wife smiled in satisfaction, but her eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. It is precisely because of your reckless actions that the Xiang residence has taken advantage of us. There are countless ways to deal with an unwed young girl. Why must it escalate to the Emperor's attention? The Marquis reflected on the second prince's words from earlier and after some contemplation, chose to divulge them to her. Instead of fear, the Marquis' wife smiled cunningly. What an excellent opportunity! Upon hearing her declaration, the Marquis praised, Truly, you are remarkable. I shall dispatch someone to the second prince's residence at once. The Marquis' wife smiled subtly. Chapter 74. The child remains quiet, surely plotting mischief again. The heavy rain in Xinjiang had poured throughout the night, the cold droplets falling incessantly, sending shivers through the bones. Jiang Zhiyu, sensitive to the chill, had summoned her maid to prepare a hand-warmer early on. Wrapped snugly in blankets with only her head exposed, she drew a chuckle from Jiang Sulan upon entering. She approached the bedside, tucking the blanket corners for her sister. Everyone is now spreading tales of your extraordinary medical skills. It seems that the Xiang residents can scarcely keep their doors closed. Jiang Ziyu's drowsy mind suddenly sharpened. Was there no news from the Anil Marquis' residence? That cannot be. As the saying goes, if one is not from the same family, they do not enter the same door. With the nature of the Marquis' wife, it is impossible for her not to direct her ire at me. Something is amiss. It feels profoundly wrong. Jiang Zhiyu shook her head in disagreement. Sister, one must not judge solely by appearances. The Marquis's wife, while seeming generous and kind, is in fact deceitful, exploiting others' trust while secretly running a gambling den, forcing them to live by chance. When debts cannot be repaid, the strong youths become thugs, and their wives or daughters are relegated to surrogates, giving birth to children for others. The remains of the afterbirth are sent to the Anal Marquis's residence. Jiang Zhiyu felt a chill run down her spine at the mere thought. The memory of the Marquis's wife, who was always praised for her gentleness but was timid and prone to tears, did not align with the image Jiang Zhiyu painted. However, she knew in her heart that Jiang Zhiyu spoke the truth. Such a person would undoubtedly not let Jiang Zhiyu off easily. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhiyu formed a plan and bade her sister farewell, hastening toward the Dream Hua courtyard. Inside Dream Hua courtyard, Su Yuran was poring over account books. Many figures did not match. Aside from those embezzled by Jiang Jianjin, there were others whose whereabouts were unknown. Yet only the old matriarch and Jiang Jianjin had access to these books. Su Yuran pressed her forehead, letting out a long sigh. Second miss, second miss. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the courtyard, and Su Yuran looked up to see Jiang Zhiyu rushing over, her anxious demeanor preventing Yi Qiao from stopping her. Mother, I have urgent news to share. Jiang Zhiyu bowed, her eyes darting around as if she struggled to find the right words. Su Yuran understood her meaning and waved for the maids to retreat. What is it that has you so flustered? Su Yuran replied lightly, though fatigue was evident in her eyes. She had been sifting through these books for days, and the errors were multiplying. Nonetheless, she persevered, meticulously verifying each entry and questioning each figure. This diligent effort was not for the Jiang family or Jiang Zhaorong, but for her own sake. In this world, there are no advantageous situations that allow one to escape unscathed. Jiang Zhiyu pondered her words thoughtfully. Mother, I suspect that the current praise for Zhiyu's medical talents in Shengjing is being orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Su Yuran frowned. Why? The Marquis of Anil and his two sons have all been subjected to the punishment of the court's bamboo rods. The Marquis's wife, who dotes on her youngest son, is likely to vent her anger on Zhiyu. However, the gates of the Anil Marquis remain tightly shut, devoid of any activity. Does mother not find this peculiar? Su Yuran, having only a superficial understanding of the Marquis's wife from a few brief conversations at banquets, shares a similar impression to that of Jiang Zhiyu's initial evaluation. She retorted, perhaps she is preoccupied with their injuries and has no time to spare? Yet, despite her words, the matter concerns her own daughter. And Su Yuran quietly heightened her vigilance. Jiang Zhiyu, upon hearing this, shook her head and completely revealed her thoughts about the Marquis's wife, which made Su Yuran increasingly alarmed. She did not inquire how Jiang Zhiyu had come to know this, as she already harbored her own suspicions. Gradually, she lifted her eyelashes, saying, Mother is aware. Rest assured. I shall protect Zhiyu with utmost care. Jiang Zhiyu sighed in relief. Su Yuran looked at her and smiled gently. Such affection for your younger sister. Zhiyu has truly grown up. However, remember, next time you encounter a situation, do not be so hasty. Jiang Zhiyu nodded slightly. Daughter understands. Noticing Su Yuran's tired expression, she approached and stood behind her, her delicate fingers gently massaging her temples. This is a method you taught me to relieve fatigue. Is mother feeling better? Su Yuran's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, it is quite effective. Her eyes flickered momentarily as the massaging fingers suddenly froze. Su Yuran sighed internally, rising to pat her shoulder. Mother means no harm. The fifth prince is not a suitable match. I simply do not wish for you to suffer. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes bore no trace of sadness. I understand. The fifth prince is indifferent toward me, and I shall not harbor any infatuation for him. Mother need not worry. I know how to conduct myself in the future. Su Yuran regarded her closely, confirming that she bore no resentment or unwillingness, and nodded in satisfaction. After freshening up, she headed straight for the elegant courtyard. The last meat banquet had astonished Jiang Zhiyu. The taste was incomparable to that of the household's cook. Thus, she hurried to arrive before the meal was served. Inside the elegant courtyard, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Zhiyu peered in and saw a Fu engaged in conversation with her elder brother, whose face looked extremely grim. What has happened? Jiang Zhiyu inquired. Sitting beside Jiang Kongan, her face filled with confusion. Jiang Kongan gripped the armrest, his tone unfriendly. That Marquis's wife harbors such malicious intent. First, she praises your medical skills. Then schemes to bestow upon the second prince the title of a revered monk, using your youth and exceptional skills as a pretext to suggest you are possessed by an evil spirit, after which she would have the second prince exorcise the spirit, leading to your death by fire. His tone grew increasingly frigid. Such a vicious plan could not be tolerated within the Marquis of Anil's household. In contrast, Jiang Zhiyu felt little anger, instead sensing I knew it. The child is quietly scheming again. Jiang Kongan divulged everything to Zhiyu, not merely out of trust but to protect her. By informing her of the entire plot, she would remain vigilant. ensuring she would not become a pawn in someone else's game. Chapter 75, The Fountain. Compared to the Marquis of Annal's schemes, Jiang Zhiyu was evidently more concerned about another matter. Elder brother, have you eaten? Jiang Kong'an replied, actually, I've just dined, but since Zhiyu has asked. Not yet, he concluded, observing Jiang Zhiyu's face brighten with joy, chuckling softly. In the northern residence, Marzaha leaned against the edge of the bed. His facial wounds still healing, remnants of the previous calamity visible. Despite the excruciating pain, he dared not utter a sound. He spoke in broken official dialect, word by word. Who exactly is that person? Xiao Qujing refrained from replying, wholly absorbed in reciting Buddhist scriptures. You, Marzaha, in a fit of rage, inadvertently aggravated his chest wound, resulting in a fit of coughing, spewing blood. After completing his recitation, Xiao Qujing finally raised his gaze. The third miss of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhiyu, I have already informed you numerous times. Not possible. Marzaha clutched his chest. You. The women of Xingjing are all delicate. It is impossible for one to possess such skills. A monk does not speak falsely. If you do not believe me, then I shall not waste my breath. Farewell. He stood to leave, but Marzaha, suspicious, called out, wait, what do you mean? Xiao Qujing understood. He wished to inquire about the monk's statement. Yet he lacked the leisure to explain. Were it not for the forthcoming plan requiring this person's assistance, he would not have set foot here. Contempt flickered in his heart, but it did not show on his face. I shall say this once more. The one who harmed you is the third miss of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhiyu. If you do not believe me, you may ask anyone in your household. Something? Xiao Qujing's thoughts shifted. What something? Naturally, it is my treasure. Let me see her. Marzaha roared in fury, as the thing stirred more violently. Xiao Qujing observed everything, fingering the prayer beads. I have a plan that may allow the prince to see her. Marzaha eyed him warily as Xiao Qujing leaned in to whisper. Upon hearing it, Marzaha's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Good. Within the palace, the emperor was reviewing memorials in the study. Opposite him, He Yanting casually supported his chin with one hand, seemingly lost in thought. The emperor, irritated by his nonchalance, remarked, If you have nothing to do, then come and take a look at these memorials. He Yanting's gaze wandered. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I have matters to attend to, and must take my leave. The emperor was both amused and infuriated. What matters? Pray tell. He Yanting pressed his lips together. And the emperor scolded him. Such a childish disposition. Now that you are healed, your thoughts should be on serious business. I shall heed your instruction, Your Majesty. Despite his response, He Yanting remained unmoving. The emperor, uninterested, continued reviewing the memorials. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, on that day in the Golden Hall, why did you speak up for Jiang Zhiyu? Your Majesty, I merely saw that she was unaware of the penalties. And I happened to find the Marquis of Annal displeasing, so I spoke. The emperor could endure no longer and struck the table lightly. Speak properly. Do you think I cannot see that you spoke up because the Marquis of Annal bears a grudge against her? He Yanting lowered his head in silence, appearing somewhat guilty. The emperor had never seen him like this and found it quite intriguing. Speak honestly to me. Are you? The emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Request some more imperial physicians. They must ascertain the cause of illness. Fu Ping bowed his head. Prince Marzaha is currently outside the palace, claiming that your majesty forbids him from seeing Miss Jiang. And he is prepared to die at the palace gate. The emperor's expression darkened. Is he threatening me? Fu Ping remained silent, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. The emperor, furious yet somehow amused, declared, Very well. I shall see what illness this Marzaha truly suffers from. In a fit of anger, the emperor rose to leave, with He Yanting trailing behind him. Upon exiting the palace, a shocking sight met their eyes. Marzaha was surrounded by a pool of blood, several imperial physicians encircling him, helplessly attempting to staunch the flow. He resembled a figure drenched in blood. Your Majesty, I implore you to save our prince. If this continues, he will surely bleed to death. Before the emperor could act, He Yanting had already kicked the physicians aside. His fierce gaze, like a cold crescent moon in the ink-black sky, bore down on them. How dare you lay hands on his majesty? The emperor coughed lightly. What affliction does the prince suffer from? Quickly, assist him to the imperial hospital for proper care. He Yanting's gaze swept across Marzaha's body, noticing the frantic twitching of his hands, and understood the situation. The emperor pondered for a moment. Summon Miss Jiang into the palace, and make sure she brings the insect. Miss Jiang. Marzaha's lips twitched slightly, his tightly closed eyes fluttering. It appeared he had not been deceived. After 3 incense sticks, Jiang Zhiyu was hurriedly summoned to the imperial hospital. As soon as she entered, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. The 2 men stared at her, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. The girl before me, slender and petite, possessed a pair of innocent, crystalline eyes, exuding an aura of innocence and gentleness. It was unfathomable that she could be the one who assaulted their prince in broad daylight. Could it be that the emperor had discovered their scheme and deliberately sent someone to deflect the blame onto them? Jiang Zhiyu chose to disregard their accusations. Her gaze instead landing on the bed, where Malzahar lay, bloodied and nearly drowning in his own blood. Your Majesty, the Emperor coughed lightly. Zhiyu, have you acquired the cursed insect from Prince Malzahar? Chapter 76. Is she truly a genius? I have. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, and the room was immediately filled with 2 gasps of astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Your prince is lying there like a fountain. Why would you pity me? Shouldn't you be surprised, questioning, or even coercing me to hand over the cursed insect? Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. They were clearly unfamiliar with the methods of the Southern Gu people. The emperor turned his head. Bring it out and cure the prince of his ailment first. Jiang Zhiyu shook her head. Your Majesty, that cannot be done. The emperor's words were as good as law, and her outright refusal was tantamount to defying his decree. The atmosphere in the room became tense. What sickness does he have? It's all an illusion. With this much blood loss, who could survive until I arrived? He would have already perished. Moreover, with so much blood, the scent is barely noticeable. It's impossible. The emperor's eyes flickered as he glanced at He Yanting, whose gaze shifted to the bed where Malzahar lay. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Ah. He must have seen through it long ago, but chose to remain silent. What was he waiting for? The emperor's gaze fell upon Jiang Zhiyu. Why? Recalling the previous kick, neither dared to approach the emperor, instead lamenting, Your Majesty, the prince cannot wait any longer. If we delay, his life may be in peril. If we talk any longer, the effect of the cursed insect will dissipate, and they will find it difficult to manage. Before the emperor could speak, Jiang Zhiyu stepped forward. Your Majesty, may I examine the prince? Her tone was laced with disdain, yet there was an undercurrent of urgency. He Yanting's expression darkened. Miss Jiang is the one who healed this young master's leg, a disciple of a renowned physician. How could you question her? Jiang Zhiyu's eyes sparkled. He Yanting, momentarily captivated by the brilliance shining in her phoenix-like eyes, was taken aback. Indeed, it is you, my good brother, diligently spreading my reputation. A great round of applause for you. He Yanting, a 12-year-old girl from a noble family, guided by a divine healer. Could her medical skills truly be so formidable? Could she genuinely be a genius? Suddenly, a handkerchief appeared before her, stained with blood. Miss Jiang, please make do with this. Jiang Zhiyu paused, then accepted it. Thank you, young master. He stained. Does this blood carry poison? He Yanting replied, that is not quite my intention. Just as he finished his thought, Jiang Zhiyu internally exclaimed, Ah, it truly is toxic. The phrase a long illness makes one a doctor is indeed accurate. If I had not utilized my abilities, I would never have detected it. Though I am not afraid of poison, I still let my guard down. I shall reflect on this. He Yanting. His dark eyes were filled with frost, devoid of warmth as he regarded the figure lying on the bed. Feeling a tremendous pressure, Malzahar's feigned unconscious body involuntarily trembled. Impossible. The poison in his blood was innate. Even if all the divine healers in the world combined their efforts, they could not discern it at a glance. Who on earth was she? Jiang Zhiyu did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, placing her hand on the handkerchief and directly pinching the cursed insect below his navel. Malzahar. He had placed the cursed insect there, certain that no one would think to check, and even if discovered, they would not dare to investigate. Why was this Jiang girl not adhering to the expected script? The terror of having his life force threatened tore at Malzahar's nerves. He could no longer pretend to be unconscious, and opened his eyes to grasp her hand. But he was too slow. Jiang Zhiyu was quicker. In an instant, she pinched the cursed insect between her fingers, while her other hand seized Malzahar's approaching wrist. With a sharp crack, his palm twisted unnaturally. He let out a scream, curling his body as the blood gushing from him abruptly ceased. Southern Gu. Jiang Zhiyu, holding the cursed insect, wore an expression of innocence. The prince's reaction was too swift. His body merely responded on its own. Prince, are you all right? Malzahar's eyes burned a crimson red, filled with malice, as though he wished to flay her alive. Jiang Zhiyu paid no heed to his impotent fury, presenting the cursed insect before the emperor. Your Majesty, the prince's ailment is entirely due to this cursed insect. The emperor's expression darkened, a chilling intensity surging from within. Prince Malzahar, how do you explain this? As a prince of the Southern Gu, he was well aware of the cursed insects yet had deceitfully claimed illness to mislead him. This was a grave offense against the emperor. Oh. So you wish to abandon your accomplices to save yourself. Confess, and I shall grant you a swift end, sparing your family in Southern Gu. But if you dare to deceive both me and the emperor. His words were left unfinished, but the threat was abundantly clear. Goodness. Using family as leverage. No wonder you ended up ostracized. The emperor. He Yanting. They both leaned in slightly, eager to hear Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts. After Xiao Yanli ascended to the throne, he tore off his mask and stole intelligence from Malzahar, sending troops to attack Southern Gu. Malzahar, believing him a close friend, never suspected him until the very end when the army was at the gates. Although Malzahar committed numerous atrocities in Tianqi, he was still decent to the people of southern Gu. Xiao Yanli befriended him purely for manipulation, ultimately deceiving him by assuring the southern Gu that if they surrendered him, they would be spared. Malzahar was forcibly expelled from the city and met his demise beneath the trampling of the Tianqi army. Chapter 77. I reflect on myself 3 times daily. Hiss. Upon hearing her words, the emperor inhaled deeply. His 6th son was indeed heartless, a true candidate for the throne. However, he was still alive. The machinations had now turned against him. The emperor's gaze grew somber. With this thought, he knelt on the ground, head bowed to the floor. It is the foreign ministers who have been bewitched, listening to others, and while the prince lay unconscious, they planted the cursed insect within him. All of it is the fault of the foreign ministers. I am unworthy to live. As he spoke, he stood up and dashed towards the wall, intent on committing suicide by crashing into it. His movement was too swift. Others could not intervene in time. The emperor sighed inwardly. What a pity. He had lost a reason to punish Malzahar. Malzahar sat on the bed, a smirk playing at his lips. What could they possibly do? In his mind, he envisioned the gruesome scene, and everyone silently closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Jiang Zhiyu blinked and stretched her leg forward. You think you can evade by using someone else as a shield? How naive. Let us see if I can pierce you. Malzahar cursed inwardly. His other hand clenched into a fist. The emperor waved his hand. Drag him away for a thorough interrogation. We must uncover the true culprit behind the prince's predicament. The emperor glared at him. Such laborious interrogations can wait until you are healed. Malzahar's lips twitched. Thank you for your consideration, your majesty, but as Miss Jiang mentioned earlier, she indeed took my cursed insect. Shouldn't it be returned to me now? Logically, since Jiang Zhiyu had admitted to it, it should indeed be returned. The emperor looked at Jiang Zhiyu with difficulty. He did not wish to return it. The cursed insect in Malzahar's possession was ultimately a threat. It was better left in Jiang Zhiyu's hands. Jiang Zhiyu understood his meaning and slightly bowed. Your majesty, I cannot return this cursed insect. Why not? It is clearly my possession. Malzahar fixed his gaze on her. Miss Jiang, do you wish to occupy my nest? The crowd stifled their laughter. The idiom was aptly used. The ever-proud Malzahar remained oblivious, casting a smug glance at Jiang Zhiyu. However, it was primarily the prince who, relying on his Gu insects, engaged in unscrupulous behavior, causing the good people of the capital to live in fear. Yet, for this, I cannot simply return the insects to you. Isn't it merely idioms? The little brat is overly pleased. I could produce 3 of them. How would you respond, Your Excellency? Malzahar froze, his anger flaring as he muttered a few words under his breath. This is the importance of knowledge. Otherwise, when you wish to scold someone in the future, you won't even know how to express it. Emperor. He Yanting, observing the lack of reaction from them. Malzahar began to recount the scene. I was riding through the streets when you suddenly attacked me, stealing all my Gu insects. You are a thief. Return them to me. Jiang Zhiyu. You conveniently omit mentioning that you struck first. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Have I been too courteous? Have I trained him? Should I take action? He Yanting chuckled softly. Emperor. Why does the girl constantly shout for violence? The emperor cleared his throat, hinting, this is the Imperial Medical Institute. If you wish to fight, do so away from so many eyes. It would be easy for others to gossip. Jiang Zhiyu, puzzled by the emperor's sudden mention of a location, glanced at him and replied, the skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. You believe yourself capable. Yet you secretly nurture your Gu insects with the blood of Tianqi citizens. On what grounds should I return them to you? Malzahar felt a jolt of shock within, staring at her in astonishment. How could she know such hidden deeds? The emperor's gaze suddenly turned icy, directed solely at Malzahar. A murderous intent enveloped Malzahar, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The emperor's calm voice penetrated his ears. Is what Zhiyu said indeed the truth? Malzahar only heard a buzzing in his ears. Your Majesty, I have never committed such acts. To admit it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Even as the prince of the southern Gu, he could not save himself. The emperor fixed his gaze on him for a long moment before averting his eyes. I shall send someone to investigate. Until the truth is uncovered. The Gu insect shall remain in Zhiyu's possession. Do you have any objections, Prince? Malzahar dared not utter a single dissenting word. The emperor gestured for the court physician to tend to him and stepped out of the hall, with Jiang Zhiyu and He Yanting following closely behind. After walking several dozen meters, the emperor paused before a blooming begonia. He Yanting stepped forward. I am currently investigating this matter and have yet to uncover Malzahar's south hiding place. My intention was to conduct a thorough search before reporting to your majesty. The emperor sighed softly. No matter. I was merely contemplating how, aside from you, not a single official has reported to me. What nonsense are you speaking? Clearly, it was your earlier neglect that resulted in no one reporting to you. The emperor was momentarily speechless. He Yanting pursed his lips, and the emperor shot him an irritated glance. And now, have you found the location? He Yanting shook his head, having searched both the capital and the surrounding villages. The only places left unexamined were the residences of the prince and various ministers. Of course you cannot find it. It is hidden within the secret chambers of the sixth prince's estate, layered like a Russian doll. Each adult prince has his own residence, and though the sixth prince is somewhat simple-minded, he is no exception. He Yanting, now we have located it. The emperor exchanged glances with him, and He Yanting sought an excuse to depart first. Jiang Zhiyu wished to leave as well, but was called back by the emperor. Your Majesty? Jiang Zhiyu felt a wave of anxiety at the emperor's hesitance. Surely not, surely not. He can't genuinely intend to summon me to the palace, can he? I am still so young. He can't truly be that depraved. Emperor, Chapter 78, send him to meet Ta Nai. The emperor let out a deep sigh. What image does he portray in her heart, that she believes he would not spare even a 12-year-old girl? Although he had indeed entertained such thoughts, it was primarily for the sake of the realm. By keeping her in the harem, he could observe her and hear her thoughts, aiding him in controlling the court. Yet, based on her sentiments expressed thus far, if he were to truly bring her into the harem, she would most likely storm in and tear him apart the very day the decree arrived. The emperor cleared his throat. I intend to appoint you as a female official, a position in the Hamlin Academy, to serve before the throne and be granted duties in the imperial study. What say you? Though phrased as a question, the emperor's tone was decidedly assertive. The first female official in Tianqi's history, serving in proximity to the emperor, was a tremendous honor, one that anyone would be grateful for. Thus, the emperor did not anticipate her refusal. An eerie silence ensued, as the emperor's thoughts shifted from, why hasn't she expressed gratitude? Surely, she must be overwhelmed with joy and unable to respond, to, why is she still silent? Does she find the position too lowly, or has she sensed my intentions? 2. Speak quickly. I am growing anxious. Even a few words would suffice. Finally, just as the emperor could no longer contain himself, Jiang Zhiyu inhaled deeply and responded tactfully, Your Majesty, has someone perhaps spoken ill of me? The significance of being Tianqi's first female official is monumental. I have no accomplishments to warrant such a position, and assuming it hastily may incite discontent among the court. Contrasting her calm demeanor and gentle words was the torrent of emotions surging within her, replete with uncontainable anger. Do not let me discover which little scoundrel is responsible. The bitterness of rising early is unbearable. My resentment is enough to annihilate the world. Who dares to make me rise early? I shall send them to meet Ta Nai. The emperor, he discreetly stepped back, hastily explaining, how can there be no accomplishments? Yanting has already informed me that the movements in the northern desert were relayed by you, saving tens of thousands of soldiers of Tianqi. Such a great merit. And merely a small position in the Hamlin Academy, how could the officials possibly object? Jiang Zhiyu's gaze darkened. Ah, so it was that scoundrel's doing. No wonder he mentioned it in the carriage that day. And yet he claims, I cannot influence the emperor's thoughts. She cursed He Yanting in her heart. Oblivious to the emperor, quietly retreating a few steps. Standing beside the emperor, Fu Ping muttered, Do not step back, Your Majesty. If you do, I shall fall into the pool. He would not dare remain beside the emperor. If the emperor retreated, he would have to retreat twice. His heels were already hanging in the air. The emperor silently rejoiced that he had moved He Yanting away, for otherwise, it would have been him facing Jiang Zhiyu's ire. With a mindset of I shall sacrifice a friend to save myself, the emperor unburdenedly shifted all responsibility to He Yanting. In any case, since Yanting has earnestly recommended you, this matter is settled. I shall draft the decree. Prepare yourself, and you shall begin attending court tomorrow. With that, the emperor hastily departed, leaving behind an air of resentment emanating from Jiang Zhiyu, as if it had solidified. He Yanting, you are doomed. Standing before the sixth prince's residence, He Yanting suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, surrounded by a cadre of imperial guards. Upon noticing his sudden shiver, the leading guard inquired, Young Master He? Within the fragrant Pepper's hall, concubine Yu sent away the palace maids and eunuchs, leaning against the bedside with a worried expression directed at Xiao Yanli. Is this truly feasible? Xiao Yanli, focused on writing at the desk, replied softly, The emperor's affections are ultimately unreliable. Did you not see that despite your previous favor, he has recently visited another palace? Concubine Yu's gaze wandered. However, according to the emperor's earlier intentions, he meant to depose the empress and elevate me. Did you not hear him say it with your own ears? He merely blamed me for being unable to manage the people within the palace, thus rendering me unfit to govern the harem in the future. So, Mother. Xiao Yanli could no longer tolerate her interruptions. Placing his pen down, how can one trust the words of a sovereign? Is it truly so simple to dethrone the empress? Moreover, she is not without an heir. She has a crown prince. As long as the crown prince exists, the empress's position remains unassailable. Yu Fei bit her lip in frustration, retorting, that was in the past, when His Majesty favored the crown prince. Now, the crown prince has been confined for a month, and he has lost the emperor's favor. Xiao Yanli inhaled sharply. And what of the ministers? Jiang Zhiyu is a supporter of the crown prince and currently enjoys the emperor's favor. Ministers are but a transient assembly, swaying with the winds of fortune, no different from the palace maids and eunuchs. As Xiao Yanli spoke, Yu Fei clutched the medicine pouch in her hand, hesitating to speak. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside, "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. He Yanting has brought the imperial guards to raid the 6th prince's residence."
What?
The secrets hidden within that estate, if uncovered, would lead to an inevitable death sentence. Even though the prince is now a fool, given the emperor's disposition, he would rather mistakenly execute 1,000 than let one escape. Time was of the essence. He could not ponder how the information was leaked. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he summoned a palace attendant, whispering a few instructions. "Hurry, ensure everything is in place before they discover any clues." The attendant departed, and Yu Fei, unable to remain silent, blinked rapidly, her eyes slightly reddening. But what if the matter is exposed? What shall we do? I have warned you not to associate with that southern Gu prince, yet you refuse to listen. Xiao Yanli was already agitated, and her words only heightened his annoyance. He shot her a glare and turned towards the screen. Regardless of whether the information had leaked or if He Yanting had indeed uncovered something, they would soon find themselves buried in it. Inside the 6th prince's residence, all the maidservants and young servants knelt in the central courtyard as the imperial guards moved in and out of various chambers. He Yanting stood in the study, gazing at a portrait of a woman hanging on the wall. The figure in the painting bore no face, and the attire did not resemble that of the Tianqi era. He took the painting down and gently tapped on the wall. An officer of the imperial guards entered the room. "Young master, our brothers have thoroughly searched this area and found no secret chamber." He Yanting nodded, and his subordinate forcefully pushed on a brick, producing a sound as the wall slowly began to rotate. Chapter 79. A wealth beyond measure. The officer's expression changed as the wall halted halfway, revealing a pitch-black passageway. He Yanting stopped the officer from entering, pondering the implications of the secret passage. If a hidden passage could be devised with such complexity, Xiao Yanli must have anticipated the consequences of its discovery. To charge in recklessly, he sighed softly, wishing that Miss San were present. She would surely know everything. Just then, an imperial guard rushed in, kneeling with one fist to the ground. "Report. A woman claiming to be the 3rd miss of the Xiang residence requests an audience with young master He." With tenfold courage, he would not dare to repeat Jiang Zhiyu's words and could only speak indirectly. The officer furrowed his brow. The imperial guards are currently conducting an investigation. How could she wish to see it as of no concern? He Yanting interjected, "We have discovered the secret passage and are not pressed for time. Moreover, Miss San possesses considerable abilities and can surely assist us." At his words, the officer said no more, but inwardly scoffed, thinking how could a mere woman be of any help. Before long, the imperial guards escorted Jiang Zhiyu inside. She looked at He Yanting, laughing coldly, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Initially unaware of his whereabouts, the actions of the imperial guards had drawn attention, allowing her to locate him effortlessly. Rather than tormenting oneself with mental anguish, why not drive others to madness? He Yanting asked, "What is it? Were we not just fine? Miss San, do you have urgent business with me?" The officer looked at He Yanting in surprise. Jiang Zhiyu smiled slightly, and He Yanting suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over him, his breathing slowing. "You have quite the forgetful nature, young master He. Do you recall what we discussed that night in the carriage?" The officer's gaze ignited with interest, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. "Speak further. In the carriage?" He Yanting pondered for a moment, realization dawning upon him. "Are you inquiring about that person?" "That person?" The officer was taken aback. To mention marriage, one would use na. For concubines, na is appropriate. So now, young master He wishes to take Miss San as a concubine, and Miss San is quite willing, yet young master, he is yet to act, prompting Miss San to pursue him? The officer gasped in surprise, his expression shifting from disdain to sympathy. "How absurd!" Jiang Zhiyu snorted, "Young master He, how forgetful you are. His Majesty has declared that it is due to your recommendations that I have been granted an official position, allowing me to attend court." The words "attend court" were nearly bitten out through clenched teeth. He Yanting stiffened, comprehending the situation. He gazed at Jiang Zhiyu, who resembled a tempestuous little lion, and sighed helplessly. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. "Rest assured, Miss San, I will dispel His Majesty's thoughts." Jiang Zhiyu scrutinized him, her expression skeptical, but she slightly raised her chin and nodded. "If you dare to fabricate lies to deceive me, I shall send you to meet the matriarch." He Yanting thought to himself. It would be more appropriate to say he would send him to meet the king of hell. As he mused, a chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing the mention of attending court, the officer realized he had misjudged the situation and grew disinterested, urging He Yanting, "Young master He, the secret passage, oh? Have they found it?" The imperial guards are indeed swift. However, they likely only discovered one layer. The 3-layered passage is such that the endpoints of the outer 2 layers are mere shells. Only the middle layer leads to the secret chamber. Moreover, That secret chamber contains enough explosives to obliterate the entire 6th prince's residence. Once Xiao Yanli hears the news, he will undoubtedly send someone to ignite them. Fortunately, I arrived. Otherwise, so many lives would be lost. What a malicious intent. He Yanting felt a surge of dread wash over him, mingled with relief. Jiang Zhiyu was correct. Such a significant operation would certainly have reached Xiao Yanli's ears by now. Had she not come, he and the Imperial Guards would have ventured into that secret passage. He raised his hand, summoning dozens of Imperial Guards to assemble. Have you accounted for everyone? Is anyone missing? In the corner of the crowd, a young servant bowed his head, trembling uncontrollably. He Yanting continued, if no one is missing, then surely someone has appeared? The Imperial Guards were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at him. There were 315 maidservants and young servants in the residence. His subordinates would recount once more. 2 Imperial Guards divided the areas and began to tally. Upon reaching the corner, they exchanged glances, astonished to find one person too many. The officer, initially critical of He Yanting's decision not to enter the secret chamber, changed his expression upon hearing that someone was indeed missing. The young servant trembled on the ground. Quaking in fear, the officer raised his hand, whipping it down. Confess. Who are you? The young servant quivered and remained silent. The officer prepared to strike again, but Jiang Zhiyu intervened, not him. The officer frowned. Miss San, the Imperial Guards are conducting an investigation. Allowing you to enter is already an exception. If you interfere, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave. He Yanting was about to speak when Jiang Zhiyu smiled. You are unaware, officer. His Majesty has already drafted an edict, appointing me as a Hanlin Academy attendant to serve before the Emperor. Since I am aware of this matter, I have the right to participate and report to His Majesty. The officer's first reaction was disbelief. In the history of Tianqi, how could there be a female official? Yet, such a claim could not be made lightly. Impersonating a court official was a capital offense. But she had just mentioned attending court, Attending court. The officer finally understood, staring at her as if he had seen a ghost, gasping multiple times. The first female official of Tianqi, serving before the Emperor. This is indeed an extraordinary fortune. If one does not seize this opportunity now, when will they? Upon realizing the situation, Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, Sir Qianhu, may I commence my investigation? Certainly, replied Qianhu, holding the whip with both hands. Jiang Zhiyu remarked, what a talent. Adaptable and resilient, truly one destined for greatness. He Yanting observed the humble smile on Qianhu's face and found it hard not to agree. The members of the Jinui were suddenly invigorated, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Qianhu cast a glance, and they all quickly lowered their heads, inwardly murmuring, when have we ever seen Qianhu wear such a fawning expression? Miss Jiang, indeed, quite capable. Chapter 80. The opponent withdraws from promotion. Request for votes, request for updates. The capable Miss Jiang took the whip from Qianhu, weighing it in her hand as she boldly navigated through the crowd. The kneeling servants trembled in fear, stealing glances at her, and whenever their eyes met, they promptly looked down again. Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of toying with them. Her focus remained on finding the person in question. The maids and servants averted their gazes, obscuring their faces, but Jiang Zhiyu noticed one among them whose attire was distinctly different. The servants of the prince's residence wore finer silks, yet this individual's garments were even more exquisite. Jiang Zhiyu's nostrils flared slightly as she detected a faint, alluring fragrance. It was dragon brain incense, a favorite among the palace concubines, used for perfuming garments, its scent detectable from 10 paces away. Although this person bore the fragrance, it was faint, indicating it had not been long since they were exposed to it. Aha, I've caught you. With a flick of the whip, Jiang Zhiyu ensnared the individual and, with a swift motion of her wrist, sent them flying like a kite with its string cut, landing before Qianhu and He Yanting. Qianhu's eyes betrayed his astonishment. Although he had heard of Jiang Zhiyu's public confrontation with the Southern Gu Prince, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The force of the whip and her graceful demeanor revealed her mastery. After the initial shock, Qianhu's gaze subtly shifted to one of admiration. Humans are naturally drawn to strength. Qianhu's earlier flattery had been feigned, but now he genuinely regarded Jiang Zhiyu with newfound respect. The fallen servant scrambled to He Yanting's feet, pleading, young master, spare my life. I know nothing. The sky is blue. The sea is deep. Not a word you say is true. He Yanting's lips curled into a slight smirk. Hearing this, and observing the heads bowed in the courtyard, Qianhu commanded, lift your heads and take a good look. Although the servant trembled, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. The 6th prince meticulously planned every endeavor. He had indeed made numerous appearances at the 6th prince's residence. Regardless, there was no reason for suspicion to fall upon him for this additional person. Have they apprehended the wrong individual? Qianhu, as a 5th-ranked Qianhu of the Jinui, had no need to be overly humble before the 9th-rank Hanlin Academy's Shirshu. However, Jiang Zhiyu's title as the first female official of the Tianqi dynasty overshadowed that. It represented the emperor's favor. By aligning himself with Jiang Zhiyu, Qianhu envisioned the immense fortune that awaited him. Fantasizing about a life of luxury, Qianhu's voice involuntarily filled with excitement. He and Ting cast a sidelong glance at him. Jiang Zhiyu seized the rope from the Jianui, deftly binding the individual, then retrieved several keys and a fire starter from within their chest and sleeves. The presence of dragon brain incense on him indicated he had recently emerged from the palace. We must not speak of gunpowder. That room filled with gunpowder would fit perfectly in my space. I want mountains, I want seas, I want madness. I want it all. He and Ting, do you think your father is aware of your declarations? As Qianhu leaned closer to Jiang Zhiyu, He and Ting stepped forward, deftly taking the keys from him. Jianui, stand by, guard the gates, and allow no one in or out, he declared, proceeding towards the secret chamber. With Jiang Zhiyu following closely behind, her mind preoccupied with the gunpowder. Qianhu hastily kept pace. The secret passage was narrow, allowing only two to walk side by side. Qianhu followed behind them, his eyes fixated on their figures. Each time Jiang Zhiyu's arm brushed against He and Ting's, she felt as though she was colliding with iron. His body rigid and unyielding. Is this man made of iron? That hurt. He and Ting, his taut muscles relaxed slightly. After several dozen paces, the passage widened, and Jiang Zhiyu eagerly stepped to the right. He and Ting observed her movement, his gaze deepening. Ahead lay 3 intricate passages, and Qianhu suggested, this path is complex, fraught with hidden traps. Perhaps we should explore them one by one, ensuring mutual support in case of any mishap. They were not pressed for time. Safety was paramount. Jiang Zhiyu grew anxious. If they proceeded together, how could she conceal the gunpowder in her space? Why can't they understand? Splitting into 3 paths would be far more efficient. Fists clenched. He and Ting, as Jiang Zhiyu contemplated how to incapacitate Qianhu without alarming the guarding Jianui outside. He and Ting preemptively stated, it is indeed better to split up. Should one passage lead to trouble, we would all be trapped. Young master, he speaks wisely. Jiang Zhiyu quickly concurred, her fingers subtly moving as she plotted to subdue Qianhu if he insisted on accompanying them. After a moment of contemplation, Qianhu nodded. Then let us follow young master, he asked suggestion. Both Jiang Zhiyu and He and Ting sighed in relief. Qianhu regarded them with suspicion, and Jiang Zhiyu promptly declared, I shall take the central path. You two may choose as you wish. With that, she turned and dashed away, despite Qianhu's repeated calls to stop her. Miss Jiang, you haven't taken the keys. He and Ting remarked, the keys are merely a distraction. Within the secret chamber, there must be mechanisms, so Qianhu, please exercise caution. Qianhu suddenly understood. Indeed, who would require a key to unlock a secret chamber? With a respectful bow, Qianhu headed towards the left passage. Chapter 81. Undercurrent swell. The path was dimly lit, devoid of any glimmer, with faint hissing sounds echoing. Jiang Zhiyu retrieved a flashlight from her space, illuminating the dark passage as if it were daylight, revealing all the hidden traps. As she moved forward, she skillfully evaded the mechanisms until she reached the center and pushed a brick on the wall. With a crack, the wall slightly turned, revealing a narrow opening. As she pushed it open, a wave of foul odor assaulted her senses. The scene was one of carnage, with dismembered corpses strewn about, blood pooling, and shattered entrails mingled with broken bones. Each victim lay in a state of horrific demise, while several severed heads dangled from hooks on the wall. Amidst the bloodshed, colorful snakes slithered slowly. The gunpowder was isolated on the other side. Jiang Zhiyu clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. It was impossible for anyone to remain composed upon encountering an environment so akin to purgatory. In the book, it is briefly mentioned that the prince of southern Gu, Malzaha, in the secret chamber of the 6th prince's residence, nourishes his Gu worms with the flesh and blood of the people of Tianqi. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly grasp the profound shock it evokes. While photographs cannot be shown to them, one could certainly commission an artist to illustrate it. The glow of the fire illuminates a limited area, yet the Jianui guards the place, and those who approach are either Qianhu or He Yanting. Jiang Zhiyu picks up a snake, observing it under the flickering light. Footsteps halt as someone stands behind her. Their voice gravelly yet tinged with a hint of gentleness. Have you discovered something? It is indeed He Yanting. Jiang Zhiyu raises the snake for him to see. Though it appears like an ordinary serpent, its venom is several dozen times more potent. She presses the snake's fangs against a wooden box and venom drips down, instantly corroding a large hole into the box. Even He Yanting cannot help but gasp in astonishment at the sight. If Malzaha continues to cultivate such creatures, how precarious would their Tianqi be? The last to arrive is Qianhu, stepping on half a mechanism, disheveled and in tatters, looking remarkably disconcerted. Where did you go? Surviving in the wilderness? He Yanting's expression turned serious. Qianhu, immediately summon the Jianui and capture all the snakes in this room. Their venom is extremely potent. They must exercise utmost caution. Qianhu's expression sharpens, and he responds affirmatively, rushing out without delay. With these little creatures, no matter how careful they are, they'll likely be bitten. I'll sprinkle some powder first to calm them down. But with him around, will he notice? Jiang Zhiyu raises her hand, prompting He Yanting to turn, carrying a torch and moving aside as if to inspect something. What a pity. I turned too quickly and missed. He Yanting, Jiang Zhiyu hurriedly scatters the powder, and in no time, the Jinui gathers in the secret chamber, their torches illuminating every corner. Previously, they could only sense the foul stench of blood, but upon seeing the scene now, their faces turn pale, some even retching. Thanks to Jiang Zhiyu's powder, the snake-catching process goes exceedingly smoothly, taking merely the time of a tea break. Exiting the secret chamber, the sun sets in the west, painting the sky with an orange-red glow reminiscent of flames. Jiang Zhiyu exhales deeply. After Qianhu departs, He Yanting quietly states, Miss Jiang, your visit today has likely been noted by someone. Please be cautious in the future. Jiang Zhiyu pauses, realizing he means Xiao Yanli, and chuckles softly. Thank you for your reminder, young Master He. However, that person has probably held a grudge against me for quite some time. Speaking of which, do you still remember another matter? Don't tell me you've forgotten in such a short time. Otherwise, I shall send you to meet the great-grandmother. He Yanting chuckles softly. Rest assured, Miss Jiang. I shall fulfill my promise to you. That is more like it. Jiang Zhiyu mounted the carriage, while He Yanting headed in the opposite direction towards the palace. Inside the Jiaoxiang Hall, Xiao Yanli stands by the window, his expression seemingly unchanged, yet his fingers fidget incessantly, betraying his anxious heart. Concubine Yu observes him, unable to conceal her own worry. Why is there still no news? As the night deepens, enveloping the sky in an inky darkness that obscures even the faintest starlight, Xiao Yanli finally closes his eyes. He appears utterly dejected, and Concubine Yu, seeing him in such a state, feels her soul nearly fade away, trembling as she calls, Your Highness, Your Highness. Not knowing what else to say, she can only repeatedly call his name. She hurriedly clutches the ear of a cloth tiger, feigning a foolish demeanor. Concubine Yu nods vacantly, and despite her mental preparations, she cannot help but feel a pang of fear when the Emperor strides in, radiating fury. Your Majesty, why have you come so late? The Emperor, visibly enraged, softens his tone slightly. What? Can I come? Concubine Yu's heart skips a beat, and she smiles gently. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I am merely thrilled to see you, nearly losing my senses. Allow me to help you undress. Her slender fingers move towards the Emperor's waistband, but he firmly grasps her hand. Not so fast. Concubine Yu's hand trembles uncontrollably. The Emperor's gaze darkens as he holds her hand tightly. My beloved, are you unwell? Shall I summon the imperial physician? No, it's unnecessary. Concubine Yu forces a smile. By the way, I noticed your expression was not good when you entered. Is there something? She hastily attempts to change the topic, inadvertently touching upon the very issue the Emperor least wishes to discuss. Concubine Yu feels a ringing in her ears, and the world around her seems to spin, leaving her dizzy. Xiao Yanli, seated on the ground, silently curses. Yet the Emperor appears oblivious, assisting Concubine Yu to the bedside, gazing at her with tender affection. My beloved, are you aware that there are 3 secret passages in the 6th prince's residence? Chapter 82. If one does not seek death, one will not die. Concubine Yu's complexion pales, her hands trembling in fear, making her claim of ignorance utterly implausible. The Emperor chuckles inwardly, casting a discreet glance at his son, who feigns ignorance on the floor, his face softening. Do not fret, my beloved. I understand you well. Concubine Yu blinks, and the Emperor gently caresses her hair, murmuring, I wish to see who dares to frame the prince. Like sunlight breaking through the clouds, Concubine Yu's eyes brighten instantly. Grasping the Emperor's hand and eagerly nodding, Your Majesty is wise. Surely, there are thieves coveting me and the prince. Now that he is foolish, they still do not relent. She begins to weep, and the Emperor, seemingly filled with compassion, embraces her, offering constant comfort. The palace servants bow their heads, not daring to make a sound. The Emperor, whether unable to contain his emotions or forgetting altogether, fails to instruct the servants to take Xiao Yanli away, though he does not look in that direction. The unbearable sounds reach his ears, and he grits his teeth, biting the cloth tiger's ear with increasing force, his hand curled tightly within his sleeve, forming a fist. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao Yanli hears the Emperor's low roar, the commotion gradually subsiding. A eunuch presents a contraceptive pill, and as Concubine Yu reaches for it, the Emperor abruptly stops her. He gently kisses the corner of her lips. My beloved, you need not take this contraceptive pill any longer. I look forward to you bearing another child for me. Concubine Yu's heart races uncontrollably. The Emperor's words imply that he indeed intends to depose the Empress and elevate her. If he wishes for her to bear another son, could it mean that she might aspire to the position of crown princess? Xiao Yanli ponders deeply. Exiting the Jiaoxiang Hall, the Emperor takes the handkerchief offered by Fuping, leisurely wiping his hands. Is there something amiss? Fuping truly cannot discern anything. Hesitantly mulling over his thoughts, forgive this humble servant for being unable to see anything. The Emperor snorts lightly, tossing the handkerchief to him. If it were so easily perceived, then it would be of no use to keep him. Fuping. Indeed, your majesty speaks true. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the prime minister's daughter, Jiang Zhiyu, is astute and graceful, possessing exceptional wisdom that pleases me greatly. I appoint her as an assistant in the Hanlin Academy, to serve in the imperial study without the need to attend court. Thus decreed. It is as though a thunderclap has struck the heads of the ministers in the Golden Throne Hall, leaving them in stunned silence, eyes wide as saucers, gazes piercing, as if antennas have sprouted from their heads. How could such a significant matter have gone unnoticed by them? Sikong Go Yuanjing steps forward. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is unwise. After being imprisoned and causing turmoil in the court, he received a thorough beating and, after a week of recuperation, hastily returned to attend court, still limping from his injuries. While Jiang Ziyu's medical skills are indeed remarkable, to overlook the laws of Tianqi solely based on this and her position as a female official would be an injustice, making it difficult to gain the respect of others. The other ministers immediately voiced their agreement. He Yanting stepped forward gracefully and remarked, the Minister of Works is mistaken. The emperor conferred upon her the title of attendant scribe not because of her medical prowess, but due to the third Mrs. Sharp intellect. She led the imperial guard to uncover the hidden chamber in the sixth prince's residence and thwarted Prince Malzaha of the southern Gu, who was using the blood and flesh of our Tianqi citizens to nourish his poisonous insects. Should those insects be allowed to mature, countless lives in Tianqi would be at stake. Such a monumental achievement is hardly commensurate with the title of attendant scribe. He Yanting's position in the court was rather awkward. He bore the title of general but wielded little power, and this was his first appearance since recovering. The actions of the imperial guard in the sixth prince's residence were already well known among the officials, yet this matter of nurturing poisonous insects was a revelation. Go Yuanjing scoffed, but how did I hear that it was General He who led the imperial guard to raid the sixth prince's residence? He Yanting's face flushed with embarrassment. It is my inadequacy that I could not find the secret passage. Fortunately, the third miss happened to pass by, capturing the spies and discovering the hidden chamber. Moreover, she used medicinal powder to incapacitate the poisonous snakes, allowing the imperial guard to apprehend them effortlessly. Go Yuanjing eyed him skeptically, unable to believe a 12-year-old girl could possess such prowess. Surely, this was merely a farce orchestrated by the emperor to deceive them. Go Yuanjing, feeling he had grasped the truth, mocked, if the third miss is indeed so formidable, why not let us all witness what these poisonous snakes look like and confirm her merits? He Yanting eagerly awaited this provocation, yet his expression remained troubled. Those snakes are exceptionally fierce. Without medicinal powder, I fear. What does General He fear? It is merely a small snake. A 12-year-old girl is unafraid. So how could we, as officials of the court, be any less? The other officials murmured in agreement, although internally, they felt hesitant to support him openly. He Yanting sighed helplessly, and the emperor waved his hand. As the Minister of Work suggests, let that creature be brought forth for inspection. A palace attendant soon entered, carrying a small cage covered with a black cloth, its size reminiscent of the songbird cages he was accustomed to. Go Yuanjing sneered. What danger could such a small cage pose? When the black cloth was removed, Go Yuanjing could no longer contain his laughter. General He, is this the fatal creature you spoke of? He pointed at the cage, where a small snake curled up, its eyes firmly shut. The other officials, witnessing this scene, could not help but burst into laughter. As if disturbed by the commotion, the snake slowly began to slither, opening one eye slightly to reveal a faint red glow. Unfazed by the mockery, Go Yuanjing seized the cage from the attendant's grasp and began to shake it recklessly. He Yanting's expression changed dramatically. Stop. Go Yuanjing ignored him, lifting the cage to his face to meet the snake's crimson gaze. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, he dismissed it under his own bravado, believing he could easily crush the creature with a single step. Minister of Works, I advise you to set it down. This snake's venom is highly potent. A mere touch could jeopardize your life. Yet Go Yuanjing paid no heed, holding the cage with one hand while preparing to open the door with the other, intending to put on a show of stepping on the snake. He Yanting frowned and moved forward to seize the cage, but the snake had already opened its mouth, its venom dripping from its fangs, penetrating the iron bars and piercing Go Yuanjing's palm, the corrosive sound hissing as it dripped to the ground. The noisy court fell silent in an instant, the emperor witnessing the snake's power for the first time, his face turning ashen. The cage fell to the ground, and everyone retreated in panic, none daring to approach. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. Go Yuanjing stared blankly at the wound in his palm, blood dripping steadily. Only then did he seem to feel the pain, clutching his hand and rolling on the ground in agony. The emperor sighed in resignation. Send for the imperial physician, or perhaps it would be better to summon Miss Jiang. The usual physicians would likely be unable to handle such a poison. He watched the writhing Go Yuanjing with increasing annoyance, thinking, day after day, all he does is create trouble. With more courtiers like him, Tianqi is doomed. While the emperor was troubled, Jiang Zhiyu was not faring much better. Upon hearing that the emperor wished to summon her again, Su Yuran hurried to Lin Feng residence to personally rouse Jiang Zhiyu from her slumber. It was only 5 in the morning, and Jiang Zhiyu was cocooned in her bedding, sleeping soundly when she heard Su Yuran calling softly, "Zhiyu, the emperor summons you. It's time to rise." Jiang Zhiyu stirred slightly. Su Yuran continued, "Zhiyu, you must get up. There are people waiting outside."
You?
Jiang Zhiyu turned over, reluctantly opening her eyes. "I know. I'm really exasperated. Does the emperor intend to live until noon? Why summon me? Can't he just die already? If he did, I could at least have a holiday." Su Yuran admonished, "Such words are not to be spoken. That would be a grave offense." However, Jiang Zhiyu had previously uttered similar sentiments, without repercussions, so these 2 comments would surely go unpunished as well. Still muttering under her breath, Jiang Zhiyu felt as though the burden of debt was growing heavier as Su Yuran hurriedly helped her dress and ushered her into the carriage. In the Golden Wan Hall, the imperial physician hurriedly attended to Go Yuanjing's wound. Go Yuanjing lay on the ground, feeling lightheaded, as if he were about to meet his ancestors. As Jiang Zhiyu prepared to bow, the emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. Go and check on the Minister of Works. His hand has been poisoned by the snake. Will the venom spread?" Jiang Zhiyu approached Go Yuanjing, and He Yanting, having appeared at some point, began recounting the recent events to her. After listening to He Yanting, Jiang Zhiyu simply remarked, "I have no words. Had he not acted foolishly, he would not be in this predicament." He Yanting nodded solemnly. "That is indeed very reasonable." Having witnessed the snake's potency, the minister's respect for Jiang Zhiyu heightened significantly. Faced with life and death, Go Yuanjing dared not act arrogant and quickly extended his hand. Jiang Zhiyu examined it briefly. No harm done. The poisonous snake has yet to mature, only enhancing the corrosive properties of its venom without increasing its toxicity. The venom penetrated swiftly and did not enter the bloodstream. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the crowd. After the initial relief came a sense of dread. Had the third miss not discovered the Southern Gu Prince's treachery, once the snake matured, as He Yanting had stated, countless lives would have been lost. Such a significant achievement could not be reduced to the mere title of attendant scribe. It was worthy of the position of prime minister. No, the prime minister was her father. That was fine. The emperor observed the expressions of the ministers and chuckled. "So, do any of you have objections to my decision? Who would dare?" The ministers all knelt in unison. Having arrived, it was only fitting that Jiang Zhiyu, as the attendant scribe, should attend court. To ensure her comfort, the emperor even arranged for her to stand beside Jiang Zharong. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. "Ah, I see how it is. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp cheerfully. Why do you carry a little space on your back? I plan to blow up the imperial palace, burying gunpowder beneath. Boom, boom, boom. Everything will explode into the sky." Jiang Zharong. The emperor. He Yanting. Initially, they were perplexed as to why she chose to sing, but upon hearing the lyrics, a sudden clarity washed over them. Jiang Zharong's legs quivered weakly. "No, my dear. The emperor can't hear you. Are these lyrics meant to call for the demise of this poor old father? No, they are aimed at our entire family." Trembling, Jiang Zharong dared to glance at the emperor, only to find no trace of anger on his face, his lips even curling into a smile. Jiang Zharong could not help but gasp in surprise. Was His Majesty so enraged that he found himself smiling in response? To prevent Jiang Zhiyu from truly leading them all to ruin, the emperor gently spoke. "Jiang Zhiyu has traveled far and must be weary. Let her rest in the side chamber of the imperial study before attending court later." Fu Ping, ever perceptive, stepped forward to guide Jiang Zhiyu. "Still able to rest? Then perhaps the explosion can wait. However, this official title is quite amusing, Zhiyu, suddenly elevating our ranks." The emperor, He Yanting. Jiang Zharong. "What do you mean?" "Zhiyu. It is Zhiyu." Jiang Zhiyu had unexpectedly captured the emperor's favor. Not only was she spared from attending court, but she was also permitted to rest in the side chamber of the imperial study. One must remember, that chamber is where the emperor retreats to recuperate after reviewing memorials. The expressions of those present shifted, as they considered whether they had any suitable youths in their families. If this match were secured, would their futures not be smooth sailing? Upon exiting the palace, Fu Ping quickly congratulated. "We congratulate Jiang Zhiyu." Jiang Zhiyu returned the courtesy. Mutual congratulations. On the way to the imperial study, Jiang Zhiyu conversed extensively with Fu Ping, who, having served the emperor for many years, was a master of flattery, skillfully navigating the art of praise. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, reclined on the bed, and gazed at the bright yellow canopy for a while before gradually drifting into slumber. A contingent of the imperial guards hastened towards the northern city to the residence of Prince Nangu, where Marzahar was currently cultivating new gu insects with his own blood. All the gu insects had been seized by Jiang Zhiyu, leaving only the mother gu within him and these insignificant insects. Originally intended as sustenance, they now had to become his only hope. Marzahar chuckled bitterly, dripping blood into a bowl, causing the gu insects to swarm like moths to a flame. Jiang Zhiyu. Every time he recalled that name, Marzahar felt the pain within him intensify, his fingers caressing his wrist. eyes dark with malice. Chapter 84. Who among the working class is not mad? They merely endure. Seeking votes, Marzahar envisioned Jiang Zhiyu's panicked expression as if he could already hear her piercing screams. He reveled in the thought, his eyes narrowing in delight. Just as he was immersed in this sensation, the guards rushed in, capturing all the servants of the residence. What was happening? Despite his mastery of Gu, Qianhu maintained his distance, warily observing him. Marzahar sneered, I am Prince Nenggu. Even the emperor must have a valid reason to apprehend me. Qianhu, unimpressed, retorted, what of your princely status? When you fed Gu insects with the flesh and blood of the people of Tianqi, did you not foresee this day? Marzahar stood defiantly, showing no sign of remorse. They were merely commoners. It was their honor to be chosen by a prince such as himself. Qianhu's gaze hardened with barely concealed fury. You may have killed a few, but I am confident the emperor will not act against me. After all, I am the prince of Nenggu. Would he truly be prepared to wage war against Nenggu over a few commoners?
Impossible.
He provocatively challenged Qianhu, such a secretive location. How did you find it? Let me guess. It was that third miss, was it not? Qianhu furrowed his brow, unsure why he mentioned Jiang Zhiyu, but he nodded nonetheless. Marzahar's smile deepened. No wonder. With her azure eyes fixed on Qianhu, he continued, do you not find Miss Jiang to be extraordinarily capable? Normally, would a 12-year-old girl possess such extraordinary medical skills and martial prowess? I have also heard she wounded an assassin from 100 paces away in the hunting grounds.
Can you do that?
Have you not questioned this at all? Qianhu's heart trembled, and he snapped, speak no nonsense. Sensing his bluster masked insecurity, Marzahar chuckled lightly. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it merely awaits its time to take root. Qianhu personally escorted Marzahar to the Ministry of Justice's prison. He had anticipated Marzahar would continue to peddle his twisted ideology along the way. However, once they entered the prison, Marzahar never mentioned Jiang Zhiyu again. Perhaps it was better that he did not. Qianhu's thoughts raced uncontrollably, like a wild horse unbridled. Upon exiting the prison, he gazed longingly towards the imperial palace. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Zhiyu awoke to the sounds of conversation, her eyes fluttering open to the glaring bed curtains, her still drowsy mind slowly gaining clarity.
Oh.
She was still in the imperial study, waking up to work immediately. This is utterly vexing. Who among the working class is not mad? They merely endure. The outside chatter suddenly ceased. As Jiang Zhiyu composed herself to enter, she found the emperor, He Yanting, and an elderly man in his 60s with a slight stoop, diligently trying to keep his eyes open, Xing Maozhi, the Minister of Justice. Although Jiang Zhiyu's eyes appeared to be but a narrow slit, it was the utmost effort on Xing Maozhi's part. Yawning, she walked directly to the emperor's side. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar, yet Jiang Zhiyu remained oblivious, mechanically beginning to grind ink. So exhausting. If it weren't for the lack of historical records, I would suspect I built the pyramids overnight. Just as I am growing, I must work for this dog emperor. This dog emperor treats me like a mere pawn. The emperor. How dare he speak? He had forgotten that the emperor had permitted Jiang Zhiyu to rest in the side chamber, which was why the volume of conversation had diminished significantly upon her entry. He had missed several exchanges. The mystery was solved. Now that she was awake, both men could resume their previous discussion without lowering their voices. Qianhu had already imprisoned Marzahar, and the elder statesman opined that even if this man were the Prince of Nenggu, he should be executed publicly. Xing Maozhi passionately declared, there are already rumors that it is your majesty's indulgence that has allowed the Nenggu prince to behave so recklessly within our territory. If he is not executed publicly, it may lead to a loss of public trust. Jiang Zhiyu perked up. So quickly apprehended? I thought it would take much longer. At last, the emperor has done something worthwhile. However, Marzahar cannot be allowed to die just yet. I still need the mother Gu within him to cure my elder brother, the emperor. Jiang Kongan was a talented official, second only to He Yanting. The emperor had once held him in high regard until he was crippled. After which the emperor lamented, for quite some time. He had been pondering why Jiang Zhiyu, with her medical skills, had not yet cured Jiang Kongan. It turned out he had been afflicted by Gu. Xing Maozhi nodded, indeed. And that is why I believe this is the perfect moment to strike before the Nenggu people arrive. The emperor pursed his lips, and He Yanting interjected, Minister, your words are misguided. Tianqi and Nenggu have a treaty, and both sides are advancing toward the northern desert. If Marzahar is executed now, Tianqi and Nenggu will inevitably become adversaries. Would we not be caught in a precarious position then? Xing Maozhi lowered his head in contemplation. If we cannot kill him, we must identify his accomplices and execute them publicly to quell public unrest. Jiang Zhiyu found this amusing. If I did not know that this Minister of Justice is lacking in wit, I might suspect he is trying to absolve Xiao Yanli. Everyone understood that the goose snake had been discovered in the secret chamber under the 6th Prince's residence, making it impossible for the 6th Prince to evade culpability. Xing Maozhi's statement was tantamount to calling for the execution of the prince. However, any official with a modicum of sense understands that one must not speak so freely before the emperor's pronouncement. Since such utterances are inadvisable, his mention of accomplices implies, perhaps subtly, that Xiao Yanli is unaware of this matter. Yet it is precisely because Xing Maoji is somewhat eccentric that he speaks these words with literal intent. The Minister of Justice remains remarkably vigorous, keeping several concubines at home and indulging in merriment at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Recently led by colleagues to experience the pleasures of manhood, now spending nights at the Clear Breeze Pavilion. How admirable! The Emperor, unable to suppress a smile as he scrutinizes Xing Maoji, finds amusement in the revelations of his ministers' private lives. Yet, while the scandal is entertaining, he has summoned Jiang Zhiyu to attend to matters of state, not to indulge in gossip. Thus, he leans in, eager to hear Jiang Zhiyu's assessment of Xing Maoji. Chapter 85. Is the Emperor mocking me? Perhaps due to boredom in the imperial study, Jiang Zhiyu does not hold back this time, mentally critiquing. He is a loyal minister. Yet, he lacks eloquence. The other officials are astute, while he is merely a simpleton. Life here is exceedingly dull, filled only with interrogations and the chill of the air. Having not aligned with any prince, he devotedly follows the emperor. When Xiao Yanli ascended the throne, he was directly accused of plotting against the emperor, meeting his end at the Golden Dragon Pillar, a death that serves as a cautionary tale. With each word, the warmth in the emperor's heart increases, and his gaze toward Xing Maoji softens, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. What does this mean? Why does His Majesty remain silent, staring at him? Which of his words has angered the emperor? Yet, the emperor's countenance reveals no ire. As his heart races anxiously, the emperor finally speaks. My minister, I know your dedication to the nation. However, for the greater good, Marzaha cannot be executed just yet. Therefore, you shall accompany Jiang Zhiyu to the imperial prison and personally interrogate Marzaha. Ensure to uncover his accomplices in the conspiracy and any other vile deeds. This serves a dual purpose, creating an opportunity for Jiang Zhiyu to obtain the Mother Gu, and even if nothing is revealed, it would at least cure Jiang Kangan, rendering Marzaha insignificant. In the past, both He Yanting and Jiang Kangan suffered grievous injuries, and with them now healed, a mere Southern Gu holds no threat for the emperor. Should the Southern Gu dare to mobilize troops, it would conveniently expand the territory of Tianqi. Jiang Zhiyu pauses in her ink grinding. While I can retrieve the Mother Gu, does this count as a business trip? Will I still need to oversee the interrogation at the Ministry of Justice? I am not well read. Is the emperor mocking me? Never mind, it is unimportant. Once I acquire the Mother Gu, Marzaha is as good as dead. The emperor wonders if he is losing authority in her eyes, being referred to as the dog emperor repeatedly. He Yanting chuckles, only to receive a sharp glare from the emperor. The emperor had initially worried that his ministers would resist the plan, but to his surprise, they accepted it immediately, their tone tinged with eagerness. As He Yanting began to speak, the emperor seemed to anticipate his words, interjecting, I have other matters to discuss with you. He Yanting replied, the northern desert comprises multiple tribes, each ruling independently. They are not only engaged in conflict with the southern Gu of Tianqi, but have also been embroiled in internal strife for decades. Moreover, the northern desert has recently faced earthquakes. He Yanting's gaze turned cold. If it is not for marriage alliances, it is merely for borrowed troops. I think the same. The emperor replied resolutely. A princess marrying into the northern barbarians? How preposterous. If borrowing troops is the case, I might consider it, but if it involves marriage? His voice was firm, filled with the spirit of battle. Absolutely not. The emperor fell into silence. After a moment, a voice from outside announced, Your Majesty, the captain of the Jinui requests an audience. Upon leaving the palace, Xing Maoji walked with renewed vigor, straightening his back as he entered the Ministry of Justice. A young clerk guided him, and along the way, Xing Maoji glanced at Jiang Zhiyu several times, hesitating to speak. Finally, unable to contain himself, he said, Master Jiang, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Xing Maoji smiled shyly. Jiang Zhiyu, as colleagues, I shall speak plainly. Jiang Zhiyu, observing the clerk ahead, covered her mouth with her hand and leaned closer to Xing Maoji's ear. Are you perhaps concerned about kidney deficiency? The clerk turned his head, and Xing Maoji smiled at Jiang Zhiyu, eager to please. You see, it is natural for an aging man to feel less vigorous, yet my wife desires another daughter. I should not burden you with this, but it cannot be helped. Jiang Zhiyu wore an ambiguous smile. This old man clearly indulges excessively, yet feels shy to admit it. Fear not, you need not seek acupuncture. Simply visit the pharmacy for a prescription and take the medicine for a few days. Xing Maoji's eyes brightened, his delight evident. Thank you, Jiang Zhiyu. No need for such formality. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter. The imperial prison was cold and damp, the floor significantly lower than the outer ground, with a heavy, murky atmosphere filled with unspeakable odors. The air was filled with incessant screams and wails, chains clinking as they passed by cells where prisoners stared at them intently. You possess remarkable courage, Jiang Zhiyu, Xing Maoji praised. Had it been any other young lady entering the imperial prison, she would likely have been terrified and collapsed. Yet Jiang Zhiyu appeared unfazed, her expression calm and composed. This fortitude alone earned her a nod of approval from Xing Maoji. He continued, this prison houses the most heinous criminals, including those of noble birth whom the Dali Temple dares not accept. Upon reaching the center, he halted by a platform bound with chains, surrounded by blood-stained instruments of torture, the dried remnants of past horrors glimmering in the dim light. You need not concern yourself with the intricacies of punishment, simply observe during the interrogation of Marzaha. Xing Maoji smiled, signaling to two clerks, bring Marzaha forward. You two, prepare tea for Jiang Zhiyu. The clerks complied swiftly, and as Xing Maoji and Jiang Zhiyu took their seats, he perceived a hint of curiosity in her demeanor. Your courage, Jiang Zhiyu, is truly uncharacteristic of a lady. Jiang Zhiyu, aware of his skepticism, smiled openly. What should a lady possess? Should one tremble at the sight of death? Your definition of a lady seems rather narrow. Even men can be timid. Why generalize? Xing Maoji laughed heartily. Well said. As they conversed, the clerks restrained Marzaha and brought him forward. Chapter 86. If you are this loud, what can I do? The clerks swiftly secured Marzaha to the platform, the clanking of chains ceasing as he bore a broad smile. His gaze flickered past Xing Maoji to Jiang Zhiyu, breaking into a mischievous grin that accentuated his already striking features. With an arched brow and a glint of mischief in his eyes, he exclaimed, Ah, the third miss is also present. Xing Maoji sipped his tea leisurely, appearing unfazed. Jiang Zhiyu, having witnessed many such gazes in her past, smiled gently, maintaining her composure. Indeed, what a coincidence. His Majesty has specifically assigned me to interrogate a prince. While I may be averse to such matters, I cannot defy the Emperor's commands. Marzaha paused for a moment, then laughed even louder. You send a woman to interrogate? Is there no one else of worth in Tianqi? As he moved, the chains rattled. What kind of sorcery have you employed to earn such favor from the Emperor of Revelation? Jiang Zhiyu did not heed his words. Adjusting her clothing, I merely struck a gong, and to my surprise, the sound was rather loud. I remarked, somewhat irked, to the gong. If you are to be so loud, I am left with no choice. The crowd stifled their laughter, while Malzahar, perplexed, took a moment to comprehend. His irritation flared. You people of Revelation speak in convoluted ways, like petty schemers who only know how to plot in the shadows. The group simmered with indignation, their glares at Malzahar growing hostile. Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly. Given your logic, I presume your rectum is directly connected to your brain. However, let us not waste time with verbal sparring. Confess who your accomplices are in Revelation. She paced slowly, meticulously examining the instruments of torture, deliberately avoiding Malzahar's gaze, as if she had already concluded he would divulge no information. Malzahar scoffed. Accomplices? This prince's venomous insects require nourishment from human blood. I merely captured a few individuals. What accomplices? His casual disregard for life made Jiang Zhiyu narrow her eyes. Then how did you access the secret chamber beneath the sixth prince's residence? Malzahar feigned ignorance. What secret chamber? I have never been to any secret chamber. Jiang Zhiyu continued. So, by your own admission, you are unaware of the origins of the venomous snakes in that chamber? Malzahar's gaze faltered. Then his eyes sparkled with barely contained delight. He had been recuperating for days, and had actually managed to cultivate them? Jiang Zhiyu observed his expression. Gently coaxing, those venomous snakes possess potent venom. Even when confined, the venom can corrode the base and even penetrate a person's palm. Malzahar was enraptured. Jiang Zhiyu's description surpassed his expectations. If these venomous snakes were to be bred extensively, would not their southern goo be invincible on the battlefield? Just as he indulged in his fantasies, Jiang Zhiyu shattered them. Since you are unaware of their origins, such a terrifying creature cannot be left unchecked. I shall report to the Emperor and request that the 18 captured venomous snakes be incinerated. No, that cannot be. Malzahar instinctively protested. In his mind, he thought that killing a few people could not possibly warrant the Emperor's wrath. Even if he acknowledged the truth, it would only make the Emperor more cautious of him. However, if he denied it and the snakes were burned, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, the snakes had already been successfully bred. Realizing this, Malzahar hastily confessed, Yes, it is true. Those venomous snakes are mine, and I was the one who brought those lowly commoners to the secret chamber. His repeated use of lowly commoners made Jiang Zhiyu's gaze deepen. Since you admit to this, how did you enter the sixth prince's secret chamber? I am close friends with the second prince, who has a deep relationship with the sixth prince, and often attends to affairs in his residence. I happened to discover that secret chamber during one of my visits. Xing Maoji inhaled sharply, his hand tremoring as he held the teacup. What does the second prince have to do with this? The implications involving two princes could lead to dire consequences should the emperor direct his ire in their direction. Xing Maoji interjected, attempting to curtail Jiang Zhiyu's inquiries. According to the prince's confession, it appears that both the murders and the secret chamber's affairs were solely the prince's doing. With no accomplices, he desperately signaled to Jiang Zhiyu. She feigned ignorance, continuing, Surely, Sir Xing cannot be so hasty? The secret chamber of the sixth prince's residence is intricate and laden with traps. Without the correct route, How could Malzahar traverse between the secret chamber and the sixth prince's residence without anyone noticing? Xing Maoji fell silent. Malzahar was visibly agitated. I did it alone. He enunciated each word clearly, then added, Why must you be so stubborn, miss? They are merely a few lowly commoners. You and I both know that even if I am found guilty, the emperor will not execute me. Blood surged through Jiang Zhiyu's veins. She closed her eyes, her mind conjuring images of severed heads hanging from hooks in the secret chamber, all facing her as if they were grinning. Jiang Zhiyu seized a red-hot branding iron from the furnace and swiftly pressed it against Malzahar's chest. The crowd stood in shock, while Xing Maoji inadvertently knocked over his teacup. The searing coal flew through the air, illuminating her eyes with a bloodthirsty glare. Torture, you see? Malzahar is still smiling. I simply do not want to waste a single drop of their blood. A single stab would not suffice to drain their blood entirely. She knew the narrative. In the original story, the emperor uncovered the truth and, as Malzahar claimed, did not execute him but instead sought a scapegoat to silence the masses. This narrative was one she did not favor. Jiang Zhiyu regarded Malzahar, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. So obstinate, Sir Xing, it is time to employ torture. Xing Maoji was taken aback, shivering at her tone. How could a mere 12-year-old girl possess a gaze colder than that of a seasoned minister over 50? Chapter 87. The Torture of Grooming. Xing Maoji cautiously inquired, What form of punishment does Miss Jiang suggest? Jiang Zhiyu searched her memory. I recall a punishment known as grooming? The name seems fitting for a prince. Grooming entails stripping the offender of their upper garments, placing them on an iron bed, dousing them with boiling water, and then using an iron brush to scrub their scalded flesh until bone is revealed. Xing Maoji was taken aback by her grim suggestion, hastily responding, Miss Jiang, perhaps you should reconsider. No one has ever endured such a punishment throughout history. You might as well say you wish for him to die. But Jiang Zhiyu was resolute, and Xing Maoji reluctantly instructed his aides to prepare the necessary items. After all, he had given his counsel. If Malzahar were to perish, the repercussions would not fall upon him. It was all Jiang Zhiyu's obstinate doing. Malzahar watched anxiously as the aides brought in the implements, his heart racing with trepidation. He swallowed hard, desperately suppressing his rising panic. His calmness had been rooted in the belief that the emperor would not execute him. But with Jiang Zhiyu's words shattering that notion, he could no longer maintain his composure and erupted in hysteria. Have you lost your mind? The emperor would never dare to kill me. You intend to take me to war between our nations? You witch. Impudence. I am the prince of Southern Gu. You dare defy me. Malzahar struggled as the aides restrained him on the iron bed, his lavish robes torn to shreds in an instant. The cold metal made him yearn to escape, yet they held him firmly by the shoulders and legs, rendering him immobile. The frigid iron bed and the wound on his chest pressed against each other, causing him to draw several sharp breaths. The aides bound his limbs with ropes to prevent him from resisting due to pain. Once preparations were complete, an aide glanced at the officials. Receiving a nod from Jiang Zhiyu, another aide scooped a ladle of boiling water and slowly poured it onto Malzahar's back. As the scalding liquid made contact, his flesh turned white and blistered. Malzahar cried out in pain, gripping the edge of the bench with fingers so tightly that they turned pale. Sweat streamed down his face like raindrops, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Zhiyu, unable to utter a word. Jiang Zhiyu raised her hand, signaling the aides to pause, then stepped before Malzahar, looking down at him. So, do you now know who your accomplices are? Malzahar gritted his teeth. I dare to speak. But do you dare to listen? Jiang Zhiyu cared not for his answer. She waved her hand, and the aides poured more boiling water over him. Ah! Malzahar could not restrain himself from screaming, tears streaming down his face. Xing Maoji turned his gaze away. After several repetitions, 5 or 6 ladles in, Marzaha's back was already swollen and red, covered in blisters. The attendant set down the water bucket and retrieved an iron brush, gripping the handle tightly, proceeding to scrape it against Marzaha's back. Flesh and blood were stripped away in thin, delicate strands with each stroke, leaving Marzaha to endure excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of feeling anything else. He could neither see nor hear clearly. In such agony, even fainting became an extravagant luxury. As the flesh tore apart, Jiang Zhiyu raised her gaze, discovering a white worm nestled between his ribs. Indeed, it was the mother worm. At this moment, Marzaha was already breathing shallowly, and Xing Maoji could not help but speak up. Jiang Zhiyu, perhaps we should cease for now. At this rate, he may expire before we can extract information about his accomplices. The attendant immediately halted his actions and stood aside. Jiang Zhiyu stood beside Marzaha, chuckling lightly, as you wish. Lord Xing, the stench of blood in this prison is overwhelming. I feel somewhat faint, and shall take my leave. Xing Maoji did not believe her feigned concerns but dared not stop her, smiling as he said, Safe travels, Jiang Zhiyu. As for the emperor, Jiang Zhiyu interjected. Rest assured, Lord Xing, it was I who insisted on the torture. I will report the truth to the emperor. With her compliance, Xing Maoji exchanged a few casual words before personally escorting her to the prison's entrance. As he watched her figure fade from sight, the The smile on his face vanished. And he ordered everyone be sharp. Ignore the one inside, but refrain from any further torture. Whether he survives or not is up to fate. If anyone inquires about today's events, you all know what to say, right? The attendants nodded vigorously. In the imperial study, 1,000 households were leisurely recounting rumors circulating in the capital. Recently, comments about the third miss have proliferated, praising her exceptional martial prowess and unparalleled medical skills, claiming there is no ailment she cannot cure, much like a legendary healer from a tale. Furthermore, when I went to capture Marzaha, he also used similar rhetoric to lead me to suspect the third Mississippi. I believe there are other forces manipulating this matter behind the scenes. It was laughable, for I had witnessed Jiang Zhiyu in action. I could discern whether it was supernatural prowess or genuine skill at a glance. To dismiss her entirely based on age and gender, attributing her abilities to some malevolent spirit, was utterly ridiculous. The emperor paused his writing, glancing at He Yanting. What is your perspective? I share the same view as the 1,000 households, He Yanting replied, turning to inquire. Do you know where the rumors originated? It is said that a man with an incurable illness collapsed at the entrance of the medical clinic run by the 3rd Mississippi. She happened to be there and brought him in to treat him herself, the 1,000 households added. This is the most plausible version I've heard, though I cannot attest to the details. He Yanting nodded, and the 1,000 households continued. There is also a rumor concerning the second prince. He glanced at the emperor, unsure whether he should speak. What are you looking at me for? Speak freely, the emperor urged. With a sigh, the 1,000 households elaborated. It is said that the second prince, while traveling as a monk, passed through a peculiar village where, at midnight, the cries of infants echoed. The villagers prayed fervently, but to no avail. Until the second prince intervened. That night, a villager witnessed him reciting Buddhist scriptures, emitting a radiant light that dispelled the vengeful spirits of the infants. And since then, the village has been silent. Upon finishing, the room fell into silence, and the 1,000 households knelt, not daring to raise their heads. After a long pause, the emperor let out a cold snort. You truly dare to say such things. Did you not say to speak freely? Replied the 1,000 households. Enough. What are my princes up to? Contemplating Buddhist teachings? Chapter 88. The bag of rice truly can transform. Master Tanluan was among them. The emperor raised his eyes to him. Master Tanluan was a revered monk, having served beside the late emperor for years, accurately predicting natural disasters and calamities. How could his second son possess such remarkable abilities? What about Zhiyu? I am curious to hear how he accomplished this. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Zhiyu was in the process of detoxifying Jiang Kangan. She made an incision on his palm and placed the mother worm next to the wound. At first, Jiang Kangan felt nothing, but gradually, he began to experience a tingling sensation, watching helplessly as a small worm crawled out from the incision. Jiang Zhiyu swiftly pinched the worm, placing it along with the mother worm into her pouch. Jiang Kangan stared at her pouch, curiosity evident in his eyes. Why did he always feel that there were numerous items within, yet from the outside, it appeared so flat? Jiang Zhiyu applied pressure to his wound, instructing, take 2 grams each of ground raw li lu, realgar, and peeled and pounded bado, mix them together, add honey, and form into pills. Take 3 each day, understood? Jiang Kangan nodded in understanding. I heard the emperor has appointed you as a shirshu? Jiang Zhiyu nodded vigorously. Alas, it has come to this. There is no need to mention it further. Though I need not attend morning court, I still have to leave for work by 9. And the distance from the residence to the palace means I must rise by 8. How miserable, compared to Jiang Zharong, who had to rise at 3 in the morning. 8 o'clock seemed quite lenient. Jiang Kangan observed his sister's endless complaints with a gentle chuckle. Jiang Kangan's health had improved significantly, and his demeanor was much more stable than before. Over the past few days, he had finally gained some weight, no longer appearing as gaunt as he once did. His features were tall and handsome, the brilliance in his eyes akin to a subtle luster on jade. Jiang Zhiyu was momentarily entranced. Oh my, indeed. This warm and gentle demeanor is my greatest weakness. Jiang Kangan's smile broadened, but then he seemed to recall something, and his expression dimmed. What do you wish to do? Mother said she arranged something. Is there anything fun? Jiang Kangan hesitated, moon-gazing, eating mooncakes, lighting lanterns, and solving riddles. Jiang Zhiyu waved her hand dismissively. Boring. If only there were many handsome men with chiseled physiques dancing, then it would be worthwhile. Jiang Kangan exclaimed, men? Mothers? Jiang Zhiyu accepted the jade pendant handed to her by a fu, nodding vigorously. All right, will you dine with me today? Jiang Zhiyu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Her tone implied a deep sense of despair, causing Jiang Kangan to stifle a laugh. He Yanting was also present. The emperor beckoned, signaling for Jiang Zhiyu to join them for a meal. Jiang Zhiyu eagerly sat down, for all the dishes before her were meat-based. At the emperor's command, Jiang Zhiyu devoured her food, taking small bites but consuming quickly, as if swept up in a whirlwind. This caught the emperor's attention, who had initially lacked appetite, prompting him to indulge in a few more bites himself. As the saying goes, one should not speak while eating. Once the 3 had finished, Fuping instructed the servants to clear the table before the emperor finally spoke. So, have you extracted any information? Nothing. Marzaha insists he acted alone, claiming he knew about the secret chamber in the sixth prince's residence because the second prince helped care for the estate. As a friend, he accompanied him there a few times and stumbled upon the secret chamber. The emperor responded. Do you think I believe you? Seemingly aware of the emperor's thoughts. Jiang Zhiyu's inner voice was, I care not whether you believe it. He said it, and that suffices. The emperor frowned slightly, feeling that a particular name had appeared too frequently today. While the second prince was indeed close to Marzaha before he took on the guise of a monk, he Yanting had seen them together several times, and their relationship did not resemble that of close friends. Jiang Zhiyu sighed, strangely enough. The second prince plays the role of a false monk remarkably well, managing to conceal his identity until the end, masquerading as an enlightened sage. Indeed, it seems a bag of rice can truly transform, the emperor declared. He Yanting exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhiyu, and the emperor promptly commanded, bring the second prince here. Master Tanwan donned a grand red robe, exuding an imposing presence, clearly recognizable as a revered monk. Across from him, Xiao Chujing held a prayer bead in hand. Reflecting, since our last parting, this reunion feels as if it were yesterday. Tam Wan smiled silently, and after a moment, suddenly remarked, it is a pity that we have but a fleeting moment to reminisce. No sooner had he spoken than a group of guards clad in flying fish attire entered in procession, with 1,000 households kneeling and clasping their fists, declaring, His Majesty requests the presence of His Highness, the second prince, in the palace. The other monks looked on with astonishment and reverence, their respect for Tan Wan deepening further. Xiao Chujing inclined his head slightly, following the guards as they departed, with Tan Wan also leaving on his own. Once they had exited, the monks erupted into a flurry of whispers. As Xiao Chujing stepped into the imperial study, he immediately spotted Jiang Zhiyu, who served at the emperor's side, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes, too swift to be captured. He performed a bow of reverence. I have come to see you, father. The emperor, engrossed in reviewing memorials, seemed not to have heard. I beseech you, father, to quell your anger. You have never favored matters of the supernatural. Now that I have taken monastic vows, I only feared that you might disapprove of me for not paying my respects. The emperor's fingers paused, and Jiang Ziyu's inner voice resonated, truly a sight to behold. Yet another instance of empty flattery. The emperor, torn between irritation and amusement at her words, struggled to suppress a smile. He did not bid Xiao Chujing to rise but continued, Marzaha claims you are his close friend? Xiao Chujing had indeed heard of Marzaha's dealings, utilizing the flesh and blood of the Tianqi people to nourish his sinister insects. He could not possibly accept the title of close friend. The emperor, still without lifting his gaze. Is that so? Then tell me, have you never taken him to your sixth brother's residence? Xiao Chujing replied with calm composure. I have visited a few times. It was simply a matter of coinciding with the prince's schedule. The emperor narrowed his eyes. So, you remain entirely unaware of Marzaha's clandestine actions? Jiang Zhiyu faltered in her writing. Has he conceded so easily? This does not align with his character. He must be plotting something. The emperor. What crime have I committed? I bear two transgressions. First, as a prince, I failed to fulfill my duty to monitor and did not uncover the schemes behind Marzaha's proximity. Second, I lacked vigilance, allowing him entry into my sixth brother's abode, thus providing him a venue to wreak havoc upon the Tianqi people. His voice trembled with emotion, and upon raising his head, his eyes glistened with tears, his countenance seemingly embodying compassion. Jiang Zhiyu felt a chill run down her spine. Now, this is true mastery of performance. I spoke too soon. With such acting, who can rival him? But this scheme feels oddly familiar. The emperor shared her sentiment. The more he observed him, the more he felt an uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories. In unison with Jiang Zhiyu, he silently called out the name. Su Yuran. Jiang Zhiyu. How dare you pilfer my mother's wisdom? The emperor. Perhaps many have employed this tactic? The emperor scoffed inwardly, believing that just because he had seemingly confessed, he would evade punishment. While the tactic was effective, one must also consider whether it would be accepted. His deep-set eyes fixed on Xiao Chujing. Since you acknowledge your fault, I find solace in that. The emperor paused, observing Xiao Chujing's expression remain unchanged. Then continued, I shall consider your momentary lapse in judgment, and in recognition of your timely confession and concern for the populace, you may retire to receive 50 strokes of the cane and reflect upon your actions. Xiao Chujing curled his fingers slightly, responding, Yes, father. What a pair they are, both possessing a multitude of schemes. I cannot abide proximity to those with too many machinations. Xiao Chujing slowly rose, his dark, profound gaze meeting Jiang Ziyu's indifferent glance, and in that instant, both comprehended each other's intentions. He followed the inner palace attendant outside, his mind still occupied by Jiang Ziyu's earlier expression. Beneath her calm demeanor lay a profound intent to kill. Regarding Jiang Kongan, He needed to ascertain whether Jiang Zhiyu had indeed healed him. It appeared she had not only succeeded, but had also identified him as the poisoner. This was something even Jiang Kongan remained unaware of. Why then did Jiang Zhiyu possess this knowledge? As Xiao Qujing pondered, a chuckle escaped his lips. The guiding attendant, with head bowed, dared not look up. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, mingling with the wind and creating a chill as it touched the skin. Upon reaching the plaza, the bailiff awaited with a wooden rod. She, the chief overseer of punishments, approached, ushering him under the eaves, inquiring about his well-being, carefully avoiding any mention of the impending punishment. Xiao Qujing smiled lightly. There is no need for such concern, Master He. Let matters unfold as they must. Should the emperor discover it, it would be detrimental to your standing. She, observing Xiao Qujing's frail physique, doubted his ability to withstand the 50 strokes, his heart racing. Indeed, the second prince spoke wisely, but given the rain, perhaps his majesty acted in a moment of anger. It may be prudent for you to feign illness for a few days, allowing his majesty's wrath to subside, and this matter might pass. Perhaps he would even feel a pang of sympathy for you. To justify such subterfuge so brazenly, Xiao Qujing's gaze remained serene. If it remains undisclosed, then it is of no concern. However, should it leak, the consequences would be dire. I understand your intentions, Master He, and I am resolute. She, seeing his determination, ceased to persuade further, merely sighing as he signaled the bailiff to prepare. The bailiff approached, removing his outer garments and positioning him on the stool, slipping a large piece of cotton padding into his inner clothing. Instantly, a bulge formed at his lower back. Those present were all loyal to she, and none worried that this affair might be revealed. The bailiff, aware of the prince's status, was careful in his actions. After a few strokes, Xiao Qujing felt no pain. As the punishment continued, a youthful, bright voice interjected. She frowned, uncertain of the speaker's identity, yet the audacity of the words indicated someone of significant standing. She rose and bowed, a smile gracing his face. I am but a foolish servant. You must be Jiang Zhiyu, the Hanlin Academy's attendant. His Majesty has instructed me and General He to observe the punishment. I knew he wouldn't be punished. Fortunately, I arrived early, otherwise he would have slipped away unscathed. Not a chance. Letting my brother suffer from poison for so many years. A few strokes are hardly excessive, are they? Jiang Zhiyu pointed at the bulge beneath Xiao Qujing's waist. Master He feigned ignorance. Though he had heard of Jiang Zhiyu's name, he had never witnessed her interactions with the emperor. The rumors of her favored status were dismissed as mere gossip in his eyes. A little consideration would suffice. Yet what remained paramount was the second prince's well-being. She, pretending not to grasp her implication, reminded her. Jiang attendant, it is raining heavily. His Majesty has clearly ordered the second prince to receive his punishment. We are merely concerned that he might catch a chill from the rain. Surely, His Majesty would be worried for him, would he not? Jiang attendant? The light rain fell softly onto the ground, vanishing almost immediately. It was hardly the heavy downpour she had described. Jiang Zhiyu's lips curved into a smile. If Master, he is so concerned, why not move the second prince indoors to carry out the punishment? She was momentarily speechless. Outside, he could use the rain as an excuse. But moving indoors would mean the punishment would be executed without restraint. The emperor, the expression on Shi's face darkened, constrained by General He's presence. He struggled to formulate a retort, merely stating, Jiang attendant, you jest. The prince's noble constitution cannot be subjected to our humble abode. Besides, the punishment is nearly complete. Let us hasten to finish, so that you too may report back to His Majesty. General He's countenance was grim. Master He, be mindful of your words. Deceiving the emperor is a capital offense. Shiwei lowered her gaze, while Jiang Zhiyu remarked, Your Highness, being of noble birth, cannot be exposed to the rain. If you catch a chill, how will Gonggong explain it to the emperor? Xiao Qushi's voice was steady, revealing little emotion apart from a slight hoarseness. Let us remain here and remove the items. The officers on either side stood still until Shi waved his hand, prompting them to act. Jiang Zhiyu exclaimed, Gonggong commands great authority. The speaker was keen to be heard, and He Yanting cooperatively scrutinized Shi, who, despite the biting cold wind, felt a cold sweat run down his back. Jiang Zhiyu dared not speak carelessly. She had no authority beyond carrying out the emperor's orders. Fearing she might utter something truly damning, she admonished, What are you all standing there for? Hurry and strike. He lightly gestured to indicate a blow, but the executing officers, unsure of how to gauge their strength, opted for a lighter strike. Jiang Zhiyu scoffed, Have you not eaten? Shi narrowed his eyes, about to warn her, but unexpectedly met He Yanting's gaze, causing him to feel as if he were plunged into ice and snow. He quickly averted his eyes. The ability to read the room was an essential skill for these eunuchs, and Shi spoke rapidly, listened to Jiang Zhiyu, and proceed with the beating. With more witnesses present, he feared that if any loose-tongued individual spoke before the emperor, he would be in grave danger. With a command, the nearby officer swung his baton in a half-circle and struck hard. Xiao Chushi let out a muffled groan. His hands, tightly gripping the bench, bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth, enduring the blows without a single cry of anguish. Blood began to seep out, and with each strike, He felt himself tremble involuntarily, as if he were a spring coiling tighter. Watching the blood flow, He-Shi's face turned ashen, and resentment towards Jiang Zhiyu and He-Yanting welled up within him. If they had not come, he could have feigned compliance, reported to the higher-ups, and avoided inciting the prince's wrath. Now, in this dire situation, if the emperor were to regret his decision, how would he justify himself? Deservedly so. Not only did he poison my brother, but he also slaughtered an entire village for his selfish desires. The mention of the village made He-Yanting's brow furrow as he recalled what the general had spoken of in the imperial study. To cultivate his image as a revered monk, he procured a multitude of infants, silencing them in the corners of the village. Each night, he would have them released, letting their cries echo through the village. After several weeks, when the time seemed ripe, he feigned passing through, employing a sleight of hand to deceive the villagers, secretly ordering the infants to be killed and buried beneath the earth. Once the news spread, and the villagers stumbled upon the buried bodies, those monitoring them reported to Xiao Chushi, who promptly ordered the massacre of the entire village, instructing his men to pose as villagers, discussing the incident to propagate his image as a revered monk. How vile! He-Yanting's gaze darkened, the air around him thick with shadows. As the baton continued to strike Xiao Chushi, his fingers twitching slightly. After approximately 30 blows, Xiao Chushi succumbed to unconsciousness. He-Shi, witnessing his head droop, felt his heart skip a beat, gasping for breath. Jiang Zhiyu, observing his nearly collapsed form, chuckled. He still has breath. He has merely fainted. He-Shi finally exhaled, collapsing onto the ground. This cannot continue, Jiang Zhiyu. You must consider that the second prince is still a royal, the emperor's son. He is currently in a fit of rage, speaking in the heat of the moment, and should he later regret it, it will be our heads on the line. Perhaps sensing that Jiang Zhiyu responded better to gentle persuasion, He-Shi softened his tone, speaking earnestly. Jiang Zhiyu laughed. Why speak these things to me, Gong Gong? You should be addressing General He. He-Shi glanced at He-Yanting, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Zhiyu. With Xiao Chushi now unconscious, further punishment seemed futile. Jiang Zhiyu sighed with regret. Let us hold off for now. We shall wait until the second prince regains consciousness. He-Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd statement. You truly wish to keep him alive? This is a prince. Do you truly want to provoke him to the extreme? He-Shi felt himself on the brink of fainting. Jiang Zhiyu and He-Yanting strode away, while the officers stood like wooden stakes. He-Shi, in a frenzy, began pacing. Summon the physician. Quickly, fetch the physician. The officers hurried out, and He-Shi disregarded everything, instructing them to carry Xiao Chushi to his quarters. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Zhiyu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as they walked. What a pity! With so many around, I cannot capture Xiao Chushi's miserable state for my brother to see. Photographs? He-Yanting pondered. But Jiang Zhiyu often spoke of terms he did not comprehend, and he dismissed it. The fragrant flowers lined the path, with artificial hills of varying sizes on the left. Suddenly, He-Yanting spoke. Third miss, do you know the saying? Jiang Zhiyu responded with curiosity. What is it? He-Yanting paused, gazing at her, and suddenly smiled. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be blown down by the wind. Jiang Zhiyu pondered this. Just as He-Yanting was about to continue, she flashed a dazzling smile, her crimson attire billowing in the wind, her eyes sparkling with defiance. I wonder if young master, he knows another saying. He-Yanting swallowed, asking, What? All fear arises from a lack of firepower. Jiang Zhiyu raised her head proudly, aware that He-Yanting was subtly warning her of her recent visibility, which had garnered her many enemies. But that was precisely her intention, to seek trouble with them. If they came knocking at her door, she would not have to hunt them down herself. He-Yanting chuckled, swallowing the words he had intended to share, and continued walking ahead. The two walked side by side, not mentioning the earlier topic again. Chapter 91, A Sense of Release from Imprisonment. Jiang Zhiyu finished her work at 5 in the afternoon, and Zhang Zhaorong made a special trip to pick her up, briefly inquiring about her day. Jiang Zhiyu lounged in the carriage, one hand holding a book, the other savoring a snack, resembling a salted fish. I truly enjoy finishing work. It feels akin to being released from prison. Zhang Zhaorong chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Jiang Zhiyu nodded. It's not sickness. It's merely a subtle anticipation of causing you trouble. By the way, has the gardener been found? The Dali Temple is so incompetent that they cannot even locate one person? Then again, my father, the Prime Minister, is rather useless as well. He has likely forgotten about this matter entirely. It seems I must take charge. Jiang Zhaorong picked up a piece of cake to feed Jiang Zhiyu, attempting to silence her. Did he not want to find the gardener? It was not feasible. He was in the general's residence, and until he understood what kind of person He-Yanting truly was, how could he act rashly? Upon returning home, Jiang Zhiyu headed straight for her bed and fell into a deep slumber within minutes. While she slept soundly, Song Shiwei stood at the door of the woodshed, observing two individuals shivering as they dressed, unable to suppress a sigh. Wu Jing, being a gluttonous monk, had been flirtatiously teasing the maids of the residence, and Song Shiwei, worried he would be discovered, had taken advantage of the old lady's illness to confine herself, hiding Wu Jing in the woodshed, locking it most of the time, only opening it during meals. Yet even so, he had still managed to find a way in. The maid knelt on the ground, her frail form trembling in the cold wind, evoking a sense of pity. Song Shiwei's eyes brimmed with disdain as she turned away from the maid, instead glaring at Wu Jing, whose expression was slightly guilty, but not overly so, gritting her teeth. What have I told you? Wu Jing brushed off his sleeves, aware that individuals like him would take advantage of even a modicum of leniency from others. Especially given the current circumstances, had he been a commoner, he would have been expelled long ago. Yet here was Song Shiwei, still addressing him with kindness. A smirk danced at the corners of Wu Jing's lips as he, in a provocative manner, drew a maid closer and planted a kiss on her lips, muttering defiantly, "What's the big deal? I have everything locked away. Who could see or discover anything?" Song Shiwei regarded him with a cold stare, but Wu Jing remained unperturbed. "If you don't speak, I won't either. When the time comes, I can simply appear in that lady's courtyard and utter a few words. After all, your intent is to incite the emperor's disdain for the Xiang residents. Why concern yourself with my daily activities?" His hand slid down to the freshly donned garments of the maid, squeezing a few times with impatience. "If there's nothing else, close the door. Or, perhaps, does the young lady wish to witness a performance of spring?" Song Shiwei's cheeks flushed, unable to discern whether she was more infuriated or embarrassed by his words. As it became evident that Wu Jing intended to act before her eyes, she hastily turned and swept away. Upon her exit, Chun Xiu, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward with a lantern. "Miss," she said, concern etched on her face, "perhaps we should just expel him? Although your intentions were kind in taking him in, this monk shows no gratitude and behaves so lewdly. If the master finds out..." Song Shiwei turned her head, her gaze soft yet chilling, making Chun Xiu shiver inexplicably. "It's fine. I took him in out of pity without thinking it through. I will arrange for him to leave soon. You won't tell anyone, will you?" Her eyes were slightly reddened as she tugged at Chun Xiu's sleeve. Chun Xiu had indeed contemplated informing Jiang Zhiyu, but under Song Shiwei's plea, she reluctantly nodded. After all, Song Shiwei was not only her mistress, but also her savior. The news of Jiang Zhiyu becoming the first female official in Tianqi had spread even to her sealed courtyard, with the maids discussing it in their leisure. Although Jiang Zhiyu favored her, his heart still leaned towards his daughter. Otherwise, why had he not sought a position for her in all these years, but instead granted one to Jiang Zhiyu? He had openly stated that any treasures would first be reserved for his own. In the interrogation chamber, flames blazed, casting a cold light upon the array of torture instruments. A sleepy clerk, yawning as he patrolled the room, grumbled, "So annoying. A high-profile figure arrives, and I have to deal with him a dozen times a night, fearing he might die. If they're that worried, they shouldn't resort to torture. I can't even sleep properly." Clinking a set of keys, he kicked the door open. "Wake up. No more sleeping. It's time for a change of bandages." The figure within remained curled up, unresponsive. The clerk spat in frustration and crouched down to inspect. Suddenly, nausea overwhelmed him, and he ran out, retching. Moments later, Xing Maoji arrived, only to discover the skeletal remains wrapped in clothing, with the insects having vanished. He inhaled sharply. A sleepless night passed, and the next morning, Jiang Zhiyu was awakened by Su Yuran. Burdened with resentment, she stepped into the imperial study, where the emperor's first words were, "Malzahar is dead."
"Oh,
that is indeed the finest news I have heard today." Jiang Zhiyu bowed. "I did resort to torture, but solely to extract information about his accomplices from Malzahar. It was not personal abuse. Moreover, your majesty may not be aware that the southern Gu has faced repeated calamities, its power significantly diminished. Furthermore, the many princes under the southern Gu king sent as hostages indicate they are not favored." Seeing the emperor silent, she continued, "May I request to see his remains?" Chapter 92. Zombies, open your mind and spit back out, seeking votes. Certainly, Malzahar's remains are still in the interrogation chamber. The clerk hurriedly dashed outside. By the time others arrived, the insects on Malzahar's body had vanished, and fearing the remnants of the insects lingered, Xing Maoji did not dare to move him. Jiang Zhiyu was perplexed, feeling as if she bore an enormous burden. Is this truly my fault? Truly, this is absurd. The emperor chuckled at her exasperation. After a moment, his demeanor turned serious. Though I trust you, I must provide an explanation to the ministers. Do you understand? Jiang Zhiyu bowed. I understand. I respectfully request your majesty to summon the ministers to the imperial study for a confrontation. Within a short duration, the 6 ministers, along with the grand commandant, grand tutor, and grand general, gathered in the imperial study. As the matter involved Jiang Zhiyu, the emperor did not summon Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu sat at the emperor's lower position while the ministers stood, with Han Yiji casting a malevolent glance at her. The emperor glanced between Jiang Zhiyu and the standing ministers, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Malzahar's death was indeed suspicious. Yiji, since you have impeached Zhiyu in court, feel free to voice any doubts you may have. Called upon by the emperor, Han Yiji stepped forward. I shall speak. May I ask, why did Jiang Zhiyu resort to torture on Malzahar? He is a prince of the southern Gu, with a unique status. Even with concrete evidence, it would be prudent to wait for your majesty's judgment. However, I heard that Jiang Zhiyu exchanged only a few words with Malzahar before employing severe torture. He paused slightly, and the ministers collectively gasped. Even the emperor turned to stare at Jiang Zhiyu in astonishment. She used torture? Han Yiji, observing the reactions, smirked. Such a cruel punishment has never been endured by anyone. Fortunately, Minister Xing intervened in time, allowing Malzahar to only receive half of the punishment. Jiang Zhiyu, do you dare to admit to what I've stated? Jiang Zhiyu sat composedly, her hands resting on her knees, suppressing the urge to cross her legs. Presenting an image of utmost decorum. I naturally admit it. My intention in torturing Malzahar was to inquire about his accomplices. Ordinary punishments would be ineffective against Malzahar, given his protective Gu insects. Hearing this, Han Yiji quickly interjected. Does this imply that Jiang Zhiyu has considerable knowledge of Gu insects? Only a basic understanding. Jiang Zhiyu evaded his gaze, further convincing Han Yiji of his assured victory. He stepped closer, his innocent demeanor masking the cunning glimmer in his eyes. Jiang Zhiyu, with your exceptional medical skills, I presume you could easily manipulate Gu insects? Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly. Your logic is indeed remarkable, Minister Han. How could exceptional medical skills equate to expertise in Gu manipulation? Zombies. Open your mind and spit back out. The emperor and He Yanting exchanged glances.
Han Yiji, furious,
glared at her, by all accounts, having endured that half of the torture, with Minister Xing promptly administering medicine. It is inconceivable for him to have suddenly perished that very night. Moreover, the clerk witnessed the insects devouring his flesh. Jiang Zhiyu, impatient, replied, May I inquire, Minister Han? What does all this have to do with me? How could it not? Han Yiji bowed to the emperor. I dare speculate that Jiang Zhiyu used torture to eliminate Malzahar. However, due to Minister Xing's intervention, she devised a new plan, feigning departure while secretly activating the Gu insects to silently kill him at midnight. Jiang Zhiyu gasped, perplexed by Han Yiji's relentless pursuit of her downfall. So that's it. It turns out that the Marchioness of Annal is your biological sister. No wonder you've been like a rabid dog, clinging to me without respite. It's all for your sister's sake. Such sharp teeth. Why pursue an official position when you could work on my farm? Minister Han articulates beautifully. Jiang Zhiyu clapped her hands. But it seems you have overlooked a fundamental question. Why would I want to kill Malzahar? The emperor cast a glance at him, revealing his impatience. Han Yiji? At this, Han Yiji trembled all over and suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of others to his knees. This action would certainly leave a bruise. He was solely focused on avenging his sister, and upon receiving news from a scout, he was convinced that apart from Jiang Zhiyu, no one in Tianqi could manipulate poison, so he hadn't thought much of it. However, Jiang Zhiyu's question caught him off guard. Your Majesty, please discern the truth. The death of Marzaha must be suspicious. The poison on his corpse has suddenly vanished, and if it spreads out, the consequences would be dire. I am also considering Tianqi. After all, apart from Jiang Zhiyu, no one else excels in this art. How about you become a chef instead? You certainly have a knack for shifting blame. Jiang Zhiyu scoffed. Lord Han, be cautious with your words. I merely possess knowledge of the poison and its antidote. I do not manipulate it, she continued, rising to kneel before the emperor. Your Majesty, I have never controlled the poison. Lord Han hastily claims I am adept in this art due to my medical skills. Is this not laughable? Should I not suspect that Lord Han's actions stem from a desire for revenge? Everyone knew that Lady Annal was Han Yiji's sister, and upon hearing this, suspicious glances were cast his way. They already harbored doubts about Jiang Zhiyu's ability to manipulate poison, given that she was merely 12 years old. Even a genius could not achieve such feats. Han Yiji found himself at a loss for words, weakly protesting, I am not. I did not. You are indeed capable. Jiang Zhiyu sarcastically echoed in her mind, almost causing the emperor to lose his composure. What an embarrassment, the emperor admonished, and Han Yiji trembled in response. As a dignified minister of works, you resort to mere speculation. Do you wish to forfeit your official cap? Chapter 93. In a past life. He must have been a rodent upon sensing the emperor's intent to dismiss him from office. Han Yiji was struck with terror, pleading, Your Majesty, I implore you to spare me this once. I acted solely for the sake of Tianqi, without considering the consequences. What a sight it was for the Minister of War. A third-rank official, to beg a ninth-rank Hanlin Academy attendant. Such a spectacle had never been recorded in the annals of Tianqi's history. Even unofficial accounts wouldn't dare fabricate it. The officials murmured in astonishment, and Jiang Zhiyu observed their expressions, thinking that if given a bag of melon seeds, they might start cracking them open right then and there. Jiang Zhiyu had no intention of letting him off easily. She leaned closer to his ear. You've already caused me distress. Do you expect I would allow you to feel at ease? Han Yiji was foolish, but the emperor was not. Initially caught off guard by sleepiness, he now realized that the emperor had intentionally instigated a conflict between her and Han Yiji, setting the stage for his own confrontation and using his words to dismiss Han Yiji from office. This was indeed a case of using a knife to kill someone. Jiang Zhiyu narrowed her eyes at the emperor. Indeed, he possesses a multitude of cunning. The emperor, under Jiang Zhiyu's piercing gaze, appeared somewhat uneasy. He lowered his eyes, his voice icy, to harbor a grudge and falsely accuse a colleague, jeopardizing lives, conspiring against virtuous officials, and engaging in corruption. His voice grew louder as he tossed a document at Han Yiji's face. Look, do you have anything to explain? With the emperor's fury ignited, who dared to remain standing? The ministers all knelt, leaving only Jiang Zhiyu and he yanting upright. Han Yiji extended a trembling hand, shaking as he opened the document, his fear escalating, his complexion paling, beads of cold sweat trickling down like rain. He read the lines over and over, hoping that by doing so, he could somehow evade the impending punishment. However, the emperor was clearly lacking in patience. With cold, star-like eyes, he glared at Han Yiji. Do you have anything further to say? Han Yiji opened his mouth, feeling as if something were choking his throat, producing only a series of choking sounds, unable to utter a single word. The emperor frowned and was about to speak again when Han Yiji's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed forward. Startled, the emperor, along with Jiang Zhiyu, stepped forward. She rolled up her sleeves, and just when everyone thought she was about to administer first aid, she swiftly delivered several resounding slaps to Han Yiji. His face visibly swelled, and he slowly regained consciousness. How could you awaken so quickly? As she stood, she met He Yanting's gaze, raising an eyebrow, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes as if to say, shall we continue? The emperor and the ministers exchanged glances. He Yanting turned away, pressing a fist to his lips, chuckling softly. It must be that someone has falsely accused me. I absolutely did not commit such inhumane acts as to forcibly extract a male fetus from a bride's womb. Jiang Zhiyu thought, how amusing. This is what they mean by being ruthless enough to even scold oneself. The emperor, concealing his thoughts, did not mention Jiang Zhiyu's recent actions but continued. Since you claim to be falsely accused, produce evidence. This document is clearly written in black and white. Han Yiji swallowed hard, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, Your Majesty, this document states that I killed that family to seize their land. But Your Majesty can dispatch the Jinui to search my residence for the land deed. The emperor paused momentarily. This was indeed a plausible approach. Yet, since Han Yiji dared to state it so plainly, he must have been certain that the Jinui would find nothing. Where could he be hiding it? As the emperor's gaze shifted toward Jiang Zhiyu, he suddenly heard a familiar voice whisper in his ear. It is at the Annal Marquis's residence. He gave that land deed to Lady Annal, and it is under her pillow. Damn it, how can I discreetly inform the emperor? The emperor maintained a composed demeanor. You are so certain that I cannot uncover the whereabouts of that deed? Han Yiji raised his head, his expression one of disbelief. Impossible. He concealed it so well. No one could possibly discover it. Despite his internal protests of impossibility, his eyes remained fixed on the emperor. The emperor called for the captain of the Jinui. Go. Bring me the pillow of Lady Annal. The thunderous sound echoed in Han Yiji's ears. The breath he had been holding could no longer be sustained, and he collapsed entirely. He knew. Everything today had been orchestrated by the emperor. So the emperor has found out. What a worry for nothing. The emperor's expression softened as he gestured for Jiang Zhiyu to approach. You have endured grievances today. Is there anything you desire? Jiang Zhiyu blinked. Then let us save it for later. Let us wait until something is needed in the future. I must have been a hoarder in my past life. The emperor remained noncommittal. The other ministers, observing Han Yiji's actions and expressions, along with the emperor's fondness for Jiang Zhiyu, could discern the underlying intentions. It was clear that the emperor aimed to remove Han Yiji, and he was, indeed, a foolish man, stumbling into this predicament, while ostensibly confronting Jiang Zhiyu. The true target had always been Han Yiji alone. Stunned, the emperor seemed to finally grasp the situation, laughing. Why are you all kneeling? Quickly, rise. The ministers expressed their gratitude and complied. Now that we are gathered, esteemed ministers, do you have any candidates for the new Minister of War? Upon hearing this,
Han Yishi trampel again.
What an evil capitalist. Not a moment of rest, and he demands work. The emperor, unfazed, pointedly called out, Taiwei, Situ, Sikong. Do you have anyone in mind? The three exchanged glances, and Sikong Go Yuanjing stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a person I wish to recommend. The emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who? A multitude of names flashed through his mind, yet he did not anticipate Go Yuanjing to say. The person I recommend is none other than General He Yanting. Chapter 94. The scholar's harsh critique. Upon hearing these words, the emperor was momentarily taken aback. instinctively glancing at He Yanting before clearing his throat and inquiring, "My dear minister, what do you mean by that?" Go Yuanjing clasped his hands and bowed deeply, stating, "The Minister of War oversees the selection of military officers, military records, weaponry, strategic planning, and the formulation of military policies. This position is most suitably held by He Yanting, a former general." The other ministers, well aware of the emperor's regard for He Yanting, chimed in with their agreement. "I too believe General He is the most suitable candidate." "I concur." The emperor's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. "Yanting, what is your opinion?" He Yanting stepped forward, partially obscured by a pillar that cast shadows over half of his face. He knelt and replied, "I leave the decision to your majesty." The emperor's gaze was inscrutable, lost in thought, while Go Yuanjing, surprisingly unperturbed, subtly raised his head to glance at Jiang Zhiyu, his eyes laden with ambiguity. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback, wondering, what does this mean? His prolonged silence caused Go Yuanjing's previously confident demeanor to wane, his heart racing anxiously. The reason he recommended He Yanting was twofold. Firstly, the emperor favored him, and secondly, Go Yuanjing was convinced that there was some secret connection between Jiang Zhiyu and He Yanting. By helping He Yanting, he was also repaying Jiang Zhiyu's life-saving grace. But what did the emperor's silence signify? At that moment, a captain from the Imperial Guard retrieved a land deed from a hidden compartment beneath a hard pillow. Presenting it to the emperor, Fu Ping received it, and the emperor cast a cold glance at Han Yiji, exclaiming, "You have audaciously overstepped." With those words, Han Yiji's fate was sealed. He crumpled to the ground, only to be apprehended by the Imperial Guard and imprisoned in the Imperial dungeons, awaiting execution. Han Yiji pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed, the last vestige of hope extinguished, his expression betraying impotence and despair. The position of minister must not remain vacant. "Yanting, you shall take on the role for now." He Yanting performed a kneeling salute, affirming, "I obey your command." The emperor's implication was clear. The Minister of War position would be filled by someone else later. The ministers exchanged glances, their minds already racing with thoughts. Like a receding tide, they departed, leaving only the emperor and Jiang Zhiyu in the study. The court physician speculated that the elder lady's condition was due to excessive worry. As Zhu Ying prepared her meal, she remarked, "I have heard that the lights in Shuxitang have not extinguished for days. The elder lady cannot drink water or eat." Jiang Zhiyu was skeptical that the elder lady was truly troubled. Everyone in the estate knew of her consuming the urine of young boys, and it was merely shame that kept her from facing others. Zhu Ying continued, "Moreover, every night, there are piercing screams emanating from Shuxitang, chilling to the bone." Jiang Zhiyu picked up his chopsticks and, after a moment's contemplation, discerned the elder lady's intentions. She likely intended to feign possession by some malevolent spirit, prompting the monk sought by Song Shiwei to make a grand appearance. After all, if the emperor were to see it later, Zhang Zhaorong could still offer some explanation. But if the monk appeared brazenly, no matter what was said, the emperor would likely dismiss it. It was Jiang Ziyu's first time witnessing a mother so intent on endangering her son. He found it utterly incomprehensible. As Jiang Zhiyu had surmised, within Shuxitang, Zhang Zhaorong stood with a grim expression while the elder lady on the bed clutched a handkerchief, weeping softly. "You should indeed be afraid." Zhang Zhaorong's eyes were calm, fixed upon the elder lady without uttering a word. Taken aback by his reaction, the elder lady paused her cries, shifting her body as if to rise. However, upon seeing his retreat, she became incensed, pointing a trembling finger at him and scolding, "You are unfilial. You disdain me? A son should not disdain his mother. And you are a chancellor. Such behavior, if spoken of, would leave the scholars piercing your spine with scorn." Zhang Zhaorong regarded her with a look of disdain, suppressing the murderous intent that bubbled within. "It is not yet the time. In a few days, the elder lady will misunderstand. You are ill, and I am merely concerned that the cold air from outside has affected you." The elder lady's expression softened slightly. "It has been many days since you last called me mother. What has truly transpired?" "Nothing. Did you not say before that I was not permitted to call you mother or grandmother?" Hearing the complaint in his words, the elder lady let out a sigh of relief. That was merely a moment of anger. "You know it was about Zhiyu. Let us not speak of it." Her laughter, feigned as it was, did not escape Jiang Zhaorong's notice. He clearly saw the flicker of fear in her eyes. What was she afraid of? The elder lady continued, "If you are seeking vengeance on their behalf, it has been enough these past few days. Consider my words forgotten." Jiang Zhaorong responded nonchalantly, The elder lady assumed he had agreed, her eyes brightening. Lowering her voice, she scrutinized Jiang Zhaorong's expression. His eyes hardened suddenly. "The emperor detests superstitions. Such matters should not be mentioned again." The elder lady, anxious, replied, "But I dream of your father and elder brother every night." Jiang Zhaorong scoffed internally, acknowledging her guilty conscience while outwardly offering consolation. "Perhaps you have been overly fatigued. The court physician has said it is due to excessive worry." Since the physician had revealed the elder lady's secrets, she harbored resentment towards him and retorted, "What does he know? Find me a monk. I wish to exorcise the evil.
What?
Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard her. What did you say? I said to find me a monk. Jiang Zhiyu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. I am the chancellor. If a monk appears in the estate, how shall I explain this to the emperor? Are you intent on bringing disgrace upon me? His tone was sharp, chillingly cold. The elder lady had never witnessed him so enraged. Fear gripped her heart, causing her voice to tremble. Just find one secretly. After the exorcism, send him away. No one will notice. Chapter 95. The possession of a demon. Jiang Zhiyu glared at her, a ferocious expression crossing his features as he gritted his teeth. Do you truly believe the Imperial Guard is idle? Furthermore, there is already a monk present in the estate, yet I have not seen the Imperial Guard making any inquiries. The elder lady lowered her eyes, her concerns now shifting from the Imperial Guard to the possessed Jiang Zhiyu. Have you not heard? The word is spreading that Zhiyu, despite her young age, possesses remarkable medical skills and martial prowess. The elder lady gazed at him with great distress. It would be one thing if it were anyone else, but Zhiyu has grown up under our watch. We know her character all too well. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze flickered, feigning ignorance. Seeing his silence, the elder lady assumed she had swayed him, rising from the bed to sit on a stool near him, lifting her teacup to take a sip. My son, I do not mean to say anything ill. It is just that the third girl has been acting unusually of late. I suspect. She paused, her eyes glinting with mystery as she whispered, I suspect she is possessed by a demon. Unperturbed, the elder lady continued, look at our residence. Have we had a single day of peace? Your second brother is imprisoned, and Hung Ge has been sent away. Jiang Zhiyu's mind raced. The elder lady believed Jiang Jianjin was still alive because he had shown mercy, unaware that the true reason was the absence of the traitor from the Gao family. Jiang Zhiyu found the situation laughable. How could she, a mere offspring of a traitor, dare to claim the title of brother? As for the possession, Jiang Zhiyu frowned slightly. Zhiyu is not a demon. She is the empress appointed first female official of the Tianqi, a scribe at the Hanlin Academy. To speak ill of an official is to invite punishment. The elder lady was undeterred by Jiang Zhiyu's forceful tone. Although his respect for her had diminished, she declared, placing her teacup down heavily, her expression grave. Jiang Zhiyu took a deep breath, his demeanor softening slightly. The elderly lady felt a surge of joy and was about to speak when she was abruptly reprimanded. How dare you? What kind of service is this for the old lady? The maids quickly knelt down, and the elderly lady was left in bewilderment. Jiang Zhiyu's face was filled with anger. You have been too coddled, to the point where you no longer know your own status. How dare you bring forth such ghostly tales and sow discord among the family? The maids pleaded for mercy. It took the elderly lady a moment to realize the implications of his words. What are you accusing them of? But Jiang Zhiyu would not grant her the chance to speak, interrupting her. From now on, no one in the residence is allowed to mention the word monster. While the elderly lady was still processing this with a look of surprise and confusion, a gentle voice came from outside. What monster? Accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Yi Xiao lifted the beaded curtain, and Su Yuran gracefully entered. The elderly lady's expression immediately darkened. Jiang Zhiyu, his temples throbbing with anger, forced a smile upon seeing Su Yuran. Madam, what brings you here? Ever since the Du family entered the residence, Su Yuran had not visited the Shoshi Hall to pay her respects to the elderly lady. As the saying goes, a visit is not made without reason. And upon seeing the ledger held by the maid behind her, the elderly lady felt a pang of unease. With a cold huff, she chose not to respond. Jiang Zhiyu cleared his throat. What accounts? How much silver? He stepped forward, attempting to embrace her, but Su Yuran evaded him. Jiang Zhiyu chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. It's just that mother has been overly worried these past few days, plagued by nightmares, and these shameless ones have been inciting her to speak nonsense. Su Yuran looked at him skeptically. Is that so? I thought I heard the name Zhiyu mentioned. Jiang Zhiyu's smile faltered, and the elderly lady stiffened. Su Yuran's family background, though diminished, was not to be underestimated. Should she learn of the elderly lady's suspicion that Zhiyu was a monster and her intent to summon a monk to exorcise it, who could predict the fallout? Thankfully, she had caught on quickly and managed to divert the conversation. The elderly lady, who was typically one to bully the weak and fear the strong, felt emboldened by Jiang Zhiyu's presence, knowing he would not dare to confront her. Although Su Yuran had previously been respectful, after witnessing another side of her, the elderly lady now harbored a certain fear towards Su Yuran. With suspicion and scrutiny in her eyes, Su Yuran signaled to Yi Xiao, who retrieved the ledger from the maid's grasp, smiling lightly. This estate still has 300 taels of silver. Who was it given to? The elderly lady's gaze shifted, her expression feigning calm, betraying no hint of guilt. Jiang Zhiyu glanced at the ledger and frowned. Previously, the ledger had been in the elderly lady's possession. He whispered, Mother, I wouldn't know, she replied loudly, her speech rapid. Upon seeing the expressions on Jiang Zhiyu and Su Yuran's faces, she swallowed hard and lowered her voice. I can't read the ledger. Usually, I have Jian assist me. Jiang Zhiyu clenched his jaw. Even if you can't read it, he must have mentioned it to you at some point. Chapter 96. This is the best joke I have heard this year. Please vote. Please urge for updates. Regardless of Jiang Zhiyu's threats and inducements, the elderly lady stubbornly maintained her ignorance. Frustrated, she claimed to have a headache and dismissed everyone. Su Yuran and Jiang Zhiyu walked side by side, with the maids trailing behind them, lanterns in hand. Su Yuran had not expected to extract an answer from the elderly lady. She merely intended to ascertain whether the elderly lady was genuinely ill or merely pretending. From the voice she had heard, she did not seem like a patient at all. Jiang Zhiyu was also contemplating. The elderly lady's intense reaction suggested that she had indeed given the money to someone else. He would need to use Jiang Jianjin as an informant. Jiang Zhiyu tightened his grip on the ledger, a sense of dread creeping in. Could it be that she had given it to that scoundrel? Ever since discovering the existence of the scoundrel, he had discreetly investigated. But to no avail. The whereabouts of those funds might just be the breakthrough he needed. As he pondered, Su Yuran reached out and pulled the ledger from his hands. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback, and as he caught a glimpse of Su Yuran's enchanting gaze, he felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. The maids lowered their heads, while Su Yuran gasped and pushed him away. What are you doing? Having spent the last few days in the study and not visiting Dusher's quarters, Jiang Zhiyu, feeling a surge of desire, buried his face into her neck and inhaled deeply. Madam, it has been so long since we were close. Please do not move. Tonight, let me. Su Yuran struggled fiercely, causing Jiang Zhiyu to release her temporarily, his eyes now filled with a hint of irritation. Madam. His tone was laced with warning. Su Yuran felt a wave of disgust but forced herself to act coy. There are so many people here. As she contemplated how to handle the situation, she noticed Jiang Zhiyu pause before stating, No, I have urgent matters to attend to tonight. Su Yuran's joy nearly overwhelmed her. No problem, important matters come first. Jiang Zhiyu was enamored by her thoughtfulness and, seizing the moment, leaned down to steal a kiss from her lips. Su Yuran instinctively raised her hand to wipe her lips but restrained herself. All right, let us go. Watching him depart, the smile in her eyes slowly faded. Once inside the courtyard, her first action was to rush into her room and use tea to cleanse her lips. Inside, the maids were at a loss, and Yi Xiao frowned at the door. A quick-witted maid dashed outside, softly closing the door. Madam. Su Yuran extended her hand, and Yi Xiao stepped forward. Tomorrow, find out what the elderly lady discussed with the Prime Minister. They must have mentioned Zhiyu. Although it is said that even a tiger does not consume its own cubs, who can truly say that matters in this world are so absolute? As dawn broke, the sound of hooves echoed uniformly, and the idle folks outside the city gates were swiftly cleared by the imperial guards. The army gradually entered through the gates, and the citizens held their breath in anticipation. A stately steed, elegant yet proud, trotted ahead, carrying Jiang Wenjing, clad in gleaming silver armor, tall and imposing, with deep-set features. His hair was tied high, radiating youthful vigor. Cavalry led the way, while infantry followed, banners fluttering, showcasing the might of the army. The citizens lining the streets cheered with excitement as Jiang Wenjing rode straight towards the palace. At the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, Su Yuran awaited with Jiang Qinggan, Jiang Sulan, Jiang Zhiyu, and Song Shi. The elderly lady and Di Welan waited inside. Jiang Wenjing dismounted, and, upon seeing his brother in a wheelchair, felt his eyes welling with tears. The long-awaited return finally settled, and Jiang Wenjing relaxed, feeling a lump in his throat.
Wow.
How impressive. So handsome. Jiang Wenjing. Why does everyone look like they haven't heard a thing? Upon seeing his slender son, Su Yuran's tears streamed down her cheeks. She sobbed as she grasped Jiang Wenjing's hand, struggling to articulate her feelings. Jiang Wenjing, affected by her emotion, felt his nose prickling again. Oh, how touching. Jiang Wenjing. He suppressed the tears again, frowning deeply.
Who were they?
And why couldn't they hear anything? Was he imagining it? Jiang Wenjing pursed his lips, and Jiang Qinggan spoke first. Mother, let us go inside. Let Wenjing rest. He must be exhausted from the journey. Su Yuran nodded eagerly, pulling him towards the house, but Jiang Qinggan halted her. Jiang Wenjing turned to the carriage. Please come out. Slowly, a figure emerged from the carriage. Dressed in a green long robe and draped in a thick cloak, he appeared to have caught a chill. His voice hoarse and punctuated by coughs. Forgive me, madam, for my intrusion. With his lashes slightly lowered, his upturned eyes held a hint of peach blossom, captivating anyone who gazed upon him. Jiang Wenjing gently patted his back, saying, Mother, this is Ji Tong, whom I rescued on the battlefield. He has a pitiful background and is without any support. Let him stay with us. He added, Ji Tong has a gentle temperament and commendable character.
So you need not worry.
Yes. This is the best joke I've heard all year. Ha ha ha. Commendable character? Jiang Wenjing was taken aback. Where is that voice coming from? Su Yuran furrowed her brows upon hearing Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, her earlier fondness for Ji Tong evaporating instantly. If Zhiyu said so, then the person before her must not be as innocent as he appeared. Just as Jiang Wenjing uttered a word, Jiang Kangan quickly interjected. There are 3 women in our household. It would be inappropriate to have an outsider stay here. Jiang Wenjing paused, glancing at his 3 younger sisters. He was accustomed to the freedom of military life and said, what harm is there? Ji Tong can stay in my courtyard. It won't tarnish my sisters' reputations. Su Yuran couldn't help but cast her gaze at Jiang Zhiyu. What was truly wrong with Ji Tong? Chapter 97. The capricious nature of people. Jiang Kangan also looked at Jiang Zhiyu. If Ji Tong were merely of poor character, he could simply be closely monitored by the servants, as he wouldn't be able to stay long. However, if there were other issues, it could affect the sisters, and that was unacceptable. Jiang Sulan's gaze was piercing. She had not considered much, but Jiyu's tone hinted at something amiss, and she felt a sense of distaste. Seeing Jiang Sulan's scrutiny, Jiang Zhiyu pondered briefly, and then produced a jade pendant from her waist, saying, Second brother, this is your jade pendant. That voice. Jiang Wenjing was startled. Wasn't it the voice that had spoken earlier? But she hadn't spoken just now. Could it be that he could hear her thoughts? So, what he had just said about Ji Tong was. Jiang Zhiyu silently mocked Ji Tong in her heart. Although he appears weak and pitiful, his true identity is that of a northern barbarian, the second son of the Shua king. A collective gasp filled the air. Jiang Wenjing turned in disbelief, staring at Ji Tong. During tribal disputes, he was cast away and adopted by the border's Tianqi people. Due to his appearance, no one suspected him to be a northern man. Later, when the Shua king's eldest son met with misfortune and other princes perished or were left crippled, the Shua king finally remembered his lost son. One must admit, Ji Tong is a cunning character. When the Shua king sent someone to find him and reveal his lineage, Ji Tong did not hesitate to eliminate his adoptive parents, falsely claiming to have been slaughtered by northern barbarians, successfully manipulating my second brother's sympathy to gain entry into the army. Jiang Wenjing felt as though he had been struck, his heart sinking like lead. The familiar visage before him now seemed utterly foreign. He struggled to convince himself that it was impossible, that Jiang Zhiyu must be fabricating stories. After all, he had known Ji Tong for many years and was well aware of his character. How could he possibly be trying to approach him with ulterior motives? Su Yuran and Jiang Kangan's expressions also darkened. Jiang Wenjing was eager to hear more, but all he heard was Jiang Zhiyu changing the subject. No. Buddy, are you accepting or not? Say something. The words he uttered were mindless. Thank you, sister. Once the words left his mouth, his expression soured. Why was he thanking anyone? The pendant had been broken by her, and she hadn't even apologized yet. The others exchanged glances, and Song Sherwei nearly lost his composure, his smile faltering. What was happening? After all the effort to make them despise Jiang Zhiyu, and she had even shattered the jade pendant given to Jiang Wenjing, how could he forget so easily? And yet, he thanked her? Song Sherwei's mind was in turmoil, but his expression calmed slightly. Jiang Zhiyu was doomed. Jiang Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback. Second brother is so magnanimous. Not only does he not require an apology from me, but he also expresses gratitude. Is this the heart of a general?
He truly is rather kind.
Jiang Sulan couldn't contain her laughter and burst out, only to see the others turning their attention to her. She waved her hands, smiling broadly. Don't mind me.
Primer just remembered sumazin amusing.
Su Yuran remarked that Jiang Wenjing was also being amused to the point of laughter. As he toyed with the jade pendant, he realized he could hardly recall its appearance, but the smoothness of the jade suggested it was of high quality, likely sought after with great effort. Jiang Kangan noticed the patterns on the pendant were not quite right. He focused and tilted his head to glance at Jiang Zhiyu. This is not the one I gave you. Jiang Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This is a precious warm jade I rushed to the palace for, exchanged for a previous promise. It is also coated with a carefully concocted medicine, specifically designed to treat lingering ailments. Just wear it, it won't make a sound. Jiang Wenjing was taken aback. It is indeed warm jade. And with healing properties? His gaze toward Jiang Zhiyu was filled with complexity, as he could hardly articulate his thoughts. In her presence, he placed the jade against his chest. Jiang Zhiyu visibly brightened. A warmth seemed to flow within Jiang Wenjing's heart as well. While they basked in this warmth, Song Sherwei was nearly fuming with anger. Jiang Zhiyu's earlier deception, initially a ploy against the old lady, now seemed all too believable. She must have been possessed by a spirit, perhaps even a fox spirit. How else could she ensnare them so effortlessly? Each person harbored their own thoughts, while Ji Tong felt increasingly anxious. It appeared no one was paying attention to him. He softly suggested, perhaps I should go to an inn instead. Remaining here might seem too deliberate. After waiting a moment, Ji Tong prepared to turn away. Almost forgot. He is a master of intelligence. If he escapes, he could uncover all the secrets of Tianqi in mere months. It would be better to keep him in the Xiang residence, where he can be watched closely. Under our watchful eyes, he won't be able to stir trouble. I can also provoke him, hoping to expose any flaws and alert my second brother so that he doesn't fall victim to this young man again. Jiang Wenjing considered her reasoning, finding merit in her words. If Ji Tong were indeed a spy, being under his watch would prevent him from causing any waves. If he were not, he seized Ji Tong's arm. Mother, let him stay in the residence. He can stay in my courtyard, and others won't gossip.
Yi Tong replied.
Haven't you already made that point? Your elder brother just disagreed. Surely, he won't change his mind now. Ji Tong was taken aback, noticing Jiang Qinggan, who had previously been serious, now smiling lightly. You too should be more cautious. Shengjing is different from the military. You cannot be so casual, lest you bring disgrace to your sisters. Su Yuran nodded slightly, though she was reluctant to have her son close to someone dangerous. There was truly no better option at present. Thank you, madam. Had he just missed something? Why had their attitudes shifted so rapidly? Was it the nature of the Tianqi people to be so fickle, or was it just this family in the Xiang residence? Ji Tong wore a bewildered expression. Chapter 98. Oh no. Second brother has been tainted. Regardless, being allowed into the Xiang residence was the best outcome for Ji Tong. Adjusting his clothing, he followed closely behind them as they entered the gates of the residence. Jiang Wenjing, having heard Jiang Zhiyu's thoughts, observed Ji Tong discreetly without raising any suspicion. He noticed that although Ji Tong walked steadily, his eyes were darting around, deliberately surveying his surroundings, causing a chill to seep into Jiang Wenjing's heart. No, not necessarily. For those who march, vigilance is imperative. He approached Ji Tong's side and said, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my mother, Su Yuran. And behind her is my eldest brother, Jiang Qinggan. My 3 younger sisters are Jiang Sulan, Song Shiwei, and Jiang Zhiyu. Song? Ji Tong blinked in surprise. Jiang Wenjing had developed a sense of caution towards Ji Tong, thus he merely provided a brief introduction of names for the sake of recognition. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Ji Tong took the initiative. Song Shiwei? She is the adopted daughter taken in by my father and has grown up with us. Shiwei, what a beautiful name. It signifies being diligent and cautious. A flicker of calculation crossed his eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. When Jiang Wenjing looked over in confusion, he maintained the demeanor of a frail youth. As they entered the main hall, the elderly matriarch sat there, her face haggard, bearing the unmistakable signs of an illness yet to be fully resolved. Dewey Wellon attended to her side. Jiang Wenjing knelt, bowing deeply 3 times. In those days, the matriarch's attitude towards them was not as it is now. With Jiang Qinggan gravely injured and the war escalating, Jiang Wenjing had taken his brother's place on the battlefield, his memories of the matriarch remaining rooted in the fondness she had once shown them. My good grandson, my dear grandson, come let your grandmother take a look. She patted Jiang Wenjing's shoulder, seemingly too overwhelmed with emotion to speak. To this, Jiang Zhiyu remarked, what does this mean? The others were taken aback. Jiang Zhiyu, wanting to push further, continued. Jiang Wenjing's body tensed suddenly, disbelief filling his gaze as he looked at the matriarch. Su Yuran's expression also reflected a hint of anger. After all, he was her own grandson. Could she truly be so heartless? Jiang Qinggan's grip on the wheelchair tightened. The elderly lady, oblivious, showed tears of excitement, reaching out to Jiang Wenjing, ignoring everyone else. She extended her hand to grasp his, but Jiang Wenjing heard a sharp explosion in his ear. Oh no. Second brother is dirty. Jiang Wenjing. How could he be dirty? Although the journey had indeed been exhausting, he had washed up at the inn. Who knows if second brother has caught the foul odor that the matriarch speaks of. After drinking that boy's urine for so many years, it must have a smell. I wonder if she has stopped or is still drinking her stock. Jiang Wenjing. What did she just say? As the matriarch's hand neared him, Jiang Wenjing reacted with the swiftness of someone who had faced life and death on the battlefield, leaping away as if propelled by a spring. The matriarch's hand froze midair. The scene reminded her of Jiang Zhaorong from years past. The air was thick with awkwardness, and Jiang Wenjing realized his reaction had been excessive. He cleared his throat and said, Grandmother, please forgive me. After such a long journey, I am rather disheveled. It would be best if you did not touch me. She looked at him with a hint of satisfaction, saying, You are considerate, unlike others. Since you entered, you haven't even offered a greeting. What if outsiders saw this? She paused, finally noticing Ji Tong standing to the side.
Who is he?
Jiang Wenjing was accustomed to such situations, mainly because Ji Tong was too quiet. His presence almost imperceptible, making it difficult for others to notice him at a glance. However, Jiang Wenjing frowned. This was not conducive to gathering information. Ji Tong stepped forward and said, I have met the matriarch. You may call me Ji Tong. The matriarch lifted her gaze, appreciating his elegant appearance akin to a fine orchid, and a fondness blossomed in her heart. She nodded approvingly. Good child, stay here. If you lack anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I will instruct them to prepare it for you. Ji Tong clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Thank you for your kindness, matriarch. Su Yuran had initially intended to disregard the matriarch's earlier comment, but upon hearing her shift the topic, she clicked her tongue in disapproval. Such lack of manners and upbringing. Su Yuran's expression darkened, and the others mirrored her displeasure. Jiang Zhiyu hardened her resolve, clenching her fists. If it came to it, she could easily send the matriarch to meet her ancestors with a single punch. But what would that achieve? Dealing with such a person meant allowing her to witness the contrast of Jitong's flourishing life while she remained mired in jealousy and bitterness. Unable to escape her own pitiful existence, that was the best punishment for her. Being bitten by a dog is not my fault. She scoffed. Matriarch, you should be careful. Insulting a court official can lead to punishment. The others gasped in surprise, staring at her. The matriarch's face twisted in rage, her nostrils flaring as if about to erupt. What did you say? I am your grandmother. Her hands trembled in anger, and Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly. You are merely the matriarch of a noble house. And I am a scholar appointed by the emperor. By law, you deserve 20 lashes. Her cold, narrowed eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. The matriarch, previously ready to hurl insults, swallowed her words under the weight of Jiang Zhiyu's gaze, even retracting her neck slightly. A wave of fear surged within the matriarch. She was acutely aware that her life was not safe. At this moment, she was entirely convinced of this truth. A demon. She must be a demon. The matter of exorcising her could not be delayed. Silence fell as Jiang Zhiyu refused to relent. However, considering your age, let us lessen it to 20 slaps instead. She surveyed the room, her gaze landing on Dewey Wellon. Let Du execute it. Dulon? Under the matriarch's hostile gaze, she dared not act. Chapter 99, I will not forget a grievance. She could only plead with downcast eyes. Third miss, the matriarch is still unwell. It seems she is not quite in her right mind. Please, have mercy, and do not hold this against her. The matriarch's glare grew even more malevolent. What nonsense! As a junior, I cannot even reprimand her without being scolded? What do you mean by having mercy? She was clearly someone who could not express herself. Dewey Wellon sensed the matriarch's growing ire, yet she was too preoccupied to care. A single word could perhaps let the matriarch cool off after a few days. But if she truly laid a hand on her, given the matriarch's petty nature, her future would undoubtedly be bleak. Thinking this, Dewey Wellon cast an accusatory glance at Jiang Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu smiled sweetly, considering the other's capacity to accept the situation. After a moment's reflection, she walked to Dewey Wellon's side and beckoned her. Dewey Wellon, confused, leaned down, only to hear Jiang Zhiyu's voice, sweet as honey. Why should I be magnanimous? We are all new to this life. I will repay every grievance, count every slight, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The malice in her words startled Dewey Wellon. Jiang Wenjing and Jiang Qinggan, both trained in martial arts, had sharper hearing than most. Even though Jiang Zhiyu had lowered her voice, they clearly understood her intent. They exchanged glances. Jiang Wenjing furrowed his brows, while Jiang Qinggan appeared more relaxed. A hint of approval flickering in his expression. Jiang Wenjing. You have changed. Su Yuran, wishing to intervene, thought as a parent, always considering the welfare of her children. If news of Jiang Zhiyu slapping their grandmother got out, would she not be subject to ridicule in the future? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Jiang Zhiyu raise an eyebrow at her, as if to say not to worry. Su Yuran paused, deciding against further protest. Are you not going to act? Jiang Zhiyu's voice was soft, yet it weighed heavily on Du Yuelon's heart. As if under the weight of 1,000 pounds, she raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, struck the matriarch's face.
Du Yuelan jolted in shock.
The matriarch widened her eyes, covering her face in disbelief. You little wretch, how dare you hit me? What are you all doing? Zhang Zharong, dressed in official robes, stood with a stern expression, exuding an air of cold authority as he observed the entwined hands of Du Yuelon and the matriarch. At this moment, Du Yuelon wished nothing more than to be confined to her quarters. She quickly followed the maid and retreated. The elderly lady's complexion darkened as she exclaimed, Look at the daughter you have raised. With a shake, she departed, leaving behind a lingering tension. Still 19 more to go. I've noted that. Zhang Zharong paused momentarily. The elderly lady, oblivious to his abrupt gesture, passed by Song Shiwei, casting a fleeting glance her way. Bowing her head, Song Shiwei felt her nails dig into her flesh. Why? Why was Jiang Zhiyu so brazen, and yet none dared to blame her? After Dewey Wellon and the elderly lady left, Jiang Zharong's expression softened somewhat. He approached Jiang Wenjing, gazing at his son with a myriad of emotions. Tears welled up in Jiang Wenjing's eyes. So touching. The warmth between father and son was not marred by Jiang Zhiyu's inner turmoil. Jiang Zharong, tears streaming down his face, gradually composed himself after a short while. It was then that he noticed Ji Tong standing nearby. Who is this? Jiang Wenjing reintroduced Ji Tong, to which Jiang Zharong nodded slightly and said to Ji Tong, You shall reside with Wenjing. It will be beneficial for both of you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to speak with him directly. Ji Tong bowed once more. Observing the weariness in their eyes, Jiang Zhiyu advised, "You both have endured much travel lately. It would be wise to rest." After bowing, Jiang Wenjing and Ji Tong retreated. Jiang Zhiyu surveyed the room and, without uttering a word, departed. Su Yuran slightly raised her head. "Kong'an, come with me." In Mingweiwen, Su Yuran dismissed the others. Her expression serious. "Kong'an, tell me about your leg." Although she believed in Zhiyu, seeing Jiang Kong'an still in a wheelchair tugged at her heart. Jiang Kong'an stood up from the wheelchair, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother, it has healed well." Su Yuran sighed in relief. Upon hearing this, her heart leapt. "Does this mean?" she began, but Jiang Kong'an raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Su Yuran's eyes widened in understanding. As long as she comprehended, that sufficed. After all, one must be cautious of eavesdroppers. Jiang Kong'an shifted the topic. "Mother, what did you summon me for?"
Su Dan's knife.
Gazing at her troubled eldest son, "You must have heard the rumor circulating in Shengjing about your sister's extraordinary medical skills, likening her to a celestial being." "Celestial being?" Jiang Kong'an frowned. "You are aware that the emperor despises such supernatural tales. These rumors are veering dangerously close to that notion, and I fear." She sighed slowly. And Jiang Kong'an grasped her concern. At this pace, it was evident that someone was orchestrating this, possibly the hand of Marquis Anil. Su Yuran nodded. "Rest assured. At this juncture, we cannot suppress it, but Kong'an will send someone to guide the narrative. If that fails, we may need to employ alternative methods." With these words, Su Yuran felt a bit more at ease. She exhaled and seemed to recall something, retrieving a ledger from beneath the table. "And this, the whereabouts of this estate and the 300 taels of silver have remained a mystery. For some reason it unsettles me." Jiang Kong'an took the ledger, glanced at it, and noticed something amiss. "Isn't this meant for our ancestral home in Jiangnan?" Su Yuran was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 100. Unexpectedly faced with a major revelation. Mother, do not fret. Jiang Kong'an, hearing Su Yuran's barrage of questions, understood her anxiety and spoke softly, regardless of whom she entrusted it to, "As long as there are traces, I will uncover the truth. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Su Yuran regained her composure. "Yet, your sister's situation is of utmost importance. We can set this aside for now. The Marquis of Anil will undoubtedly not let you off easily." "I understand, mother." Meanwhile, in the imperial prison, Han Yiji leaned against the wall, panting heavily. His clothes were tattered, fingers broken, and his body bore the scars of burns. Both legs were fractured, and rats gnawed at his flesh. Amidst the sounds nearby, Han Yiji struggled to lift his head, opening his eyes to see a figure cloaked in a black hat standing before him. Xing Maoji nodded in subservience beside him. "Ah," Han Yiji smirked, his voice hoarse. "Which colleague has come to witness my misfortune?" The figure beneath the hat scoffed lightly. "Did you ever consider this outcome while you acted recklessly?" The voice jolted Han Yiji wide awake. "Your Majesty." The emperor cast a brief glance, and Xing Maoji bowed his head and withdrew, securing the prison door behind him while the imperial guards remained stationed outside. "Now that you recognize me, I shall dispense with pleasantries. How did you and the concubine conspire?" His voice was laced with anger, causing Han Yiji's face to contort. After a moment, he burst into laughter. "So it was you. On that day in court, you deliberately led me to propose, then coaxed me to the study for confrontation. Your goal was never to uncover Marzahar's death, but to ensnare me." His laughter echoed, aggravating his wounds, forcing him to cough repeatedly. The emperor had no patience for his antics. "I knew of your liaison with the concubine that day. I have long desired to flay you alive." Perhaps facing death had stripped Han Yiji of his previous terror. "If you wish to know, investigate for yourself, or perhaps send your most trusted scribe to do so." He jested. As he stood on the brink of death, the emperor sighed softly. "Do you not care for your wife and children? What of your elderly mother in Jiangnan? Are you intent on provoking me to annihilate your entire lineage?" Han Yiji was momentarily stunned, blood spewing from his mouth, his muddled thoughts clearing slightly. "Your Majesty, I am but a foolish sinner. After reporting military affairs, I chanced upon the concubine and, having shared a bond in my youth, I erred gravely. I ask how you conducted yourselves." The emperor demanded, silence enveloping the room. Han Yiji swallowed hard, anxiety consuming him. "Your Majesty, all is my fault. I deserve death. Please spare my innocent family." The emperor's face darkened beneath the hat, his voice chilling as he spoke of his family, your wife and children and others. Han Yiji trembled, unable to move, frantically shaking his head. "They know nothing. They are entirely innocent." The emperor chuckled coldly, and just as Han Yiji felt a flicker of hope, he heard, "The one who shares your bed, would she remain ignorant of your aberrations?"
Han Yiji froze.
Understanding dawned on him, his pupils quivering violently as he cried out, "Your Majesty, they truly do not know. Your Majesty, believe me." As the emperor turned to leave, Han Yiji struggled to move. "They genuinely do not know. You vile emperor. If you dare harm them, I will haunt you as a ghost. Furthermore, do you truly consider Jiang Zhiyu a good person?" She is but a demon that threatens the very foundation of our realm. I await you. I will be waiting for you below. The emperor continued onward, ignoring his pleas. Upon exiting the prison, the imperial guards swiftly entered, drawing their sword and striking Han Yiji in the chest. His head slowly drooped. The guard checked for signs of life, confirming his demise before kneeling in reverence. Commander, do you deem it appropriate to execute Han Yiji's entire family? The guard lowered his head. I shall heed your majesty's command. The emperor clicked his tongue. I am inquiring of you. The guard remained silent. I shall heed your majesty's command. You are rather astute, the emperor remarked. I am but a fool, the guard replied. The emperor, disinterested, continued forward. Then let them all be executed. I shall summon the imperial guards immediately. As he stood to leave, the emperor added, never mind. Judging by Han Yiji's tone, they likely do not know. Allow them to leave the capital. A cold bead of sweat trickled down Qianhu's forehead. Yes, my subordinate shall attend to it immediately. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly remarked, it seems you were the first to inform me of Jiang Zhiyu's nefarious nature? The emperor's scrutinizing gaze lingered on him, but Qianhu maintained an expression of calm assurance. After a prolonged silence, the emperor smiled faintly. Ah, it appears I was mistaken. No matter. He passed by Qianhu, who felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, suppressing any outward display of apprehension. The emperor was testing him. Even with the wooden plug he carried, the emperor still harbored doubts about his ability to hear. Qianhu exhaled sharply. As Jiang Zhiyu regained consciousness, Jiang Sulan began to murmur in her ear. It was unclear what offense Han Yiji had committed, but upon his release from prison, the minister's residence had gone up in flames, tragically claiming the lives of his wife and children. Who did he offend? The emperor, of course. He discovered the affair between him and the Defei and used me as bait to ensnare him. In name, he was imprisoned, but I suspect the emperor has already dealt with him. What man could tolerate such disgrace? Jiang Sulan was taken aback by this shocking revelation, gasping in disbelief. The Defei? The one who bore the second prince? How will the emperor deal with them? Chapter 101. This cannot possibly be my sister. Jiang Sulan was tormented with envy, wishing she could sprout wings and fly to the palace to witness the unfolding drama. As her sister was a court official permitted entry into the palace, could she not beseech her to take her along to witness the spectacle? Yet, how could she broach the subject? She hesitated, her elegant face a portrait of inner turmoil. Jiang Zhiyu furrowed her brow. What troubles you? You look as if you are constipated. Sister, I am well. By the way, I have brought you a gown. This one is intended for the palace banquet. Be careful not to wear it incorrectly. The maid behind her presented the attire, and Jiang Zhiyu glanced at it, noting its dark blue hue. To avoid a fashion faux pas, ladies would discreetly inquire about the colors favored by the nobility to prevent any clashes. The term nobility typically referred to the empress and the favored concubines. The empress preferred red, while the favored concubine adored purple. Ordinarily, one merely needed to steer clear of these two colors. However, this year, there was an addition, the favored concubine Yu, whose rising prominence hinted at a challenge to the favored concubine standing. Yet, the emperor had yet to designate her formal rank, leaving everyone uncertain about her potential attendance at the banquet. Moreover, Yu remained secluded within the palace, and even the eunuchs were unaware of her color preferences, leaving Su Yuran to select the most neutral option. Jiang Zhiyu nodded vigorously. Let me think, it seems this banquet is to honor you, who feigns interest in Song Sherwei while imploring the emperor to grant her a marriage to Xiao Yanli. Jiang Sulan was bewildered. Who? Song Sherwei and the sixth prince. What connection could they possibly have? Nevertheless, she believed her sister's words implicitly. Since witnessing Song Sherwei bring a monk into the residence, Jiang Sulan had become increasingly convinced. Pondering this, she couldn't help but frown. Although Zhiyu claimed she could handle it, Jiang Sulan felt a tinge of worry and decided to keep a watchful eye. However, in recent days, there had been no sign of that monk. Presumably, Song Sherwei had concealed him within her quarters. In the Wanxiang courtyard, Song Sherwei inspected the dark blue gown presented by her maid, her eyes filled with disdain. Such an antiquated color. Chunxiu noticed her displeasure. Although the young lady was strikingly beautiful, she would inevitably be overshadowed by the other noble women. Song Sherwei let out a soft hum, pausing momentarily, her red-tipped fingers halting. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to them? Chunxiu knelt, trembling as she replied. Chunxiu meant no such thing. Meeting Song Sherwei's gaze, which bore a semblance of a smile, she steeled herself, dropped the gown, and began to slap her own face. It is all this mouth of mine. Chunxiu is the most foolish, incapable of speaking. Looking down at her, Song Sherwei observed as Chunxiu's face reddened from the self-inflicted blows, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Very well, I do not hold it against you. She bent down to assist Chunxiu to her feet. Look at you, why the haste? Does it hurt? Chunxiu shook her head, and Song Sherwei retrieved a small vial from the side. Take this to soothe your skin. A young lady's delicate complexion must be well cared for. Chuanxiu nodded repeatedly, clutching the vial tightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Song Shiwei reveled in this adoration, her smile deepening. All right, you may go. Soon, I shall be the 6th prince's consort. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? Once the marriage decree was issued, who would dare to look down upon her within the estate? Upon exiting her chambers, Chuanxiu hurriedly made her way through the courtyard, enduring the mixed gazes of sympathy and disdain from those around. Once outside the gate, she slowed her pace, ensuring no one was watching, before retreating into the bamboo grove. Sister, I have done as you instructed. Miss Song will surely not wear that gown. Well done. This is a reward from the young lady. The figure in the bamboo grove produced a few pieces of silver, and Chuanxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted the money. The individual, evidently in a hurry, quickly departed after handing over the silver. Chuanxiu cautiously concealed the coins within her pouch, tucking them into her garments. With swift movements she emerged and, feigning tears, headed to fetch water. Although Song Shiwei had indeed proven herself a savior to her family, Chuanxiu felt a seed of suspicion growing in her heart, having once opened the door for her. Furthermore, regarding the monk, Song Shiwei was undoubtedly wary of her speaking out. Now, she had become a thorn in Song Shiwei's side. Carrying the bucket, Chuanxiu silently resolved, Miss, do not blame me. Rather than wait for you to casually pin a crime on me, banishing or selling me off, it is better for me to act first. Upon entering, Jiang Wenqing was engaged in a sparring match with Ji Tong. Jiang Wenqing wielded a long spear, while Ji Tong brandished a sword. With one hand, Jiang Wenqing maneuvered the spear, executing a perfect arc that swept upward, while Ji Tong countered with her sword. The clash of spear and blade resonated as they deflected each other's strikes. A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Wenqing's lips as he shifted his stance, unleashing a series of 3 precise thrusts aimed at Ji Tong's vital points. Are you all right?
Yi Tong coughed lightly.
I still haven't fully recovered. Jiang Wenqing's eyes reflected guilt. You should have told me earlier. Does it hurt? Ji Tong shook her head, her gaze drifting to Jiang Zhiyu, and she clasped her hands in respect. Ji Tong pays her respects to the 3rd Mississippi. Jiang Zhiyu inclined her head slightly. Young Master Ji, greetings. You won't be well soon. Jiang Wenqing inquired. What brings you here? The stark contrast between Jiang Zhiyu of yesterday and the one he remembered momentarily left him at a loss for words, his tone becoming somewhat awkward. Jiang Zhiyu was unfazed. After all, at the beginning, even my elder brother behaved similarly. Truly, they are brothers. Sister, you're the best. Jiang Wenqing observed her with a look of disbelief. And with a playful glint in her eye, she sought to amuse herself. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she sweetly exclaimed, It has been so long since I last saw my second brother. I have missed you dearly. A day without seeing you feels like a frenzy, and a year feels like eternity. Stop. Jiang Wenqing felt a shiver run down his spine. This cannot possibly be my sister. Chapter 102. Lack of ambition is no matter. Jiang Zhiyu, readily yielding, fell silent. She too found it unbearable. Ji Tong chuckled lightly. You two share a close bond, unlike myself. A hint of melancholy clouded her eyes. We shall surely find your brother. Jiang Wenqing reassured Ji Tong, yet internally he pondered, Cha-cha? Jiang Zhiyu, unable to bear the exchange, interjected, At my age, there is no need for heartfelt confessions. Monetary gifts suffice. Jiang Wenqing and Ji Tong exchanged glances, their eyes nearly brimming with tears. At this age, what age are you referring to? Aren't you merely 12 years old? Jiang Wenqing cast a reproachful glance at her. Don't speak nonsense. He sighed lightly, patting Ji Tong on the shoulder. What does it matter? We are all brothers. As long as I draw breath, I will surely help you find him. What are you thinking? Even if you die, you won't find him. This brother of yours does not exist. Jiang Wenqing. Impossible. Ji Tong had even presented them with tokens, and along their journey, they had indeed uncovered clues left by his brother. How could he possibly not exist? Ji Tong maintained his composure, coughing weakly. It is all my fault for being inept. I could not protect him. Jiang Zhiyu said softly. Being inept is inconsequential. The fact that you still breathe is quite remarkable. Ji Tong's carefully cultivated emotions were utterly shattered. Tears would not flow, and he desperately wished to curse. Yet, he could not utter a single curse, for Jiang Zhiyu's words genuinely seemed to comfort him. Ji Tong nearly suffocated from his suppressed feelings. Jiang Wenqing, oblivious to the sarcasm in Jiang Zhiyu's words, continued. Indeed, Ji Tong, Zhiyu is right. The foundation of undertaking any endeavor is simply to be alive. Only in life are there endless possibilities.
Yi Tong's lips twitched uncontrollably.
I wanted you to pity me. Jiang Zhiyu was nearly laughing herself to tears. This is hilarious. Little Cha-Cha will be furious. Jiang Wenqing. He scrutinized Ji Tong closely and noticed that his chest was indeed rising and falling more dramatically than before.
Why?
Had he said something that angered him? Wasn't he trying to comfort him? Jiang Wenqing was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, within the fragrant pepper hall, the emperor had just concluded a passionate encounter with concubine Yu. Xiao Yanli sat on the floor as usual, a cloth tiger in his mouth. Could it be that this son had some peculiarities? A flicker of disdain crossed the emperor's eyes. Concubine Yu, draped in a crimson veil, her snow-white arms, seemingly boneless, rested upon the emperor, gazing at him with yearning eyes. The emperor lifted her hand, placing a gentle kiss upon it. Concubine Yu chuckled lightly before feigning a pout. The emperor, aware of her intentions, played along. What troubles you? My beloved? Why the long face on such a fine day? Concubine Yu cast him a sorrowful glance. Your Majesty, are we truly to let Yanli go out? I fear. Fear what? This son of yours is eager to venture out. The emperor thought to himself, completing the unspoken sentence in his mind. And embraced her. What good is it for him to remain cooped up in the palace? He is of marrying age. It is time he experiences the world. This sentiment struck a chord with concubine Yu. While her son may feign ignorance, he must not allow significant matters such as marriage and family to fall by the wayside. I've been considering finding a suitable match, someone virtuous who can support me and care for Yanli. The emperor nodded. That is indeed wise. Besides, the royal physician has said that Yanli's ailment is not incurable. A little fresh air might do him good. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Concubine Yu averted her gaze. Indeed. Exiting the fragrant pepper hall, Fuping once again presented a white handkerchief. To which the emperor routinely inquired, has the sixth prince exhibited any abnormalities? The emperor expected the usual comments regarding his dullness. Handing over the handkerchief without a thought to listen further, yet he heard Fuping reply. If there are. The emperor halted in his tracks. What? The emperor. What do you mean? Fuping pondered for a moment. Just as I said, if there are. The emperor. How clever of you to consider how to appease me. The emperor took a deep breath, casting a complex gaze upon the man who had served him since childhood. Stay away from her. This her was understood by both the emperor and Fuping. Fuping chuckled. Yes, your majesty. He naturally discerned that there was no hint of reproach in the emperor's tone. It must be the third miss, and he was curious to see how the emperor would tease him about this matter in the future. In the tranquil night, the imposing city walls appeared even more solemn under the cover of darkness, with 1,000 lanterns illuminating the sky as if forming a pathway, making the night as bright as day. The palace maidens, holding lanterns, walked gracefully, while the banquet hall was adorned with splendid lighting. And the melodic sound of silk and bamboo instruments resonated joyfully. Many ladies had already arrived, engaging in lively conversations. In the absence of the emperor, everything felt relaxed, and guests mingled freely. Some even raised their wine glasses, chatting merrily throughout the hall. Have you heard? The first female official of Tianqi. A young gentleman raised his eyebrows, casting a disdainful glance at others. It must be the third miss of the Jiang family. Not only is her medical skill exceptional, but her martial prowess is also unparalleled. The gentleman raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that enough to warrant the title of the first female official of Tianqi? In my view, it must be due to her brother. The interlocutor, aware of the gentleman's temperament, found himself speaking to Gao Ziluan, the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, and could not afford to offend him, thus only managing to agree in a few murmurs. Gao Ziluan seemed to grow animated. If it were not for her brother Jiang Wenjing's repeated military achievements, how could the emperor set such a precedent, allowing a woman to hold office? The other party rolled their eyes countless times in their mind. Jiang Wenjing's military accomplishments had nothing to do with Jiang Zhiyu. It was evident that he had not achieved any notable accolades over the years. Relying solely on his father's position as Minister of Rights, filled with jealousy, spouting sour remarks. After drinking, Gao Ziluan's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of many. Other young gentlemen had been warned by their fathers to never offend Jiang Zhiyu, thus no one engaged with him at that moment. Chapter 103. Now it is perverse. Gao Ziluan, seeing that no one was paying him any mind, snorted coldly and resumed drinking alone. He Yanting, who was conversing with Prince Xiaolingyu, paused for a moment and turned to look. He wondered if the emperor had calmed down. A smile crept onto Xiaolingyu's lips. We dare not speculate on the emperor's thoughts. He Yanting lifted his wineglass, and the two exchanged glances, drinking heartily. By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on your promotion to Minister of War. Let us have another drink. He Yanting was not surprised that he remained aware of the outside world despite his confinement, chuckling. It is also due to the influence of others. Xiaolingyu's smile held a deeper meaning. He was about to say something when suddenly, a stir erupted in the hall. Following their gaze, at the entrance, Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Wenjing approached with measured steps. Jiang Zhiyu stood tall and upright, exuding an air of humility and warmth, while beside him, Jiang Wenjing was spirited and striking, clad in dark robes and with ink-black hair, his eyebrows elegantly angled, causing many ladies to blush. Behind them was Su Yuran, dressed in a deep blue gown, adorned with minimal accessories, exuding an air of nobility. Jiang Sulan and Jiang Zhiyu stood on either side of her, dressed in the same hue but conveying different feelings. Jiang Sulan's features were gentle, with delicate brows and bright eyes. After a long absence, Xiao Ziyuan found himself momentarily captivated. Jiang Zhiyu, however, appeared much more spirited. Her beauty was striking, radiant as a lotus, with slightly upturned eyes and ruby-red lips, leaving all who gazed upon her momentarily stunned. Such a youthful countenance, blossoming into such allure. Behind them trailed Song Shiwei in a water-blue long dress, exuding an elegance akin to flowing water. Usually, her appearance would garner admiration, but compared to the vibrant figures before her, her grace seemed somewhat lacking. Observing the changing expressions of the crowd, Song Shiwei felt as if she were about to grind her silver teeth to dust. Fortunately, compared to Jiang Zhiyu, her social standing was still decent. As several noble ladies beckoned her over, Song Shiwei felt a twinge of pride within, though she feigned reluctance as she called out, "Mother." Su Yuran, of course, would not hold her back. Go on. She had once been oblivious to what had clouded her judgment and had treated her like a daughter. From now on, no matter what she did, she would no longer concern herself with it. Song Shiwei hastened towards the noble ladies. As soon as she took her seat, Han Xiao, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, could not contain her curiosity. "Shiwei, is it true that Zhiyu can heal any ailment? What about my face?" Han Xiao, veiled to conceal the scars marring her features, had been disfigured since childhood after a fall into a well, and despite her father's extensive search for miraculous doctors, no remedy had been found. Upon hearing the rumors about Zhiyu's abilities, especially after she had healed He Yanting's leg, Han Xiao felt a flicker of hope. Song Shiwei, taken aback by the mention of Jiang Zhiyu's name, paled momentarily, startling Han Xiao. The other noble ladies exchanged glances, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Aware of her overt reaction, Song Shiwei forced a smile. "Yes, Zhiyu can indeed heal any ailment. She will surely help restore your face to its former beauty, leaving no trace of your injuries." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really? Is she truly that miraculous?" "Shiwei, please introduce me to her." Without hesitation, Song Shiwei agreed, recognizing that with the rumors circulating about Jiang Zhiyu, even if she could not heal Han Xiao, the repercussions would fall on Zhiyu's reputation, not her own. If Zhiyu succeeded, it would only solidify her extraordinary status. Encouraged by Song Shiwei's readiness, the other skeptical noblewomen began to express their desires for an introduction as well. After all, who among them would not wish to enhance their beauty? This innate pursuit of aesthetic allure was a personal endeavor, devoid of concern for others. Soon, voices filled the air, each lady hoping to be introduced to Zhiyu. "Humph. Who you scoffed? Have you all forgotten the reputation of that third miss? Medical prowess? I suspect it's merely a ruse. If she were truly skilled, why is her elder brother still gravely injured and absent?" Such a statement bore some weight. If her medical skills were exceptional, Zhang Kong'an should have long since recovered. Reputation? It can be both good and bad. What was true in the past may not hold now, Hu Yu remarked, her tone laced with skepticism. The noble ladies gasped in surprise as Jiang Zhiyu appeared, her presence almost ghostly. How did she approach without a sound? Hu Yu, suddenly alert, felt a prickle of unease. One trained in martial arts should be more attuned to others' approach, yet she had sensed nothing. Unless, of course, Zhiyu's skills surpassed her own. "You heard that?" Hu Yu's voice wavered, embarrassment evident as she realized she had been overheard speaking ill of Zhiyu. Jiang Zhiyu nodded, her expression calm. "Oh. What a pity you are not my brother's type. If asked what love is, it compels one to sacrifice all. Years ago, my brother saved Hu Yu, and she became deeply attached. Such a spirited girl, yet she harbors reservations in matters of the heart, choosing instead to guard silently. When the news of my brother's grave injury reached us, Hu Yu sought out renowned doctors and even implored her father to allow her to marry into the Jiang family to care for him. Even after being firmly refused, she remained steadfast in her silent vigil. What a wonderful young lady! Jiang Sulan was taken aback, astonished by this revelation. Why had her father never mentioned it? Did her brother know? Noticing Hu Yu's flushed cheeks, Jiang Zhiyu, understanding her discomfort, shifted the conversation. "Sisters, what brings you to me?" The ladies exchanged glances. Pondering before Han Xiao finally spoke up. "Zhiyu, considering my face, do you think you could help?" With trembling fingers, she lifted her veil, swallowing hard. The noblewomen, accustomed to decorum, instinctively averted their eyes at the sight of her disfigurement. Her jaw jutted, her skin pockmarked with scars, some oozing pus and blood, an unsettling sight. Having not revealed her face for so long, Han Xiao's lips quivered as she closed her eyes, unable to meet their gazes, fearing the disdain and revulsion she might see reflected back. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her face, and her eyes flew open. In Jiang Zhiyu's clear, untainted gaze, there was no disgust, no pity, only tranquility. To her, Han Xiao was just an ordinary person. "Zhiyu." Her voice trembled with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. Jiang Zhiyu cupped her chin, studying her intently. Had there not been something mixed into the medicine, it would not be this severe. "Do not worry. I can treat this. I will visit the minister's residence, and within a month, you shall return to your former self." Her tone brimmed with certainty. inspiring trust. An overwhelming joy surged through Han Xiao, and tears streamed down her cheeks, impossible to contain. Hearing this, the other noble ladies were similarly moved, clamoring for her attention. In that moment, Song Shiwei felt sidelined, her smile fading, her expression turning sour. Frustration bubbled within her, and her tone became sharp as she addressed the ladies, who now regarded her with suspicion, realizing she had only sought to placate them earlier. As time pressed on, the noble women reluctantly departed, and Han Xiao bid farewell to Jiang Zhiyu, her eyes shimmering with tears. Seating arrangements at the palace banquet were determined by rank, and though Jiang Zhiyu held the title of the emperor's foremost female official, her official rank placed her at the lower table. Su Yuran and the others naturally joined Jiang Zhaorong at the higher table. Seeing Zhiyu sitting alone, Song Shiwei felt a twinge of satisfaction. Su Yuran noticed Jiang Zhiyu's solitary presence and felt a pang of sympathy, just as a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Haha, this is splendid. A whole table of food just for me. Today, I shall indulge myself. Su Yuran observed the lavish spread before Jiang Zhiyu and thought coldly. If I eat my fill today, I can satisfy my cravings for the week to come. Just then, a eunuch's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of the emperor and empress. Following the emperor was Yu Fei, and the emperor appeared in good spirits, his demeanor softened. In stark contrast, the empress wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, exuding an air of grace and authority. Yu Fei, dressed in a delicate blue gown, stepped in for the absent favored concubine, her gaze faltering upon spotting Song Shiwei, her smile momentarily faltering. Song Shiwei's smile froze, while Su Yuran discreetly sipped her tea. Once the dignitaries were seated, the emperor declared the banquet to commence, and Jiang Zhiyu eagerly began to eat. All eyes on me, she exclaimed, her mouth full. Others raised their cups in praise of the emperor, eliciting his delight. After a few rounds of wine, the emperor instinctively searched for Jiang Zhiyu among the ministers, but to his dismay, he could not find her. Where is Zhiyu? He inquired. Jiang Zhaorong, taken aback, glanced down, and the emperor followed his gaze to find Jiang Zhiyu, cheeks stuffed with food, wholly engrossed in her meal. The emperor frowned. In the midst of such noise, how could she hear his thoughts? Clearing his throat, he called out, Zhiyu, come here. The chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to the figure still relishing her meal. How bothersome. I was just enjoying my food. Jiang Zhiyu swallowed her bite, rising to approach the emperor. She bowed gracefully, addressing the emperor. A faint smile played on the emperor's lips as he glanced around. You should sit with Yan Ting, closer to me. Yan Ting's seat was positioned to the right of the emperor, directly opposite the crown prince, Sha Lingyu. Upon hearing this, the thoughts of the assembly erupted in chaos. Gua Yuanjing accidentally knocked over his wine cup. Jiang Zhiyu, cursing inwardly, lifted her leg to stride towards Yan Ting. What kind of nonsense is this? Can't I enjoy my meal in peace? Those who dine, truly dine, and those who feast are the elite. I haven't even savored the dishes on my table. Besides, how can one person's meal compare to two? What on earth is this? Jiang Zhiyu gazed at the lavish dishes before Yan Ting, which were evidently far superior to her own, tears trickling from the corners of her mouth. Well done. Your Majesty. Delicious. The emperor, Gua Yuanjing, observed the seemingly ethereal pairing of Yan Ting and Jiang Zhiyu, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He had hit the nail on the head. Song Shiwei felt a mix of anger and frustration, her shoulders trembling.
Why?
Why was Jiang Zhiyu so fortunate? Even the emperor treated her with such favor? After Jiang Zhiyu took her seat, the atmosphere grew lively again. In the center of the hall, dancers performed while ministers raised their goblets, engaging in spirited discussions. The emperor listened for a while, as Jiang Zhiyu's inner thoughts echoed with praise for this dish and that delicacy, causing him to chuckle softly, no longer focusing on her. Noticing the emperor's good spirits, concubine Yu smiled. Your Majesty, did we not agree to find a suitable match for Yanli? She elongated her tone, playfully, and the emperor tilted his head to regard her. What, my dear concubine, do you have your eye on some young lady? At this, the noble women lowered their heads in unison. The sixth prince was known to be simple-minded. No one wished to tie their future to such a prince. Moreover, concubine Yu, prior to her favor, was merely a lowly palace maid, who could guarantee that her current favor would endure. Only Song Shiwei sat upright, anxious that concubine Yu might overlook her. She surveyed the noble women with their heads bowed and scoffed inwardly. What did they know? The sixth prince was indeed the most likely candidate for the throne. The position of empress would undoubtedly be hers. Observing the noble women's reactions, concubine Yu's eyes grew cold. Her child, though simple-minded, was still a prince. What right did they have to disdain him? A bunch of blind fools. She feigned surprise and turned to Song Shiwei. Pray tell, whose daughter is this young lady? It seems we share similar tastes. The emperor turned his gaze. Noting that they wore dresses of the same hue, chuckling lightly, you've spent all your time in the palace and have not met her. This is Jiang Xiang's adopted daughter, named. The emperor suddenly faltered, evidently unable to recall Song Shiwei's name. Chapter 105. One must not truly withhold it. Song Sherwei felt a wave of nausea. When he called Jiang Zhiyu, his tone was so affectionate. Yet when it came to her, he could not even remember her name. The emperor nodded gently. Sherwei, a lovely name. Concubine Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the same Song Sherwei her son had mentioned on multiple occasions? The words of Xiao Yanli echoed in her mind. Unparalleled beauty. A talent that sings like the willows. What a perfect match. The emperor was momentarily stunned. Jiang Zhiyu, busy with her thoughts, glanced up, and upon witnessing this scene, her mind began to critique. These two are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Xiao Yanli initially admired Song Sherwei for her skills. Song Sherwei was drawn to his status. They utilized each other, eliminated rivals, and over time developed feelings. Although the prime minister dotes on Song Sherwei, her status is too lowly. Marrying her off would mean she could only be a concubine to the sixth prince. Song Sherwei, exceptionally clever, then chose a different path, becoming Xiao Yanli's advisor, strategizing for him while silently being his woman. However, even after Xiao Yanli's marriage, he remained infatuated with Song Sherwei. They clandestinely met in the study, in the garden, and even in the chambers of Xiao Yanli's legitimate wife. Her silent devotion eventually moved Xiao Yanli's heart. He resolved to give Song Sherwei a legitimate status, even at the cost of abandoning his wife and children. Yet little did he know, Song Sherwei had always been playing a long game, earning his trust to eliminate the prime minister's family. Once everything settled, her ambition was still unquenched. After becoming empress, she began to covet the emperor's throne. Hearing this, the emperor suddenly jolted, casting a complex glance at Song Sherwei. He could understand his son vying for the position, but what business did a mere woman have in such matters? Jiang Zhiyu tightened his grip on his goblet, while Jiang Wenjing reacted most dramatically. His mouth agape as wine spilled onto his garments. He simply could not reconcile the Song Sherwei from his memories with the one Jiang Zhiyu described, who sought to eliminate their family using the sixth prince. Surely, there must be some mistake. Song Sherwei, filled with anticipation for concubine Yu to propose her marriage to the sixth prince, remained oblivious to the unusual reactions of others. Concubine Yu beamed. Your Majesty, I believe this young lady. Before she could finish, the emperor coldly interrupted. Let us speak of it later. Concubine Yu froze, and Song Sherwei's heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. She clearly detected a hint of disdain in the emperor's tone.
But why?
She had done nothing wrong. He had even forgotten her name just moments ago. Why the sudden aversion? Concubine Yu lowered her gaze, silencing herself. Looking at Song Sherwei, her eyes reflected regret. This girl was indeed quite appealing, but alas, the emperor had taken a disliking to her. Any woman disdained by the emperor was not fit for her son. Nevertheless, given her status, she could not aspire to the position of a prince's consort. If Yanli truly held her dear, then perhaps a concubine would suffice. After contemplating, she smiled lightly. It is entirely up to your Majesty. Song Sherwei sat down, dazed and dispirited. What is happening? Why did concubine Yu suddenly change her mind? He Yanting chuckled softly. His gaze traversed the crowd, meeting the second prince, Xiao Chuqing, seated near the crown prince. Xiao Chuqing raised an eyebrow and smiled, rubbing the beads in his hand. He Yanting's expression turned frosty. Jiang Zhiyu sensed something amiss and followed his gaze, her lips curling upwards. Xiao Chuqing halted his movements, locking eyes with the fearless girl across from him, her clear eyes brimming with delight, beneath which lay an unmistakable intent to kill. She resembled a ferocious beast. Xiao Chuqing's grip tightened, crushing a bead in his hand. A muddy loach, dabbling in salt water, thinks itself a seafood. He Yanting burst into laughter. Indeed, Wenjing, you have accomplished much in the northern campaigns. What reward do you desire? The emperor smiled, directing his gaze to the young man below. Jiang Wenjing, still preoccupied with Jiang Zhiyu's inner musings, stood up hurriedly upon being called by the emperor. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands. A man born between heaven and earth. Protecting his home and country is a duty. I am General Tianqi, and this is my obligation. I dare not seek a reward. The emperor smiled approvingly. Foolish. While you may not seek rewards from others, the emperor is essentially your superior. Risking life and limb is for his realm, is it not? What is wrong with seeking a reward? I advise you to be wise, emperor. My second brother may truly refuse, but you must not actually deny him. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze was piercing. Bring forth the dragon sword from my early years and present it to Wenjing. The hall erupted in commotion, and even Jiang Wenjing looked up in astonishment at the emperor. The dragon sword, once wielded by the emperor during his early conquests, is renowned for its legend. The emerald curtains part to reveal the city of Qing. The dragon sword breaks the box beneath the bright moon. When this sword was bestowed upon Jiang Wenjing, a collective sigh arose from the onlookers. The prominence of the prime minister's family has reached unparalleled heights. As these thoughts lingered, a sudden announcement from the eunuchs outside the hall interrupted. Prince Boer and Grand Preceptor Su Yanli have arrived. With a thud, Su Yuren's wine cup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, her pupils quivering and her lips trembling. Jiang Zhiyu cast a glance at her, his gaze inscrutable, lost in contemplation. The tall and striking Boer prince, with golden hair and blue eyes, approached the center of the grand hall. Placing his hand over his heart and bowing deeply, "On behalf of the Boyer Deva clan, I extend the highest respect to Emperor Tianqi." Behind him, two Walla women stepped forward, one on each side. The emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Adorned with golden veils and clad in vibrant red silk dance skirts, the Walla women possessed an alluring charm that captivated all. Upon witnessing the emperor's gaze, concubine Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Her position was still precarious, and she had yet to secure the title of noble consort. If these two Walla women were to capture the emperor's favor, it would spell disaster for her. A glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. While the crowd's attention remained fixated on the prince and the two Walla women, Su Yuren's gaze trailed behind them, fixated on a frail figure with white hair. After a year of separation, how had her father changed so drastically? Tears blurred Su Yuren's vision, and she hastily wiped them away, only to meet Su Yanli's eyes. Chapter 106, A Rotten Cucumber. Su Yanli's expression shifted, his emotions stirring as he suppressed the surge of excitement and respectfully bowed to the emperor. The Su family had faced treachery, from which they had only recently begun to recover. Jiang Zhiyu had already ascended to the position of prime minister. Adding a father-in-law as grand preceptor would disrupt the emperor's balance of power in the court. Grandfather. Su Yanli was startled. Who had called out? He looked up to see Jiang Zhiyu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Was that voice truly from Zhiyu? The Su family storeroom was filled with numerous portraits of her since childhood, making her instantly recognizable to Su Yanli, although he had seldom heard her voice. With a choked voice, he replied, "The old minister obeys." He walked toward Su Yuran, who was now a teary-eyed mess. Su Yanli's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently ruffled Su Yuran's hair. "You are a mother of several children now. You ought not to cry so much, lest the children see you in such a state." Su Yuran nodded through her sobs, while Jiang Zhiyu stood to offer Su Yanli his seat. Su Yanli, however, disregarded this gesture and sat directly beside Jiang Wenjing, causing the corners of Jiang Zhiyong's mouth to twitch slightly. "Is my stepfather going to be furious? He deserves it." Jiang Zhiyu gestured for Boer to sit at the lower table with the other princes. Boer, with his eyes slightly lowered, appeared remarkably docile despite his towering stature. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze remained fixed on the bulge at his chest. A real-life male caregiver. I want to lick. What a 4-star delicacy. He and Ting's hand paused mid-bite. Su Yuran mused in disbelief at her younger daughter's unexpected preference. The others exchanged glances, scrutinizing Boer with skepticism. What was so appealing about this foreigner? Their gazes fell on Boer's chest, and an awkward silence enveloped the group. They turned to Jiang Zhiyu, lost in thought. Could it be that one is drawn to what one lacks? Wait, this person is a rotten cucumber? The crowd was bewildered. What did she mean by a rotten cucumber? Jiang Zhiyu's longing gaze swiftly morphed into one of disdain. Suddenly, I have lost all desire to lick. How many have touched those pecs? Not just women, but men too. Good heavens, is he some sort of dual-purpose partner? The crowd felt overwhelmed. Could she not articulate her thoughts more simply? Boer summons 5 or 6 concubines daily, both male and female, engaging in all manners of indiscretion on the bed, and they indulge in all sorts of debauchery. You measure my depth, and I test your length. Such extravagance. The others were taken aback, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. The emperor, who had intended to engage Boer in conversation, found himself at a loss for words after hearing all this, ultimately choosing silence. As time passed in the jovial atmosphere among the sovereign and his subjects, the moment to appreciate the moon approached. One by one, the guests ascended to the high platform. Following the moonlit ceremony, the banquet was finally concluded. At the palace gates, Su Yuran reluctantly bid farewell to Su Yanli, who affectionately tousled each of their heads. Lingering particularly long with Jiang Zhiyu, the prolonged touch prompted Jiang Zhiyu to mentally protest, Stop it, or you'll rub my hair off." Jiang Zhiyu wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by the interaction. Seated in the carriage, Su Yuran's smile was uncontainable. Having seen Su Yanli today had alleviated the burdens of her heart over the years. She recalled Jiang Zhiyu's words at the dinner table, "If you wish to see someone, go see them at once." Had she acted with more courage in the past, she need not have waited so long. Grasping her skirt, she listened to the raucous laughter outside, feeling as though everything conspired against her. The emperor had not initially recognized her. It was only after she spoke her name that his demeanor changed. It must have been Jiang Zhiyu. Now serving in the imperial study, Jiang Zhiyu could easily speak ill of her in the emperor's presence, and it was undoubtedly her influence that caused the emperor to disdain her. Clearly, Xiao Yanli had persuaded concubine Yu to propose her as a candidate for the position of royal consort. Song Shiwei's eyes glistened with indignation. Her heart filled with a deep-seated hatred she wished to unleash upon Jiang Zhiyu. What was a palace banquet compared to the real spectacle that awaited? Xiao Yanli's men were already waiting in the intoxicated moonlight, and as long as she led Jiang Kongan and Jiang Zhiyu into their trap, no matter their internal strength. They would be powerless against the potent aphrodisiac. She was determined to ensure they met an ignoble end. Within the elegant courtyard, Jiang Kongan regarded Song Shiwei, whose countenance was filled with desperation, his expression calm and unyielding. Song Shiwei pouted. Brother, please accompany me. How can a girl go alone to such a place? Why must you go? Jiang Kongan's voice was steady, as if merely curious. Song Shiwei, unaware of his true intentions, replied eagerly. The newly crowned courtesan of the Zuyuolong will perform today, and the lanterns are exquisite. To quell any doubts he might harbor, she added, I also invited Sister Zhiyu. She adores the rabbit lantern. Jiang Kongan's gaze lifted slightly. Very well. His agreement did not bring joy to Song Shiwei. She realized it was not her appeal that swayed him, but rather Jiang Zhiyu's. Resentment surged within her. Once she had been the most favored, and her every word was heeded. Why had all the favor now shifted to Jiang Zhiyu? What made her so special? After a moment of furious internal cursing, Song Shiwei exhaled sharply, moving to push Jiang Kongan. Let a fu go ahead. I will follow shortly. Song Shiwei hesitated, worried that her incense might not be potent enough, but eventually nodded. Sister Zhiyu, and I will wait for you at the entrance, brother. Once Jiang Kongan nodded in agreement, she felt reassured and made her way back to her courtyard. Chapter 107. Money and red envelopes. The moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating countless sky lanterns and rendering the night as bright as day. The streets buzzed with the sounds of festivity, the calls of vendors ringing out, while young gentlemen and ladies by the riverside held exquisite lanterns inscribed with their heartfelt wishes, letting them float gently away with the current. Jiang Kangan gazed out from beneath the carriage curtain, his eyes sparkling as he watched Jiang Zhiyu outside, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. We shall arrive shortly. If you desire anything, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall send off food to procure it. Instantly, Jiang Zhiyu's face lit up with joy. What a wonderful brother I have, she thought. In this world, what could be a remedy greater than money and red envelopes? Jiang Kangan mused. The residence has certainly not mistreated her. How has she developed such a penchant for wealth? Yet, that notion seemed amiss. She owned her own clinic, supplemented by her father's contributions and her salary. She ought not to be in want of funds. Jiang Zhiyu, discerning his thoughts, waved dismissively. Who would ever complain of having too much money? Besides, my funds have grand purposes. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Grand purposes? Jiang Kangan's curiosity was piqued. Just as Song Shiwei, who had been observing their sibling camaraderie, could no longer remain composed. Grasping her skirt, she attempted to maintain a calm tone. Brother is being partial, only buying for Sister Zhiyu. In the past, Jiang Kangan would have rushed to clarify. But now he merely regarded Song Shiwei and offered a low hum in response. Song Shiwei's grip tightened. Was he so unwilling to even feign concern anymore? Why had his demeanor shifted so abruptly? Had he not previously held affection for her? A pang of bitterness filled her heart. Though she did not harbor fondness for Jiang Kangan, his coldness now left her feeling unjustly aggrieved. At that moment, the driver called out, and the carriage came to a gentle halt. Jiang Zhiyu was the first to leap down, while Ah Fu, following behind, lifted Jiang Kangan down, and Song Shiwei descended slowly thereafter. The Zuyuolong was distinct from the Qingfeng Pavilion. Its opulence was palpable even at first glance. Song Shiwei nodded slightly, seemingly forgetting the earlier discomfort of the carriage ride, and beamed. The newly crowned courtesan, Lu at Zuyuolong, is said to possess not only beauty and grace, but also talent that rivals the noble ladies of the capital. Certainly, a product of careful cultivation by Xiao Yanli. Her caliber must be exceptional, Jiang Kangan remarked, his eyes flickering. As Jiang Zhiyu approached the entrance of Zuyuolong, numerous acquaintances greeted her, clients who had visited her clinic. Initially hesitant, they soon revealed that most had sought her unique remedies, and their reticence melted away. A scholar stepped forward. Dr. Yu, may I inquire when I might expect my turn for acupuncture? Due to Jiang Zhiyu's daily obligations, she had previously stated that the first 10 visitors would receive treatment. So, she instructed her apprentice to take down their names for later. I apologize, she smiled. I have been quite busy of late. For the queue, please consult with the clinic's attendant. I shall endeavor to find time for acupuncture the day after tomorrow. The scholar bowed deeply. Thank you, Dr. Yu. Jiang Zhiyu, following Jiang Kangan's gaze, noticed her advertisement had doubled in size, with clear lettering and several lanterns adorning it. Oh my, who could have done this? She marveled. The boldness of the words kidney deficiency left Jiang Kangan momentarily at a loss for expression. While he was aware of his sister's focus on treating kidney issues, he had not anticipated such an audacious approach to attract clientele. Song Shiwei sneered, dismissing the display as mere sensationalism. Eager to proceed with her plans, she urged, Brother Zhiyu, let us enter quickly. The courtesan is likely to perform soon. Upon entering Zuyuolong, Jiang Zhiyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. I am no longer breathing mere air. This is the scent of wealth. Zuyuolong boasted 5 stories, each adorned with exquisite white marble columns and walls and floors crafted from polished white stones. Golden peonies flourished amidst the white, creating a stunning contrast. The opulence was undeniable, with sandalwood beams, crystal lights, and pearl curtains. No wonder Qingfeng Pavilion cannot compete with Zhuoyuolong.
Just look at this.
Su Bai, the eldest son of the Su family, is still alive? Who saved him? Jiang Zhiyu had just mentioned Qingfeng Pavilion when she realized its connection to him. Jiang Kangan's mind raced with thoughts. It was Song Shiwei's first visit to Zhuoyuolong as well, and she too was taken aback by the lavish decor. Yet, despite its grandeur, it remained merely a den of vice, unworthy of high regard. Observing Jiang Zhiyu, she scoffed inwardly at her lack of discernment. With a light laugh, she expressed her disdain, unaware that behind her, the madam, half-dressed for work, paused upon hearing her words. Turning to see who had spoken so boldly, her face lit up with joy. Is this not Dr. Yu? She exclaimed, slinking forward to grasp Jiang Zhiyu's hand and inadvertently pushing Song Shiwei off balance. Jiang Zhiyu was taken aback. Who is this person? As Song Shiwei was about to voice her confusion, the madam chimed in, I am known as Ban Zhuang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Dr. Yu, and today, I can see it is well deserved. Xiao Yanli had not mentioned to her that Zhuoyuolong belonged to him. This is one of Xiao Yanli's trusted confidants, saved by him years ago, who opened Zhuoyuolong in gratitude, cultivating intelligence from the lips of high officials. Jiang Kangan reflected, nodding. It made sense why Song Shiwei regarded her with such disdain. Yet Ban Zhuang's enthusiasm towards Zhiyu seemed excessive. You flatter me, Jiang Zhiyu replied. Your features are quite remarkable in their own right, each distinct and admirable. A few bystanders, eavesdropping on their exchange, could not suppress their laughter at Jiang Zhiyu's unique compliment. In the ensuing chapter, Ban Zhuang's expression twisted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Dr. Yu, since your clinic opened, my business at Zhuoyuolong has flourished immensely. To express my gratitude, your expenses today are entirely waived. She waved her hand, the scent of her perfume causing Jiang Kangan to cough lightly. Forgive my excitement. I apologize to you, sir, she said to Jiang Kangan, ushering them towards the full moon private room. Zhuoyuolong's private rooms, named after lunar phases, included only 3: new moon, full moon, and waning moon, with the full moon being the finest, centrally located with an expansive view, an ideal choice for enjoying performances. Envy glimmered in the eyes of others. The full moon room was not something money could easily buy. Observing their admiration, Jiang Zhiyu recalled a saying, if fortune is bestowed upon you, would you accept it? Following the attendant, she strolled leisurely, musing, there will always be those who wish to harm me. Jiang Kangan had not lost his smile since their arrival. Song Shiwei, noticing his demeanor, felt a surge of malice. Laugh while you can. Soon, you shall have little to chuckle about. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, a door swung open unexpectedly, revealing a drunken young master who immediately fixated on Song Shiwei, reaching out to embrace her. A beauty. Let me savor your company. In a panic, Song Shiwei pushed him away, her eyes pleading for Jiang Kangan's assistance. Brother, save me. Their altercation drew the attention of many, and Jiang Kangan's heart sank as he observed the scene. Although the young man's actions appeared rough, he exerted little force. Jiang Kangan had already afforded her numerous chances. Such a feigned performance. How convincing. Yet, Song Shiwei lacks the initiative. It has been nearly 2 minutes, and she still hasn't been rescued? A poor rating. In the midst of the gathering, Song Shiwei furrowed her brows, uncertain why he remained silent. The young master felt a surge of anxiety. If he did not speak, how could he continue his performance? Surely, he could not drag Song Shiwei into the room before the eyes of the crowd. Jiang Kangan inhaled deeply. His voice sharp, release her. Upon hearing his tone, both Song Shiwei and the young master breathed a sigh of relief. The young master raised an eyebrow, mockingly exclaiming, oh, I thought it was someone important. Is that not the cripple? What? Does the cripple aspire to emulate a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Ha ha ha. His raucous laughter echoed, joined by the mirth of his companions. Suddenly, a resounding clap silenced the laughter. Song Shiwei raised her hand, her voice trembling yet resolute. My elder brother is not a cripple. You must not speak of him that way. The resolute little flower performed admirably. It was no wonder her elder brother fell for her. Though she was terrified, hearing others bully her compelled her to muster the courage to defend him. Who could refuse such a character? Jiang Kangan, the young master, covering his face, taunted, how intriguing. I like a woman with personality. Take that cripple away. Once I'm finished with her, she's all yours. Song Shiwei trembled. Jiang Kangan could barely contain himself. In the emperor's realm, how dare you act so brazenly? His voice held a hint of amusement, though none perceived it. Each individual was ensnared in their narrative, unable to extricate themselves, not wishing to resort to violence. The young master advanced a few steps, looking down on Jiang Kangan. No need for violence. Your legs may be useless, but your hands still function. Kneel and kowtow to me a few times, and this matter shall be forgotten. Jiang Kangan revealed a look of humiliation. As the young masters approached to seize him, Song Shiwei feigned an attempt to obstruct them, her hand slipping into her sleeve as if to retrieve something. Entertaining the spectacle was one thing, but she could not allow them to harm her brother. Jiang Zhiyu intended for her brother to see through Song Shiwei's true nature, lest he remain attached to her. As the young master's hand neared Jiang Kangan, Ah Fu prepared to intervene, but Jiang Zhiyu deftly seized his shoulder, flipping him and sending him crashing to the ground. A shout of approval erupted from the onlookers. Who is that? The others, stunned by Jiang Zhiyu's action, abandoned their fallen companion and fled, with the young master hastily retreating indoors. Their role was merely to create conditions for Song Shiwei to administer the drug, for a few coins. They had no desire to face violence. Song Shiwei rolled her eyes in exasperation. No matter, she reassured herself. There was still Yan Li's entourage. Even a hint of fragrance would suffice to incite their desires. In matters of fragrance, Song Shiwei considered herself superior to Jiang Zhiyu. Moreover, she lacked the necessary herbs. Even if she knew the antidote, could she concoct it in such a short time? Sighing softly, she approached Jiang Kangan. I am sorry, elder brother. It is because of me that you endured the insults of those scoundrels. As she apologized, she poured the fragrance from her sleeve onto him. What determination she displayed. Observing this, Jiang Zhiyu noted that the women in the Drunken Moon Pavilion all possessed martial skills, albeit to varying degrees, and the one guiding them now was merely a small fry. They must fear that my elder brother will discern her true nature. This fellow is quite thoughtful. They ascended to the 5th floor without obstruction, and upon entering the room, the maid departed, leaving behind a space illuminated by flickering candles, where a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, evoking a sense of languor. Jiang Zhiyu's gaze darkened. Upon entering, Song Shiwei rushed to the table and poured 2 glasses of wine. It was said that the wine in the Drunken Moon Pavilion was from the previous dynasty, unobtainable elsewhere. Elder brother, Zhiyu sister, do try this. Why do you remain so detached from matters of connection? Jiang Kangan felt a bittersweet pang after so long in each other's company. Even a stone would warm to familiarity. Yet, why did this Song Shiwei, whom they had nurtured as family, wish to drive them to ruin? Jiang Kangan, troubled, drained his cup. Song Shiwei felt a surge of joy, only to be interrupted by a call from outside. Miss Liu has come out. Jiang Zhiyu was the first to rush out, peering down. Where? Let me see. Chapter 109. Just right for buy one get one free. Dressed in azure and white, with hair dyed ink black, a red ribbon unfurled from the air. Lu lightly touched the ribbon with her toes, descending gracefully to the center of the stage like a celestial being. With her fan closed, her sleeves fluttered, exuding grace, yet her eyes sparkled with allure, perfectly blending poise and charm. Jiang Zhiyu heard the crowd erupting in fervent cries for Lu. What a scene of fandom. Song Shiwei approached her, whispering, I hear tonight they will auction Lulu's first night. No wonder they are so enraptured. She edged away from Song Shiwei, her gaze wandering until she spotted a familiar figure, Yanting, gazing up, seemingly transfixed. Song Shiwei wished to tear Jiang Zhiyu's tongue from her mouth, yet reason prevailed. She could not match Jiang Zhiyu's strength and clenched her fists, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. As Lu began to dance, Jiang Zhiyu noticed that the young masters and young ladies from the palace banquet emerged from their chambers, even a prince among them. A change of venue for their gathering. The palace must feel constrained. Finding the spectacle dull, she turned to retreat indoors, with Song Shiwei closely following. Jiang Kangan appeared intoxicated, slumped over the table, his complexion flushed. Jiang Zhiyu frowned, and Song Shiwei, elated, exclaimed, What is wrong with elder brother? I shall fetch him a cup of tea to sober him. Such matters could easily be resolved with a call to the maid. There was no need for her to fetch it herself. Jiang Zhiyu chuckled lightly, helpfully adding, Let Ah Fu accompany you, if you encounter those ruffians again. He can assist you. Few are as kind-hearted as I willingly create opportunities for you. Feigning drunkenness, Jiang Kangan, as Song Shiwei was about to speak. Hearing Jiang Zhiyu's suggestion spurred her to nod eagerly. Upon hearing Jiang Kangan's unconscious groan, her smile widened. Well, Zhiyu, take good care of elder brother. She closed the door but did not leave, instead pulling Ah Fu to the corner, imperiously instructing him, Go below and fetch a cup of sobering tea. Ah Fu nodded and departed. Everything proceeded too smoothly, and an inexplicable unease settled within Song Shiwei, though she quickly suppressed it. She pretended to admire the dance, leaning against the door, listening to the sounds of shattered glass and Jiang Zhiyu's exclamations from within, allowing a smile to grace her lips as she descended. Inside, Jiang Kangan observed the fervent Jiang Zhiyu and tapped the table. Well, they have departed. Let us drink some water to soothe our throats. Jiang Zhiyu took a seat and sipped a few gulps. Elder brother, you must see clearly. Song Shiwei indeed intends to harm us. The medicinal powder on you, as well as the one in this wine, serves as evidence. If you still wish to absolve her, then truly, The wind howls, the waters of the Yi River are cold. You have left my heart desolate. Jiang Kangan. I see it clearly. Jiang Zhiyu nodded with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Just then, the bed creaked slightly, and both Jiang Zhiyu and Jiang Kangan turned their gazes, only to witness the bed flipping over entirely, a shadow lunging toward them. Jiang Zhiyu delivered a sharp kick to his chest, but the shadowy figure twisted and evaded her strike.
Who are you?
Jiang Kong, and inquired coldly. The shadow paused, revealing two glinting daggers slipping from his sleeve. In a deep voice, he declared, I am the one who will take your life. He then leaped forward, circumventing Jiang Zhiyu and lunging at Jiang Kong and from her side. His eyes were filled with a sense of inevitable triumph. A mere cripple confined to a wheelchair could not possibly evade his blade. With a thud, the shadow stepped back, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Jiang Kong and rising to his feet, wielding a soft sword that intercepted the dagger aimed at him. You have recovered, he exclaimed, astonished. His gaze flickered to the calm Jiang Zhiyu standing nearby. Realizing why she had shown no sign of anxiety earlier, she was confident that she could not harm him.
How infuriating.
How did Miss Song receive such information? Was it not said that Jiang Kong's legs would never heal? He adopted a defensive stance, his eyes scanning the surroundings, evidently contemplating an escape route. Laughable. If I let you flee, how can I maintain my reputation? Just as Jiang Zhiyu prepared to advance, the door was suddenly flung open, and Song Sherwei, accompanied by a group of noble women, entered, seeking to catch them in the act. Both men were intoxicated. Brother, she. But Song Sherwei's words faltered as she observed the trio inside, falling silent. The noble women froze in shock, and upon seeing the shadowy figure wielding a gleaming blade, they screamed in terror. The shadow's eyes brightened. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, he sprang towards the door. Jiang Zhiyu's eyes darkened. She moved faster than him, delivering a kick that sent him flying, along with Song Sherwei, who was directly in his path. Jiang Zhiyu would not grant him the opportunity to escape. Whether killing one or two, it amounted to the same, a perfect buy one, get one free scenario. She lunged forward, kneeling on his shoulder, tightening her legs, and exerting a sudden forceful twist. A sickening crack echoed as his head tilted awkwardly, and he was instantly rendered lifeless. Dying now could still be considered merciful. Jiang Kong, and turned his head away. Song Sherwei reached out in sudden desperation.
No.
She could not die. She still had much to accomplish. She absolutely must not perish. The sensation of weightlessness quickened her heartbeat, tears streaming from her eyes as the dread of death enveloped her. She closed her eyes, only to feel someone wrap their arms around her waist. As she opened her eyes, she recognized the masked figure embracing her. Despite the disguise, she knew who he was. The familiar scent, the tangible sensation of solid ground beneath her feet, and the overwhelming joy of surviving filled her with emotion, causing her tears to overflow. In her frantic state, she nearly uttered his name. The masked figure's expression shifted, and he released her, bowing respectfully. I apologize for the abruptness of my actions during such a critical moment. Regaining her composure, Song Sherwei choked out, It's nothing. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention, sir. Once they spoke, the crowd finally processed the scene. The lifeless body of the assailant had fallen at the edge of the stage, head first, resulting in a gruesome display of shattered skull and blood pooling on the floor. The onlookers recoiled, their stomachs turning, as retching sounds echoed. A half-dressed attendant shouted, Quick, someone clean this up.